Song Feng traversed to the Blue Star, where the game had merged with reality, awakening the unique hidden profession of support master, yet was mockingly referred to as a slacker. Profession. It was not until he activated the divine support system that the narrative took a dramatic turn. Chapter 1. Divine Support, a Fortuitous Beginning. Observe closely. This man is named Song Feng. He currently gazes intently at a tome entitled Comprehensive Theoretical Knowledge of Support. System Unlock Task. Memorize the theoretical knowledge of the support profession. Progress. 99.9. An ethereal panel materialized before him. Phew. Only 0.1 remains. Assuming all goes well, I should unlock the system today. In the back row of the classroom by the window, Song Feng's lips curled into a charming smile. He was a senior student at Kanglan High School, and, coincidentally, a genuine transmigrator who had crossed over 2.5 years ago to this world where online games and reality intertwined. He had fortuitously participated in the awakening ceremony. Just as he anticipated a fate akin to protagonists from novels of his past life, blessed by the goddess of fortune with an extraordinary profession, ascending to the pinnacle of life, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The good news, he awakened the only hidden profession. The bad news, it was the support master. At that moment, Song Feng, having already integrated the memories of his past life, felt utterly disheartened. A century ago, the world underwent a cataclysm, merging games with reality, and dungeons descended upon the earth, unleashing monstrous invaders. Here, everyone could awaken a profession at the age of 15. Most individuals awakened one of the 6 mainstream professions: warrior, mage, melee, ranged, summoner, or psychic. In addition, there were other obscure professions, such as support and life professions that, in a world where everyone aspired to level up and grow stronger, the main combat profession stood as the coveted red flowers, while support professions were merely regarded as the inconspicuous green leaves, lacking in distinction. Perhaps fate was envious of exceptional talent. Song Feng, unfortunately, awakened the hidden support profession of support master. After awakening at 15, one was required to learn all relevant theoretical knowledge related to their profession within 3 years and achieve a level 10 before being eligible for a second job transfer. That if he had awakened a conventional support profession, Song Feng might have reluctantly accepted it. However, what truly vexed him was that the support master could never advance to a specialized profession. In simpler terms, he could not transition into a more refined career path. Professions beyond level 10 were known as specialized professions. For instance, the warrior class could transition into berserker or paladin, while the mage class could become elementalist, battle mage, or necromancer. The support master awakened by Song Feng bore resemblance to a free agent within combat professions. Though he could learn all support skills, he could only provide a generalized form of assistance, never achieving mastery. Throughout Blue Star's history, similar professions had appeared, but most failed to thrive and stagnated in their early stages. Upon learning this, Song Feng's heart sank into despair. How am I supposed to enjoy this? Once again, he found himself in a dire predicament. Yet fortune smiled upon him. The system, albeit belatedly, arrived. Divine support system successfully bound. Unlock task issued. Memorize all theoretical knowledge of support professions within 3 years. Song Feng contemplated. Internally, he resisted the notion. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of mathematics, language, and English, was he now to plunge into another abyss? Just let me perish, despite his thoughts. Song Feng ultimately accepted the task, realizing that actual death was not an appealing option. From that day forth, Song Feng dedicated himself to a singular endeavor: reading. During class, while dining, even in the restroom, his reading never ceased. It is no exaggeration to assert that the stack of books he had perused over these 2.5 years could reach an impressive height of several stories. Fortunately, with his formidable mental fortitude and exceptional memory, he could accomplish this daunting task that he read and recited silently until the knowledge was indelibly etched in his mind. Alas, apart from the specially recruited Lu Ming, only Brother Feng awakened a hidden profession at Kanglan High. I initially believed his future would be radiant. Yet fate has played a cruel trick. Indeed, it is a pity the support master cannot advance to a specialized profession. Although he can learn all support skills, they cannot be upgraded, rendering extensive learning futile. Were I in Brother Feng's position, I might have succumbed to despair by now. Yet he remains unfazed, seemingly untroubled. His perseverance, I admire. Never underestimate a diligent person, especially Brother Feng. Within the classroom, as classmates observed Song Feng engrossed in his studies, they exchanged hushed whispers. They were all high school seniors, still youthful and naive, devoid of mockery, disdain, or ridicule in their words. Song Feng was well-liked, possessing a multitude of skills, allowing him to flourish at Kanglan High, garnering a large circle of friends, and his connections were formidable. Moreover, he consistently topped the academic rankings, achieving unparalleled notoriety. Even the senior Huang would greet him with respect. Thus, a saying circulated at Kanglan High. In the chaos of Kanglan, Song Feng holds sway. No one ostracized or marginalized him due to his profession rather. Many classmates actively sought to forge closer ties with him. Perhaps the primary reason was the magnetic charm of Song Feng's personality. In his previous life, he was a professional esports player, dominating the competitive scene filled with extraordinary talents. In a mere 3 years, he transformed a hastily assembled, transparent team into a championship-winning powerhouse. Consequently, Song Feng rose to fame. He became a legendary figure in the esports realm, known far and wide. Most astonishingly, his area of expertise was precisely support. Time and again, he turned the tide of battle with his exceptional skills and keen awareness, leaving opponents in disarray. He was even hailed as the god of support. However, his glory was short-lived, as his stunning commentator wife became entangled with his arch-rival. Upon opening his eyes, Song Feng found himself in this new world. Embracing the mindset of "since I am here, I shall make the best of it," he swiftly accepted his new identity. As for the lofty accolades of his past life, he cared not. Regarding the betrayal, of course, that sentiment was somewhat unrealistic. Time flowed like a silent river, slipping through the fingers unnoticed. Soon, it was evening. As the bell rang, students departed the classroom in clusters. "Brother Feng, will you stay behind to study today?" "Yes, I will study a bit longer." "You all may leave." Song Feng shifted his gaze from the text, lifting his head to acknowledge a few individuals with a gentle nod and smile. "All right then. See you later, Brother Feng." As they waved goodbye, the spacious classroom was left with only Song Feng. With a flick of his thoughts, the ethereal panel reappeared. Task progress. 99.99999999. Song Feng, that's seriously, my friend. Are you possessed by some unyielding spirit of procrastination? Is this a game of infinite recursion? Song Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yet, despite the helplessness of the situation, there was no alternative after all. It was his burden to bear, and he must cherish it dearly. With this thought, Song Feng resumed his reading. After approximately another hour, the sky had grown increasingly dark. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the divine auxiliary system. This system is dedicated to cultivating the host into a deity of support, restoring glory to the auxiliary profession. A deity of support? Ah, it has been quite some time since I've been addressed as such. Song Feng indulged in a moment of self-admiration. Unlike the majority, who favored combat professions, Song Feng found himself more inclined towards the auxiliary role. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to play as a supporter during his previous life as an esports player. And the reason? Song Feng has always felt an inexplicable sense of security in the auxiliary role, and its significance within a team is irreplaceable by other positions. In fact, it can be argued to be even more crucial than certain combat roles: crowd control, healing, support, reconnaissance. The auxiliary position necessitates proficiency in all these areas and plays a vital role in team coordination. Although his combat capability may be severely lacking, the impact on the team as a whole is immense. However, it must be stated that the disparity between reality and the game is profound. In Blue Star, strength resides within the individual, and everyone yearns to level up and grow stronger. In contrast to team collaboration, many opt for solitary endeavors to reap greater experience. Moreover, auxiliary masters are unable to transition into specialized sub-roles, which would lead anyone to feel disheartened. Now, with the system at his side, Song Feng no longer harbored such concerns. Career panel. Name: Song Feng. Profession: Hidden Master of Support. Level: LV.10. Attack: 2. Average value for the same level is 12. Affecting damage: critical. Hits: Defense: 6. Average value for the same level is 12. Affecting resistance: damage reduction. Stamina: 7. Average value for the same level is 12. Affecting health. Endurance. Mentality: 16. Average value for the same level is 12. Affecting recovery speed, soul power. Professional talent: favor of the deity of support. All auxiliary skills can be learned, with no limit on skill quantity. Skill codex not yet unlocked. Free attribute points: 0. The attributes were unremarkable. In fact, all were below average. The attack value was nearly negligible, perhaps only slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. Among the 4 attributes, only the mentality stood out slightly. Brother Tongzi, hey, race the situation. I am utterly isolated, lacking even the slightest combat capability. Leveling up to level 10 is a daunting task. How can I possibly bring glory back to the auxiliary profession? Song Feng's words were laden with meaning. You wish to assist me in becoming a deity of support. Do not merely speak without action. Where is your sincerity? Where is the beginner's gift pack? Hurry up and present it. Detected that the current host is too weak, the system has preemptively unlocked the Divine Auxiliary Skill Codex. As soon as the words were spoken, a translucent panel appeared before Feng that it was a blueprint, adorned with numerous uniquely shaped icons. Skill Codex? Isn't this typically unlocked only after transitioning into a specialized subrole? Feng was momentarily taken aback. The Skill Codex is a feature that unlocks upon reaching level 10 and transitioning into a specialized subrole. It contains all the skills available for the profession. Upon transitioning, each individual randomly acquires 2 foundational skills. Subsequent learning of additional skills requires skill points, which can only be obtained through defeating monsters. This means that to acquire more skills, one must continuously battle and level up to earn more skill points. This is one reason why combat professions have become mainstream, while auxiliary roles have gradually fallen into obscurity. If one lacks skill points, they cannot learn skills, rendering them no different from an ordinary person. Isn't that merely a waste of resources? Most people think along these lines. Unless one possesses immense wealth to recruit powerful allies for training or to purchase skill point scrolls at exorbitant prices. Otherwise, in this era where everyone is striving for advancement, the future of auxiliary roles remains bleak. Healing, amplification, weakening, displacement, all auxiliary skills are available. According to the professional talent, favor of the deity of support. As long as I possess enough skill points, I can learn all auxiliary skills. Feng murmured softly, ding. Skill Codex has automatically advanced to Divine Auxiliary Skill Codex. All skills have transformed into divine skills. System Beginner Protection Gift Pack is being distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the first tier skill, Glamorous Alchemy. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the first tier skill, Blessing of Healing. Due to the favor of the deity of support, your skill, Glamorous Alchemy, has automatically transformed into the divine skill Soul of the Flame Emperor. Due to the favor of the deity of support, your skill, Blessing of Healing, has automatically transformed into the divine skill, Divine Light Healing. Feng, what the? 2 divine skills at level 1. Is this a joke? Did hell just turn into a heavenly start? Chapter 2. Acquiring 2 divine skills. Will the nation provide guidance in leveling up? Skill Panel. Emperor of Flame Soul Descent. 1*0. With the assistance of the Emperor of Flame Soul, your success rate in alchemy is 100. With a 10 chance of enhancing the quality of the elixir. Holy Light, Divine Healing, 1 star. Bathe in the radiance of holy light. You recover 5 of your total health every second until fully restored. A success rate of 100% in alchemy? Upon witnessing this, Feng could not help but display a look of astonishment. Elixirs are an indispensable necessity for practitioners in this era. Essentially, everyone carries a few for emergencies. The types of elixirs are diverse. For instance, the Spirit Restoration Powder allows practitioners to quickly regain their mental energy when it is nearly depleted. In critical moments, it can even serve as a lifesaver. Alchemists are those who can craft these elixirs as a vocational pursuit. According to incomplete statistics, the average success rate for low-tier alchemists hovers around 5. This means that out of 100 materials, only about 5 elixirs can typically be produced. This is the standard success rate for most low-level alchemists. However, exceptional talents may achieve an astounding 30. Yet, this is beyond the reach of the vast majority. Just consider the astronomical figures when converting the materials wasted by an alchemist during their growth period into blue star currency. It would amount to an incomprehensible sum. The challenges of alchemy, the dismally low success rates, and the high demands for resources have deterred countless aspiring alchemists. Some may go their entire lives without successfully crafting a single elixir. Consequently, the profession of alchemy is starkly polarized. Low-tier alchemists languish in obscurity, while high-tier alchemists are fervently sought after by various factions, regarded as treasures capable of producing abundant elixirs with ease. However, this absurdly low success rate appears trivial in the face of the divine skill, Emperor of Flame Soul Descent. If the news of a 100% success rate in alchemy were to leak, Feng might not see the light of dawn the following day. Yet, this flawless success rate is merely one aspect. Feng's gaze shifted downward, noting an additional skill effect that grants a 10 probability of enhancing the elixir's tier. In Blue Star, elixirs range from 1 stripe to 9 stripes, corresponding to practitioners from the 1st to the 9th realm. Each tier is further subdivided into 5 grades: inferior, average, superior, exceptional, and divine. On the market, even superior elixirs are rare. The vast majority consist of average and inferior grades. As for exceptional elixirs, while there are alchemists capable of producing them, they are not available to the public and can only be obtained through special connections and resources. In essence, one must possess influence and status. Otherwise, all efforts are in vain. As for the legendary divine grade elixirs, It is said that no one on Blue Star has ever succeeded in crafting them, leaving their existence shrouded in mystery. The Emperor of Flame Soul Descent offers a 10 chance to elevate the tier of an elixir, indicating that each activation of this passive skill has an identical success probability, independent of one another. With a stroke of good fortune, even during the initial attempt at crafting an elixir, one might trigger the passive skill. If fortune does not favor one, even 1,000 or 10,000 attempts would be futile. Of course, such a probability is exceedingly minuscule, unless one is the unfortunate soul who has angered the universal gaming system in a past life. It is highly improbable. Gazing at the panel detailing the divine skill, Feng could not suppress a smile. Truly, it is a godly skill, utterly extraordinary. His gaze shifted to the description of Holy Light Divine Healing, recovering 5% of total health every second until full recovery. Does this imply that even with but a single drop of health remaining, one could return to peak condition in merely 20 seconds? Feng was inwardly astonished. This is not the recovery of 5% of current health, but rather 5% of total health. The difference between the two is vast. The monster stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Well. It seems we're not even pretending to play fair anymore. Due to the host's current low level, the divine skill cannot unleash its full potential. Currently, only the 1-star effect is unlocked, with a total of 9 stars available. The host may increase the skill star rating through skill points or by leveling up, with each upgrade resulting in explosive growth of effects. Young one, strive to level up. Packing his bag, turning off the light, and leaving school, Feng found himself in a predicament. His vocation was purely supportive, with combat capability nearly negligible. The 2 divine skills granted by the system were also purely supportive. Leveling up alone seemed unrealistic, so he would have to seek assistance. However, in this lifetime, Feng came from humble beginnings, his family's circumstances quite ordinary. His father, a retired soldier, had lost his combat ability due to severe injuries sustained during a mission, leading to his forced retirement. He now served as a security guard in an aging community. His mother had left when Feng was 5, the reasons unknown, her whereabouts a mystery. Feng understood the struggles of his father. The family finances were tight, and recruiting strong allies was unlikely, especially since his father had lost his basic combat skills and was akin to an ordinary person. If the two were to venture into the wild to battle monsters, they would not be fighting. Rather, they would be delivering food to the monsters, food that was essentially themselves. This posed quite a conundrum. I could concoct elixirs to sell. I just need to find a suitable sales channel. If I manage to earn some money, I could recruit strong allies to assist me in leveling up. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Given the current situation, it seemed this was the only viable method to earn money. Of course, a bold thought began to take root in Feng's mind. Unbeknownst to him, he soon arrived at the entrance of his community. So, why are you so late from school again? Are you hungry? Tell your father what you want to eat, and I'll whip something up for you. From a dilapidated security booth emerged a disheveled, middle-aged man in a security uniform. He smiled warmly, placing an arm around Feng's shoulder, inquiring with an air of familiarity. This man was Shan, Feng's father. Father, let us set aside the matter of dinner for now. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Feng's expression turned solemn, starkly contrasting his usual playful demeanor. Shan noticed that his son was somewhat different from usual. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately led Feng into the security booth. Peering outside to ensure there were no suspicious individuals, he gently closed the door. Son, whatever it is, feel free to speak. The Song family may lack many things, but we have our lives intact. Were you bullied at school? Just tell me who it is, and I'll take care of it. Shan spoke with fervor, his words punctuated by fervent gestures. Feng could only roll his eyes, suppressing a wry smile. His father was notoriously protective. He recalled an incident in the 3rd grade when he was bullied by an older student whose parents had been particularly unpleasant. Without hesitation, Shan had confronted them, delivering a severe thrashing that left a lasting psychological impact, prompting the other family to transfer their child the very next day. Feng had no doubt his father would act similarly again. After all, he had served in the military. Although retired, his warrior spirit remained, and he would never tolerate such grievances. Dad, can't you think of something more positive? Besides, who would dare bully me at Kanglan High? I don't even look for trouble, and the teachers would be grateful. Feng's reasoning was sound. After all, he was the top student at Kanglan. Simply avoiding conflict was commendable enough, so it was implausible that he would be bullied. That's true. Shan scratched his head, then asked with curiosity. So what do you want to tell me? Dad, before we discuss that, I'd like to pose a question. What is it? If a low-tier alchemist has a success rate of 100%, would the state send someone to help him level up? Chapter 3. the soul of the flame Emperor triggers, and the elixir is of superior quality. Indeed, the state would offer assistance. Yet, after much contemplation, he ultimately concluded that aligning with the state would be the best course of action. The nation in which Song Feng resided was called Longhua, renowned for its ancient history, profound cultural heritage, vast territory, and prominent international standing. It was undoubtedly a superpower with formidable overall strength. What? Do you even hear what you are saying? Song Shan shook his head in exasperation upon hearing Song Feng's question. I've already told you to read less. You never listen. Look, your mind seems to be clouded. Song Feng thought to himself. Anyone who has been educated would know that the success rate for alchemists is notoriously low. A 100% success rate for a low-tier alchemist? Absolutely impossible. Only a fool would utter such nonsense. Dad, I was merely hypothesizing. Without a hint of hesitation, Song Shan replied, if the success rate were indeed 100%, not only would the state not hesitate to send someone to help you level up, but they would also revere you as a national treasure. You would not only be guaranteed admission to top-tier academies, but would also enjoy numerous special privileges. Is that truly the case? Song Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. His understanding of alchemists was limited to what he had read in books, and he lacked a clear grasp of the elixirs themselves. However, Song Shan, having been a soldier, had encountered countless elixirs in his lifetime. Certainly, I am well aware of the preciousness of elixirs, as well as the significance of alchemists. Have I ever deceived you? If I were to utter even a single falsehood, may I be cut off from my lineage? Song Shan declared earnestly, thumping his chest. Song Feng replied, cut off from your lineage? Since you are still alive. It must be true. By the way, why do you suddenly inquire about this? Song Shan recalled that Song Feng had mentioned a matter of importance earlier. If it were truly significant, why had he not spoken of it? Father, what I referred to earlier was indeed about myself, Song Feng thought, and he promptly addressed the matter directly. Are you certain you are not jesting with me? Under normal circumstances, Song Shan would have laughed heartily. However, witnessing Song Feng's earnest demeanor, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Could it possibly be true? To ascertain whether it was a jest, Song Feng picked up a pen from the table and began to write furiously on a piece of paper. Moments later, Song Shan, still skeptical, received the white paper from Song Feng's hand. What are these? Astragalus root, goji berries, rhino blood. These are the materials for crafting a blood recovery pill. The blood recovery pill? Song Shan was momentarily taken aback. The blood recovery pill is a common elixir in the market, capable of swiftly replenishing one's health. Adventurers often carry a few while battling monsters or leveling up in dungeons, as they can prove to be crucial in critical moments. Son, if I recall correctly, you're currently only at level 1, right? Your skill tree has yet to be unlocked. How could you possibly concoct elixirs? As Song Shan, the father, he was well aware of his son's situation. A secret, Song Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Very well, father. Please assist me in procuring these herbs. Once the materials are in place, I shall be able to concoct them directly. Truly? Song Shan's expression betrayed his skepticism. This was indeed rather implausible. Yet, due to his trust in Song Feng, he refrained from further inquiries and promptly headed to the trading market. Meanwhile, Song Feng remained seated in the security booth, continuing to study. He understood that there was much more for him to learn. If he wished to reach greater heights in the future, he must first elevate his thoughts and broaden his horizons in order to ascend to even loftier peaks. Time flew by. After a while, Song Shan pushed open the door of the security booth, his hands laden with 2 large bags of materials. Here are the herbs you requested. I have procured 10 portions of each. Now, it is up to you to proceed. The low-tier materials were readily available in the wild and valued at a modest price. Hence, they were merely packaged in ordinary bags. Song Feng accepted the 2 large bags, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After mastering the skill Emperor of Flame's Descent, he felt an inexplicable affinity for the herbs and could even see detailed descriptions of them. If he was not mistaken, this should be the passive effect of Emperor of Flame's Descent. With the materials at hand, he was ready to commence the alchemical process. Father, please guard me. I'm about to begin. Song Feng immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. At that moment, a cauldron radiating a crimson and black glow surged forth from his brow, hovering before him. The surface of the alchemical furnace is adorned with clear, intricate patterns, exuding an air of ancient solemnity that immediately suggests its exceptional nature. Is this truly an alchemical furnace? My son, where on earth did you acquire this remarkable item? Song Shan exclaimed in astonishment. It is well known that alchemical furnaces are exceedingly expensive, with even the most modest ones costing no less than 100,000 star coins. This exorbitant price is precisely what deters countless novice alchemists. Just like equipment, alchemical furnaces are categorized by levels. The higher the level, the more the price escalates. The furnace before them is evidently extraordinary, leaving Song Shan perplexed about how Song Feng came to possess such a treasure. I'll explain later. For now, I must concentrate on my alchemy. Song Feng deftly shifted the topic. In truth, this alchemical furnace is a divine-grade skill, soul of the Fire Emperor, which he possesses. It is called the Crimson Abyss Furnace and is bound to his soul, allowing only him to wield it. It is a companion weapon that will enhance in power alongside his growth. Song Shan understood that alchemists must maintain unwavering focus during the refining process. Even a moment's distraction could spell failure. Thus, he suppressed his curiosity and silently observed the solemn expression on Song Feng's face. Commence the furnace. Begin the alchemy. A plume of black and red flames erupted from Song Feng's palm, converging beneath the alchemical furnace. He meticulously placed the medicinal ingredients in order, skillfully controlling the heat. Although it was his first attempt at alchemy, his technique was remarkably adept. An onlooker might have mistaken him for a seasoned alchemist with countless experiences. Witnessing the scene, Song Shan was inexplicably struck with awe. Moments later, the furnace lid opened. The elixir was complete. A rich, intoxicating aroma of the medicinal concoction instantly filled the security booth. Upon inhaling the fragrance, Song Shan felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria, as if his entire being had been purified. His astonishment deepened as he realized it worked. He truly succeeded, and on the first attempt, words failed him in capturing his current emotions. Just then, accompanied by a resonating roar, a crimson-black phantom materialized behind Song Feng. It appeared to be formed from flames, and in an instant, the temperature within the booth soared, akin to stepping into a sauna. Subsequently, the entity raised its arm and pointed towards the alchemical furnace. Ding! The passive effect of the soul of the Fire Emperor has been activated. You have been graced by the soul of the Fire Emperor. The quality of your elixir has automatically transformed from inferior to superior. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a superior-grade elixir, Blood Restoration Pill. A pill radiating brilliant light soared from the furnace, hovering in midair. Observing this, Song Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. The divine-grade skill indeed lived up to its reputation. Chapter 4, Extraordinary Additional Effects. Jiang Yu was left utterly dumbfounded. What in the world is this? Song Shan gazed blankly at the crimson-black phantom behind Song Feng, his face betraying an unmistakable shock. From that apparition, he sensed an overwhelming aura of pressure that was nearly suffocating. Soon after, he willed the phantom to dissipate into specks of starlight, vanishing without a trace. I see now. Song Shan had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. He turned his gaze towards the elixir in Song Feng's hand. Son, allow me to examine this potion you crafted. Prepare yourself mentally. Do not be startled. As Song Shan received the elixir, a look of skepticism adorned his face. It is merely a single-pattern blood recovery pill. I have seen such things before. Is it truly as extraordinary as you claim? Could there be some hidden marvel within? With curiosity piqued, Song Shan activated the description panel. Name, blood recovery pill, type, elixir, level, single pattern grade, superior, description, when in a non-combat state. You can recover 3 of your maximum health per second for 20 seconds. If attacked during this period, the recovery effect will be automatically dispelled. Additional, this elixir is blessed by the soul of the Flame Emperor, allowing practitioners of any level to consume it without diminishing effects. Astonishment, utter astonishment. Upon glimpsing the description panel, Song Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. A superior elixir alone was already a remarkable feat. Yet, what truly stunned him was the statement at the bottom. Practitioners of any level can consume it without diminished effects. Song Shan read those words in a daze, clearly struggling to comprehend the implications. He understood precisely what this entailed. In this world of universal class change, elixirs were categorized by levels to cater to practitioners of varying ranks. Single-pattern elixirs corresponded to first-tier practitioners, who ranged between levels 10 and 30. Double-pattern elixirs catered to second-tier practitioners, spanning levels 31 to 50. Every 20 levels constituted a tier, allowing practitioners to advance and specialize within their class. If a second-tier practitioner were to consume a single-pattern elixir, the effects would be significantly diminished. For higher-level practitioners, the elixir would be nearly ineffective. However, this particular elixir was effective for practitioners of any level, and its potency remained intact. This meant that even high-tier practitioners could benefit from it. Father, you are not yet of retirement age. Do not let this shock you into senility. Song Feng waved his hand in front of Song Shan's eyes. Can't you wish for something positive for me? Song Shan rolled his eyes in exasperation. At that moment, He was utterly convinced of Song Feng's earlier assertions. So, you must be aware of the sheer terror of your alchemical prowess. The fact that you can guarantee a 100 success rate in potion crafting is already astonishing enough. Coupled with the enhancement from the soul of the Flame Emperor, it is likely to drive practitioners across the Blue Star into a frenzy. With a complex gaze, Song Shan looked at Song Feng, his expression grave. What are your plans for the future? I do have plans, Song Feng nodded. And what might they be? To ally with the nation and stand together with the Dragon Kingdom. The inexperienced youth's eyes shimmered with a fervent glow. Song Shan seemed to acknowledge this, nodding thoughtfully before continuing. What prompted this line of thinking? Father, you have always taught me that we are citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Once a citizen, always a citizen. Song Feng retracted his usual nonchalant smile, his face now etched with seriousness. The Dragon Nation is our shared homeland, a refuge brimming with love and warmth. Once, in my frailty, the Dragon Nation embraced me, allowing me to flourish in a secure environment. Today, endowed with strength beyond the ordinary. How could I ever forget my cherished homeland? Father, gratitude and reciprocity. Was this not the principle you instilled in me since childhood? Indeed. With the merging of memories from my past life, Song Feng perceived his former experiences as vividly as if he had lived them himself. His recollections of his mother remained hazy, but he distinctly remembered Song Shan, who nurtured him single-handedly. From a young age, the soldier Song Shan imparted to Song Feng the importance of gratitude. When one is aided with water, one should repay with a spring. Under this constant influence, Song Feng engraved these lessons deep within his heart. Ha ha ha, you truly are my son, Song Shan exclaimed, embracing Song Feng with pride, illuminating his face. Since you possess such intent, allow me to assist you further. Let me make a quick phone call. As he spoke, Song Shan picked up his phone and dialed a number, partially covering his mouth as he whispered something. After a moment, he ended the call, his face betraying an unmistakable joy. Son, with your current prowess, how many more pills can you refine? For times, Song Feng glanced at his attributes panel, forming a rough estimate in his mind. Excellent. Song Shan's face radiated delight. I will record your pill refining process and send it to an old comrade of mine. He is affiliated with the military of the Dragon Nation and holds a significant position. He may be of assistance to you. So, you were speaking with him just now? Song Feng inquired. Indeed, Song Shan affirmed. I conveyed your situation accurately, and he was quite excited upon hearing it. Yet, due to certain circumstances, he cannot come. Thus, I intend to document your alchemical process. After all, seeing is believing. All right, Song Feng agreed with enthusiasm. Without further hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position on the ground. Begin the furnace. Commence alchemy. Meanwhile, outside a secret realm in the capital, 6 figures stood, 5 men and 1 woman. At the forefront was a man with a sword case slung across his back. He held his phone to his ear, his expression brimming with excitement, as he seemed to have heard something incredible. Boss, do you have good news? Why the sudden excitement? Queried a man holding guns in both hands, a lollipop dangling from his mouth, his face a mask of confusion. I've discovered a promising talent. A promising talent? Indeed, a genius alchemist. A genius? Just how talented? The gunman's expression was one of disbelief. He was well aware of his boss's discerning eye, which soared above the ordinary, dismissing even those who awakened hidden professions, let alone referring to someone as a genius. Not only he but the other 4 figures also bore expressions of curiosity, eager to witness the extraordinary talent that had garnered such high praise from their leader. You'll find out soon enough, the boss said, a slight smile gracing his lips, withholding further revelations. He sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in feigned slumber, while the others adjusted themselves, awaiting promising news. The 5 were perplexed, uncertain of what their leader referred to as promising news. Their curiosity intensified. Leader, about that secret realm. The man wielding dual pistols began to speak, but was interrupted by the leader. No rush. If what was conveyed over the phone is true, it merits our time to await the exploration of the secret realm. This matter concerns not only the future of our Sword Demon Special Squad, but also the fate of the Dragon Nation. What? Upon hearing the leader's words, the remaining 5 displayed expressions of astonishment. They had initially thought it was merely about a genius practitioner. They never imagined it would escalate to a national level. Clearly, this situation was far from simple. At that moment, they ceased their inquiries and also sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting their leader's news. After a brief interval, the leader suddenly opened his eyes, retrieved his phone, and opened the video that had just been sent. The screen displayed a young boy skillfully refining medicinal pills, adeptly adding bundles of herbs into the alchemical furnace. Before long, the pills flew out of the furnace, the entire operation flawless, as if executed by a seasoned alchemist. The man observed with mild astonishment, yet it was merely a fleeting surprise. He continued to watch. With the success of the first pill, the second and third were subsequently refined without issue. The man's breath hitched. 3 successful attempts, all without fail? Could it be that his success rate truly reached a terrifying 100%? The boy was none other than his former comrade who had spoken with Songshan earlier. Named Jiang Yi. At first, the notion of a 100% success rate in refining pills left him incredulous. Had it not been for Songshan's solemn tone, he would have dismissed it as a jest. However, after witnessing the unfolding events in the video, Jiang Yi was at a loss for words. Even high-level alchemists cannot guarantee a 100% success rate in refining a single type of pill. Moreover, according to Songshan, the youth on the screen was merely at level 1. To master alchemy at such a level was already astonishing. Yet, even more astounding was the revelation of his success rate being an alarming 100%. Jiang Yi glanced at the video progress bar, noting that approximately 1/3 remained. Could it be that the subsequent attempts were also successful? Driven by curiosity, he continued to watch. The boy continued to skillfully dispense herbs and control the flames, executing his actions with ease and expertise. And as expected, the pills were successfully refined once more. However, just as Jiang Yi anticipated the boy would continue refining, an unexpected event occurred. A crimson-black shadow converged behind the boy, lifting an arm to point at the pill suspended in midair. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the pill displayed numerous fissures, which rapidly spread like a spider's web. Jiang Yi had never witnessed such a scene before and stared wide-eyed. What was happening? The pill was cracking? Yet in the next moment, a dazzling light burst forth from the cracks. A beam, 2 beams, 3 beams, until the entire screen is enveloped in light. The brightness stings the eyes painfully. Yet the eyelids remain unyielding as Jiang Yi fixates intently on the elixir displayed in the video. Goodness, a supreme elixir. Shortly thereafter, a gasp emanates from the video, and the screen on the phone plunges into an endless darkness. Chapter 5. Refining a supreme elixir at level 1? In a regular place? Boss, what has transpired? Upon hearing the commotion, the previously half-asleep individuals immediately opened their eyes and gathered closer. Incredible. Jiang Yi exhaled deeply, the astonishment still etched on his face. Is it truly possible for such a prodigy to emerge in this world? Hearing his murmurs, those present grew increasingly curious. Boss, what exactly happened? Please don't keep us in suspense. Tell us swiftly. The man brandishing dual pistols inquired eagerly. Clearly, he was desperate to uncover what could provoke such astonishment in Jiang Yi. See for yourselves. Jiang Yi reopened the video, positioning the phone screen towards the 5. On the screen, the scene of Feng refining elixirs was unmistakably displayed. The youth appeared rather young, perhaps no older than 20. Is he truly refining elixirs? Given the boss's earlier reaction, could he be an undiscovered genius alchemist? Ah, so he's an alchemist. How splendid it would be if he were a primary combat profession. While alchemists are indeed rare, they are limited to high-level practitioners, and the financial burden of this profession makes advancement exceedingly challenging. Observing the video in silence, it was evident that this youth possessed some extraordinary trait. Otherwise, he would not command such attention from the boss. The video continued. As the first elixir was successfully produced, the 5 remained impassive. However, upon the successful emergence of the second and third elixirs, they were momentarily taken aback. Has he succeeded in refining thrice? Is it mere luck? Or, perhaps there exists an element of chance. But if that were the case, it wouldn't suffice to elicit such a strong reaction from the boss. All 5 were high-tier professionals and could instantly discern that the elixir in the video was merely a low-grade 1-pattern elixir. Many alchemists could achieve 3 consecutive successes. This was merely an appetizer. The explosive revelations were yet to come. Jiang Yi smirked mischievously, seemingly anticipating the astonished expressions of the 5 when they reached the end of the video. The video progressed. The youth ignited the flames once more for alchemy. Unsurprisingly, the elixir was successfully produced just like the previous 3. However, the subsequent scene left the 5 in stunned disbelief, their mouths agape. The man with dual pistols was equally mesmerized, completely oblivious to the lollipop that had fallen from his mouth to the ground. An overwhelming shock filled the hearts of the 5. With the exclamation of goodness, a supreme elixir, the video concluded. A supreme elixir? Surely I did not mishear? It is indeed a supreme elixir that has not been seen for decades. My heavens, who is this youth in the video? How has he mastered such profound alchemical skills at such a tender age? No wonder the boss is so astounded. This is no ordinary talent. It is truly a marvel. The few individuals present were at a loss for words. unable to convey the profound shock that engulfed them. However, Jiang Yi seemed to have pondered something and, with a mischievous smile, declared, "Allow me to share an even more astonishing revelation." "What is it?" The five inquired, perplexed. Could there possibly be anything more shocking than the creation of a supreme elixir? "The youth in the video is merely at level 1, Jiang Yi proclaimed. The five responded with incredulity. "Level 1? Are you certain you're not jesting? A level 1 hasn't even unlocked their skill compendium yet. How could he possibly have learned the art of alchemy, let alone concocted a supreme elixir?" They were utterly bewildered by Jiang Ye's words. "Rest assured, you heard correctly. He is indeed at level 1. As for how one at such a low level can master such profound alchemical skills, I cannot say. Perhaps this is the treatment that geniuses receive in a universal game. True genius transcends the ordinary, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. This is a child favored by the heavens, truly a darling of the universe." "Boss, who is this young man in the video?" inquired a man brandishing dual pistols. "He is the son of Old Song." "Which Old Song?" "Song Shan." "What, Brother Shan? He is Brother Shan's son?" The man's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "His name is Feng, and like Jiang Yi, he was once a comrade of Song Shan." The other four exchanged puzzled glances. They were unfamiliar with the name Song Shan, having never heard it mentioned by Jiang Yi or his companions. The son of Old Song, the young man in the video, is classified as a support master, a hidden profession capable of learning all support skills, though he cannot specialize into a more defined role. Moreover, this profession lacks any offensive skills, and to level up, he must recruit higher-tier professionals to assist him. Jiang Yi paused at this point. Fan Dehua, now grasping the situation, continued Jiang Yi's narrative. So, he revealed this extraordinary alchemical skill to benefit from the special talent policy, thereby enticing the state to dispatch strong practitioners to aid his leveling? Precisely. Jiang Yi affirmed with a nod. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Fan Dehua rose, brushed off the debris from his attire, and strode purposefully towards the forest's edge. Where are you headed? Jiang Yi queried, momentarily taken aback. To accompany that young lad for leveling, of course. Such a treasure must not slip through my fingers, especially since he is Brother Shan's son. At that moment, the only female present, Nan Gongmu, suddenly interjected. She was petite and charming, standing at about 1.5 meters tall, wielding a spear that seemed disproportionate to her size. Why bother with the dungeon any longer? Little Mu, come with me to witness firsthand the extent of that young man's extraordinary talents. Subsequently, Nan Gongmu was effortlessly lifted off the ground by Fan Dehua, much like a chick in his grasp. Team leader Nan Gongmu looked at Jiang Yi, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Little Mu, you should accompany Huazi. Jiang Yi mused after a moment of contemplation, a gentle smile gracing his face. However, do keep a close eye on him. Ensure he does not lead that young man astray into unsavory places. Ahem, my dear friend, how could you possibly remember? Fan Dehua inexplicably felt a flush of embarrassment. Besides, it has been years since I last visited such places. I have long since lost interest in them. All right, one can only hope. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation, then assumed a serious demeanor. You two must be vigilant on your journey. Remember to exercise caution against ambushes from shadow assassins. I, along with Xiao Bai and the others, will head to the capital to report this matter to the elder. During this time, you must ensure the safety of that young man. Any mishap on his part would signify a loss for our Dragon Kingdom. Oh, by the way, Jiang Yi suddenly recalled something, pursing his lips. Huazi, please convey a message to Old Song for me. What message? Fan Dehua inquired, puzzled. I appreciate your hard work over the years. Chapter 6, The Thief King Lu Ming. Is a legendary secret realm about to open? The following morning, due to excessive alchemical endeavors the previous night, Song Feng's mental faculties were still in a state of disarray. His most significant shortcoming at present was his low-level and feeble mental energy. He could manage to concoct no more than 5 potions at a time. Nevertheless, the final elixir he produced last night was an unexpected delight. Even Song Feng himself was astonished that he managed to create a golden legendary potion on his 5th attempt. Such divine concoctions are a rarity, seldom seen in decades. If word were to spread, it would likely attract frenzied competition from countless powerful factions. Although it bore only one pattern, its rank was indeed among the finest, classified within the supreme echelon of contemporary elixirs. As for the higher-tier divine potions, no one in reality has ever successfully crafted one. Son, it's time for breakfast. Coming. After a simple meal, Song Feng departed for school. However, he mused that their pace would not be so swift. It would take at least a day or two. Upon arriving at school, he was greeted with enthusiastic exclamations. Good morning, Song Feng. Morning. Good morning, handsome. Morning. There was no escaping it. Not only was Feng handsome, but he also excelled in theoretical tests. Moreover, he possessed an amiable demeanor, virtuous character, and eloquence. The only imperfection was his awakening of a seemingly worthless profession. Yet now, this so-called worthless occupation appeared to Feng as an untapped goldmine. Hey you. Morning. Huh? Feng raised an eyebrow. The only one who would address him in such a manner was that fellow. Sure enough, as he turned, a slender youth came into view. Wildcard. I can't believe you still remember my nickname from back then. Indeed, it's truly you. After a year, how have you transformed from a 200-pound behemoth into this lean figure? Ah, it's a tale filled with sorrow. The youth, named Lu Ming, was Feng's close friend and comrade in arms. However, having awakened the hidden profession of Thief King, he was admitted early by the prestigious Qinglong Academy. And now he was already a second-tier professional, a true prodigy among prodigies. Despite not having seen each other for over a year, their bond remained as strong as brothers. After a warm embrace, they began to stroll and chat casually. Hee, I just missed you, that's all. Perhaps influenced by his thieving profession. Lu Ming's smile carried an air of mischief. Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation, questioning whether he truly believed his own words. In this world, even the students from ordinary academies were embroiled in relentless competition, tirelessly battling monsters or making their way to dungeons. How could they possibly have the leisure to wander aimlessly? A dungeon? What dungeon? The region where Feng resided was known as Jiang City, a modest coastal town in the south, devoid of any high-tier secret realms. Surely, you haven't heard of the Forgotten Ruins? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and, partially covering his mouth, whispered, according to my mentor, it's a legendary hidden realm that is likely to open soon. The entrance to the dungeon lies within the worry-free forest of Jiang City. In Blue Star, the levels of dungeons are categorized into 5 types: simple, ordinary, difficult, catastrophic, and legendary. The most common type is the ordinary dungeon. The higher the dungeon's level, the more rewarding the loot, but correspondingly, the difficulty also escalates. A legendary dungeon? Feng expressed mild astonishment, realizing that Jiang City would soon become exceedingly lively. With a legendary realm emerging, powerful factions and elite academies would surely flock to the news. In due time, talented individuals from various backgrounds would converge here, inevitably leading to fierce competition. Unfortunately, all of this had no bearing on me, Feng thought with a wry smile. Don't lose heart. Once I complete my academy tasks, I'll take you out to level up in the wild. Lu Ming reassured him, patting Feng on the shoulder. After a brief chat, Lu Ming hurriedly departed. Back in the classroom, Feng, as usual, retrieved a thick book from his backpack and began to immerse himself in its content. Although he had completed the system task, the habits formed over the past 2.5 years were not easily discarded. Moreover, acquiring more theoretical knowledge was undeniably beneficial. However, just as Feng was engrossed in his reading, the classroom door swung open, and a portly middle-aged man with slicked-back hair entered. The teacher and students turned their gazes in unison, their faces reflecting confusion. Isn't that the principal of our Kanglan High School? What brings him here? He usually appears only like a mythical dragon, rarely showing his face. What a surprise to see him at school today. The students murmured among themselves. Be quiet. The teacher immediately gestured for silence before approaching the middle-aged man. Principal Lu, what brings you here? Apologies for the interruption, Wang. I am here to find one of your students. Who are you looking for? Feng. At this, all eyes turned to the young man sitting by the window in the back row. Sensing their gaze, Feng lifted his head from the book, his brow furrowing slightly. Why is everyone looking at me? Chapter 7. Key Cultivator of the Dragon Kingdom. The Guardian Squad? Principal's Office, Kanglan High School. So, you're Feng. Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to Brother Sean, with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth that are just perfectly aligned. At this moment in the office, besides Feng, there were 2 others, a man and a woman. The man, with a lollipop in his mouth, lounged on the sofa, his hands behind his head and legs crossed, exuding a playful demeanor. The woman, on the other hand, sat quietly with her hands resting on her lap, resembling a well-behaved child, silent and composed. Wait, who exactly is this Brother Sean you speak of? Feng suddenly seemed to recall something, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Of course, it's your father. Or perhaps you mean the old man next door? A silence enveloped the room. Do you know my father? Could he be the comrade referred to by the old man? Feng pondered to himself. I not only know your father, but I also know you, the man remarked, rising to his feet with a smirk. When you were a child, I even played with your little sparrow. Feng was taken aback. Cough, cough, Brother Hua, we are here on a mission. Please do not forget. At that moment, the girl on the sofa spoke, her voice sweet and melodious like a lark. Rest assured, Xiao Mu, I will certainly not forget. The man replied, turning his gaze towards Song Feng with a smile. Hello, Song Feng. I am Fan Hua. You may call me Brother Hua. I am a former comrade of your father and the vice captain of the Sword Demon Special Team. Has the state dispatched personnel so swiftly? Song Feng thought in astonishment. It had barely been half a day, a remarkable efficiency indeed. Greetings, Song Feng. I am Nangong Mu, a member of the Sword Demon Special Team. It is a pleasure to meet you. Just as Song Feng was silently astonished, a delightful voice sounded from below. He looked down to see a face as charming as a porcelain doll. You too, Song Feng stammered, momentarily taken aback by the girl's youthful appearance. Seemingly around 10 years old. However, her status was extraordinary, and she was undoubtedly among the elite of Longhua. Song Feng, you must be aware of our purpose for coming to find you, Fan Hua stated seriously. Only by promptly reporting your detailed information can you enjoy greater benefits and privileges. I hope you will cooperate and refrain from unnecessary concealments. Yes, I understand, Song Feng nodded. Please open your attribute panel. I will record your information. All right. With that, Song Feng opened his attribute panel. In Blue Star, practitioners could actively share their personal panels. Even if the other party wished to view them, it required one's consent. Unless one possessed a special profession or employed certain secret techniques, no other means existed. Level 1 indeed, yet capable of mastering skills. You are truly the prodigy the captain spoke of. Support master? Able to learn all supportive skills, but unable to master them. Such a pity to be a gold-guzzling beast. Attack, defense, and endurance attributes all fall below the average. Yet your mental strength surpasses the sum of the first three. How peculiar indeed. Nangong Mu was diligently documenting while muttering to himself. What a remarkable occupational talent. Suddenly, an exclamation escaped his lips, startling Fan Hua. Xiao Mu, what have you seen? Why the sudden shock? Huagu, you must look at his occupational talent. What about it? Goodness. Fan Hua turned to gaze, only to be rendered speechless by the revelation. The favor of the god of support grants unlimited skill slots? How is this even possible? Fan Hua was astounded. Although every profession had a plethora of skills, the number a practitioner could learn was limited. Upon reaching level 10 and transitioning into a specialized profession, the skill catalog would automatically unlock, along with 2 skill slots, allowing the practitioner to randomly acquire 2 basic skills. Subsequently, every 10 levels would unlock an additional skill slot, where skill points could be used to exchange for new skills. This meant that practitioners of the same level possessed an identical number of skills, with no advantages in skill quantity. However, Song Feng's innate talent was an astonishingly boundless skill slot, coupled with the ability to learn all supportive skills. As long as he had sufficient skill points, he could master every supportive skill in the skill catalog. This was simply extraordinary. Just the thought of it was enough to astound anyone. Xiao Mu continued documenting. I must report this crucial information to the boss. With that, Fan Hua picked up his phone and promptly dialed Jiang Yi. After relaying the incredible talents possessed by Song Feng, there was an immediate silence on the other end of the line. Huazi, is what you say true? I would stake my life on it. It is absolutely genuine. If there is even a hint of falsehood, I shall. However, before Fan Hua could finish a sentence, he was interrupted by another exclamation. Wow, this skill is incredible. Turning toward the source of the sound, he inquired, Xiao Mu, what have you discovered now? As he approached, Nangong Mu stammered, Huagu. You must see these 2 skill descriptions. Fan Hua's gaze fell upon Song Feng's skill panel, and in an instant, he was left bewildered. Hey, Huazi, what's going on? Jiang Ye's voice crackled through the phone, filled with urgency and curiosity about what they had witnessed. Boss, listen carefully. I'm going to read the descriptions of the 2 skills that little brat possesses. Prepare yourself. Don't be alarmed. After regaining his composure, Fan Hua swallowed hard. Hurry up and tell me. Stop keeping me in suspense. Jiang Yi urged. All right. Fan Hua took a moment to steady his astonishment before continuing. The Emperor's Soul grants a 100 success rate for alchemy, with a 10 chance to increase the grade of the elixir. The Holy Light of Divine Healing restores 5 health per second until fully recovered. Silence enveloped the line. After a prolonged pause, Jiang Ye's voice trembled with excitement. Huazi, Xiao Mu, and the Elder are about to assign us a national-level mission for the Sword Demon Squad, preparing for acceptance. The members of the Sword Demon Special Team, Fan Hua and Nangong Mu, stand ready at all times. Please, Elder, issue the mission. Fan Hua and Nangong Mu's expressions are solemn, their gazes resolute. Shortly thereafter, an aged voice resonates from the other end of the phone. In my capacity as the Elder of the Dragon Kingdom, I hereby assign a national-level mission to the Sword Demon. All members of the Sword Demon Special Team heed my command. After deliberation, we have designated Feng as a crucial candidate for nurturing within the Dragon Kingdom and have conferred upon all members of the Sword Demon the title of Protectors. You must ensure the utmost safety of Feng, utilizing every available resource to assist in his swift development. Any obstructors shall be dealt with ruthlessly. In times of crisis, even at the cost of your lives, you must safeguard Feng. Can the Sword Demon Special Team accomplish this mission? Should we fail, I shall embrace death. If we succeed, I shall forge glory. The Sword Demon Squad is prepared to face death with resolve. Chapter 8. Are we out of our minds? A legendary level breakthrough mission? The voice thundered, with heaven and earth as witnesses. It was sacred and solemn, as if receiving a divine edict. The scene just witnessed and the words spoken over the phone were all witnessed by Feng. At this moment, he is firmly convinced that his choice was not misguided. Aligning with the nation is the wisest decision. Huazi, Xiaomu, take Feng to level up. During this time, ensure his safety. We should reach Jiang City in about a day. We will contact you then to discuss the meeting point. With that, Jiang Yi entered the call. At this moment, he stood atop the Dragonflame Pavilion in the capital. This was a conference room, adorned with 12 seats, all occupied. Jiang Yi and 3 other members of the Sword Demon Special Team stood to the side, lacking even the right to sit before these individuals. Elder, the mission has been issued. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Jiang Yi inquired respectfully of one of the elder figures present. The elder stroked his beard and replied, Jiang City lies along the southern coast of the Dragon Kingdom, and rumors suggest that a low-tier legendary secret realm may soon manifest, potentially bringing unrest. Exercise utmost caution. Should Feng require any precious resources or demonstrate significant progress, you must report promptly. In addition to your team, I have dispatched several high-tier squads operating in the vicinity of Jiang City. Should any uncontrollable situation arise, you may seek their assistance. Your Sword Demon Special Team holds the authority to command them. That is all I have to say. You may set forth immediately. Understood. Feng, je replied solemnly. Clasping his fists, Captain Jiang Yi of the Sword Demon Special Team shall faithfully adhere to the Elder's instructions. Your teammate has defeated a wind slime. According to the team contract rules, experience points are evenly distributed. Congratulations, you have gained 100 experience points. Your level has increased by 1. Congratulations. You have received 2 free attribute points. Congratulations, your level has reached 10, the maximum limit. Please complete the breakthrough mission promptly and seek breakthrough materials. In the leveling area outside Jiang City, the sound of gunfire echoed like thunder, and flames danced wildly. With dual guns in hand, Vanderwa shot relentlessly at the obstructing slimes, each bullet claiming a life. The health bars vanished in a spectacular display. Some slimes hadn't even leapt from behind the trees before being taken down by a single shot. It was utterly tragic. Brother Hua, stop. I've already reached the level cap. Feng hastily restrained Vanderwa, who was eager to continue his onslaught. Huh? Hasn't it been less than 10 minutes? How can it be over so quickly? To be honest, Vanderwa had not yet had his fill of this exhilarating slaughter. Having long traversed high-tier secret realms, he hadn't experienced such a gratifying sensation in ages. Alas, joyful moments are fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, they had passed. You should take a look at your own speed, Nangongmu remarked, leaping down from a nearby tree with a pout, her demeanor adorably charming. Originally, they had agreed that one would protect Feng while the other would slay monsters, alternating every 10 minutes. However, before even 10 minutes had elapsed, Feng had already reached level 10. Nangongmu had yet to relish the thrill of defeating foes, and now the game had concluded for her, leaving her devoid of satisfaction. Oh, little Mu, don't be disheartened. Next time, let us have you go first, shall we? Vanderwa offered a resigned smile, attempting to console her. He then turned his gaze to Feng. Were the breakthrough tasks and materials? Feng opened his panel to reveal to them. Breakthrough task on how to become an excellent alchemist. Task difficulty, legendary, categories, easy, normal, hard, catastrophic, legendary. Task description. As an alchemist, your primary duty is to refine potions. Success or failure will serve as the cornerstone of your journey to greatness, as Hodelkin Caesar once said. Task objective. Refine 10 first-grade or higher potions. Vanderwa. Nangongmu. Although both had mentally prepared themselves, knowing that Feng's breakthrough task would undoubtedly be of astronomical difficulty, they were taken aback by the sheer challenge that exceeded their wildest expectations. To merely advance to the first transition, one must refine 10 superior grade potions. in the same tier. This task would be a rarity for anyone across the entire Blue Star. Truly a legendary task. It left no room for survival. Vanderwa and Nangong Mu silently mourned for Song Feng. If it was a monster-slaying task, they could assist from the sidelines. However, regarding the alchemical quest, they were utterly powerless. Yet, as the executor of this task, Song Feng did not perceive it as overly difficult. Let us not forget, the Emperor Flame Soul possesses a 10% chance to elevate the potion escalade. Even with the worst luck, it would merely result in a longer duration. Song Feng were the breakthrough materials. Vanderwa, noticing Song Feng's composed demeanor, assumed the latter must have a strategy and pressed on. Illusion fruit, fragrant stitching grass, and Luo Ji flower. Indeed, it appears that this game for the masses possesses a touch of humanity. The challenge of overcoming tasks is formidable. Yet the materials required for such breakthroughs are comparatively simpler. Vander Waals patted his chest, declaring, "Leave these materials to me. As for the alchemical task, you must rely on yourself." Upon exiting the leveling area, they arrived at an official organization of the Dragon Kingdom, dedicated to providing alchemists with various furnaces, herbs, and facilities for alchemical practices, which could be considered a special privilege afforded to alchemists by the Dragon Kingdom. Any registered alchemist may borrow items within the premises free of charge. "Greetings. Is there any assistance you require?" inquired the young lady at the counter with a smile. "Please inform your master that an old acquaintance wishes to meet him," Vander Waals said, leaning against the counter with one hand propping up his chin, a lollipop dangling from his mouth, exuding an air of nonchalance. "You seek the master?" The counter attendant's expression turned to one of surprise as she hastily asked, "May I ask how to address you? I need to inform the master. Tell him I'm called Gunfire." Chapter 9. Former member of the Sword Ghosts and current master of the Danxiang Pavilion, Yao Changsheng. At the top of the Danxiang Pavilion, in a refined room named High Mountains and Flowing Water, an elderly man clad in a white alchemical robe reclined on a mattress, gazing out at the picturesque scenery while sipping tea. "Life is truly delightful," he mused. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the door. "Who is it?" "Old Yao, it is I, Xiao Wu." "Come in." With that, the door swung open, and a man entered, bowing respectfully to the elder. "What is it?" the elder in white asked calmly. "There is someone downstairs seeking you, claiming to be an old friend," Xiao Wu replied. "An old friend?" The elder paused, surprised. Did he mention his name? Yes, he referred to himself as Gunfire. Gunfire? The elder's eyes widened in shock, causing the teacup in his hand to shatter on the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet and rushed toward the window. "Xiao Wu, tell him I am not here." And with that, he leaped out the window. Xiao Wu was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why did he jump out the window without a word?" "On my back." The elder clutched his waist, lying on the ground and wailing in agony. "Old Yao, are you all right?" Xiao Wu, momentarily stunned, quickly rushed forward to help the elder up. "Old Jar, stop pretending." A man leaped through the window, a lollipop still in his mouth. "Who are you? Someone call for help. We are under attack." Xiao Wu shouted, but was interrupted by the elder's voice. "Do not shout. He is the old friend here to see me." "Xiao Wu, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with him." "Understood." Xiao Wu, without further inquiry, wisely exited the room and closed the door firmly behind him. "Gunfire, it has been years. Your strength has indeed grown," the elder said, approaching the tea table to brew a pot of tea, smiling. "Old Jar, you have changed quite a bit over these years," Vander Waals remarked, examining the elder closely. "Had it not been for your unique scent, I truly would not have recognized you. Do tell, how is it that in just a few short years, you have transitioned from youth to this frail old visage?" Yao Changsheng, with a bitter smile, shook his head and said, "Let us not dwell on those sorrowful matters. Oh, by the way, I haven't inquired yet. How did you come to know I was here?" "Of course, it was the boss who mentioned it," Fan Dehua replied with a chuckle. "Rest assured, my visit is not meant to cause any disturbance. I come bearing a task." "What kind of task?" "To introduce you to a genius alchemist." "Genius? Just how talented are we speaking of?" "Even the boss has said he is a rare genius, one that appears only once in a century." "What do you think? Is that truly the case?" Yao Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Having once been a member of the Sword Ghost special team, he was well aware of Jiang Ye's discerning eye. "Absolutely," Fan Dehua affirmed earnestly. "And where is he?" "Downstairs." "Very well. I shall send someone to bring him up." A moment later, the door opened once more. Song Feng and Nangong Mu entered, guided by Xiao Wu. "Here, Song Feng, let me introduce you. This is Yao Changsheng, a former member of the Sword Ghost team, codenamed Medicine Jar. He is now the master of the Danxiang Pavilion, with alchemical skills that are among the finest in the Dragon Kingdom. Changsheng, this is the genius alchemist I mentioned, Song Feng. Fan Dehua played the role of the intermediary, facilitating their introductions. Greetings, Master Yao. Please, just call me Brother Yao. Brother Yao? Song Feng paused, taken aback by Yao Changsheng's aged appearance. Never mind. You may as well call me Elder Yao. Yao Changsheng replied with a wry smile. After all, he could not help that he resembled a venerable old man. Now, let us not stray from the matter at hand. My primary purpose for coming here is to ensure you both become acquainted, to foster familiarity. Fan Dehua stated directly. The second purpose is to request the use of the alchemy room, providing Song Feng with an optimal environment to facilitate his breakthrough task. A breakthrough task related to alchemy? What is it? Yao Changsheng inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Perhaps it's better not to disclose it. It might frighten you. Quit with the suspense, and just tell me, Yao Changsheng urged. Very well. A sly smile crept across Fan Dehua's face. Song Feng, show him. All right. Song Feng nodded in affirmation and then activated the task panel. Prior to their arrival, Fan Dehua had sought permission from the higher-ups to disclose Song Feng's existence to Yao Changsheng, who, as a senior official in the Dragon Kingdom, was entitled to know this information. Moreover, as many matters would soon require Yao Changsheng's assistance, it was preferable to be forthright and gain his cooperation. Yao Changsheng initially emitted a soft exclamation, then suddenly widened his eyes, his pupils contracting as though he had encountered something astonishing and beyond comprehension. By heavens, a legendary level task? Am I losing my hair in sight? Chapter 10. Breaking the record in the Dragon Kingdom's alchemy realm. A mere trifling request? The difficulty is so high. This breakthrough task must be at least of 5th-tier difficulty. Yao Changsheng stroked his chin, marveling inwardly. No, you've guessed incorrectly. Fan Dehua immediately countered with a shake of his head. Do you believe that with 3 attempts, you could figure out? Yao Changsheng. Are you certain you're not jesting with me? He wore a look of skepticism, harboring deep doubts about the situation. After failing to guess correctly on 3 occasions, he thought it impossible for it to merely be a first-level matter. Yet, observing Vandoor's tone and demeanor, it seemed unlikely he was jesting. If it were beneath the 5th level, it would logically be the 4th. Alchemical concoctions of high quality and above were entirely beyond the reach of low-tier alchemists. Even I, upon breaking through to the 5th level, could only maintain a success rate of about 5% for producing a first-rate elixir. When Yaosheng spoke these words, pride and self-satisfaction were etched upon his face. He was indeed a rare alchemical prodigy in the Dragon Kingdom, boldly proclaimed by the former master of the Danxiang Pavilion. My disciple, Yaosheng, possesses the demeanor of an alchemy emperor. Renowned far and wide, his prowess was exceptional, and he swiftly ascended to become the new master of the Danxiang Pavilion. Even when considering the entirety of Blue Star, his alchemical skills were among the elite. I concede, you are indeed extraordinarily gifted and possess exceptional alchemical skills. However, at this juncture, Vandoor suddenly paused. However, what? Yaosheng raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident on his face. But have you ever been called a genius by the leader? Well, not exactly. Yaosheng awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed, despite his remarkable alchemical abilities, he had only received praise from Jiang Yi and had never been labeled a genius. After all, the former Sword's Demon Special Team was composed entirely of the most exceptional talents. Isn't that a good thing? One should not measure the heights of genius through the eyes of an ordinary individual. Song Feng is recognized as a genius alchemist by the leader. He cannot be assessed by conventional standards. Vandoor spoke in a didactic tone, leaving Yaosheng momentarily taken aback. Nearby, Nangongmu rolled her eyes at the unfolding dialogue. If one did not know better, they might think you were referring to yourself. Yaosheng, feeling somewhat helpless, chose to disregard Vandoor's incessant chatter and turned to Song Feng. Young friend Song, what is your current level? Level 10, Song Feng replied candidly, having no reason to conceal the truth, especially since Vandoor had already informed the higher-ups. Level 10, upon hearing this, Yaosheng initially saw no issue. Indeed, once you complete the breakthrough task, you will become a true first-level practitioner. Song Feng nodded with a smile, appearing harmless. It seemed he genuinely found nothing unusual about the matter. Oh, by the way, I should mention that Song Feng, at level 1 last night, managed to concoct a first-rate elixir. Vandoor added, as if fearing Yaosheng would not be sufficiently astonished. This statement acted like a spark, igniting a powder keg. Yaosheng was instantly taken aback. What? A first-rate elixir at level 1? Good heavens! That is genius. No. To call him a genius is an understatement. This is nothing short of a prodigy. Yaosheng sprang to his feet, his face flushed with excitement. He finally understood why Jiang Yi referred to him as a genius. Why his breakthrough task was of legendary caliber, and why Vandoor had been so mysteriously reticent. It was all because this was simply too unbelievable. A common person would hardly accept it easily. Wait a moment. I seem to have discovered a flaw. At that moment, Yao Changsheng suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. A sly smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Song Feng, currently at level 10, had yet to complete the breakthrough task to specialize in his profession. How could he possibly master the art of alchemy? Moreover, to concoct elixirs at level 1, and to produce superior-grade pills? You must be joking. Phew. I almost fell for your ruse, but fortunately, my wit prevailed. Yao Changsheng lightly patted his chest, holding his head high, seemingly proud of his cleverness. It is often said that genius is beyond measure. Fan Dehua, with an exasperated roll of his eyes, tossed his phone to Yao Changsheng, urging him to watch the video. What is this? Yao Changsheng received it, feeling perplexed. It was a recording of Song Feng crafting superior-grade elixirs. A recording? Upon hearing this, Yao Changsheng's thoughts wavered. With a recording in hand, could it be that everything previously stated was indeed true? With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, he clicked on the video. 10 minutes later, the video concluded. Contrary to his expectations of expletives, Yao Changsheng merely lowered his head in silence, continuing to stare at the now black screen. Fan Dehua, fully aware of the video's astonishing impact, refrained from interrupting. After a while, coming back to his senses, Yao Changsheng lifted his gaze toward Song Feng, his expression incredibly complex. As a seasoned alchemist, he understood better than anyone the formidable challenge of producing superior-grade elixirs. Even he, a genius with the potential of a pill emperor, had only succeeded in crafting a single one-pattern superior-grade elixir at the 4th transformation. When this news spread, it sent shockwaves through the entire alchemical community of Long Kingdom. This record was enshrined in the annals of the alchemical history of Long Kingdom. Yet, Song Feng managed to shatter this record at level 1, and he did so effortlessly. Well, I did not deceive you, did I? Fan Dehua wore a triumphant expression, as if he were the one who had broken the record. Yao Changsheng shot him a glance, then turned to Song Feng. Young friend Song, do you intend to borrow the alchemy room for your concocting? Yes. I plan to swiftly produce 10 superior-grade elixirs. I have heard that the effects are enhanced in a specialized alchemy room. This visit to Danxiang Pavilion by Fan Dehua was twofold. Firstly, to introduce Song Feng to Yao Changsheng, and secondly, to borrow the alchemy room. While registering as an alchemist would allow free access to the facilities, revealing Song Feng's true circumstances might lead the staff to suspect they were causing trouble. To avoid unnecessary complications, Fan Dehua had to seek Yao Changsheng's assistance. Very well, without further ado, I shall take you to my exclusive alchemy room. Additionally, I have a small request. I wonder if you might oblige? Yao Changsheng hesitated, scratching his head, contemplating whether to voice his request. Elder Yao, it is no trouble at all. Please feel free to speak. As long as it is within my means, I will certainly assist you. Song Feng understood the importance of gratitude. Since the other party was lending him the exclusive alchemy room, it would be only right to help in whatever small way he could. Upon hearing this, Yao Changsheng finally spoke. May I observe your alchemical process? Chapter 11. The Alchemist's Request. A slightly astonishing encounter. Is it permissible for me to watch you concoct elixirs? The request from Yao Sheng was neither trivial nor monumental. After all, each alchemist possesses unique preferences. Some favor the presence of onlookers to invigorate their spirit, while others prefer solitude, shunning any external audience. Uncertain of Song Feng's inclinations, Yao Sheng cautiously inquired. Of course, Song Feng replied nonchalantly. Regardless of the setting, his success rate remained unwaveringly at 100%, impervious to external influences. Really? Yao Sheng exclaimed, visibly thrilled. Come, let me take you there immediately. With that, he guided Song Feng and his companions to the exclusive alchemical chamber of the Guildmaster. The space was expansive, lined with wooden shelves brimming with an array of herbs. The very air was thick with the rich scent of medicinal plants. At the heart of the chamber stood an ancient alchemical furnace, its intricate patterns faded yet dignified, radiating a deep violet hue, suggesting it had seen many years. Song Xiaoyu, time is of the essence. Please take your place at the center of the formation. I shall activate it for you. Yao Sheng indicated towards the dark violet furnace. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that it was indeed a magical formation. Understood. Song Feng seated himself cross-legged at the designated spot. Observing this, Yao Sheng waved his sleeve, sending a glimmering light into the formation. Buzzing sounds resonated as the runes began to swirl, illuminating the air with a soft glow. The Destiny Elixir formation is now activated. Song Xiaoyu, you may commence your alchemical endeavor. This formation, a result of significant investment by the Danxiang Pavilion, had been meticulously inscribed by numerous high-ranking formation masters, designed to cultivate focus and dispel distractions. This was the very purpose of the alchemical chamber. However, not every chamber boasted such a sophisticated array. This was a privilege reserved for the guildmaster. The formations in ordinary alchemical rooms were of an entirely inferior caliber, a stark contrast to this one. With a flicker of thought, a black and red alchemical furnace emerged from Song Feng's brow, hovering before him. Upon witnessing the Qiyuan furnace, Yao Sheng was taken aback. What an extraordinary aura emanates from this furnace. What? I am unable to ascertain the specifics of this furnace. Yao Sheng murmured to himself, increasingly astonished. Previously, while watching videos, he had seen this furnace but had dismissed it as an ordinary one. Now, present in the moment, he could distinctly feel a powerful resonance emanating from it. This furnace was indeed remarkable. Unbeknownst to Song Feng, merely summoning this furnace had left the illustrious guild master of the Danxiang Pavilion utterly astounded. Commenced the alchemical process. The essence of alchemy, as its name implies, is the creation of potions that restore spiritual energy. The spirit-controlling flower, the white bamboo grass, and the astragalus flower. Song Feng skillfully and effortlessly placed the herbs into the alchemical furnace. Prior to the alchemical process, the herbalist Yang Changsheng had boldly proclaimed, "Feel free to utilize any of the herbs on the shelves. Do not fear waste. If necessary, we can always acquire more." Thus, he had no concerns regarding the insufficiency of materials. Song Feng merely needed to concentrate on his alchemical craft. Soon, the elixir was freshly concocted. Yang Changsheng and his companions exclaimed, "Can you hear that? Is that even comprehensible? To have concocted a one-pattern elixir at level 10, is that not enough? While others at level 10 are still in school preparing for their exams, you have already succeeded in creating an elixir with a success rate of merely a fraction." Observing this, Yang Changsheng approached with curiosity. He bent down to pick up the elixir box, gazing intently at the potion. Initially, his expression was quite normal. However, gradually, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had encountered something terrifying. "What is the matter with the elixir?" Van de Hoa perceptively noted the change in Yang Changsheng's demeanor and gently patted him, inquiring softly. Yang Changsheng remained silent, merely dazedly handing the elixir box to Van de Hoa. "What could have frightened you so?" Curiosity piqued, Van de Hoa activated the information panel. Then, Van de Hoa's voice suddenly rose. But upon remembering that Song Feng was engrossed in his alchemical work, he quickly covered his mouth. At that moment, Nangong Mu also leaned in, and upon seeing the description on the ethereal panel, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Type, elixir, level, 1 pattern grade, low quality, description, restores lost mental energy when in a non-combat state. Additional, this elixir is blessed by the soul of the Flame Emperor and can be consumed by practitioners of any level. The initial description was quite ordinary, yet the final line was nothing short of extraordinary. The three of them, being high-tier practitioners, fully understood the astonishing implications of this additional effect. Without a moment's hesitation, Van de Hoa immediately typed up a report to Jiang Yi. Meanwhile, the alchemical process continued, and Song Feng remained undisturbed by the outside world. At that moment, he seemed to merge with the furnace, achieving a state of unity between man and vessel. His mind was wholly immersed in the art of alchemy. Time flowed slowly. All 9 attempts were successful. Not a single failure occurred. While this was quite normal for him, it struck Yang Changsheng and his companions like a deluge of overwhelming astonishment. 9 consecutive successes with a 100% success rate. Is this even human? It was simply beyond reason, an existence akin to a miracle. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Yang Changsheng and his companions were at their wits' end. In comparison to Song Feng, they who prided themselves as geniuses found themselves somewhat amusing. He was the true genius. Although it was merely a one-pattern elixir, Yang Changsheng reflected upon his own capabilities and realized that even during his 3rd transformation, he had never achieved a 100% success rate in concocting a one-pattern elixir. It is evident that Song Feng's talent in the realm of alchemy is nothing short of extraordinary. Without pausing, Song Feng proceeded to his 10th attempt at concocting a potion. Unsurprisingly, the elixir was once again successfully produced. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar. A shadow of black and red coalesced behind Song Feng. In an instant, the temperature within the alchemy chamber soared dramatically. Simultaneously, the herbs on the shelves began to tremble, as if a terrifying presence had emerged. Could this truly be the spirit of the ancient alchemist? Moreover, its form appeared significantly larger than in the videos. Yao Changsheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. He could no longer comprehend Song Feng. First, there was the mysterious alchemical furnace, followed by an unprecedented success rate in potion making. And now, the manifestation of what seemed to be the spirit of an ancient alchemist. Any one of these phenomena would be enough to boast about for a lifetime. Yet, Song Feng seemed to be the recipient of all these accolades. Was this not extraordinary? What is the spirit of the ancient alchemist? Nan Gongmu inquired softly, perplexed by Yao Changsheng's mutterings. The so-called spirit of the ancient alchemist refers to the powerful alchemists of yore, whose wills persist even after death, transforming into ethereal forms that wander the realms. During the process of alchemy, there exists a chance to awaken the spirit of the ancient alchemist, aiding in successful concoction and even elevating the quality of the potion. Even I have encountered the spirit of an ancient alchemist only once, and that was when I produced an extraordinary elixir, Yao Changsheng patiently explained. And what are the conditions for triggering this phenomenon? Nangong Mu continued to inquire. The conditions for such a manifestation remain unknown, Yao Changsheng replied, gazing intently at Song Feng, enveloped in the shadow, his eyes narrowing as if seeking answers from him. He had noticed this anomaly while watching the video earlier, but he was uncertain and could not make hasty conclusions. However, at this moment he was present on site, acutely sensing the suffocating pressure emanating from the shadow. Now, Yao Changsheng was certain that the apparition was undoubtedly the spirit of the ancient alchemist. Ding! The passive ability of the Flame Emperor's spirit has been activated. You have been favored by the spirit of the Flame Emperor, elevating the potion from a medium grade to an extraordinary elixir. As before, the crimson shadow pointed at the potion. Crack, crack, crack! Instantly, fissures appeared on the surface of the elixir, from which brilliant beams of light radiated. After a moment, a softly glowing potion hovered in the palm of Song Feng's hand. Phew, 1/10 of the task is complete. It seems I must continue to strive. Just then, Yao Changsheng approached swiftly, bowing with a smile. Congratulations, young friend Song, on acquiring an exquisite elixir. However, Song Feng chuckled and shook his head. Elder Yao, you are mistaken. This is not an exquisite potion. Yao Changsheng was taken aback. He had distinctly sensed a powerful energy emanating from that elixir. If it was not an exquisite potion, then what could it be? Wait, the energy fluctuations of an exquisite potion did not seem to be this potent. Yao Changsheng appeared to have made a realization. With an expression of utter disbelief, he gazed at the elixir floating in Song Feng's palm. Could this possibly be an extraordinary pill? Chapter 12. Can one truly play like this? The shadow assassin emerges. Indeed. Song Feng nodded with a smile. Hiss. Not only was Yao Sheng surprised, but after hearing the affirmative response, both van der Waals and Nangong Mu gasped in astonishment. An extraordinary pill. Such a rarity. Even Yao Sheng, the esteemed head of the Pill Fragrance Pavilion, had only succeeded in crafting one once. Yet, as far as is known, Song Feng had already successfully refined two. This is simply astounding. Is it even fair to play like this? Young friend Song, may I have a closer look? Of course, he replied, but let me put on some gloves first. Song Feng. Quite reasonable. After all, pills are meant for consumption, and wearing gloves would ensure cleanliness. I've learned something. The patterns, the hues, the fragrance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly worthy of being an extraordinary pill. Yao Sheng carefully held it in his hands, scrutinizing it with awe, almost bowing down to the pill in reverence. Pill jar, look at your disgraceful demeanor. Stop being a nuisance, and let Song Feng refine the pills. Van der Waals scolded as he tugged at Yao Sheng's ear, pulling him away. He then snatched the pill, radiating a white glow from Yao Sheng's grasp. Wow, an extraordinary pill. I've never seen one in my life. TSK, this little thing is truly impressive. Song Feng. Nangong Mu. Yao Sheng. You just criticized others for their lack of ambition. Perhaps you should take a look at yourself now. As the three stared at him, Van der Waals awkwardly cleared his throat and carefully placed the pill into a pill box. Song Feng, please continue your refining. Pill jar, little Mu. Let us leave the refining chamber to avoid disturbing Song Feng. Song Feng opened his mouth, wanting to say, I won't be affected at all. Your presence matters not. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, the figures of Van der Waals and the others vanished. Well, I shall continue refining. Song Feng settled back down into a meditative position. The mental energy expended during the earlier pill refinement quickly replenished with the aid of the Destiny Spirit Pill Array. Ignite the furnace. Let the refining commence. Meanwhile, on the other side, once freed from Van der Waals' grasp, Yao Sheng erupted in fury. You must be out of your mind. I finally had the chance to observe Song Feng's pill refining, and you just ruined it. Damn it. I will fight you to the end. In recent years, Yaoxing had encountered a bottleneck in his pill refining skills, unable to make further progress. Upon learning of Song Feng's terrifying refining techniques, he glimpsed a sliver of hope for breaking through. He intended to identify his shortcomings by observing Song Feng during the refining process to achieve a higher realm. Little did he know that such a perfect plan would be thwarted by Van der Waals' reckless actions. Hush! Van der Waals wore a serious expression and gestured for silence before his lips. Yao Changsheng momentarily froze. Soon after, he observed Van der Waals pointing above and making a slicing motion across his throat. Instantly, both Yao Changsheng and Nangong Mu comprehended the gravity of the situation. There were assassins on the rooftop. Moreover, the ability to silently infiltrate the realm of Danxiang Pavilion without detection indicated that these were not mere ordinary assassins. They could very well be the infamous Shadow Assassins. It seemed another fierce battle was imminent. Xiaomu, remain here to protect Song Feng. The two of us will investigate the situation, Van der Waals communicated through sign language. To which Nangong Mu promptly nodded in agreement. After all, proficiency in sign language was a prerequisite for joining the specialized team, designed to facilitate communication in urgent situations without alarming the enemy. After issuing his instructions, Van der Waals sent a message to Jiang Yi. Without a moment's hesitation, he and Yao Changsheng vanished into thin air. At the entrance of the alchemy chamber, Nangong Mu produced a long spear from an unknown source, gripping it firmly. At that moment, her pupils transformed into a pale blue hue. Her gaze sharpened, contrasting starkly with her usual adorable demeanor. Whoosh! Two shadows sliced through the void, appearing atop Danxiang Pavilion. Damn it! They escaped again. A bunch of rats that only know how to hide in the shadows, trailing us wherever we go. It's utterly disgusting. They better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will flay them alive. Van der Waals seethed with anger. Yao Changsheng furrowed his brow and inquired, Shadow Assassins? Van der Waals sighed in resignation. What else could it be? They cannot overpower us in combat, nor have they succeeded in causing any real disruption. I truly do not understand their motives. Not only us, but other specialized teams frequently encounter shadow assassins during missions. They are practically impossible to eliminate. Yao Changsheng let out a soft sigh. 5 words aptly describe them. Incompetent yet love to play. The main point is, they pose no real threat to you. Van der Waals nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly agreeing with Yao Changsheng's words. Clenching his fists, he smirked. If I ever catch these rats, I shall surely skin them alive. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, en route to Jiang City, furrowed his brow upon reading Van der Waals' message. Just as Song Feng had concocted an exceptional elixir, the shadow assassins had arrived. It appeared they were still relentlessly pursuing us. The slightest disturbance would prompt them to emerge from the shadows. As a fellow member of the Sword Demon team, Shen Bing expressed his concern. Will that gunshot and Feng Wu put them in danger? Jiang Yi shook his head. In the short term, they should be safe. Although the shadow assassins are formidable, they are no match for either the gunshot or Feng Wu. Moreover, with Yao Guanzi assisting them, they would not dare take reckless action. Jiang Yi turned to Chun Bing. Wu Ying, initiate space traversal without delay. Time is of the essence. If anything were to happen to Song Feng, we could not bear the consequences. Understood. As soon as the words left his lips, Chun Bing's palm erupted with a brilliant white light, piercing the void ahead. In the next moment, a swirling vortex of space materialized in response. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi and the 4 entered Chapter 13. All expenses will be covered by the state. Within the exclusive alchemy chamber of the leader of Danxiang Pavilion, as the dazzling white light dissipated, a pill, rich in color and perfectly round, hovered in Song Feng's palm. At last, he could independently refine high-grade pills without relying on passive skills. Indeed, as the old adage goes, practice makes perfect. With a little more effort, wouldn't it be effortless to even refine supreme-grade pills? As Song Feng toyed with the pill in his hand, a notification rang in his mind. Ding! The proficiency of your skill, Emperor of Flames Descending, has reached its maximum, automatically advancing to 2 stars 1. Emperor of Flames Descending. 2 stars 1 with the assistance of the soul of the Emperor of Flames, your success rate in pill refinement is 100. With a 20 chance of enhancing the pill's quality, and all side effects of the pills you refine are eliminated. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a promotion reward. Recipe for the Racier Bloodburst pill, automatically stored in the system space, available for the host to review at any time. Taken aback by the voice in his mind, Song Feng realized that frequently using skills could indeed enhance their proficiency and upgrade their star rating. Does this mean that by merely employing skills more often, one could continuously level up? His confusion was swiftly addressed. Friendly reminder. Only lifestyle auxiliary skills can be upgraded through proficiency accumulation. Skills of other categories require skill points or enhance with a host level. Song Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had thought he could exploit the system, releasing skills as long as he had mental energy and continuing after recovery. Wouldn't that allow him to perpetually elevate his skill star rating? Alas, he was advised to abandon such unrealistic dreams. As for the distinction between lifestyle and other auxiliary skills, Song Feng was quite knowledgeable, having diligently studied for 2.5 years. Lifestyle auxiliary skills generally include alchemy, enchantment, forging, cooking, and optimization, whereas other auxiliary skills encompass healing, amplification, support, control, purification, weakening, and locking. In essence, if Song Feng mastered lifestyle skills in the future, he could continuously accumulate proficiency to level up, while other auxiliary skills could utilize skill points or enhance with level progression. Having comprehended all this, Song Feng stood up and stretched lazily. He had completed 4/5 of his task, having refined 7 high-grade pills and 1 supreme-grade pill. He needed only to refine the final 2 pills of high grade or above to complete the breakthrough task. Therefore, he was in no rush. For less than a day had passed. He retrieved the recipe for the Racier Blood Burst pill from the system space and studied it intently. This was a long-lost pill, capable of maximizing the body's potential in a short period, inducing a frenzied state akin to the red-blooded condition of a monster on the brink of death, yielding explosive enhancements across all attributes. However, this pill came with significant side effects upon consumption. The body may enter a state of frailty, lasting at least a month as a minimum. This is one of the reasons for the disappearance of this particular elixir. The other reason lies in the extreme difficulty of its refinement and the preciousness of the medicinal materials. The ordinary alchemist simply cannot bear such exorbitant costs. Over time, this elixir gradually faded from the realm of alchemy. Perhaps only a handful of seasoned alchemists have ever heard of it. It produces effects akin to the monster's crimson blood state. The side effects of consumption are negligible. After upgrading the Emperor's soul, a new passive ability was acquired, the complete elimination of the elixir's side effects. Truly, it is a divine blessing. Song Feng's heart surged with joy. He scanned the surroundings and was pleasantly surprised to find that all the necessary materials for refining the Racier blood elixir were present and in abundance. How delightful! Let the Racier blood elixir commence. Unbeknownst to him, outside the alchemy chamber, 7 individuals stood in waiting. Jiang Yi and his 3 companions had already traversed the spatial rift to Jiang City and immediately reunited with Fan Dehua and his group. Jiang Yi patted Yao Changsheng on the shoulder, chuckling. "Yao, it's been years. You've matured quite a bit." Yao Changsheng scratched his head and laughed. "Ha, boss. Don't tease me like that." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jiang Yi turned to Fan Dehua. "Gunshot. What's the situation? Have shadow assassins been dealt with?" Fan Dehua shook his head in exasperation. These pesky rodents scurry away too quickly. Not even a shadow was seen. Jiang Yi frowned. What could be their purpose for appearing this time? Do they know about Song Feng's existence? Fan Dehua's expression grew solemn. The shadow assassins are relentless. They pose a threat to Song Feng, who has yet to fully develop. We can no longer remain passive. We must take the initiative to eliminate all shadow assassins lurking in Jiang City to prevent Song Feng from encountering danger. Fan Dehua's tone was resolute, exhibiting a determination not to rest until the shadow assassins were completely eradicated. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a way to lure them out?" Upon hearing this, Fan Dehua's head drooped. "No." Jiang Yi, the other 5. Such grand words. We thought you had a strategy. It seems we have overestimated you. It was merely empty bravado. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. We cannot guarantee constant, flawless protection for Song Feng. So the best course of action is for him to become stronger on his own. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before stating this. Nangonk mu interjected. But Song Feng is purely supportive. He possesses no combat ability whatsoever. Therefore, I intend to fully equip Song Feng. Backed by the state, we have ample resources at our disposal, eliminating any financial concerns. What do you all think? Upon Jiang Yi's conclusion, the group contemplated briefly before nodding in unison. Agreed. Very well, I will assign everyone their respective tasks. Wu Ying and the War God will go to the Jingo Merchant Association to procure a batch of life-preserving scrolls, as well as various equipment and weapons needed for support. Junlin and Feng Wu venture to the auction house of Pindigo to procure skill point scrolls, as many as possible. All expenses would be covered by the state. Chapter 14. The Guardian? Yao Sheng aspired to become a Tauren. Indeed, after everyone received their respective missions, they departed in succession. Only Yao Sheng, Jiang Yi, and Vanderwa remained on site. Their task was to protect Song Feng, preventing any unforeseen incidents. All three were seasoned members of the Sword Ghost team, having initially formed this group together, although Yao Xing had later chosen to withdraw. As for the other three members, only Jiang Yi and Vanderwa remained in the elite Sword Ghost squad. Boss, have we clarified the origins of the Shadow Assassins? Jiang Yi inquired. From the moment the Sword Ghosts began to make their mark, they had been targeted by the Shadow Assassins for decades, who relentlessly pursued them. Unfortunately, even now, they remained oblivious to the origins of this organization. They had considered laying ambushes to capture and interrogate them, but the Shadow Assassins never afforded them such an opportunity. Any hint of suspicion prompted immediate self-detonation. The state was equally at a loss. After all, once self-detonation occurred, what could be done? Were they to summon souls for questioning? The Shadow Assassins seldom revealed themselves, but their appearances signified the fall of a new star. Indeed, they ruthlessly assassinated the prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom, effectively undermining the strength of the next generation. Regarding the origins of Shadow Assassins, the strategists of the Dragon Kingdom proposed two theories. First, they might be a foreign assassin organization operating within the Dragon Kingdom, with the primary objective of eliminating various prodigies while simultaneously gathering intelligence on the kingdom's internal affairs. Second, they could be a band of desperate individuals allied with abyssal monsters, their activities spanning the entirety of Blue Star. All of this remained mere conjecture, devoid of any corroborative evidence. However, what could be affirmed was that the Shadow Assassins were adversaries of the Dragon Kingdom. Viang, yes seek in resignation. These vermin provide us with no opportunity for investigation. Yao Xing frowned and queried, are we to merely watch helplessly as they assassinate one genius after another? Jiang Yi shook his head, responding, the state will certainly not remain idle. Thus, they have dispatched numerous powerful individuals to covertly protect these emerging talents, known as Guardians. Our Sword Ghost team is also among the Guardians. Oh, Yao Xing raised an eyebrow, realizing that the higher echelons of the state placed considerable importance on this, sending a special squad to serve as Guardians. And whom do you protect? Song Feng. And who else? Just him. What? Yao Xing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a distinguished special squad of the Dragon Kingdom would be tasked with safeguarding a youth who had yet to undergo his first transformation. Moreover, the entire team of 6 was assigned to this duty. This clearly illustrated the state's regard for Song Feng. Indeed, should Song Feng truly flourish, his extraordinary alchemical skills could yield significant benefits for the nation, thereby enhancing its strength. Yet, did the state not fear that Song Feng might turn against them once he matured? After all, Yao Xing was not well acquainted with Song Feng's character. They had merely met once, and that was all. It is entirely normal to harbor such concerns. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi and Fan Dehua exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. What are you two laughing at? Is there something amusing about this question? Yao Changsheng said, bewildered. Fan Dehua, with an air of mystery, inquired, do you know who Song Feng's father is? Yao Changsheng shot him a look of disbelief. His father? How would I know? However, he suddenly seemed to recall something. Wait, the surname Song. Could it be? Indeed, it is the very answer you are contemplating, Jiang Yi affirmed with a smile. So, he is truly the son of Shangge? No wonder his face seems increasingly familiar. The first time I saw him, he was still weaning, and now he's grown so much. To possess such profound alchemical skills, how wonderful it would be if he were my son, Yao Changsheng lamented. Jiang Yi and Fan Dehua exchanged knowing glances. From your tone, might you be contemplating placing a green hat upon Song Shan? Yao Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine as the two regarded him with peculiar expressions. No, you're misunderstanding, he protested. Yes, we understand. Jiang Yi and Fan Dehua nodded in amusement, appearing harmless. I'm done for. You two schemers are up to something again. Time flew by, and a day had swiftly passed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the legendary breakthrough task. Successfully refined 10 high-grade elixirs. Please promptly seek breakthrough materials and proceed to the Adventurers Association for level advancement. As the notification panel appeared, Song Feng chuckled and let out a deep breath. Phew! Alchemy is truly exhausting. I feel as though I might develop hemorrhoids if I sit any longer. Fortunately, diligence yields rewards. He held a crimson elixir and scrutinized it closely. Name, Blood Fury Elixir. Type, Elixir. Grade, 1 stripe. Quality, high grade. Description, consuming this elixir will trigger a frenzied state, dramatically enhancing all attributes for 1 minute without any side effects. Note, this elixir is blessed by the soul of the Flame Emperor, making it consumable by adventurers of any level, with no reduction in effect. Although he had not refined an extraordinary grade elixir, This high-grade one was still quite satisfactory, with its duration exceeding that of a low-grade by a full 30 seconds. If the entire team were to consume the Blood Fury elixir, they could achieve overwhelming dominance in less than half a minute, and without any adverse effects. It was nothing short of a miraculous elixir. Feng could not help but feel a swell of emotion. Just reaching 2 stars had rewarded him with such a divine elixir. What would the future hold? At that moment, he felt a bright horizon ahead. Song Xiaoyu. How did it go? Was everything smooth? Yao Chongsheng approached, smiling as he queried. Everything went well, thanks to the materials you provided. Elder Yao, Feng replied, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness, for he had indeed expended many precious materials in the crafting of the Blood Fury elixir. The price of medicinal herbs alone has far surpassed 7 figures. Van der Waals inquired with curiosity, Feng, how is the progress of the mission? Feng replied with a smile, the progress is at 100%. It has all been completed. Upon hearing this, the three, Yao, Chongsheng Van der Waals, and Jiang Yi, were left with a plethora of questions. They assumed that Feng merely sought a breath of fresh air, never anticipating that he had already accomplished the task at hand. Such efficiency was truly astonishing. Chapter 15, The Land of Divine Annihilation. A security guard avoids 20 years of detours. At that moment, Feng noticed Jiang Yi and couldn't help but express his confusion. Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is the renowned and formidable leader of the Sword Demon Special Team, Jiang Yi, codenamed Death Sword. Van der Waals exaggeratedly introduced. Jiang Yi shot him a glance, then extended his hand towards Feng with a smile, saying, Hello, Feng. I'm the comrade who contacted your father last night. You can call me Uncle Jiang. Feng returned the handshake, replying, Hello, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Yi's fondness for him grew. He declared, I have been informed of your situation, and I promptly reported it to the state. The nation places great importance on you, which is why we, the Sword Demon Team, have been dispatched to protect you. However, if you feel uncomfortable or prefer not to accompany us, we respect your choice, and the country will send other special teams to ensure your safety. The Grand Elder has instructed us that everything should align with your wishes. Therefore, do not hesitate to express your thoughts. We fully understand. Jiang Yi's words conveyed the state's significance towards Feng. Even the nation's elite special team had been assigned to safeguard him. What an impressive display of support. How could I not want to accompany you? Feng replied hastily. He was not foolish. Regardless of Jiang Yi's past connection with his father, their extraordinary prowess alone provided him with immense reassurance. While the state valued him, he would not exploit that status to act recklessly. It would be tantamount to courting disaster. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yi laughed heartily upon hearing Feng's words. Since you trust us so much, we will not disappoint you. We shall certainly assist you in your rapid growth. Yes, I believe that. Feng nodded and then posed a question that had been lingering in his mind. Uncle Jiang, you are all former comrades of my father and members of the Sword Demon. Could it be that my father is also one of you? After Van der Waals had introduced his identity, this question had been brewing in Feng's mind. But he had been preoccupied with other matters until this moment presented itself. Indeed, Jiang Yi confirmed with a nod. He was once the vice-captain of the Sword Demon Team. Vice-captain? Feng was taken aback. Why had he now fallen to the position of a security guard? Shouldn't all members of the Sword Demon Special Team be national-level geniuses? Why then was Shan merely guarding an old community? To understand all of this, one must begin with the entrance to that place. Jiang Yi began. The secret realm is known as the Land of Divine Annihilation. It was its first appearance. At that time, the portals to the realm of divine annihilation were scattered throughout Blue Star, allowing practitioners from various nations to enter. Our special teams, the Sword Demon and Bloodblade, were dispatched to the secret realm to pioneer its challenges, striving to surpass other nations in conquering the dungeons, securing advanced weaponry, and bolstering our national strength. However, the outcome was tragically grim. At this point, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Even now, he remained unable to accept the result. Both Yao Chongsheng and Fan Dehua bowed their heads, their fists clenched tightly. The Bloodblade Special Team faced total annihilation. Meanwhile, in our Sword Demon Special Team, 2 members perished, 3 were gravely injured and on the brink of death, ultimately relying on one individual to rescue all 3. Among the critically wounded was I, along with Gunshot and Yao Guanzi. The person who saved us was your father, codenamed Demon God. Jiang Yi's gaze was profoundly complex. Demon God, do not concern yourself with us. Our life force is nearly extinguished. You are the last hope of the Sword Demon Special Team. The Dragon Nation cannot afford to lose the Sword Demon Special Team. You must flee. Captain, you know me best. Even if it means self-detonation, I will not abandon you to escape alone. You cannot possibly shake off their pursuit while carrying us 3 burdens. Why persist in this stubbornness? Shake off. Did I ever say I would shake them off? Then what do you intend to do? Detonate the demon god sword and fight them to the death? No. If the demon god sword shatters, your level will plummet to the depths. Even if you successfully escape the secret realm, you will become a mere shell of your former self. And what of that? Preserving your lives is all that matters. Demon god, I command you as the captain of the sword demon team. Do not do anything foolish. I apologize, Captain, but this shall be my final act of defiance against your orders. Don't. Song Shan raised his pitch-black sword high, gazing up at the crimson, sunlit sky, as a terrifying force erupted from within him, surging into the dark sword. Divine annihilation. Boom. As the words fell, the heavens and earth changed color, and night descended. Jiang Ye's words seemed to possess an enchanting power. Song Feng felt as if he could envision the scene. After recovering, Gunshot and I were relatively unscathed. Yet, Yao Guanzi lost the ability to fight again. Song Feng could not help but express his confusion. Isn't Yao an alchemist? How could he lack combat capability? Jiang Yi explained, in truth, he is a dual-class practitioner. His primary profession is alchemy, while his secondary profession is scythe puppeteer. All his scythe puppets were destroyed, rendering him incapable of combat, thus forcing his exit from the sword demon team. Naturally, the nation did not forsake Yao Guanzi, allowing the former master of the Danxiang Pavilion to take him as a disciple, focusing solely on alchemy, and he successfully became a master himself. Is there really someone with dual professions? Song Feng was hearing about such a phenomenon for the first time. Indeed, only those capable of entering the sword demon team could achieve such brilliance. They are truly geniuses among geniuses. Jiang Yi smiled and continued, after that incident. Only Gunshot and I remained in the sword demon team. Your father's level plummeted drastically, hitting rock bottom. The nation's original plan was to have him stay within the system, transitioning to a civilian role. Why not become a security guard now? You could save yourself 20 years of detours. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Song Feng could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. Save 20 years? Why not just go underground and save 60? You make a fortune. He sighed. Well, these are matters of our generation. The future of the Dragon Country will be in your hands, young ones. Since you have completed your breakthrough mission, let us hasten to the Transmutation Temple for your level advancement, Jiang Yi suggested, and the breakthrough materials. Before Song Feng could finish, Vanderhua interrupted with a smile. Rest assured, I have all the materials you need right here. He glanced at the apothecary Changsheng with a mischievous grin. Isn't that right? Apothecary Changsheng's smile was more pained than joyful. Of course, take as you please. Yet, he thought to himself, you scoundrel. How could you take advantage like this? Just wait until I get the chance. You'll regret it. Chapter 16. Is this not just X-ray vision? Song Feng's codename? The Practitioner Association. This organization emerged following the integration of the universal game with reality, spreading across every corner of the globe. Even in Jiang City, a relatively small locale, there are at least a dozen branches. Its primary functions include class transitions, submitting breakthrough materials, claiming breakthrough rewards, and posting commission tasks. Essentially, all matters related to practitioners can be addressed here, making it quite convenient. Dear practitioner, welcome to the Practitioner Association. I am Elisa. How may I assist you today? As a receptionist of the association, she is merely an artificial construct, yet her beauty is striking, and her alluring figure ignites excitement among countless practitioners. It is said that in the early years following the integration of a universal game with reality, many had designs on her. Their fate, however, was dire, as they were obliterated by the game, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, for the next several centuries, no one dared to act recklessly. Hello, I would like to submit my breakthrough materials. Song Feng laid out all the required materials on the counter. Dear practitioner, congratulations on gathering all the necessary breakthrough materials. As Elisa's words fell, an ethereal window appeared before Song Feng. Ding! Breakthrough mission completed and materials submitted. Please proceed to the transmutation area for your advancement. Dear practitioner, please head to room 6 for your breakthrough. Thank you. Following the direction indicated, Song Feng entered. The room was modest in size, with a gem at its center radiating a spectrum of colors. Would you like to proceed with the breakthrough? Yes. As he spoke, a flash of white light surged from the gem and enveloped Song Feng. Ding! Breakthrough successful. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the first transition. Reward: a condensed radiance sword. Ding! Detection indicates host has reached first transition. A random skill reward has been granted. Reconnaissance technique. Under the blessing of the God of Assistance, your skill reconnaissance technique has automatically evolved into the divine skill Insightful Spirit Eye. Insightful Vision, 2 stars with this skill. You can view the occupational panels of any individual and scan everything within a radius of 50 meters, with a chance to trigger prompts regarding monster weaknesses. Song Feng was taken aback. Although this ability bore no augmentative effects and was merely an observational skill, it was more than sufficient. One must understand that an exceptional support character must possess a broad perspective. This divine skill was the very embodiment of such awareness. Everything within a 50-meter radius lay bare before his eyes. Was this not akin to having X-ray vision? As his star rating increased, would the range not expand even further? 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, perhaps even the entirety of Blue Star. Merely contemplating this stirred his blood with excitement. He decided to give it a try. With a thought, he activated insightful vision. A fleeting blue light shimmered momentarily in Song Feng's gaze. In an instant, he felt akin to a deity, surveying everything within a 50-meter radius. A nursing infant, amorous couples, a man receiving accolades, and a group of cloaked figures lurking in the sewers? Song Feng paused momentarily. During broad daylight, dressed in such a manner and hiding in a desolate sewer, they cannot possibly be up to any good. He narrowed his focus, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. Lord Shadow Master. The Sword Demon Special Squad has arrived in Jiangsheng and is heading to Danxiang Pavilion. The Shadow Guard we sent to gather intelligence nearly got discovered. Oh, what brings the Sword Demon to Jiangsheng? Could it be to protect those prodigies? Indeed, that is a possibility. Various factions have received word that a legendary secret realm may soon emerge in the Wuyo Forest of Jiangsheng. Currently, the city is a gathering place for exceptional talents. With the Sword Demon Squad present, it seems our assassination mission will encounter some challenges. Lord Shadow Master, you need not worry. I have summoned numerous shadow guards from surrounding cities. The Sword Demon Squad consists of merely 6 members. They cannot possibly manage all of them. Very well, we shall proceed as planned. Once those so-called prodigies emerge from the secret realm, it will be our hunting hour. Understood. Shadow Master? Shadow Guards? Assassination plans? It sounded eerily reminiscent of an overseas assassination organization. What was merely intended as a test of his skill's efficacy unexpectedly unveiled a significant secret. How delightful! Exiting the divine perspective, Song Feng's lips curled into a grin that nearly reached his ears. He needed to swiftly inform Uncle Jiang and the others, so they could ensnare these rats in one fell swoop. He chuckled to himself, anticipating his forthcoming contribution. Upon leaving his room, Song Feng recounted everything he had overheard to Jiang Yi and the others. Surely, those individuals were the shadow assassins. Jiang Yi wore a look of disdain, remarking, "What a pack of vermin, hiding in the sewers. It is no wonder we have been unable to uncover their whereabouts." Curious, Song Feng inquired Uncle Jiang, "Do you know who they are?" "Well, having been old adversaries for many years, I am quite familiar with them." Jiang Yi succinctly introduced the shadow assassins. "Uncle, what are your plans to deal with them?" "The mantis stalks the cicada while the yellow oriole lies in wait, since they wish to engage in underhanded tactics. We shall respond with even more cunning. Jiang has already devised a counterplan, and Xiaofeng, you may simply sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Enough of the trivialities. Let us first rendezvous with the other team members and then devise your growth strategy." Subsequently, the quartet departed from the Practitioner Association. A mere 10 minutes later, they convened in the VIP room of the Danxiang Pavilion. Song Feng was introduced to the other 3 members of the Sword Demon team by Jiang. The first, a striking man with silver hair dressed in fashionable attire, was named Chun Bing, a Dimension geek codenamed Shadowless. The second, a muscular and imposing figure, was Bai Jing, a destroyer codenamed War God. The third, donning a cap and wielding an umbrella, was Lung Mo, a trickster codenamed Sovereign. Jiang then elaborated on himself, as well as on Fandahua and Nangongmu. "Jiang, I am a wine-sword immortal, codenamed Deathsword. Fandahua, a sharpshooter, codenamed Gunshot. Nangongmu, a battle mage, codenamed Phoenix Dance. Greetings, I am Song Feng, an auxiliary master, though I have yet to settle on a code name." He introduced himself. Chun Bing stroked his chin, expressing, "This lad is indeed handsome, reminiscent of my youthful charm." Bai Jing chuckled. "Little brother, from now on, call me Jingu, and I assure you, you too shall attain muscles like mine, capable of crushing beasts with a single blow." Chun Bing rolled his eyes. "Do you aspire to be a big fool with nothing but muscles?" Bai Jing's eyebrows shot up. "You dare insult me, you scrawny dog?" Chun Bing, incensed by the remark, retorted, "You are the scrawny dog. Your entire family is scrawny dogs." Just as the two were on the verge of a quarrel, a voice interjected. Silence. Lung Mo, with his cap and calm demeanor, spoke softly, and it seemed as if an invisible force sealed the mouths of Chun Bing and Bai Jing. After this, Lung Mo turned to Song Feng and simply stated, "Hello, I am Lung Mo," before falling silent. Song Feng mused. Indeed, one lives up to their name. He is quite aloof. Ha ha ha, Xiaofeng, do not feel out of place. Chun Bing and Bai Jing are natural frenemies, often hurling insults at each other. Were it not for Lung Mo's intervention, they would likely demolish Blue Star. Jiang, concerned that Song Feng might not appreciate the atmosphere, quickly added, however, if you do not enjoy it, I can have Lung Mo silence them permanently. No, no, no. How could I? I rather enjoy it, Song Feng replied, appreciating the lively atmosphere over the oppressive gloom. At least there are no ulterior motives or backstabbing. You are now considered part of our Sword Demon special team. So it would be best to choose a code named swiftly for ease of reference during missions. We generally use code names rather than real names. Song Feng, in agreement, pondered for a moment before declaring, it should be meaningful yet not cliché. I have it. Let us go with Automaple. Automaple? A splendid choice for a code name. Jiang Yi inquired with curiosity, does it have any special significance? Song Feng nodded, indeed it does. You see, my name contains Feng, and I have a great fondness for autumn, so it seems quite reasonable to be called Xiao Feng, does it not? Jiang Yi responded, well, I suppose it does carry a certain significance, albeit a tad hasty. Once Song Feng's code name was established, Jiang Yi reported it to the authorities. Bingzi, please bring forth the items you acquired. Understood. Chun Bing stepped back a few paces, revealing a substantial collection of items. Teleportation scrolls, weapons, gear, skill point scrolls, emergency exit tokens, and various elixirs were all present. Quite impressive, Jiang Yi remarked with a smile. Xiao Feng, these are the welcoming gift prepared for you by our Sword Ghost team. Do not hesitate. Accept them all. Song Feng was momentarily taken aback. You call this a welcoming gift? Truly, the top squad of Dragon Country is extravagant. Xiao Feng, feel free to don any gear you find useful. If not, you may keep it for yourself, refine it, or sell it, whichever you prefer. Elevating your level will indirectly bolster the strength of the nation. However, he had no inclination to rest. Instead, he began to examine each welcoming gift. Indestructible. Set can withstand 80 of total damage. If durability is depleted, it will automatically be rendered inoperative. Immovable King Scroll. Item upon use. Standing still will generate a high-intensity protective shield. Emergency exit token. Item, a one-time use item that allows immediate exit from a dungeon. Step 1,000-mile scroll. Item upon use can randomly teleport to a location 10,000 meters away. Skill point scroll can be exchanged for 5 skill points. Usable for learning or upgrading skills. As Song Feng gazed at the dazzling array of items, his eyes sparkled with excitement. These are all treasures. Yet, why is everything so focused on survival? Whether it's life-saving scrolls, defensive gear, or emergency exit tokens, it feels as though they are anticipating my demise. Upon reflection, it made sense. The duty of a Sword Ghost team was to ensure his safety. Should anything happen to him, the nation would likely hold the Sword Ghost team accountable. I cannot bring trouble to Uncle Jiang and the others. I must prudently carry all these items with me. Better safe than sorry. After familiarizing himself with the various scrolls and donning the indestructible set, he turned his attention to the skill point scrolls. The importance of skill points for a practitioner is self-evident. Such scrolls are exceedingly rare and typically not sold individually. Acquiring them usually requires participation in high-stakes auctions among affluent individuals. A single skill point scroll often starts at a 7-figure price. Yet, to his astonishment, the Sword Ghost had managed to procure 3 of them at once. Overjoyed, Song Feng immediately clicked to use them. Ding! You have used 3 skill point scrolls. Congratulations. You have gained 15 skill points. Without hesitation, Song Feng promptly opened the skill catalog. No. That was incorrect. To be precise, it should be referred to as a divine skill compendium. A cursory glance reveals that the skill points required for different abilities vary significantly. Some demand hundreds of points, while others require merely a handful. Upon careful observation, Song Feng noted that assistive skills generally necessitate a greater allocation of skill points, such as amplification, crowd control, purification, and debilitation. In contrast, self-empowering skills tend to require fewer points, including defense, phasing, and evasion. As for life skills, they occupy a middle ground, neither overly demanding nor too lenient. Currently, my level is too low, rendering my self-defense capabilities inadequate. To alleviate some burdens for Uncle Jiang and the others, it would be prudent to acquire a self-defense skill. After a brief contemplation, Song Feng made his decision. He promptly clicked to learn a skill. You have utilized 15 skill points to learn the skill. Phasing. Blessed by the God of Assistance, your skill Phasing has automatically evolved into the divine skill, Ethereal Art. Ethereal Art. 2 stars vanishing without a trace. Even the gods weep. Upon utilizing this skill, you will enter the phasing state, rendering you immune to all physical damage and preventing skill targeting, lasting for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 1 day. After reviewing the skill description, joy illuminated Song Feng's face. With this skill, Uncle Jiang and the others need no longer worry about me being ambushed. Ha ha! Once I advance in rank, wouldn't it be possible to maintain the phasing state at all times? At that point, even the divine beings would be powerless against me. After the excitement subsided, a wave of drowsiness washed over Song Feng, and he succumbed to sleep. The following morning, after a simple breakfast, Song Feng, under the guidance of the 6 swordsmen, arrived at a location known as the Starry Illusion Forest. In Blue Star, monsters are predominantly distributed across 3 areas: secret dungeons, the wilderness, and leveling zones. Secret dungeons are suited for those who have transcended their first class, while novice adventurers typically prefer leveling zones, where the monsters are of lower levels, posing minimal danger and providing a safe environment for beginners to hone their skills. The wilderness, however, is fraught with peril, as the monsters there are often fierce, bloodthirsty, and exceedingly difficult to combat. Furthermore, the wilderness teems with a variety of monsters of differing levels, including some that far exceed one's own, rendering it quite unsafe. Nevertheless, there are advantages to venturing into the wild to hunt monsters. For instance, the equipment that drops is often rare. Monsters are clustered together, making them easier to hunt, and their remains can fetch a good price. These factors have led to the emergence of bounty hunter organizations, which undertake tasks to venture into the wild and eliminate monsters. As for why the swordsman chose to lead Song Feng into the wilderness, it is undoubtedly because of the advantages presented by the concentrated monster populations, facilitating swifter leveling for him. I will scout the depths of the forest with Wu Ying, Jiang Yi stated. Gunfire and Junlin will clear the way, while War God and Feng Wu will closely protect Xiu Feng. Following our plan, we shall proceed ahead. With that, Chen Bing unleashed a radiant white light from his palm, tearing open a vortex in the space before him, and the 2 stepped through together. Van de Hua wielded his gun with one hand, while Junlin prepared for takeoff. With a gentle parting of his lips, Lung Mo uttered a single word: levitate. Instantly, the umbrella in his hand unfurled, ascending slowly like a hot air balloon. Van der Waals seized Lung Mo's left leg, and together they floated in midair. Autumn Maple, ensure you keep up, he commanded before the sound of gunfire erupted. The monsters within the forest stirred restlessly, charging towards their direction. Ding! Your teammate has slain a bloodthirsty rhino. Due to the team contract token, you will exclusively receive the experience. Congratulations, you have gained 800 experience points. Before their arrival, Jiang Yi had utilized the team contract token. Newbie professionals with favorable conditions at home often employ this token when recruiting stronger players for training. According to the contract, all experience points earned during the teaming period would belong solely to the employer. In essence, all the monsters slain by the Sword Ghost's 6 members would yield their experience solely to Song Feng. He could merely recline, awaiting the influx of experience points. The team contract token is recognized across the gaming community, allowing the strong to assist novices in leveling up. However, there exists a rule within Blue Star. High-level professionals experience a reduction in the experience gained from slaying lower-level monsters if the level disparity is too great. No rewards will be dropped. Naturally, the Sword Ghost's 6 members had little regard for such rewards. What could they not acquire with the backing of a nation? Moreover, even with reduced experience, their monster-slaying speed remained unparalleled. In no time at all, Song Feng's level skyrocketed by 5 levels. At this pace, he would likely reach level 30 within the hour. The swiftness of his advancement was nothing short of terrifying. Throughout their journey, Song Feng scarcely encountered any living monsters. The ground was strewn with corpses, creating a scene reminiscent of a river of blood. For Song Feng, witnessing such carnage for the first time was a monumental visual shock. Under their escort, Song Feng and his companions swiftly reached the heart of the forest. Here, the monsters' levels had evidently escalated, predominantly consisting of 4th and 5th tier creatures. Yet for Van der Waals, they were merely targets to be dispatched with a single shot. As for Song Feng, he remained an observer. At that moment, he was perched upon Bai Jing's right shoulder. After casting a skill, Bai Jing's height surged to 4 meters, his colossal form resembling that of a giant, exuding an immense sense of intimidation. Standing at a mere 1.8 meters, Song Feng felt akin to a diminutive figure in comparison. War God, why did you choose this moniker? He inquired. Because my dream is to become the war god of the Dragon Kingdom, obliterating all enemies that oppose it. The ambition was commendable. Song Feng couldn't help but give Bai Jing a thumbs up. Just as he was about to pose another question, a swirling portal materialized abruptly. Shinbing poked his head through. Hurry, come in. We've located the lair. Chapter 18. Level cap reached again. A dungeon of catastrophe level or higher. With a sudden wave of dizziness, the world before Feng transformed instantaneously. Not far off, a colossal tiger emerged. Name, Golden Lion Tiger King. Level, 136, 7th rebirth. Health, 370, 000, 400, 000. The former indicates current health, the latter total health. Status, excellent. Introduction, a new breed formed by the fusion of the Crimson Flame Griffin and the Golden Tiger King, possessing terrifying strength and agility in movement. Skills, Tiger King's Roar. Golden Tiger Claw. A phantom panel materialized before Feng. This was not the Universal Game System interface, nor a divine auxiliary system panel, but rather the introduction panel provided by the insightful Spirit Eye, offering a detailed view of the monster's various attributes. As the gunfire erupted, Junlin and Feng Wu formed a surrounding formation to assist, while I swiftly dealt with the foe. War God, ensure that Feng is well protected. After Jiang Yi assigned the tasks, each of them commenced their respective actions. The 4 members of Jiang Yi positioned themselves at 4 different angles, encircling the Golden Lion Tiger King to prevent its escape amidst the chaos. Clang! The sound of a sword piercing the heavens rang out. Jiang Yi gripped his blade and charged forward. Great River Sword. All swords returned to origin. The sword's chill spread across 1,000 miles. 3 skills were unleashed, and before the Golden Lion Tiger King could even react, its health had diminished by more than half. A spectacular display of vanishing health bars unfolded. In truth, Jiang Yi alone could easily vanquish it. However, for the sake of precaution, it was wise for the entire group to engage. Even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Vigilance must not be relaxed. Roar! The Golden Lion Tiger King, displaying signs of trepidation, recognized that it was no match for the human before it and turned to flee. Yet, Fan Dehua and the others were not idle spectators. Bang! 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 4 shots rang out, and blood erupted from the Golden Lion Tiger King's 4 legs, causing it to collapse in a most undignified manner. Its health plummeted once more, triggering a critical red health state. A crimson glow flickered around the Golden Lion Tiger King, causing its attributes to surge instantaneously. However, before the beast could regain its footing, Nangongmu had already lunged forward with a long spear. A dragon strike sent the Golden Lion Tiger King flying. Cool Mo seized the moment, swiftly wielding an umbrella. 2 arcs of white light slicing through the body of the Golden Lion Tiger King. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the Golden Lion Tiger King erupted into a cloud of blood mist. Ding! Your teammate has slain the Golden Lion Tiger King. According to the team contract, you will exclusively receive the experience. Congratulations, you have gained 1,000,000 experience points. Your level has increased by 1. Congratulations, you have earned 4 points in free attribute points. Congratulations, your level has reached 30, and your experience has reached its limit. Please complete the breakthrough task promptly and seek breakthrough materials. The notifications cascaded down like a waterfall, leaving Song Feng's head spinning. Has the level reached its limit again? Moreover, this is the 7th rebirth. How could they fight so effortlessly? Out of curiosity, Song Feng glanced at the others, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He was astounded to discover that all 6 members of the Sword Demon were above level 150, indicating they were 8th rebirth professionals. A tier of individuals with lifespans exceeding 200 years. In other words, it appears that several individuals who seem relatively youthful have actually surpassed the century mark in age. Quite absurd. Furthermore, 6 formidable figures of the 8th tier are tasked with guiding this novice of the 1st tier. If this were to be disclosed, it would be met with disbelief. Even within the realm of explosive revelations, this matter stands out as exceptionally astonishing. Feng, your level must have reached its pinnacle, correct? At that moment, Jiang Yi and his companions approached. The experience points provided by a single 7th tier individual are sufficient to elevate one's rank across a significant boundary. Feng nodded, affirming that his experience points were indeed at maximum capacity. Jiang Yi inquired further, "What is your breakthrough task?" Upon hearing this, Feng had no intention of concealing the truth. He promptly displayed the task panel before everyone. Breakthrough task, the path of exploration. Task difficulty, legendary. Task description, countless secret realms exist. Who among you can conquer even half? The man known as the progenitor of exploration, Zhang Zihong. Task objective, form a team to delve into a secret realm of disaster level or higher. Everyone was taken aback. Another legendary task? Most notably, the task was about exploration. It is worth noting that the universal game has been a part of society for hundreds of years. Each year, new dungeons emerge, igniting the competitive spirit among a multitude of exploration enthusiasts vying for supremacy, achieving fame across the nation, and indeed the world, while reaping generous rewards for their endeavors. However, the number of explorers is staggering. To clear a dungeon ahead of the masses is no simple feat. Moreover, exploration signifies confronting unknown challenges and traversing uncharted territories, often at the peril of one's life. Danger and opportunity coexist. Yet, Song Feng's task involves delving into a secret realm of disaster level or higher. Merely the challenge of a difficulty-level dungeon has been enough to claim the lives of countless professionals. Dungeons of disaster level typically require even the nation's top experts months of research to conquer. For Song Feng, a mere second-tier breakthrough task, to possess such daunting difficulty is astounding. A saying has long circulated in Long Kingdom. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. For those with exceptional talent, the universal game does not permit them to languish idly. Instead, it seeks to hone and unleash their terrifying potential. Indeed, Song Feng is a living testament to this. Is it truly feasible for a novice to undertake the task of exploring a dungeon of disaster level or higher? Even a legendary progenitor of exploration, Zhang Zihong, might not have been able to accomplish such a feat at Qiu Feng's age. How formidable must Qiu Feng's innate potential be? Why would the universal game go to such lengths to challenge him? As the group grappled with their astonishment, a sense of frustration began to arise. Their team, the Sword Demon Squad, was tasked with aiding Song Feng in rapidly leveling up and growing stronger. Yet, this particular task was beyond their ability to assist. Currently, all known disaster-level dungeons in Long Kingdom have been cleared. There are no additional dungeons available for Song Feng to explore. In an instant, the group found themselves at an impasse. Song Feng, too, furrowed his brow in concern. It seems that the universal game is deliberately targeting him. Once, a legendary task was sufficient. But what does it mean to have it twice in succession? Are we simply not proceeding? Just then, Vanderwall seemed to have an epiphany and promptly exclaimed, "Aha! I have thought of a dungeon that is yet to be explored and meets the criteria." Everyone turned to him in unison, their curiosity piqued. What is it? The Forgotten Ruins. Chapter 19. Everything is subject to Song Feng's will. The Forgotten Ruins? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to that legendary dungeon rumored to appear in Jiang City soon? Precisely. Vanderwall nodded. I have heard it is a low-tier dungeon, accessible only to practitioners of first to third transitions, which perfectly aligns with Qiu Feng's qualifications. Long ago, news of this dungeon had emerged, and only recently did the spatial gate manifest in Jiang City's worry-free forest. This was indeed an opportunity for Qiu Feng. However, Jiang Yi shook his head, interrupting, "No, we cannot enter that dungeon. We cannot guarantee Qiu Feng's safety. Should anything unfortunate befall him, who would bear the responsibility? Not only would we fail to complete the task, but he could also lose his life." Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, the others silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, after all, Song Feng was merely a pure support character, devoid of any offensive capability. Who would they turn to for justification in such an event? The group's expressions dimmed once more. Nevertheless, as the recipient of the task, Song Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. Actually, I believe we can give it a try. If I sense any danger, I can simply use the emergency retreat card to exit the secret realm. Song Feng had his own trump card. At the critical moment, once his insightful spirit detected any anomalies, he could activate the ethereal technique to enter an incorporeal state, rendering him immune to all physical damage. If it became untenable, he could always withdraw from the dungeon. How would he know if it was feasible without attempting it? What if fortune favored him? Qiu Feng, are you certain? Jiang Yi asked, his expression serious as he sought affirmation in Song Feng's eyes. Yes, Song Feng replied with a firm nod. Very well. I consent to your entry into the Forgotten Ruins. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. What was happening? The leader was actually permitting Song Feng to venture into danger? Had he lost his mind? Leader, you. Bing attempted to voice his concerns, but was interrupted by Jiang Ye's gesture. No need to speak. We must respect Song Feng's choice. I will report this to the elder. I believe he will also agree. Jiang Yi turned once more to Song Feng. However, you must agree to one condition. What condition? I will contact the mentors from the top academies. If the dungeon opens, you must team up with the prodigies from those institutions. Do you agree? Of course. Song Feng was not foolish. If he could join forces with the geniuses from those prestigious academies, he would certainly welcome the opportunity. This way, the chances of completing the task might increase, and why not embrace such an advantage? Subsequently, it is certainly because this place is secure. Not only are there national-level defensive structures, but there are also formidable guardians patrolling the vicinity at all times. You should take a good rest over the next few days. I will help you find a suitable team. If there are any updates regarding the dungeon, I will inform you immediately. After securing all doors and windows, he opened the skill panel to check the new skills randomly awarded upon reaching level 20. Holy Lotus Emergence, 2 stars. You summon a sacred white lotus to descend upon the world, purifying the impure and enlightening all beings. Within a radius of 50 meters, all control effects, negative statuses, and toxic gas effects are automatically shielded. This divine skill is a transformation of the purification spell, and its effects are naturally related to purification. However, it encompasses more than mere cleansing. It also offers area-based control, dispelling and shielding from negative effects. I have come to realize that each divine skill focuses solely on one effect, striving for perfection. Take the Divine Light Healing as an example. It possesses terrifying restorative effects without any additional enhancements. Yet, that is more than sufficient. The efficacy of a skill lies not in quantity, but in precision. Song Feng pondered. If I were to acquire more divine skills in the future, would I not become a versatile warrior? Name, Song Feng. Profession, Master Support. Level, 30, 100. Attack, 287. Defense, 302. Stamina, 324. Mentality, 692. Professional talent. Blessing of the God of Support. All support-type skills can be learned, with no limit on the number of skills. Skill Codex unlocked. Free attribute points, 120. Gazing at the attribute panel before him, Song Feng silently shook his head. Even upon reaching level 30, these attributes still rendered him rather mediocre. However, his mental prowess far exceeded the average. What I most urgently need to enhance is my mentality. Only by continuously elevating it can I unleash more divine skills. A resolution formed in Song Feng's heart. He allocated all 120 free attribute points to his mentality. Ding. Increase completed. Your current mentality is 812. Having completed this, he found himself with nothing to do today. It was time to refine some elixirs. Song Feng took out the Qiyuan celestial furnace and began his work. If all goes well, he would enter the Forgotten Ruins alongside the elite talents from the top academies. Those individuals are the new generation's finest in the Dragon Kingdom. Although Song Feng had yet to interact with them, he felt a considerable pressure. He must not allow them to underestimate him, for it would not only tarnish his reputation, but also that of the Sword Demon Squad and the nation itself. How could so much effort be expended on nurturing a perceived failure? Thus, Song Feng strategically prepared in advance, planning to concoct additional elixirs to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. As for the medicinal materials, there was no cause for concern. This is the Danxiang Pavilion. After all, the quantity of materials here might surpass that of the entire Jiang City. And this is merely a small branch of the Danxiang Pavilion in Jiang City. It is hard to imagine how grand the main establishment in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom truly is. I must seize any opportunity to visit. Song Feng cast aside the distractions in his mind and devoted himself wholeheartedly to alchemy. Meanwhile, on the other side, boss, have you truly made up your mind? Allowing Qiu Feng to enter a legendary level dungeon? Although the suggestion had originally come from Vanderwa, it was merely a fleeting thought, never intended to be taken seriously. They were all acutely aware of the perils that a legendary dungeon posed. Injuries could range from severe to life-threatening, or even fatal. However, to their astonishment, Song Feng himself dared to take such a risk. What was even more outrageous was that Jiang Yi had actually agreed. Yes, I've already informed the Grand Elder. And what did the Grand Elder say? Everything is to be based on Song Feng's wishes. We can only offer advice and must not interfere with his decision. The remaining members of the Sword Ghosts fell into silence, taken aback by the Grand Elder's unexpected stance. Thus, the matter was settled. I will now reach out to the leading mentors from the top academies. If possible, I intend for Qiu Feng to team up with their prodigies for the dungeon. Do you have any recommended academies? Naturally, Jiang Ye's top choices were the 5 elite academies of the Dragon Kingdom: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Longyan. Boss, yesterday at Kanglan High School, I overheard the principal mention that Qiu Feng had a good friend who was later recommended to Qinglong Academy due to his exceptional talent. Vanderwa suddenly interjected, if all goes well, that young man should also be here. We can first contact the leading mentor from Qinglong Academy to inquire. If suitable, we could integrate Qiu Feng into their team. With a familiar face, he would have someone to look out for him in the dungeon. Jiang Yi found Vanderwa's suggestion quite sensible and inquired, what is his name? I believe it's Lu Ming. Chapter 20. Testing Song Feng through real combat. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Yi immediately contacted the leading mentor from Qinglong Academy who was visiting Jiangchen. Following the location provided, he arrived at the designated hotel. Hello, I am Jiang Yi, the captain of the Sword Ghost special team, with whom you have been in contact. Captain Jiang, I have long admired your reputation. My name is Lu Qi, the leading mentor from Qinglong Academy. The speaker was a middle-aged man. After a brief handshake, Jiang Yi got straight to the point. Mentor Lu, I would like to inquire about an individual. Captain Jiang, feel free to ask. I will share all that I know. Despite holding a prestigious position at one of the top academies in the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Qi dared not act presumptuously in front of the special team captain. Wearing a cordial smile, are you familiar with Lu Ming? Lu Ming? Yes, of course, he is one of our students at Qinglong Academy and has accompanied us to Jiangchen. Lu Qi was puzzled as to why Jiang Yi was inquiring about Lu Ming. What do you think of Lu Ming as a person? Jiang Yi unexpectedly posed this question. Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback, further perplexed about Jiang Yi's intentions. Captain Jiang, you mentioning him is one thing, but thinking about him makes me quite irritated. Oh, what happened? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. That fellow scurries around like a mouse, particularly unruly. As soon as Lu Ming was mentioned, Lu Qi's temper had evidently intensified. In the past, I refrained from commenting on his aimless wanderings within the academy. Yet who could have anticipated that this fellow would sneak out of the hotel yesterday, only to be caught red-handed by me? His skills in disguise and speed are remarkably proficient, and his intellect is commendable, albeit misdirected towards nefarious pursuits. Lu Qi's words were laced with a sense of disappointment. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi gleaned another layer of meaning from his remarks. It appeared that Lu Qi held Lu Ming in considerable regard. Otherwise, such anger would be unwarranted. After all, who would expend energy on someone they deemed inconsequential? Mentor Lu, I sought you out because I have a favor to ask. Now that we have confirmed Lu Ming's presence at the Qinglong Academy and his arrival in Jiang City, I have accomplished half of my objective. The next step is to inquire if you could make room for Song Feng among your ranks. I have a talented young lad whom I wish to introduce to a legendary level dungeon, but unfortunately, he lacks a suitable team. Therefore, I propose that he joins forces with the students from your academy. The reason I inquired about Lu Ming was that this young prodigy is a former classmate of his. If possible, it would provide him with some familiar support. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Had he misheard? A genius personally recommended by the captain of the Sword Demon team? The talent of this youth must be extraordinary. Of course, Lu Qi replied eagerly. Captain Jiang, could you kindly share the young man's profession and combat style? I would like to ascertain if there is a fitting team for him. He is an auxiliary master. Wait. Lu Qi pulled out a notebook, ready to jot down the details. Just as he inscribed the character for auxiliary, he suddenly froze. An auxiliary master? Is that the hidden profession in the support category? Indeed. Lu Qi let out a wry smile. Captain Jiang, if I'm not mistaken, that young man must be a student of Kanglan High School, correct? How did you know? Jiang Yi was taken aback, astonished that the other party was aware of such details. Did he perhaps know Song Feng? Noting Jiang Yi's confusion, Lu Qi elucidated. I was once a student at Kanglan High School as well, before becoming a mentor at Qinglong Academy. Coincidentally, last year, the academy's higher-ups assigned me to Jiang City for recruitment, and through Principal Lu's recommendation, I discovered Lu Ming, this promising talent. Additionally, Principal Lu had also recommended a young man to me, and I took the time to understand his profession. I believe he possesses immense potential, yet I am fully aware that the resources required for his development would be astronomical. Given that Kanglan High School has only one reserve quota, after weighing the pros and cons, I chose Lu Ming. So that is how it is, Jiang Yi remarked, realizing why Lu Qi had such a reaction upon hearing the term auxiliary master. Indeed, Mentor Lu's judgment was astute. That young man's potential was exceptionally high, yet the resources he would require were considerable. However, it is fortunate that you did not select him back then. Otherwise, our Sword Demon team would have missed out on this genius. Jiang Yi's tone carried a hint of playful banter, coupled with palpable relief. If Qinglong Academy had secured Song Feng back then, it would have been a significant loss. Thus, it seems that the Sword Demon squad may never have the opportunity to meet Song Feng. Captain Jiang, please do not jest with me. Alas, had I known back then, I would have requested an additional quota for direct admission from the higher-ups. Lu Qi realized that regretting now was futile. How I lament my past decisions. To be recognized by the Sword Demon squad, the potential career ceiling of that young man is simply unimaginable. Captain Jiang, let us return to the main topic. Could you enlighten me about the primary skills possessed by that youth? As an instructor at the Azure Dragon Academy, Lu Qi was certainly not a mediocre talent idly passing his days. He devised strategies based on the occupational characteristics and combat styles of his students. It was precisely for this reason that he had been appointed as the leading mentor for this expedition. Healing, reconnaissance, and phasing are the skills known thus far. With each new skill Song Feng acquires, Jiang Yi inquires and reports it to the authorities. Thus he is well informed. Only 3 skills? A terrifying conjecture emerged in Lu Qi's mind. What level could he possibly be at? Has he reached the maximum at level 30? Is he only at the first transition at 30? Lu Qi was utterly bewildered. Were it not for Jiang Yi's earnest demeanor, he might have thought his counterpart was jesting. Captain Jiang, the level restriction for this dungeon is from the 1st to the 3rd transition. Our students are all at the 3rd transition with full experience, which would certainly facilitate a smoother completion of the dungeon. However, Lu Qi left the latter part of his statement unspoken, implying that Song Feng's level was too low and no one would be inclined to team up with him. Jiang Yi understood this sentiment well. After all, no one desires to bring along a low-level novice during a challenging expedition. Minor Lu, what I say is mere speculation. One must see to believe. Therefore, my plan is to have you arrange for several students to accompany Song Feng to the dungeon and assess his actual combat capabilities. If you deem it unfeasible, I will assist Song Feng in seeking other teams, provided you do not regret this decision later. Certainly, Lu Qi nodded. He had been troubled about how to decline Jiang Yi's request without losing face, yet seeking a reasonable explanation. Now, Jiang Yi had presented a clear solution. Lu Qi felt a surge of curiosity, eager to discover what peculiarities this Song Feng possessed. Excellent, then this matter is settled joyfully. I have dispatched someone to investigate the situation in the worry-free forest. The Forgotten Ruins should not open within the next 3 days. On his way, Jiang Yi received a message from Chunbing. It is estimated that the spatial gate requires at least 3 days to open. As a dimensional enthusiast, Chunbing is well acquainted with spatial forces and can discern some intricacies from the spatial gate. Very well, time is of the essence, and the task is weighty. I shall commence arrangements for the students immediately. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qi declared, "Let us designate the Ghost Howl Forest as the location. There lies a challenging dungeon that will serve to test their capabilities aptly." Very well, see you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Lu Qi, Jiang Yi fortuitously encountered Song Feng emerging for some fresh air and conveyed to him the matters discussed earlier. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Feng raised both hands in enthusiastic agreement. I am willing. Chapter 21. This is not a surprise, but a fright. Stealing monster equipment? On the following morning, Jiang Yi, accompanied by Song Feng, arrived at the prearranged location, the Ghost Howling Woods. Their purpose for this journey was, of course, to tackle the challenging level dungeon here. Captain Jiang, we are over here. From a distance, Lu Qi was waving at him. Jiang Yi approached with a smile. Instructor Lu, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. This time, Lu Qi had not brought all the students. He had only brought 5 of them, along with 2 instructors to safeguard the group. This handsome young man must be Song Feng, Lu Qi observed, recognizing Song Feng beside Jiang Yi. Hello, I am Lu Qi, the lead instructor from the Qinglong Academy, visiting Jiang City. Greetings, Instructor Lu. Then, as if he had spotted something peculiar, Lu Qi's expression turned quite strange. Both Jiang Yi and Lu Qi noticed this and followed his gaze. There, beneath a large tree, a young man was sprawled out, his mouth slightly agape, seemingly asleep. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lu Ming. Though he appeared to be sleeping, it seemed he was murmuring something. Listening closely, one could hear, Bikini beauties? Haha, Grandpa Lu is coming. Song Feng. Viang Yi. Lu Qi. Shaoli, go kick that kid awake. Lu Qi felt as if the face of the Qinglong Academy was about to be tarnished, and his anger surged. Hey, where are my bikini beauties? No way. Was I just dreaming? Damn it. Who woke me up? Give me back my sweet dream. After experiencing a gentle wake-up service, Lu Ming immediately began to curse. Wishing to have your dream back, I shall return a punch instead. Lu Qi could no longer endure it. He swiftly approached Lu Ming and unleashed a series of punches, causing the latter to cry out in distress. Old Lu, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Stop it. I'll be an idiot if you keep this up. The other students from Qinglong Academy watched with suppressed amusement, seemingly relishing the opportunity to see Lu Ming get beaten, which brought them great satisfaction. Jiang Yi and Song Feng exchanged glances. Their curiosity piqued about what Lu Ming had done to evoke such animosity from his peers, to the extent that they were unwilling to intervene. Once Lu Qi had vented his anger, he finally ceased, observing Lu Ming, who was now leaning against a tree stump with a pitiful expression. Lu Qi shot him a disdainful glance. Stop pretending. Get up quickly. Your old friend has arrived. Old friend? Who? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming immediately sprang up, brushing the dirt from his clothes, clearly no longer in such a disheveled state. You've really fallen on hard times at Qinglong Academy, huh? Song Feng approached, chuckling. What the heck? Crazy. So the old classmate old Lu mentioned is actually you. Upon seeing Song Feng, Lu Ming's mind went blank. Last night, Lu Qi had informed him that there would be an old classmate joining them for the dungeon, but he had not disclosed the name. At Kanglin High School, Lu Ming's closest companion was Song Feng. He scarcely knew anyone else. So much so that he had forgotten their names. Just a day before, he had met Song Feng, who was only at level 1 then. Thus it could not possibly be him. After instinctively dismissing the possibility of Song Feng, Lu Ming did not pay much attention. To the extent that he had been blissfully asleep moments ago. Little did he anticipate that this so-called old classmate was precisely the answer he had initially ruled out. How absurd. This is quite unethical, Lu Ming exclaimed while draping an arm around Song Feng's shoulder. Did you know all along that we would be dungeon diving together and purposely kept it from me? Song Feng chuckled. I just wanted to surprise you. Lu Ming quickly waved his hands. No, what you've given me is not a surprise, but a fright. Indeed, it was a fright. It was incredibly embarrassing to be brutally beaten by the mentor while my good brother was right there. By the way, weren't you only at level 1 just 2 days ago? Now, what the? Level 30. Have you been cheating? Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be true? To soar 30 levels in a single day. Not only him, but the students from Qinglong Academy and the 3 mentors, Lu Qi included, were equally astonished. Even among these prodigies, none would dare to claim they could achieve such a feat in just 1 day. The leap was utterly terrifying, leaving little room for them to regain their composure. Time is of the essence, and the tasks are pressing. You all should familiarize yourselves quickly and prepare to enter the dungeon. All right, they were here for the dungeon. Once they regained their composure, Lu Qi smiled as he introduced Song Feng to the other 4 teammates. Yang Feng, a professional gunslinger, excels in stationary output with explosive damage. Luo Jincheng, a professional holy knight, possesses exceptional defense and resilience. Gu Jun, a professional magic swordsman, is agile and deadly in attack. And Xianana, a professional fire mage, specializes in ranged attacks with fire-based slow effects. 3 men and 1 woman. Lu Qi succinctly described their professions and combat styles, making it easy to remember. As for Lu Ming, there was no need for an introduction. Upon seeing Lu Ming's eager expression, brimming with the anticipation of praise, Lu Qi instantly lost the desire to continue with the introductions. Old Lu, don't quickly tell the madman what my advantages are, Lu Ming insisted, throwing a fit to compel Lu Qi to speak. Reluctantly, Lu Qi continued. Lu Ming, a professional thief king, renowned for swift speed, stealthy movements, and high critical damage, has the unique ability to steal items from monsters. At this, both Song Feng and Jiang Yi were momentarily taken aback. Wait, what? You can steal items from monsters? Are you serious? For certain monsters heavily reliant on equipment, losing their weapons or special gear would lead to a dramatic decline in their strength. Jiang Yi then comprehended why Lu Qi had chosen to recommend Lu Ming for admission years ago. Just this ability alone was sufficient to qualify for acceptance into a top-tier academy. Now that we are familiar with each other, let us hasten into the dungeon. Wishing you all the best of luck. Chapter 22. The Divine Skill Unleashed. A Frenzy of Potions. Best of luck to you all. Under the watchful gaze of Jiang Yi and the others, Song Feng and his companions stepped into the portal. Instructor Lu, do you think they can clear the dungeon? Viank Yisudendi Inuit. Absolutely. Lu Qi responded with unwavering confidence. They are the epitome of the new generation of top-tier talents from Long Kingdom. If they cannot even conquer a low-level dungeon, it will be better for them to be reborn. Who do you think will emerge victorious? It should be that lad, Lu Ming. Although he has a mischievous nature, his strength is indisputable. Oh, I believe it will be Song Feng, Jiang Yi remarked with a raised eyebrow. Shall we place a wager? The ownership of the dungeon is determined by various factors, such as damage and contribution. Thus, even support roles can accumulate contribution points to achieve victory. I'm in. Of course, I'll bet. Lu Qi nodded, his expression suggesting he was already confident of victory. If Song Feng truly prevails, I shall kneel and plead for him to join the Azure Dragon Academy's team. Agreed, Jiang Yi smirked. If I lose, I shall give you 100 million blue star coins. You have entered the Skeleton Kingdom. You have been cursed by the vengeful spirits, reducing all attributes by 20. Main quest: eliminate the Skeleton Legion and seize the Skeleton Throne. A chilling wind howled, and the cries of ghosts echoed. A sense of desolation and death pervaded the area, reminiscent of wandering alone in a graveyard at night, sending shivers down one's spine. The air was thick with a putrid stench, causing the expressions of all present to sour. What a foul odor! It's as if they haven tea bathed in centuries. Lu Ming jumped about, his face turning crimson from the miasma. Who could disperse this stench? It's suffocating. Due to his rogue class, Lu Ming possessed heightened senses. This had its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was his ability to quickly detect anomalies and respond promptly. As for the downside, it was currently manifesting itself. Let me give it a try. Luo Jincheng raised his massive sword high, holy light bursting forth from the blade. The surrounding odors and hazy mist were dispelled. Lu Ming felt some relief. However, before they could rejoice for long, the pitch-black mist began to seep through the white light until it completely engulfed the holy radiance. No, my holy light is being suppressed by this dark mist. It cannot hold. Luo Jincheng dropped his massive sword, gasping for breath. I'll give it a go. Xian Nana waved her staff, brilliant flames erupting in all directions. Instantly, the temperature soared, and the mist was somewhat dispersed. Yet, the flames could not endure for long, quickly extinguished by the dungeon's oppressive force. Damn, this dark mist is incredibly sinister. As Xian Nana, too, found herself at a loss, the group's faces turned grim, realizing they would have to endure the stench. Lu Ming, unfortunately, was suffering the most. Why don't I give it a try? Song Feng suddenly whispered. The others then realized. All right, they had forgotten that Song Feng is a support role and must possess a purifying skill. Hurry, you are the final hope of the entire team. Lu Ming pinched his nose, an expression of utter despair etched on his face. He certainly did not wish to see the late emperor's aspirations cut short before their fruition. Just upon entering the dungeon, before even engaging in battle, he was forced to withdraw due to the unbearable stench. That would be a mortifying disgrace. All right, Song Feng nodded, holy lotus emanation. As the words left his lips, countless white lotuses, radiating a pure and sacred luminescence, coalesced around him, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. Instantly, they drifted outward, as if endowed with a consciousness of their own. Wherever they traversed, the oppressive black mist dissipated, and starlight sparkled in their wake. The once desolate surroundings were now invigorated with newfound vitality. Within a 50-meter radius, everything lay enveloped in the embrace of the holy lotuses. The individuals present felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility, as if they were floating among the heavens. You are under the purification of holy lotus emanation. Negative effects are automatically eliminated. You are under the purification of holy lotus emanation. Any toxic gas will be automatically shielded. 2 panels abruptly appeared, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. They had thought that dispelling the black mist and the foul odor was already an impressive feat. Yet, to eliminate negative effects and shield against toxins was nothing short of miraculous. Wow, crazy. Your skill is truly incredible. I truly kneel before your prowess. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration, causing Song Feng to feel a sense of unease, as though being scrutinized by this lad was not a good omen. The others were equally taken aback, especially Luo Jincheng and Xian Nana. They had both attempted to dispel the black mist, yet their efforts had been futile and short-lived. They were acutely aware of the formidable suppression the mist wielded. But Song Feng, on the other hand, not only banished the mist effortlessly, but also eradicated the dungeon's negative effects in the process. In an instant, the group regarded Song Feng with newfound respect. All right, let us hasten to tackle the dungeon. With that, Luo Jincheng brandished his heavy sword and struck down at a skeleton. A ripple of chaos ensued. The surrounding skeletons rushed toward them. Some brandished bows, others wielded spears, while a few bore heavy stones, charging forward with reckless abandon. Let the battle commence. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng, armed with a heavy cannon, and Gu Jun, wielding a longsword, surged forward without hesitation. From a distance, Xian Nana waved her staff, unleashing fireballs that incinerated the skeletons, scattering their ashes with the wind. Meanwhile, Lu Ming concealed his presence and swiftly darted into the fray, disarming the skeletons one by one. The skeletons? Once deprived of their weapons, the skeletons' combat prowess plummeted drastically, allowing the others to attack with greater ease. Song Feng stood beside Xian Nana, contemplating that although he was a support character and currently lacked any enhancement skills, he could not simply remain idle. Thus, he crouched down and picked up stones from the ground, hurling them at the skeletons. Health 1, health 1. However, aside from the dull thuds of impact, his efforts proved entirely futile. Song Feng sighed, resigning himself to the futility of his actions, and began to unabashedly slack off. Just to clarify, it's not that I refuse to contribute. It's simply that my efforts would yield little result. With that, Song Feng plopped down on the ground and commenced his potion consumption. The surge of spiritual energy persisted, consuming an immense amount of mental fortitude. To avert any unforeseen emergencies, it was imperative to maintain the stability of one's spiritual energy within a specific range. Thus, under the astonished gaze of Xian'an, Song Feng continuously stuffed his mouth with elixirs as if they were mere candies. Noticing Xian'an's scrutiny, Song Feng, with a gentle smile, offered her an elixir. Care for one. Chapter 23. The Commanding Song with X-ray Vision. Xian'an was utterly bewildered by Song Feng's words. Who exactly was this Song Feng? He was consuming elixirs as if they were free. Even she, a top genius from the Azure Dragon Academy, had never witnessed anyone so audaciously devouring elixirs. Not to mention the exorbitant price of these elixirs. The mere question of whether the energy contained within could be fully absorbed by the body posed a significant dilemma. Rumor had it that many wealthy scions had met their demise from overindulging in elixirs. Yet, observing Song Feng's demeanor, he appeared utterly unfazed. Thank you. There was no reason to refuse a complimentary elixir. After receiving it, Xian'an examined it closely, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Just then, the battle ahead concluded, albeit with only minor adversaries easily dispatched. When Lu Ming and the others approached and noticed Xian'an's expression, they were filled with curiosity. Xian'an, what did you see? You look so surprised. Were you awed by our valiant combat prowess? Xian'an cast them a sidelong glance and then raised the elixir in her hand. I'm astonished by this elixir. Lu Ming and the others displayed intrigued expressions as they activated the elixir's interface. In an instant, they were taken aback. Wait, what in the world is this additional effect from the soul of the Flame Emperor? My heavens, this elixir can be consumed at any level, and its effectiveness remains unaltered. This is absurd. It was already remarkable to have a premium elixir, but the additional effects were simply outrageous. Did this mean that even they, as third-tier professionals, could gain the same enhancement from this elixir? Xian'an, where did you obtain this elixir? This was given to me by him. Xian'an pointed at Song Feng, who was seated on the ground beside them. In an instant, the gaze of the group towards Song Feng transformed. First, there was the astonishing purification skill, and now this extraordinary premium elixir. Each revelation shattered their previous perceptions. Lu Ming, filled with curiosity, asked, Madman, where did you procure this elixir? Feeling somewhat bashful under their scrutiny, Song Feng scratched his head and chuckled. Actually, I'm an alchemist, and these are all concocted by myself. The group was once again rendered speechless. He had produced elixirs with special effects right from the first tier. I don't have many premium elixirs left, but I do have quite a few superior ones. I'll give you a few as a token of our meeting. In truth, when he had handed an elixir to Xian'an earlier, he had merely grabbed one at random, not anticipating it to be a premium elixir. However, since he had offered it, he felt no regret. He could always concoct more. Lu Ming and the other three accepted the elixirs and casually examined their description panels. As expected, each one came with its own special effect. A few individuals were utterly astonished. Well, since this was bestowed by a madman, let us accept it all and continue our quest. Lu Ming had already devised a plan. Upon exiting, he would undoubtedly compel Song Feng to divulge all his little secrets. Or else, after a brief moment of shock, they resumed their advance deeper into the instance. The skeletal minions obstructing their path were effortlessly dispatched, and even the slightly stronger skeletal generals were swiftly defeated through teamwork. Along the way, they encountered no significant impediments. Before long, the six of them arrived at the entrance of a colossal castle. Within the castle, if they could vanquish the enemy, the instance would be completed. However, they first needed to eliminate the bothersome minions before them. Lu Ming surveyed the dense assembly of skeletal warriors, while Luo Jincheng stepped forward to engage the enemies, and the others prepared to unleash their assaults. With that, Luo Jincheng leaped into the air, his holy sword cleaving downward. A tremendous shockwave rippled outward, sending dozens of skeletons flying. Let us go, brothers. Gu Jun and Yang Feng charged forward. Xian'an, wielding her staff, provided support from the rear. Wild Path, do I need to do anything? Song Feng inquired, glancing at the battlefield. Just focus on preserving your life. With that parting remark, Lu Ming darted into the fray. Song Feng awkwardly scratched his head, pondering. This one do. I must hastily learn an enhancement skill, or else I will appear utterly useless in this direct confrontation. Of course, although Song Feng could not directly participate in the battle, he could observe the entire battlefield. His insightful eye quietly activated. From a divine perspective, he surveyed the entire combat scene. It was akin to standing on a podium, allowing him to discern every subtle movement with clarity. Luo Jincheng, beware of a sneak attack from behind. Gu Jun, do not strike recklessly. Stepping outside the range of the sacred lotus will subject you to the instance's suppression. Xianana, Yang Feng is overwhelmed with monsters. Lend him a hand in clearing them out. Hey. Wild Path, do not stretch the battle line further. At this rate, we will reach Grandma's house. Song Feng remained vigilant, leveraging his divine perspective to continuously relay crucial information to his companions. Upon hearing his shouts, they were momentarily taken aback. Some of them were even obscured by the skeletons. How could he still see? Could it be that Song Feng possessed some remarkable reconnaissance skill? This hypothesis brought a surge of excitement to their hearts. If true, then Song Feng's support would play an exceedingly vital role in the battle, helping them evade damage and convey essential information, thus tipping the scales of victory in their favor more swiftly. With Song Feng's assistance, they fought with remarkable ease, successfully dodging numerous attacks and maintaining their health around 80%. Moreover, Song Feng endeavored to guide their coordination, yielding surprisingly effective results. Their monster-clearing pace escalated to new heights. In no time, the skeletal army was utterly annihilated. Madman, incredible. Are you hacking? After the battle concluded, Lu Ming rushed over and embraced Song Feng's shoulder, grinning widely. Indeed, the visibility granted to us is astonishing. The skeletons couldn't even manage a sneak attack. And that last wave, with Song Feng's divine command, we effortlessly eradicated dozens of skeletons. Initially, I held some disdain for you, but now I am genuinely impressed. The group gathered around Song Feng, chattering excitedly. Faced with their praise, the still somewhat immature Song Feng appeared a tad bashful. He scratched his head and chuckled. This is what I, as a support, ought to do. He then lifted his gaze towards the castle before them. With the minions dispatched, it was time to confront the dungeon. It was a perfect opportunity to refine our coordination. When we enter the legendary level secret realm, we shall undoubtedly take the lead. Chapter 24. The Ridiculous Little Skeleton Monarch. In the past, the idea of securing first place in a legendary level dungeon would have seemed utterly fantastical to them. However, now that they had tasted the sweet fruit of teamwork, they understood that it was indeed possible to outpace and overwhelm the competition. They nodded in unison. All right, we will follow Song's command. Creak. The castle's heavy doors groaned as they struggled to push them open, creating just enough of a gap for one person to enter. Luo Jinsheng was the first to rush inside, followed closely by Gu Jun and Yang Feng. Song Feng positioned himself in the center, with Lu Ming and Xianana at the rear. Upon entering the castle, they were greeted by a spacious hall, flanked by numerous armed skeletons. At the far end of the hall loomed a throne fashioned from countless bones. Due to the dim lighting, they could only vaguely discern a colossal shadow seated upon the throne, the details obscured. Alert! 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 You have entered the territory of the Skeleton Monarch. Please exercise caution. It seems we are indeed correct. As long as we can eliminate the one on the throne, this dungeon will be completed. The distance was already over 50 meters, and Song Feng's spiritual vision could not directly assess the attributes. However, it would be prudent to first deal with the skeletal minions on either side before checking further. Luo Jinsheng engaged the right side monsters, while Yang Feng provided support. Gu Jun targeted the left side monsters, with Xianana assisting. All right, let us get started. After Song Feng allocated their respective tasks, they could charge towards their targets. The skeletons here boasted significantly stronger attributes and health than those encountered outside, making the battle a tad arduous. Luo Jinsheng delivered a heavy blow, sending the nearby skeletons soaring into the air, while Yang Feng seized the moment to unleash a barrage. Exactly. Now, while they are still airborne, use the flying claws to strike them towards one location. Yang Feng timed his attack perfectly. The grenade launcher roared to life. Boom, 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 with a flawless combination. Several skeletons were instantly dismantled, but do not celebrate too soon. Hurry and assist Gu Jun. Xianana first conjured a firewall to send them soaring into the sky. Continuing, Yang Feng unleashed a barrage from his Gatling gun towards the left, while Gu Jun executed a series of aerial strikes. Luo Jinsheng wielded his heavy sword with precision, reaping the enemies. The wild card should not hesitate. Swiftly seized the bows and arrows from the distant skeletal archers. Shadow strikes surged towards Luo Jinsheng, delivering decisive blows. Song Feng was equally astonished, discovering his remarkable memory. After merely one glance, he could recall the effects of everyone's skills. Coupled with the panel provided by his spiritual eye, Song Feng orchestrated their synergy based on each individual skill cooldowns and various combos. The final outcome exceeded all expectations. Moreover, the group reacted swiftly, their cooperation seamless. This series of maneuvers flowed like water, devoid of any flaws. The skeletal minions stood no chance. Witnessing the devastation within the castle, where the skeletal soldiers had been decimated by over half, flames of fervor ignited in their eyes, their blood surging with exhilaration. The sensation of such collaboration was utterly exhilarating, leaving them unable to stop. They had live targets to hone their skills on. With renewed vigor, they charged to eliminate the remaining skeletal warriors. Received. At this moment, the group was already in complete admiration of Feng. Not only did he possess incredible skills and exceptional alchemy, but his godlike command was also terrifyingly effective. The battle commenced anew. Each of Feng's commands was impeccably timed. Yet, just as they were engulfed in this exhilarating combat, a shadow descended silently from the heavens, targeting none other than Feng. Lu Ming was the first to sense the anomaly, glancing up with wide eyes. What the hell? Crazy. Before Lu Ming could finish his thought, a resounding thud drowned him out. Hearing the commotion, the others turned to look. They beheld a cloud of dust where Feng had once stood, through which loomed a massive silhouette. The expressions of Luo Jincheng and the others shifted dramatically. This was bad. They had grown too engrossed in the battle, completely forgetting that Feng was merely a support character, lacking combat prowess. If he was singled out, it would spell disaster. In this dire situation, they could only silently pray for Feng's survival. TSK. To ambush a defenseless novice in a difficult dungeon. How shameless. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed eerily. Everyone froze. That familiar voice belonged to none other than Feng. As the dust settled, two figures, one large and one small, emerged into view. Crazy, have you died? Lu Ming exclaimed in disbelief, wondering if he had become a spirit unwilling to depart. The other four, equally bewildered, stared in astonishment. Feng had transformed into a spectral form, drifting in midair, his figure flickering ominously, resembling a ghostly apparition. Feng twitched his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Ming. Have you ever seen a talking corpse? Lu Ming blinked, replying, well, indeed, this is my first encounter. Quite an eye-opener. Feng. He certainly was not dead. His spiritual eye had long sensed the impending danger and issued a warning in advance. As Feng descended, he unleashed an ethereal technique that rendered him immune to all physical harm, narrowly escaping a dire fate. Otherwise, he would have been quite literally crushed. The despicable invader. Who would have thought you could evade me? The skeleton lord towered impressively, standing approximately 4 stories high, his voice resonating like thunder. Upon hearing this, Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Me despicable? One might mistakenly believe it was Feng who had ambushed the skeleton lord. At that moment, Lu Ming and his companions had gathered around Feng, encircling him in his ethereal state to prevent any further ambushes from the skeleton lord. Name, Skeleton Lord. Level, 7E, 3rd transition limit. Health, 9720 010 000. The former represents current health, the latter total health. Status, excellent. Description, wielding a bone sword, standing upon a throne of bones, commanding the realms of life and death. Skills, summon undead, greatsword slam. Dragon of bones descends. How amusing that this diminutive skeleton lord dares to launch a sneak attack against me. Brothers, heed my command and unleash a furious assault. Chapter 25. The miraculous efficacy of the Racier blood pill. I'm not short on funds. Luo Jincheng and Gu Jun positioned themselves on either side, leading the frontal assault. Yang Feng prepared to strike from a mid-range, poised to exploit any weaknesses. Xianana provided range support, obstructing the skeleton lord's attacks to alleviate pressure on the front line. Yi Luzi took on the role of a free agent, repeatedly maneuvering to find an opportunity to steal a weapon. Feng understood that this skeleton lord was merely a programmed entity, devoid of subjective awareness. It would only attack according to the system's directives, so he needn't worry about whether it could comprehend him. Let the battle commence. With these words, the group sprang into action. Luo Jincheng and Gu Jun, positioned left and right, launched a fierce offensive against the skeleton lord. Yang Feng and Xianana unleashed a barrage from a distance. Lu Ming concealed himself in the shadows, occasionally darting out to strike at the skeleton lord's vulnerable points. Despicable mans. You shall all perish. The skeleton lord, of course, was not to be underestimated. Gripping his massive bone sword, he swept it menacingly towards Luo Jincheng and the others. Xianana and Yang Feng targeted his hands. Yes. Upon hearing this, the two immediately understood. One wielded a heavy cannon, while the other brandished a staff, Bullets and fireballs simultaneously soared towards the skeleton lord's hands, creating a deafening roar upon impact. Yeduzi, steal the weapon. Song Feng called out urgently. Understood. Just watch. Lu Ming swiftly appeared in midair, executing a theft that held for a full 3 seconds before successfully snatching the bone sword. Clearly, seizing a weapon from a challenging dungeon was still somewhat taxing for Lu Ming. Impressive. Song Feng gave Lu Ming a thumbs up. Although this fellow often behaved unseriously, he proved reliable when it truly mattered. The skeleton lord, now bereft of his weapons, appeared momentarily stunned, his hollow eye sockets scanning the surroundings, resembling a lost child in utter confusion. Focus your attacks on the joints of the skeleton. The more concentrated the assault, the better. Song Feng issued the command once more, and without the slightest hesitation, his companions immediately complied. In an instant, the health bars reflected. Health 32-34, health 35-72, health 44-23. The skeletal lord's health plummeted dramatically, swiftly reaching a perilous threshold and plunging into a crimson state. All attributes surged wildly, accompanied by a protective barrier that mitigated damage. The brows of Song Feng and his companions furrowed in concern. This barrier not only boasted considerable thickness, but also rendered them immune to a portion of physical damage, making the encounter quite arduous for Luo Jinsheng and the others. The most vexing aspect was that in this red state, the entity unleashed skills with reckless abandon. Suddenly, dozens of spatial vortices materialized within the hall, from which emerged a multitude of skull-headed monsters glowing with an eerie green light. Even more astonishingly, a colossal skeletal dragon appeared, its attributes astonishingly comparable to those of the skeletal lord. They now faced the daunting prospect of simultaneously confronting two formidable foes while remaining vigilant against ambushes from the skeletal minions. The difficulty level seemed to reach the extreme of a challenging dungeon, rivaling even that of a catastrophic level instance. What shall we do, madman? Lu Ming inquired, frowning as he appeared beside Song Feng. As the core commander and the most astute mind of the team, the others naturally looked to him for guidance in such a crisis. Since it plays dirty, we shall do the same. Consume these pills and engage them head-on. Song Feng distributed 5 pills among Lu Ming and his companions. Without hesitation or inquiry, they promptly consumed them. In the next moment, a series of booming sounds erupted as 5 crimson beams of light shot forth from their bodies, soaring into the heavens. A terrifying aura radiated outward like a wave of radiation, generating an invisible whirlwind that swept the skeletal minions toward the walls. What overwhelming energy! I feel as though I might explode. What kind of pill is this? My attributes are skyrocketing. Incredible. The effects last a full 10 minutes. We're soaring. In that instant, everyone cast their keen gazes upon the bone dragon and the skeletal lord, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to test their newfound strength. Luo Jinsheng took the lead in absorbing damage while Xianana unleashed spell attacks, collaborating to confront the skeletal lord. Gu Yun wielded Soul Ki, while Yang Feng engaged in ground assaults, uniting their efforts against the bone dragon. The free-spirited rogue cleared the minor foes while searching for opportunities to strike at the vulnerabilities of both the skeletal lord and the bone dragon. Let's commence. With these words, the already restless team surged toward their targets. Under the terrifying enhancements bestowed by the fulling blood pill, Luo Jinsheng and the others found the battle remarkably manageable. Coupled with their fluid teamwork, both the skeletal lord and the bone dragon found themselves in a most uncomfortable position. In no time, the bone dragon was thoroughly dismantled. Ultimately, under the combined assault of Luo Jinsheng and his allies, the skeletal lord could not endure for long, and its health bar was completely depleted. As the green flames of its soul extinguished, a panel appeared before the group. Congratulations! You have slain the skeletal lord and successfully cleared the dungeon. Congratulations on obtaining the reward for completing the challenge. 6 golden treasure chests. You completed the dungeon in a remarkable time of 46 minutes and 15 seconds, significantly shorter than the record of 57 minutes and 32 seconds. Congratulations on breaking the dungeon record. Your reward is 6 grand gift packs. Please exit the dungeon within 999 seconds, as you will be automatically teleported out once time runs out. Brother Feng, you may take all the equipment dropped by the skeleton lord. If it weren't for you, we might not have defeated it. Indeed, that elixir was simply extraordinary. Even after its effects wore off, there were no side effects whatsoever. It was a divine concoction. Luo Jinsheng and the others gazed at Song Feng with admiration. Their address for him had shifted to Brother Feng, indicating their complete acknowledgement of his prowess. Song Feng glanced at the dropped equipment and shook his head with a smile, saying, "You all should keep it. There is nothing here that I require." Luo Jincheng and the others assumed Song Feng was merely being modest, unaware that he was genuinely uninterested in those items, as they held no significance for him. "Brother Feng, you should accept them. Even if you cannot use them, they can be sold for a good price." Yes, yes. Our flawless completion of the dungeon owes much to your exceptional guidance. These items are rightfully yours. They persistently urged Song Feng to accept the loot. However, Song Feng's next words rendered them speechless. "It's merely a matter of moving my lips. Besides, I am not in need of money." Chapter 26. Has Song Feng been sponsored by a wealthy lady? I'm not in need of money. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed improbable that an ordinary family could nurture such a remarkable talent as Song Feng. Setting aside the issue of resources, the sheer quantity of alchemical materials required was beyond the means of an average household. Furthermore, Song Feng's spending was remarkably extravagant. He effortlessly acquired even the rarest of elixirs, such as the blood-replenishing Dan. It was hard not to believe his claim of not needing money. Yet Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Having grown up alongside Song Feng, he was acutely aware of every detail, including the few moles on his back, let alone his family background. Song Feng's father worked as a security guard in their community, and his mother was missing. It was difficult to perceive him as hailing from a wealthy family. Could it be that Song Feng was being sponsored by a wealthy lady? This notion, once conceived, made Lu Ming nod thoughtfully. The lad was indeed handsome, with striking eyes, a well-formed nose, and a perfectly situated mouth. At present, this speculation seemed to be the most credible. Ah, what a charmer our madman is. He, when the time comes, I should have him introduce me to a wealthy lady, saving me decades of hardship. Lu Ming mused inwardly, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "Hey, what daydream are you having, laughing so happily?" Song Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression one of skepticism. Lu Ming wiped an unknown substance from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Nothing, nothing." Song Feng, I hope you truly have nothing. Subsequently, the group decided to allocate the dropped equipment by rolling dice. Song Feng did not participate. His equipment slots were already filled with the welcome gift prepared for him by the Sword Demon team, leaving no room for additional items. Moreover, even if there were a need, the Sword Demon team would procure gear for him, rendering any concerns about equipment unnecessary. It would be far more prudent to afford the opportunity to Luo Jincheng and others, allowing them to enhance their respective strengths. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming, your luck is rather dismal. You managed to draw a 1. Sometimes, the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. While Luo Jincheng and his companions merrily scavenged for equipment, Lu Ming gazed at the solitary small dagger remaining, lost in contemplation. Song Feng approached, patted Lu Ming's shoulder, and offered consolation. "Take it easy. There will be many more opportunities in the future." He then turned his gaze to the small dagger, adding, "Besides, this dagger suits you quite well." Lu Ming replied, "You might as well not comfort me." Meanwhile, the entire Jiang City erupted in excitement due to a citywide announcement. The record for the difficult level Dungeon Ghost Howl in the Misty Woods has been shattered, with the time reduced by 11 minutes and 17 seconds. The team members who cleared it are Song Feng, Lu Ming, Luo Jincheng, Yang Feng, Gu Jun, and Xian Nana. Brave and relentless, let us sing praises for our heroes. Upon viewing this announcement, the inhabitants of Jiang City were left utterly bewildered. The previous record holder was none other than the illustrious elite team of the Blue Sea Guild, renowned throughout Jiang City. This record had remained unbroken for decades. Yet now, it had been decisively eclipsed. The completion time had been reduced by a staggering 11 minutes. Such a formidable record left all professionals in awe, leading them to speculate that a formidable presence had arrived in Jiang City. The most astonished of all was the Blue Sea Guild. President Lan Xianming gazed at the announcement before him, his brow furrowed deeply. Who could these individuals be, capable of surpassing the record set by their elite team all those years ago? He himself had once been a member of that elite team. To establish that record, they had invested tremendous effort, spending countless days and nights in rigorous study and entering the dungeon for hundreds of trials. And now, it had been broken so easily. Moreover, it had been shattered by a group of unknown individuals. He had never heard of these people. Report to the president. I have already dispatched personnel to investigate, and results should be forthcoming shortly. The Blue Sea Guild is one of the 3 major guilds in Jiang City, with profound foundations, representing a dominant force in the region. Thus, gathering information in Jiang City was a trivial task for them. However, at that moment, a disheveled figure rushed into the Grand Hall. "Deacon Lei Yuan, what has happened? Who has done this to you?" Lan Xianming exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. In Jiang City, no professional dared to lay a hand on the Blue Sea Guild. Even the other two dominant guilds refrained from such actions. Yet, judging from Lei Yuan's near-death state, it was evident he had been assaulted. Report to the president. I went to the ghost howl in the misty woods to assess the situation as per my task, lying in wait in the shadows for those individuals to emerge. Unexpectedly, a little girl wielding a spear began to attack me without provocation. I attempted to retaliate, but was utterly powerless to resist. Utterly powerless to resist? Lan Xianming was taken aback. It is noteworthy that Lei Yuan is a formidable fourth-tier practitioner, regarded as one of the most powerful figures in Jiang City. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself at the mercy of someone else. Just how powerful could that young girl be? Lei Yuan nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the overwhelming aura she exuded, with a single strike, she had nearly depleted his health. Lan Xianming furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you mention your status as an elder of the Blue Sea Guild?" "I did," Lei Yuan replied with a wry smile. "But she claimed to have never heard of our guild." Lan Xianming's expression darkened. If she had never heard of the Blue Sea Guild, it was likely she was not a local. Most likely, she was a formidable practitioner from another city. She must be one of the guards of those who shattered records. Based on your description, she is at least a fifth-tier practitioner. Lan Xianming's eyes glinted with cold fury. How dare she injure a member of the Blue Sea Guild within Jiang City's territory? Gather all practitioners above the fourth tier in the guild. We shall seek an explanation. President, wait. Lei Yuan suddenly interjected with a bitter smile. Before leaving, she asked me to convey a message to you. Lan Xianming narrowed his eyes, asking, "What message?" "Should you wish for death, feel free to come. Annihilating your entire Blue Sea Guild would be but a trivial task." Chapter 27. Jiang Yi wins. A sincere invitation. Upon hearing this, Lan Xianming's expression darkened further, his fists cracking ominously. Not only had she harmed their members, but she also dared to threaten them. A gentleman may be killed, but he cannot be insulted. Lan Xianming could hardly swallow his indignation, his fury escalating, seemingly on the verge of eruption. "President, please remain calm. It would be wise not to provoke her further," one of the elders urgently advised. "She is aware of Lei Yuan's status as an elder of the Blue Sea Guild and still dares to attack. If not for her formidable backing, she would not have the audacity to offend an entire guild. Moreover, they were in the wrong. They attempted to investigate her identity clandestinely and were caught in the act. Receiving a beating was their own doing." After much persuasion from the elders, Lan Xianming finally regained his composure. Upon careful reflection, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. If she were truly a top-tier practitioner, even gathering all the elites of the Blue Sea Guild would lead to their utter destruction. Fortunately, the intervention of several elders prevented what could have been a catastrophic misstep on his part. "Since you have put it this way, I shall grant you some face and will not pursue this matter further." As the president of the guild, Lan Xianming naturally placed great importance on his dignity. His words essentially conveyed, "I am not afraid of her. Had you not stopped me, I would have certainly sought an explanation." The elders exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile in their hearts. The president was still somewhat youthful, acting impulsively without considering the consequences. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief, grateful to have preserved the legacy left by their predecessors. Meanwhile, in the ghostly whispering woods, Instructor Liu, "How did I fare?" "I believe I have one, haven't I?" Jiang Yi remarked, pointing at the first name on the citywide announcement, a smile playing on his lips. Generally, after clearing a dungeon, the names of team members are ranked according to their contribution values. Song Feng's name topped the list, indicating that his contribution to this dungeon raid was unparalleled. Lu Qi was evidently taken aback by this outcome. He had never anticipated that a support character could achieve such prominence. "Captain Jiang, I concede. I will honor my earlier words." Before entering the dungeon, Jiang Yi and Lu Qi had wagered on who would emerge victorious. The former bet on Song Feng, wagering 100 million blue star coins, while the latter staked a request for Song Feng to join the Qinglong Academy's team. With the results now conclusive, Jiang Yi emerged victorious, and Lu Qi, not one to shy away from a bet, was bound to fulfill his promise. At that moment, the spatial portal gradually opened, and Song Feng and his companions stepped forth. Ah, the fresh air outside is invigorating. Damn it, from now on, I must peruse the strategy guide before entering any dungeon. I cannot bear to linger in a place that reeks so foul. This expedition proved immensely rewarding, and I feel my strength has surged to new heights. As they reflected on their experiences, Jiang Yi and Lu Qi approached them. "Congratulations on setting a new record. You surpassed the previous time by 11 minutes. How did you manage that?" Lu Qi was well aware of the capabilities of Lu Ming and his team. Breaking the record was one thing, but surpassing it by such a margin was quite extraordinary. Thus, the only variable was Song Feng. As expected, Luo Jinsheng was the first to speak. It was entirely thanks to Brother Feng's unparalleled guidance that we were able to conquer the dungeon so swiftly. Yang Feng echoed his enthusiasm. Not just his leadership, the purification and the elixirs played crucial roles as well. Gu Jun nodded repeatedly, particularly recalling the elixir consumed during the final battle. It was nothing short of miraculous. A prolonged silence ensued. Lu Qi was astonished that this group of exceptionally discerning talents would collectively praise a single individual. The tone and expressions they bore were reminiscent of ardent admirers. Unbelievable. Truly astonishing. Lu Qi turned his gaze to Song Feng, his emotions complex. From an initial inclination to dismiss, to reluctant acceptance following the record, and now, amidst the praises of his companions, his perception of Song Feng had undergone a profound transformation. Without hesitation, he knelt before Song Feng and proclaimed, Song Feng, I earnestly hope you will join our team at Qinglong Academy and battle alongside us in legendary dungeons. His voice resonated with determination. Witnessing the scene, Luo Jinsheng and the others were taken aback. Song Feng was equally bewildered, his expression a tapestry of confusion. What on earth? Why is he suddenly kneeling? Stammering. He queried, Minor Lu, what are you doing? Lu Qi's gaze was sincere as he reiterated his previous invitation. I wholeheartedly invite you to join our team at Qinglong Academy. Song Feng remained in a state of shock. Hey, is there a misunderstanding? Isn't the decision in your hands? At that moment, Jiang Yi stepped forward, hurriedly pulling Lu Qi up. Minor Lu, I was merely jesting earlier. There is no need to take it seriously. Moments ago, Lu Qi's actions were so abrupt that Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mentor from the illustrious Qinglong Academy would disregard his dignity and kneel before a novice practitioner in accordance with their wager. It was indeed a remarkable display of humility. Captain Jiang, I genuinely wish to extend an invitation to Song Feng. Lu Qi's eyes glimmered with intensity. Xiao Feng, the decision rests entirely with you. Jiang Yi turned to Song Feng, inquiring, will you join the ranks of Qinglong Academy and venture forth into the legendary level dungeons with us? In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Song Feng, awaiting his verdict. He scratched his head and chuckled. If possible, I would certainly be willing to continue fighting alongside you all. Chapter 28. The Secret Bureau of Longhua, the silent Yao Changsheng. I would be delighted. Upon these words, Luo Jinsheng and the others erupted with excitement. Fantastic. With Feng Ge here, our chances of conquering the legendary level dungeons have significantly increased. Just imagining the seamless synergy we could achieve sends my heart racing. Madman, you have an eye for talent. Just stay behind me, and I guarantee your victory is assured. The group shot exasperated glances at Lu Ming, thinking that if he could avoid becoming a burden to Feng Ge, it would be a blessing. Lu Ming responded, goodness. Once, he had been the leader of their team, directing all their operations. Now, however, his position had transformed from that of a commander to a mere subordinate. We shall take our leave first, Jiang Yi said, bidding farewell to the group as he departed with Song Feng. Lu Ming intended to pursue them to inquire further, but was intercepted by a cadre of individuals clad in black. Who are you? Lu Qi hastily approached Lu Ming, casting a wary glance at the black-clad figures. We are agents of the Longhua Secret Bureau. My credentials. The leader of the black-clad individuals produced an identification card emblazoned with the words Special Organization of the Longhua Secret Bureau, along with the names and positions of the agents. Agents of the Secret Bureau? Lu Qi's expression faltered. He was indeed aware of this organization, though he had never engaged with them directly. It was astonishing to encounter them here. The agents produced 8 sheets of parchment and handed them to Lu Qi, stating, as you have had close contact with a person of significant importance to the Longhua, it is necessary to sign a confidentiality agreement. Upon hearing this, the group was left in a state of confusion. A significant figure from Longhua? Could it be Song Feng? Suddenly, the 5 of them grasped the situation. No wonder Song Feng was so formidable and acted so generously. It turned out he had the backing of the state. Understanding the purpose of their visitors, Lu Qi examined the unique symbols on the agreement before promptly instructing the others to sign. He then submitted the documents to the leader of the black-clad agents. Now that you have signed the confidentiality agreement, you are obliged to keep your lips sealed and bury all knowledge of this matter deep within your hearts. Should there be even a hint of disclosure, you will face a dreadful curse and the wrath of powerful beings from Longhua. I advise you to carefully weigh the consequences and act accordingly. With these words, the agents vanished without a trace, leaving no lingering presence behind. Song Feng was unaware of the affairs of the National Confidential Bureau. Upon returning to Danxiang Pavilion, He proceeded to the alchemy chamber of Yao Changsheng. After consuming a considerable number of elixirs in the Ghost Howl Forest dungeon, he felt the need to replenish his supplies in order to enhance his chances during the exploration of legendary dungeons. Yao Lao, could you procure me some Fu Ling ginseng, Banxia fruit, and Fei Fei grass? He requested. How much do you require? 10 pounds of each. Yao Changsheng was taken aback. After obtaining Song Feng's consent, he did not leave the alchemy chamber, but instead remained as an assistant, attending to various trifles while observing and learning the alchemical techniques in hopes of breaking through his own limitations. Upon hearing the requested materials, Yao Changsheng felt a pang of anguish. These were exceedingly precious herbs, and even wealth could not guarantee their acquisition. Yet, Song Feng had audaciously requested 10 pounds of each. It felt as though his heart had been scraped by a knife, and he thought, I must ensure the state reimburses this, or else this small division will be drained dry by this fellow. Despite his distress, Yao Changsheng dutifully gathered the herbs. What potion are you planning to concoct, Song Feng? He inquired, glancing over the assortment of materials. Drawing upon his years of alchemical experience, he could not deduce what elixir Song Feng intended to create. Fu Ling Bloodburst Pill, Song Feng replied as he tossed the herbs into the cauldron. With the passive enhancement of the Emperor Yan's soul, he had no worries about failure due to distraction. Fu Ling Bloodburst Pill, Yao Changsheng stroked his chin, the name resonating with familiarity. He rummaged through his desk drawer and produced an exquisite box. Upon opening it, he discovered an old notebook resting inside. This was given to me by my master shortly before his passing. It contains a lifetime of his alchemical experiences. I believe I've seen the name Fu Ling Bloodburst Pill within its pages, he said, carefully flipping through the brittle pages. Just then, he seemed to spot something and suddenly exclaimed, I've found it. Coincidentally, Song Feng had just completed the refinement of an elixir and, intrigued by the commotion, approached him. Fu Ling Bloodburst Pill, a potion that is both miraculous and terrifying. Once consumed, all attributes soar dramatically. Yet the side effect is a state of weakness lasting at least a month, with potential unknown after effects. Due to the severe side effects and the rarity of the ingredients, many alchemists are reluctant to engage with it. However, I am particularly fond of such potions. If the side effects could be eliminated, wouldn't it transform into a divine elixir? Today marks the first day of attempting to refine the Fu Ling Bloodburst Pill, and I have failed due to poor control of the heat. Today is the third day of attempting to refine the Fu Ling Bloodburst Pill, and it has again ended in failure, likely due to the incorrect order of the ingredients. Today is the 10th day of attempting to refine the Fu Ling Bloodburst Pill. Regrettably, so many precious herbs have been wasted, and I still have not succeeded. The issue seems to lie in the incorrect quantity of the ingredients. I shall persevere. Today is the 100th day of attempting to refine the Fu Ling Bloodburst Pill. Failure. Failure. Yet again, failure. I now find myself questioning the authenticity of this elixir. Today marks the 999th day of concocting the Racier Bloodburst Pill. Damn it. I can hardly bear to continue this tedious process. Upon reaching this point, Yao Changsheng fell silent. The master who once exuded an air of grace and cultured demeanor before him now seemed utterly flustered by a single pill. Just how challenging could this concoction be? In his bewilderment, Yao Changsheng turned his gaze to the freshly crafted Racier Bloodburst Pill held by Song Feng, once again enveloped in silence. Chapter 29, Master Yao Fishing. Song Feng takes the bait. Noticing the peculiar gaze from Yao Changsheng, he remarked, You might as well remain silent. He realized that he was increasingly perplexed by Song Feng. Even the esteemed master could not produce this pill, yet Song Feng managed to converse while crafting it, and, most astonishingly, succeeded. It was utterly absurd. An outrageous turn of events. Song Feng, may I have a look at the pill you just made? That is certainly possible. Song Feng paused, seemingly hesitant. Yao Changsheng raised an eyebrow. But what? With a smile, Song Feng replied, It's nothing much, just a small warning for your peace of mind. Yao Changsheng exhaled deeply. Rest assured, I am the lord of the pavilion. My capacity for psychological endurance is quite commendable. Song Feng did not prolong the suspense. He retrieved the Racier Bloodburst Pill from the system space and handed it to Yao Changsheng. As he casually opened the information panel, he began to scrutinize it earnestly. Gradually, Yao Changsheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Elimination of all side effects of the pill? Is this truly your creation? His incredulous gaze fixated on Song Feng, his speech faltering. Did you not just witness the process? How could it possibly be false? Song Feng responded with a playful smile. Master, allow me to pay my respects. Yao Changsheng nearly knelt in reverence, only to be halted by Song Feng, who pulled him back up. Elder Yao, please refrain from such gestures. I fear it may shorten my lifespan. Of course, Yao Changsheng was merely jesting. He did not genuinely intend to kneel. However, the admiration in his eyes as he regarded Song Feng was unmistakable, for no other reason than the remarkable effect of the Emperor of Flame Soul in eliminating the pill side effects. He was profoundly impressed. He mused that even his master would be equally astonished if present. Had Song Feng effortlessly realized the bold hypothesis posed by his master years ago? One must occasionally concede that the talent of a genius transcends the capabilities of ordinary individuals, no matter how vast the chasm they must cross. At that moment, Song Feng spoke up. How about I teach you how to concoct it? It would also serve to fulfill your master's long-standing regret. Really? Upon hearing this, Yao Changsheng was instantly elated. I am eager to learn. He had harbored such a thought, but had not voiced it, as such an extraordinary pill is seldom shared with others. However, to his surprise, Song Feng was willing to teach him, leaving no room for refusal. In truth, the crafting of the Fuling Baoshua pill is rather straightforward. As Song Feng uttered these words, he discreetly observed the expression of Yao Sheng, who regarded him with a gaze one might reserve for a peculiar creature. Song Feng merely spoke the truth, yet in the eyes of Yao Sheng, it transformed into an air of ostentation. Unperturbed, Song Feng continued his discourse. The essence of refining the Fuling Baoshua pill lies in meticulously extracting impurities from the medicinal materials. The pronounced side effects arise from the excessive impurities within the materials, leading to a toxic accumulation in the body that cannot be expelled swiftly. Entering a state of weakness is essentially the body's endeavor to eliminate these toxins. The duration of this detoxification process varies according to one's constitution. Thus, some may experience a brief period of weakness, while others endure it for an extended time. If the toxins remain unpurged, they can inflict damage upon bodily functions, commonly referred to as sequelae. Song Feng's explanation was clear and comprehensible. No wonder his master had perpetually faced failure. It was evident that the medicinal materials had not been adequately purified. Generally speaking, the alchemical process encompasses 5 primary steps: input, purification, fusion, fire refinement, and pill formation. Among these, the latter 3 are the most prone to failure and are also the most critical. Most alchemists place considerable emphasis on these final steps, a mindset that is reasonable for commonly encountered pills. However, this has led to a certain rigidity in the thinking of many alchemists. Conversely, the Fuling Baoshua pill adheres to a different approach. The paramount factors are the sequence of inputting the materials and the purity achieved during purification. The failures of Yaosheng's master may stem from an erroneous input sequence or insufficient purification. So that is why his master has consistently failed. A sense of clarity washed over Yao Sheng as he nodded, his mind becoming significantly more lucid. Old master, I have conveyed the key points. Now, please attempt the refinement. Yao Sheng nodded in agreement. Immediately, he seated himself cross-legged on the ground, exhaled deeply, and began to input the materials in the order specified by Song Feng. He ignited them into a liquid form, embarking on the purification process. This step, while neither overly complex nor entirely simple, demands an impeccable control of heat. Even the slightest deviation could lead to failure. Should it go awry, the consequences could range from the destruction of the materials to an explosive furnace. One mustn't afford even a modicum of carelessness. Yaosheng's gaze was intensely focused, his entire being devoted to the flames. Song Feng cast a glance at him, internally remarking on his prowess as a seasoned alchemist. Merely a succinct articulation of the key points had propelled him into a state of refinement. However, the sudden sound of an explosion shattered Song Feng's reverie. Turning his gaze, he beheld Yao Sheng, his face smeared with soot, hair disheveled, and the alchemical furnace careening towards the wall, leaving a significant dent. In my haste, I failed to control the heat properly. A fierce determination ignited within him. He resolved that he must succeed today. His eyes blazed with intensity, vowing not to relent until the pill was successfully crafted. Song Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, Yao Sheng could not endure flattery. Just as he had remarked on the progress made, in a blink, the furnace had exploded. Nevertheless, failure is but the precursor to success. Each failure serves as a stepping stone on the path to success. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent of Song Feng, who can achieve a flawless success rate. Bang, bang, bang. As Song Feng concocted elixirs, the cacophony of exploding furnaces reached his ears, prompting a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. He had successfully crafted 10 Raisher blood-boosting pills, yet the apothecary Changsheng lingered on the precipice of success, always falling just shy by the smallest margin. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Changsheng, Song Feng approached and gently patted his shoulder. Old apothecary, how about I assist you? Once you successfully refine it, you can rely on your instincts to continue. Really? The previously forlorn expression on Changxing's face transformed into a radiant smile. Then let's begin at once. Song Feng remarked. Look at your dejected demeanor. I almost fell for your ruse. Chapter 30. Terrifying Thoughts. Today I must give you a solid knock. The heat is too low. Increase it just a tad. Stop. The heat is now too high. Reduce it slightly. Oh dear, don't reduce it any further, or the flames will extinguish. Under Song Feng's meticulous guidance, apothecary Changsheng finally found his rhythm. Though the purification process was not flawless, it was nonetheless commendable. Buzz! The alchemical furnace roared vigorously, and suddenly, the lid flew off, revealing a radiant pill that soared forth. Success! I have finally succeeded. Ha ha ha! Changsheng exclaimed, springing to his feet, vigorously shaking Song Feng's hands. I have fulfilled my master's unachieved aspirations. Hold on, don't rejoice too soon. Song Feng stepped back, slightly dizzy from the vigorous shaking. First, check the information panel of the pill. All right, Changsheng promptly clicked to view it. The grade was merely the most ordinary low grade, with effects lasting 3 minutes and side effects resulting in 3 days of weakness. For Changsheng, this was already quite satisfactory. Only 3 minutes of effect? And 3 days of weakness? Song Feng frowned, thinking 3 minutes is quite a short duration for a true man. Changsheng inwardly grumbled. Do you think everyone can be as abnormal as you? Nevertheless, Changsheng felt immense gratitude towards Song Feng for sharing the entire refining focus and personally guiding him through the process. Song Feng, your kindness is immeasurable. In the future, should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall brave any challenge for you. Changsheng's gaze was earnest. Very well. Song Feng accepted gracefully, nodding with a smile. Soon after, they parted ways to continue their respective refining endeavors. With each successive attempt, their proficiency skyrocketed. 1530500100. Ding! The experience points for the Flame Emperor Soul have reached their limit. The star rating automatically rises to 3 stars. Congratulations on receiving the promotion reward. Blueprint for the Pure Spirit Pill, automatically stored in the system space. The Pure Spirit Pill? This was the first time Song Feng had heard of such an elixir. Could it possibly be another forbidden pill? Name, Pure Spirit Pill. Type, elixir. Grade, 2 patterns. Description, purges impurities from the body, purifies the mind and distracting thoughts. After consumption, one feels invigorated, with a permanent increase of 100 in skill release speed and a permanent increase of 100 in mental recovery speed. Goodness gracious! Permanently increasing the speed of skill release and mental energy restoration. This effect is rather extraordinary. Song Feng was filled with delight. It directly doubles the speed permanently. Merely contemplating it is terrifying. I wonder if there's a limit to the consumption of this elixir. If there isn't, consuming hundreds of them would surely propel one to new heights. 1 pill increases by 100. 10 pills increase by 1,000. 100 pills increase by 10,000. At that point, the rate of mental energy restoration would surpass consumption, maintaining a dynamic equilibrium where mental energy remains at its peak value, truly achieving a perpetual motion machine. Absurd. However, Song Feng was merely indulging in his thoughts. The universal game is not foolish. How could it overlook such an aspect? Generally speaking, enhancement elixirs do have limitations. The Flame Emperor's Soul Descend has been elevated to 3 stars. I wonder if the effects have changed. Song Feng opened the skill panel for inquiry. Flame Emperor's Soul Descend. 3 stars with the assistance of the Flame Emperor's Soul. Your alchemy success rate is 100. With a 30 chance to enhance the quality of the elixir, eliminate all side effects, and a 5 chance to add special effects. Special effects? Song Feng's face displayed confusion. This was a newly added passive effect, and he was uncertain of its specific implications. A 5 chance to add effects is just right for attempting to refine the Clear Spirit Pill. Without hesitation, Song Feng found the necessary materials in the medicine cabinet and sat cross-legged on the ground. He began the refinement process according to the recipe. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions from the furnace occasionally echoed, yet Song Feng, already in the zone, remained undeterred. Within just a few days, Song Feng successfully refined over 100 elixirs, already qualifying as a seasoned alchemist. His movements were skillful and fluid, each gesture imbued with a magical rhythm, akin to witnessing a splendid performance. The elder alchemist, with a stern expression and a wild hairstyle, silently observed from the side, his astonishment growing ever more palpable. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz. As the Qiyuan celestial furnace trembled violently, a radiant elixir shot forth, hovering in midair. Unfortunately, it was merely of low quality. Song Feng's face revealed a trace of regret. The elder alchemist hurriedly approached, his eyes fixated on the elixir. What kind of elixir is this? The clear spirit pill. The elder alchemist raised an eyebrow. Elder, what's wrong? Have you perhaps heard of this elixir? No. The elder shook his head. I'm just curious. Where did you acquire this elixir I've never even heard of? Song Feng replied with a light smile. It's simply innate knowledge. Do you believe it? The elder fell into contemplation, suddenly recalling something Van der Waals once told him. Do not attempt to gauge the heights of a genius with the perspective of an ordinary person. He found it quite reasonable and, after a moment of thought, nodded, I believe. Song Feng, how is this not following the script? Should you say you don't believe it? Song Feng, may I take a look at this clear spirit pill? It's the first time I've heard this name. The elder expressed with eagerness. Song Feng smiled and said, of course. The elder directly opened the introduction panel to examine it. In the next moment, his gaze became vacant, his neck craned forward, resembling that of a simpleton. The elixir of longevity left him at a loss for words, stammering incoherently. Did I truly see it correctly? A permanent increase of 100 in skill release speed? A permanent increase of 100 in mental recovery speed? His face nearly pressed against the introduction panel. Mouth agape in astonishment. My heavens! A divine elixir. This is indeed a divine elixir. Upon witnessing this, Song Feng couldn't help but smirk slightly, saying, Old Yao, if you truly fancy it, I shall gift you this elixir. Song Feng's intention was to consume only the superior or exceptional variants of the clear spirit pill, as their effects would be significantly amplified. Thus, this inferior clear spirit pill would merely serve as a token of gratitude for Old Yao's provision of medicinal materials. A gift for me? Old Yao was taken aback. Did I hear that correctly? Such an extraordinary divine elixir. And Song Feng gave it to me without the slightest hesitation. Song Feng, from this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. I must pay my respects to you today. Chapter 31. The Extraordinary Special Effects. Is this the ally you summoned? Upon noticing this, Song Feng's expression shifted, and he hurriedly grasped the kneeling Old Yao, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. What is this peculiar obsession with kneeling? It is merely an ordinary inferior pill, not deserving of such reverence. With a calm demeanor, Song Feng replied, Old Yao, please attend to your matters. I shall continue refining pills. He feared that Old Yao might suddenly wish to kneel again, swiftly using pill refining as a shield. His journey had been remarkably fruitful, not only successfully concocting a Racier blood pill, but also inadvertently acquiring a clear spirit pill. What a tremendous gain. Watching Old Yao's retreating figure, Song Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Fortune smiled upon Song Feng. Upon refining his 6th clear spirit pill, he triggered the new passive special effect from the soul of the Flame Emperor. Opening the introduction panel, he read, Name, Clear Spirit Pill. Grade, Superior. Additional effect. After consumption, sensory acuity increases by 100, enabling quicker detection of anomalies. A doubling of sensory acuity? Quite impressive. Song Feng was thoroughly satisfied. The ability to detect abnormalities swiftly and respond accordingly would be crucial for survival, whether in team battles or the wilderness. Are the special effects fixed? Or do different elixirs possess unique additional effects? The truth lies in experimentation. He resolved to find out. Subsequently, Song Feng concocted several other types of elixirs. Ultimately, he concluded that each elixir possesses distinct additional effects. The special effect of the recovery pill is restores 100 of the consumed mental energy, lasting for 1 hour. The special effect of the blood revival pill is health remains locked and does not decrease for 10 seconds. Although the additional effects vary, each elixir's special effect is extraordinarily formidable. Should these elixirs be placed in the auction house, they would undoubtedly start at a minimum of 8 figures. One elixir could make one a millionaire. In this dynamic balance, he had become a tireless alchemical automaton. And thus, 3 days swiftly passed. Xiao Feng, hurry and pack up. The legendary dungeon is about to open. All right, I'm coming. Subsequently, under the guidance of Jiang Yi and his 5 companions, Song Feng arrived at the worry-free forest, which at that moment was teeming with people. This place not only gathered a multitude of the new generation prodigies from the Dragon Kingdom, but also hosted many formidable guardians. The overwhelming aura present was such that even the worry-free forest seemed to retreat into its lair, too intimidated to make a sound. Van de Hua and his group remained concealed in the shadows. Jiang Yi escorted Song Feng to the encampment of the Azure Dragon Academy, situated not far from the spatial gate. Captain Jiang, you've become quite handsome since we last met, he chuckled, acknowledging Lu Qi's sharp perception. Song Feng found himself surrounded by Lu Ming and his 5 companions. Brother Feng, you will be leading us through the instance this time. In the presence of so many talented individuals, we must shine brightly, they exclaimed. With Brother Feng here, conquering this legendary instance will be a piece of cake. Prepare your speeches. Once we successfully navigate this instance, I plan to speak for 3 days and nights. If we truly manage to clear a legendary instance, my father will undoubtedly place my name at the top of our clan's genealogy. Lu Ming and the others chattered excitedly. Song Feng surveyed his peers within a 50-meter radius. Without exception, they were all third transformation experts, their abilities far surpassing the norm, which filled him with a sense of pressure. We must not underestimate anyone. Our competitors are formidable as well. The group nodded in agreement. Although their previous banter had been rather boastful, it belied a shared anxiety among them. They were indeed prodigies. But every individual present was extraordinary in their own right. None were ordinary. With so many talents gathered here, who could claim the title of the best remained an open question. Ah, so this is the external aid you've summoned. A man approached. He looked at the surrounded Song Feng and paused momentarily. Just a first transformation? And a support class? Lu, you're not joking with us, are you? Zhou, don't underestimate him. Or you might end up with egg on your face when the results come out. Lu Qi replied with a mischievous smile, unperturbed. Oh, so confident? Zhou Mingyuan frowned, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. He had never witnessed Lu Qi exhibit such confidence. It seemed as though he held a secret card. Could it be that the external aid was merely a first transformation novice? Zhou Mingyuan scrutinized Song Feng, who, aside from being somewhat handsome, bore no resemblance to the typical proud son of heaven. There was no arrogance, no conceit, nor any air of superiority. How could someone perceived as a genius lack such pride? He appeared to be just an ordinary person. The results will reveal all. Lu Qi mused cryptically, refusing to divulge any details to Zhou Mingyuan. Oof, such theatrics. Zhou Mingyuan scoffed. But I too have my trump card, so stay tuned. After casting one last glance at Song Feng, he turned and departed. Not merely to engage in bravado, but also to observe the composition of Lu Qi's team. Although the Qinglong Academy boasts 3 teams, the other 2 are familiar faces, while Lu Ming's team features an unfamiliar visage. Moreover, Zhou Mingyuan is acutely aware of Lu Qi's particular regard for Lu Ming. Thus, it is evident that Lu Ming's team is indeed the main squad, and that unfamiliar youth must be Lu Qi's newly recruited foreign aide. However, he is merely a novice. Furthermore, he is a support character devoid of combat prowess. Could it be that his true capabilities are concealed by some secret treasure? Upon entertaining this notion, Zhou Mingyuan subtly nodded to himself, affirming that the young man must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, Song Feng, observing Zhou Mingyuan's departing figure, inquired with curiosity, "Who is he?" Zhou Mingyuan, the leading mentor of the White Tiger Academy, is a sworn rival of old Lu, often engaging in verbal sparring and subtle competitions, replied Luo Jinsheng with a smile. Song Feng, not one to harbor grudges, merely nodded in agreement, appreciating the dynamic. Having such an evenly matched adversary fosters mutual encouragement and promotes collective progress. A commendable form of healthy competition. At that moment, a resounding shout captured the attention of all present. The gate of space is opening. Chapter 32. The journey of exploration begins. Ingenious strategies. As the proclamation echoed, the crowd turned their gazes toward the magnificent spatial portal that was gradually unveiling itself. Radiant beams of light pouring forth from within. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone could no longer remain still. The talented individuals rushed toward the gate alongside their teammates, anxious not to fall behind. Xiaofeng, travel safely. If necessary, do not hesitate to use the emergency retreat card. Your life is paramount. Viang ye urgit solemne. Understood. Song Feng nodded obediently. Uncle Jiang, await our victorious return. With that, Song Feng charged into the portal alongside Lu Ming and the 5 others. As the desolate aura enveloped him, Song Feng slowly opened his eyes, revealing an endless expanse of ruins and shattered remnants, as though the land had endured the ravages of war. At that juncture, an ethereal panel materialized before him. You have entered the Forgotten Ruins. You are affected by the aura of the Secret Realm. Your mental strength is reduced by 30, reaction speed is diminished by 30, and you are afflicted with forgetfulness. Memories will exhibit omissions and gaps. Without hesitation, Song Feng immediately invoked the Holy Lotus Surge. The sacred white lotus blossomed, radiating divine light, dispelling all negative influences. Our mission is to clear the dungeon ahead of everyone else. Follow my lead, he commanded. Upon hearing Song Feng's words, the five nodded in unison. Yes. Luo Jincheng, engage the enemies. With that, Luo Jincheng brandished his colossal sword, leaping into action, striking heavily at the slumbering monsters beside the ruins. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The previously dozing monsters all opened their eyes, glaring menacingly at Song Feng and his companions. Everyone, charge in and swiftly resolve the battle. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Ming and his companions dashed out with remarkable swiftness, swiftly annihilating the horde of monsters. Perhaps due to the commotion, a multitude of creatures soon arrived in response. Song Feng was uncertain of the main quest within this dungeon, as the universal gaming system provided no hints. The only course of action was to eliminate the monsters with haste. Following the complete obliteration of the second wave, a third wave soon followed. Observing this, Song Feng furrowed his brow, as he seemed to have stumbled upon a pattern. The first wave consisted entirely of level 10 monsters, while the second wave comprised solely of level 20 monsters. A glance at the third wave confirmed his suspicion that they were all level 30. Could it be that each wave escalated by 10 levels? This notion remained merely a conjecture, lacking definitive evidence, so he resolved to continue observing. Lu Ming and his 5 companions were all at the pinnacle of their third class advancement, at level 70. Against these lesser foes, they dispatched them effortlessly, one blow each, without any strain. However, the subsequent fourth and fifth waves proved to be somewhat more challenging. As Song Feng had anticipated, the fourth wave was composed entirely of level 40 monsters, while the fifth wave consisted of level 50 creatures. Under normal circumstances, Lu Ming and his team would have easily triumphed over them, but after the exertion of the previous 3 waves, their condition had begun to deteriorate. After all, it was difficult to fend off numerous enemies simultaneously, and incidental hits were inevitable. Lu Ming, wait, do not slay that monster. Song Feng's voice suddenly interjected just as Lu Ming was about to employ his shadow claw to shred the creature before him. Lu Ming immediately halted his attack, placing a foot on the monster's body to prevent any counterattack. What is the matter, Fengzi? He inquired. Leave it alive. I wish to test my hypothesis. Song Feng replied as he approached. This was now the 5th wave of monsters, and the others had already dealt with their respective foes, leaving the creature beneath Lu Ming's foot as the last one standing. Song Feng observed the monster intently, while Luo Jincheng and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What was Song Feng attempting? After approximately 10 seconds, a subtle smile crept across Song Feng's lips, and a look of realization illuminated his face. Indeed, just as I thought. Fengzi, what do you mean by your hypothesis? Lu Ming voiced the collective curiosity. I have observed that each wave of monsters increases by 10 levels. Now, as we face the 5th wave, which consists entirely of level 50 creatures, the next wave will undoubtedly be composed of level 60 monsters, Song Feng explained, leaving the 5 of them momentarily stunned. In their eagerness to attack, they had entirely overlooked this detail. After a brief pause, Song Feng continued. The level 60 monster wave may prove somewhat strenuous for you at this moment, yet the rapid succession of waves leaves us no time for recovery. Thus I pondered, if we leave one monster alive, perhaps the next wave would not arrive. Just moments ago, I confirmed my hypothesis was correct. My plan is to keep this monster alive to allow you some time to recuperate so that when we face the 6th wave, we can do so with greater ease and efficiency. After listening to Song Feng's narration, the admiration in the eyes of the 5 individuals intensified. Is this the prowess of a master assistant? Truly remarkable. Without further ado, please consume these pills promptly. Song Feng produced a sizable handful of pills, distributing 4 to each person. Under the formidable effects bestowed by the soul of the Flame Emperor, the pills would activate automatically without the need for refinement by the users. Once everyone's condition was restored to its peak, Song Feng instructed Lu Ming to eliminate the final minor creature, heralding the arrival of the 6th wave of monsters. Unsurprisingly, all were at level 60. However, for those who had regained their optimal state, they were easily dispatched with a mere gesture. Graceful as the wind, elusive as a shadow, Lu Ming darted through the horde of monsters, disarming each one wielding a weapon. Gu Jun, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, cleaved through the air with a single stroke. Luo Jincheng, brandishing a colossal sword of holy light, severed the ancient earth. The two gathered the monsters into a single mass. It was time for our performance. Yang Feng and Xianana exchanged glances. The former held a heavy grenade launcher, while the latter brandished a blazing fire staff. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive projectiles and flames intertwined as they descended upon the monster horde. In an instant, the earth trembled and blood and flesh flew. resembling a scene from a crimson battlefield. Before long, only one monster from the sixth wave remained, bathed in the effects of the four pills. The five individuals once again reached their peak condition. Feng was uncertain whether a seventh wave would follow. However, to err on the side of caution, it was prudent to prepare for battle. The next wave will consist entirely of level 70 monsters. You lack the advantage in levels, so coordinate carefully. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the last monster was mercilessly dispatched by Lu Ming. Just then, the ground began to quake violently, as if tremors were converging from all directions toward the center. As Feng and the others focused their gaze, their expressions shifted to one of horror. Chapter 33. I consider you a friend, yet you seek my life? In the distance, amidst the yellow sands, colossal monsters charged forth simultaneously. A quick glance revealed roughly a dozen. Moreover, they were all at level 70. Such formidable creatures, even a challenging dungeon, would be of the highest caliber. Am I seeing this correctly? A dozen level 70 monsters? And all of them fully evolved at the third transfer, matching our levels. What manner of beasts are these? So unfamiliar. I have never encountered them before. In an instant, the group fell into disarray. Can we truly defeat them? They turned to Feng, seeking guidance on how to proceed. However, to their astonishment, Feng maintained an air of calmness, devoid of any hint of panic or fear. In that moment, the others straightened their posture, their hearts swelling with confidence. If Feng remained unperturbed, he must have a strategy. They merely needed to follow his lead. In truth, the others had overestimated him. Outwardly composed as a rock, internally, Feng was in turmoil. A dozen level 70 monsters, a sight so grand he had never witnessed before. Yet he understood that if he himself displayed even a trace of panic, their expedition would come to a swift conclusion. In such a situation, maintaining composure was imperative. Calmness, and yet more calmness. Mere alarm was futile. The crux lay in devising a countermeasure. Though their adversary numbered over a dozen, and they were but 6, the advantage lay with them. The others were bewildered by Feng's assertion. How could they possess the advantage when outnumbered? Had he lost his mind? However, Feng merely smiled serenely as he produced 4 spirit recovery pills, stating, "Take these quickly. They will enhance your reaction speed. Allow me to outline my general strategy." As they consumed the pills, their eyes gradually brightened with understanding. "Brother Feng, you are my savior. If the circumstances had been different, Luo Jincheng would have been inclined to kneel before Feng in gratitude. Very well, let us adhere to my proposed strategy and prepare for battle." "Yes." The 5 nodded in unison, their gazes resolute. Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The creatures they faced were known as sandworms. Formidable beings that wielded the power of sandstorms in combat. Yet their weaknesses were equally pronounced. Once distanced from the sand, their combat capabilities plummeted dramatically, rendering them little more than living targets. Additionally, their speed was abysmally slow, akin to that of sluggish larvae. Thus, they resided solely in the depths of the desert, largely unknown to the outside world. Should one encounter them for the first time, even a genius would likely engage tentatively, assessing the creature's strength and combat style. Yet such an approach would play directly into the creature's trap. The most insidious aspect of the sandworm was its ability to ensnare its opponent, turning the contact points into fine sand, thus rendering them under its control. Unless one could swiftly sever the contact point, escape was utterly impossible. As for how Feng possessed such knowledge, it was due to the activation of the insightful spirit eyes function, which revealed the creature's weaknesses. Therefore, Feng's strategy was to engage in aerial combat. Lu Ming, execute a shadow strike to lift it. With those words, Lu Ming swiftly maneuvered to the rear of one of the sandworms. His right hand transformed into a claw-like shape as he swung upward, a dark claw energy coalescing to send the sandworm soaring into the air. Luo Jincheng, Feng, unleash your sword energies to immobilize it. The two positioned themselves on either side, their sword energies slicing through the air, cleaving towards the sandworm. The two sword energies met, successfully pinning the sandworm in place, halting its ascent. Xianana, unleash a firewall impact. Feng followed up with a missile strike, propelling it further upward. Following Feng's command, they elevated the sandworm considerably. That sufficient height. Commenced the attack. Feng executed the ethereal immortal technique, surrounded by the numerous sandworms, yet remained entirely unperturbed, directing the battle with unwavering calmness. As the sandworms collectively charged at him, they found all their strikes to be futile, momentarily halting their assault. Do not cease. Continue. With his arms crossed, Song Feng observed the aerial conflict with a tranquil demeanor. Song Feng had repeatedly cautioned against any physical contact with the sticky sandworms. Consequently, the five of them exercised extreme caution. Luo Jinsheng and Gu Junjian unleashed their formidable sword energies, while Yang Feng and Xianana provided range support, bombarding the creature with flames and projectiles in succession. The five managed to leave the sticky sand worm utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, on the ground, a dozen sticky sandworms, realizing their attacks could not reach Song Feng, all lifted their heads to gaze helplessly at their battered kin, rendered powerless and without recourse. Due to the considerable drain on his mental energy, Song Feng discreetly dispelled his ethereal state, drawing no attention whatsoever. Thus, an uncanny scene unfolded. Song Feng stood alongside the sticky sandworm, both gazing up at the chaotic battlefield above, a bizarre tableau reminiscent of spectators watching a performance in harmony. Soon enough, the sticky sandworm in the sky succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the five, meeting its demise without inflicting a single point of damage to Lu Ming and his companions. Remarkably swift, Song Feng mused internally, estimating that merely 3 minutes had elapsed. At this rate, the remaining dozen or so would be eradicated in about half an hour. Do you need assistance, madman? Lu Ming was poised to engage the next monster when he suddenly spotted Song Feng encircled by the sticky sandworms, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. No, they cannot harm me. You all continue. Song Feng's demeanor was so composed that it was evident he did not require aid. Reluctantly, Lu Ming resumed his efforts, launching one of the sticky sandworms into the air, followed by a merciless barrage. Another sticky sandworm departed this beautiful world. For the next half hour, Lu Ming and his companions repeated their actions. Lift and strike. Lift again, strike again. After several rounds, they began to feel the strain of fatigue. As only one sticky sandworm remained, Song Feng produced a handful of medicinal pills and distributed them among his comrades. Take a moment to recuperate. Song Feng was uncertain if another wave of enemies would arrive. Everything remained a mystery. Their only course of action was to maintain peak condition to face the unknown challenges ahead. The previous wave of combat had been effective, yet there were still flaws in their coordination. You must be cautious with the wind-up of your skills. If the opponent reacts swiftly, they may exploit the openings for a counterattack. Therefore, avoid casting your skills simultaneously. Staggering the timing by one wind-up period will help your teammates evade retaliation. Just as Song Feng intended to elaborate further, Lu Ming suddenly exclaimed, "Madman, watch out behind you." Huh? Song Feng was momentarily taken aback before turning around. A massive shadow loomed, obscuring half the sky, hurtling towards him at great speed. The protagonist is doomed. What a finale. Wait, I'm still alive. Song Feng employed his ethereal technique, entering a state of phasing, and floated away. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this, simultaneously astonished by Song Feng's reflexes. In under a second, a normal person would likely have been left in a daze. Yet, Song Feng skillfully evaded the lethal attack. This was undoubtedly thanks to the miraculous effects of the Qingling Dan during those 3 days of alchemy. Each time he successfully concocted a superior-grade Qingling Dan with special properties, he promptly consumed it. Now, his reflexes and speed had far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Although the speed of the sticky sandworm was impressive, to Song Feng, it appeared as if it were moving in slow motion. Little worm, how unethical of you. Song Feng gazed at the sticky sandworm with a look of regret, lamenting, "I considered you a friend, yet you wished to harm me. Such disregard for martial ethics. Well, since you are so eager to meet your demise, allow me to assist you on your journey. Let us do this." Chapter 34. The main quest of the second challenge. Song Feng bravely infiltrates the enemy camp. As anticipated, the sticky sandworm eventually retreated from the world, its eyes filled with despair, under the relentless assault from Lu Ming and his companions. At that moment, an ethereal panel appeared. Congratulations on successfully passing the first challenge. Before Song Feng and the others could respond, the ground suddenly cracked and a massive pit opened beneath them, causing the group to plunge down like dumplings. After a dizzying tumble, they opened their eyes once more to find themselves in a primeval forest, lush with trees and vibrant life. Ouch, my rear. Hey, why can't I feel anything? Song Feng gasped, touching his backside, but it was not as painful as he had imagined. Of course, you feel nothing. I'm the one feeling it. A familiar voice suddenly emerged from beneath him. Get up quickly, or my eggs will be crushed. Startled, Song Feng sprang to his feet and turned to see Lu Ming clutching his groin in agony. Song Feng was momentarily taken aback. How did you end up underneath me? Lu Ming grinned through clenched teeth. I was merely trying to prevent you from meeting a tragic end by shifting my position mid-air, never anticipating this outcome. Upon hearing this, Feng felt warmth in his heart. Although Lu Ming often appeared frivolous, he could be quite considerate at times. However, Lu Ming's next remark left Feng speechless. If you were to die, we would have nowhere to bury you. Just then, another ethereal panel appeared before them. Welcome to the second challenge, Primeval Forest. Main quest, gather 9 fragments of the Forgotten Steel. Kind reminder, you will encounter ferocious primordial monsters and hostile tribal races in this realm. Proceed with caution, challengers. The fragments are dispersed throughout the expansive forest. Collect all 9 fragments to pass this challenge. This was undeniably the hint provided by the dungeon. After reading it, the 6 of them wore expressions of shock. Finding 9 fragments in such a vast forest? Surely this was no jest. Not only was there the task of finding them, but also monsters and primitive humans to contend with. The difficulty had doubled. This was merely the second challenge. How many more lay ahead? Feng couldn't help but frown. The main quest was indeed somewhat absurd. Searching for fragments in such a sprawling forest was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The difficulty is truly beyond description. Wandering aimlessly like a headless fly, relying solely on instinct would result in a significant waste of time. Such an approach is certainly futile. Therefore, one can only seek the whereabouts of the fragments through the tiniest clues. Feng activated his insight, surveying the surroundings. Within a 50-meter radius, there appear to be no anomalies, not even the presence of primitive monsters or tribes. Hey, could you describe what the fragment of the Forgotten Monument looks like? Lu Ming tentatively inquired of the quest system. Even if we encounter it, how would we know? All right, let us delve deeper in search of clues. There should be hints along the way. Feng took the lead into the depths of the forest. Lu Ming obediently followed suit. The 6 of them formed a circular formation, with Feng at the center, closely protected by his companions. They proceeded slowly, constantly vigilant for any irregularities around them. After all, one cannot rush the search. What if the fragment lay hidden in a patch of grass along the way? Missing it would be a grave misfortune. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly exclaimed as if he had discovered something. Come quickly. What is this? He stood before a tree, his neck bent forward at a 45-degree angle, scrutinizing the tree stump. It was an accidental find during his marking. The 5 others rushed over at the sound of his voice. A glowing rune? Upon closer inspection, they noticed a small rune emanating a soft golden light atop the stump. If one did not look closely, it would have gone unnoticed. Feng raised an eyebrow and activated his insight. Name, Fragment of the Forgotten Monument. Type, Fragment. Description, it is said that long ago, there existed a divine monument known as the Forgotten Monument, capable of awakening the purest soul buried within one's heart, that of the scholar Morse. So this is the fragment of the Forgotten Monument. Feng mused aloud, prompting expressions of confusion among the others. Lu Ming, bewildered, asked, How do you know, you madman? Feng grinned mysteriously. If you use a dagger to extract it from the bark, you will find out. Skeptical yet compliant, Lu Ming proceeded to do so. After cutting through the bark with his dagger, a pitch-black fragment adorned with peculiar runes appeared in his hand. Congratulations. You have found the first fragment. The sudden pop-up panel elicited expressions of joy from the group. Indeed, it was true. Brother Feng, you are truly remarkable. Is there anything in this world that you do not know? In response to their accolades, Feng merely smiled gently. Study more, read extensively, indulge less in snacks, and sleep more. In time, you will be just like me. Lu Ming and the others. Sorry for the interruption. Subsequently, the 6 of them continued deeper into the forest. With the discovery of the first fragment, their confidence surged noticeably. Simultaneously, they became more meticulous in their search, striving to miss no clue, however minute. Feng was no exception. Despite the considerable mental toll, they remained resolute in keeping their perceptive eyes wide open, lest they miss any crucial clues. Soon, Feng and his companions arrived at a primitive tribe. The area was dotted with rudimentary wooden structures that appeared exceedingly simple. In the nearby grass, Lu Ming whispered, Could there be fragments within this tribe? The group pondered this possibility, acknowledging its likelihood. However, they were uncertain whether formidable beings resided in this primitive settlement. A rash attack might lead them into unforeseen peril. Due to the considerable distance, Feng's spiritual vision could not fully scan the area. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to employ a state of phantasm to infiltrate the tribe and conduct a thorough search. If we find fragments, we will engage in battle to seize them. If not, we shall depart and continue our quest. This strategy, he deemed, was efficient and prudent, ensuring minimal risk. Yet, it did entail a degree of recklessness. However, one must take risks for substantial rewards. Otherwise, lingering in this place would yield no results. Brother Feng, I shall accompany you, Gu Jun, a swordsman declared, noting his advantage in speed. Should we be discovered, I can distract them. My agility ensures they won't catch me. Song Feng, however, shook his head. No. Your presence would significantly increase the chances of detection. The others were about to voice further objections when Lu Ming interjected. Let the madman proceed. He knows his limits. Song Feng couldn't help but give Lu Ming a thumbs up. Continuing to debate would only squander precious time, better spent searching for fragments. After a moment of shared understanding, they all nodded in agreement. Be safe, Brother Feng. With that, Song Feng invoked the ethereal technique, entering a state of phantasm as he stealthily infiltrated one of the wooden huts. Inside, it was barren, containing only a wooden bed and a floor strewn with charred timber. Surveying the area, he found no anomalies. He quietly slipped into the next hut, only to find the same lack of leads. Nonetheless, having come this far, Song Feng had no intention of retreating. He pressed deeper into the settlement. During his exploration, he encountered primitive guardians. According to the information provided by his spiritual vision, these were creatures known as Vidaris, humanoid, ape-like beasts with formidable physiques. Maintaining his phantasm state, Song Feng was able to glide through the wooden structures without making a sound, alleviating any fears of detection. At that moment, his spiritual vision detected a rune stone emanating a faint golden glow. Upon closer inspection, his lips twitched in surprise. In a large wooden hut lay a massive Vidaris sprawled across a bed. The rune stone, strung together as a necklace, hung around the creature's neck. Chapter 35. Is the dungeon system deliberately setting traps? Does Song Feng have a fondness for exotic styles? Song Feng was rendered speechless. Was it really necessary to go about it this way? Why must it hang around your neck? Do you not fear attracting peril? As he pondered this, an idea struck him. Perhaps he can negotiate. After all, in his current ethereal state, Vedolu would only resort to brute force, so his safety was not a pressing concern. Worst case scenario, he could always flee. Hey, wake up. Young man, how can you sleep at such a time? Song Feng approached the bedside, but due to his intangible state, he could not touch Vedolu and had to shout beside its ear. Upon hearing the commotion, the once peacefully slumbering Vedolu opened its eyes wide, sitting upright and gazing at the unexpected visitor with a face full of confusion. Danamoyu Uxalamoida. Song Feng was baffled. He could not comprehend the creature's words, but with his years of experience, he deduced it was likely asking where he came from, expressing unfamiliarity. Resigned to the futility of verbal communication, he attempted sign language instead. He pointed to the necklace around Vedolu's neck, then to his own bare throat, smiling broadly. Vedolu paused momentarily, then pointed to its necklace and said, Meso Haxalu. Song Feng nodded emphatically. Although he did not grasp the meaning, in the next moment, Vedolu yanked the necklace from its neck and extended it towards Song Feng. What was happening? Was it truly being offered without hesitation? Song Feng reached out to take it, but his hand passed right through the necklace. He sighed in resignation. As expected, in an ethereal state, he could not interact with physical objects. Even if Vedolu wished to give it, he was unable to accept it directly. With a shift of his mind, the rune necklace in Vedolu's hand vanished instantly. Incredible. Joy illuminated Song Feng's face. Vedolu stared in surprise for a moment. Then, seeing Song Feng smile, it grinned back, revealing its white teeth. It was unaware of what this meant, but merely mimicked the expression out of innocence. Song Feng could sense that Vedolu harbored no malice towards him, but rather was quite friendly. Could it be that the system had intentionally set a trap with its earlier warning? This referred to the notification that appeared when they first entered the second level. In the forest, you will encounter savage, primal monsters and hostile primitive tribes. This hardly seemed hostile. It appeared more like a joyous family reunion. Congratulations on finding the second fragment of the Forgotten Tablet. In the jungle surrounding the primitive tribe, Lu Ming and his companions gazed at the panel that had appeared before them, momentarily entranced. As they regained their composure, waves of excitement surged within them. Wow, the madman truly found the fragment. Amazing. Long live Brother Feng. He is nothing short of a genius. There is nothing he cannot accomplish. We will always believe in Brother Feng. Just as they were caught up in their astonishment, the sound of heavy footsteps approached from afar, causing Lu Ming and his companions to furrow their brows. The thunderous footsteps were unmistakably not those of Song Feng. Could it be that they had been discovered? Lu Ming signaled to Luo Jin and the other three to be prepared for battle. He cautiously peeked outside, intending to ascertain the situation. Upon a mere glance, Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Ah, triumph at last. Wait, is that Song Feng's voice? Upon hearing the familiar sound, Luo Jin and the others instantly sprang to their feet. However, they too were rendered speechless upon witnessing the scene before them. There sat Song Feng atop the broad shoulder of a massive Vedolu, flanked by a throng of smaller Vedaloo, all seemingly poised for battle. Madman, have you now become the chieftain of a primitive tribe? Lu Ming approached, gazing up at Song Feng on the Vedaloo's shoulder. What had transpired in the mere span of 10 minutes? They never harbored any malice towards us. Song Feng leaped down, but nearly stumbled in the process. He pointed at the Vedaloo behind him, chuckling. The second shard was willingly given to me by it. Willingly given? The 5 of them simultaneously looked up at the Vedaloo, which was grinning widely, appearing somewhat foolish and seemingly easy to intimidate. Yet, when they recalled its robust physique and towering stature, unease crept into their hearts. The disparity was rather jarring, leaving everyone momentarily at a loss. However, did the dungeon system not indicate that the primitive tribes harbored hostility towards us? Gu Jun inquired with confusion. I initially believed the same. Song Feng stroked his chin, but now I have 2 hypotheses. One possibility is that the dungeon system intentionally set a trap for us, hoping to incite us to attack the primitive tribes, resulting in conflict. The second is that the forest is home to various primitive tribes. Perhaps while some are hostile, the Vedaloo tribe is actually quite friendly. The group found themselves in agreement with Song Feng's conjectures, though they leaned more towards the second theory. Shurveda Shinji Saliri, the Vedaloo, suddenly spoke. Lu Ming and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend his words. Yet, Song Feng chuckled. He is expressing a desire to invite us in for a visit. Madman, how can you understand him? Lu Ming asked, bewildered. Song Feng pointed to his head. Genius, what can I say? Lu Ming. The other 4. In truth, Song Feng was merely relying on intuition. Nevertheless, faced with the Vedaloo's warm invitation, he saw no reason to decline and readily nodded in agreement. Madman, we are still in the midst of tackling the dungeon. Won't this be a waste of time? During this phase of exploration, every moment was invaluable. Accepting the invitation to enter the primitive tribe would undoubtedly squander precious time searching for shards. Rather than floundering about aimlessly, it would be far wiser to inquire with the Vedaloo, as it might possess knowledge of the whereabouts of other shards. With that, Song Feng threw an arm around Lu Ming's shoulder and headed towards the tribe. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, the 6 companions of Song Feng found themselves seated beside a flickering campfire within the confines of a primitive tribe. They gazed in silence at the Vedaloo woman, who was playfully preening in the center of the clearing. Is this what you refer to as exotic allure? Lu Ming turned to Song Feng, raising an eyebrow. Could it be that you are fond of this? Clearing his throat awkwardly, Song Feng replied, I believe our mission takes precedence. He patted the Vedaloo chief beside him, shaking the rune stone in his hand, and then extended his arms outward as if to inquire, is there another of this rune necklace? The Vedaloo tilted his head, his expression a canvas of confusion, clearly unable to decipher Song Feng's gestures. Song Feng, too, felt the weight of frustration. The chasm of communication was vast, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. He surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing to devise a method of understanding. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He rose to his feet and personally adorned Lu Ming's neck with a rune necklace, pointing to his own empty throat to indicate his desire. At this, the Vedaloo paused momentarily. Then an expression of realization dawned upon his face. He thumped his chest vigorously, flashing a gleaming smile, and exclaimed, Agilami esi yaha, Dongsai Vadonchi. He then stood and beckoned to Song Feng and the others behind him. A glimmer of hope flickered among the 6 companions as they exchanged excited glances. They hurriedly followed in pursuit. The Vedaloo led them to a thatched hut, guarded by several sentinels wielding long spears. Upon entering the hut, they beheld numerous wooden tables adorned with a variety of stones and the bones of unknown beasts, undoubtedly his collection room. The 6 companions gazed about in curious wonder. Just then, the Vedaloo waved them over, pointing to one of the wooden tables, indicating Dashi Mijiali Do. When Song Feng and his companions beheld the items upon the table, they were rendered speechless. There lay 5 fragments of the Forgotten Monument. Chapter 36. This high-stakes match is secure. 5 fragments of the Forgotten Monument. They were genuinely astonished. What had initially seemed an insurmountable task had transformed into this unexpected circumstance. The proverbial needle in a haystack had been effortlessly uncovered. The question arose, would he truly part with these fragments? To Lu Ming's query, Song Feng could provide no definitive answer, only daring to venture a tentative attempt. He pointed to the 5 fragments, then to himself, and asked, could you give these to me? As he uttered those words, a flush crept across Song Feng's cheeks. After all, the chief had already bestowed one upon him. To now request 5 more was undeniably embarrassing for anyone. Unexpectedly, the Vedaloo picked up the 5 fragment from the table and handed them directly to Song Feng, grinning widely with his gleaming white teeth. Song Feng, the other 5 companions. Are you truly giving them to us? Not a moment's hesitation. Though Song Feng felt somewhat embarrassed, his body obediently accepted the situation. Subsequently, the 6 of them bowed in gratitude towards Vadalu, truly a noble benefactor. However, at that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from outside. Vadalu's expression shifted as he rushed out of the room. Song Feng and the others exchanged puzzled glances before hastening after him. Bang! 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 Enormous boulders fell from the sky like hail, striking the tribe's wooden houses with precision. Many members of the Vadalu tribe suffered severe injuries from the sudden onslaught. What could be happening? Could it be that other primitive tribes were attacking the Vadalu? It was certainly a possibility. Brother Feng, what should we do? The 5 looked to Song Feng for guidance. First, we must help them mitigate the rock crisis. Having recently received assistance from the Vadalu, Song Feng could not stand idly by in the face of such calamity. Although he was unclear about the exact circumstances, he understood that even a small favor must be repaid with great gratitude. Moreover, the aid provided by the Vadalu leader was not trivial. It was crucial for the success of their endeavors. This not only impacted the completion of Song Feng's breakthrough mission, but also influenced the nation's future investment in his development. Gu Jun, Luo Jincheng, focus on evacuating the Vadalu people and ensuring their safety. Xianana, Yang Feng, provide long-range attacks to intercept the falling rocks. Yi Luzi and I will accompany the Vadalu leader to assess the situation ahead. With that, everyone sprang into action. Song Feng and Lu Ming reached the entrance of the tribe, where they encountered the Vadalu leader and a large group of a primitive race known as the Tixulan. Their aggressive demeanor indicated that they were not friendly visitors. Hang du si zao moi, gu si lap a sao si hai. The Vadalu leader, filled with rage, unleashed a barrage of verbal assaults at the Tixulan leader. Although Song Feng and Lu Ming did not comprehend the meaning, they could surmise it was a form of unfriendly greeting. However, the Tixulan leader remained unfazed, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly enjoying the reprimand. At that moment, countless black wolves emerged from the surrounding grass, glaring hungrily at the Vadalu tribe, their eyes glinting with a feral hunger. The Vadalu leader's eyes widened in shock at this unexpected sight. Song Feng, noting the leader's expression, furrowed his brow in concern. It appeared that this group of primitive tribes had allied with the hostile wolves, aiming to annihilate the Vadalu. Lu Ming, taken aback, asked, "How did you know?" He observed the same scene as Song Feng, but wondered why the latter could so swiftly deduce the connection among the 3 parties. Song Feng shot him a glance, remarking, "A good mind is a valuable asset. Too bad it's wasted on you." Lu Ming felt a twinge of offense at the remark. After a brief moment of shock, the Vadalu leader quickly regained his composure and offered a friendly greeting to the leading wolves. Shiwa Hei Dong Mi La Chi. The leader of the wolf pack exchanged a disdainful glance with the leader of the Tixulan tribe, their eyes filled with contempt as they cast their gaze upon the Wachalu. Suddenly, accompanied by a deafening blast of horns, the Tixulan tribe and the wolf pack launched an assault on the Wachalu tribe. "Brother Feng, what is happening?" At that moment, Luo Jin and his companions hurried over, their expressions gravely serious upon witnessing the scene before them. "Prepare for battle. I will explain later," came the reply. Without hesitation, Lu Ming was the first to charge forward, seizing the weapon from a Tixulan warrior, leaving the latter momentarily stunned. In an instant, a head soared into the air, blood gushing forth. The battle was on the brink of eruption. The Wachala leader commanded his people to assume defensive positions, with their adversaries vastly outnumbering them. They had no choice but to defend, otherwise the casualties would be devastating. The Wachalu leader, wielding a massive wolf fawn club, charged towards the Tixulan leader and the wolf pack leader, confronting 2 formidable foes without yielding an inch. At the rear of the tribal defense line, Song Feng activated his spiritual sight, surveying the battlefield from a divine perspective within a 50-meter radius. The combatants on all sides were primarily at the 3rd tier, their levels ranging from 50 to 70, with little disparity in strength. However, the enemy's numerical superiority placed the Wachalu at a disadvantage, leading to considerable losses. If this continued, the Wachalu would inevitably succumb to defeat. Even with the assistance of Lu Ming and his 4 companions, they could merely prolong the inevitable. Song Feng pondered whether the medicinal pills would prove effective for the Wachalu tribe. At present, he possessed an abundance of these pills, stacked high within his system space. Should the pills yield results for the Wachalu, their chances of victory would soar to 80%. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he patted the trembling little Wachalu beside him. "Wah!" The little Wachalu jumped in fright at Song Feng's sudden gesture, shutting his eyes tightly and flailing a wooden stick wildly in front of him. "Surely, I can't be that terrifying?" Song Feng mused. Upon recognizing him, the little Wachalu exhaled in relief, tilting his head in confusion. Song Feng produced a medicinal pill, tossing it into his mouth before retrieving another to offer to the little Wachalu, gesturing for him to consume it. "What is this?" the little Wachalu inquired, eyeing the pill with curiosity. After some coaxing from Song Feng, the little Wachalu nervously popped the pill into his mouth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No change occurred. Song Feng's expression darkened. It seemed the pills were ineffective for them. However, in the next moment, a crimson beam of light erupted from within the little Wachalu. In an instant, his body swelled, and his attributes surged dramatically. Witnessing this transformation, Song Feng's previously dimmed eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. The remarkable effect was clearly more pronounced than what humans experienced upon consumption. This high-stakes game was secured. Chapter 37. Gather the fragments of the forgotten steel. Let us call you Manji. The commotion here quickly attracted a considerable amount of attention. The Watchalus ahead turned their heads, and upon seeing the enormous little Waterloo, they were instantly taken aback. It was unclear what the group of Watchalus were chattering about. The little Waterloo pointed at Song Feng, grinning widely with delight. This was precisely the effect Song Feng desired. He produced a plethora of elixirs and instructed the little Waterloo to distribute them among his kin for consumption. After witnessing the transformation of the little Waterloo, the other Watchalus hesitated no longer and promptly consumed the elixirs. In the next moment, hundreds of crimson beams shot into the sky. The sound echoed like a thunderclap, shaking the very earth. Almost simultaneously, everyone turned their gaze towards the spectacle. Upon seeing a group of massive Watchalus, their muscles bulging, fear was evident on every face. Even the Waterloo leader bore a look of confusion, unsure of what had transpired. Not only him, but the leaders of Tuxilon and the Northwind Wolves were equally astonished. They could genuinely sense the terrifying aura emanating from the Watchalus. Even they felt a tinge of fear. This was undoubtedly the commotion orchestrated by Brother Feng, truly remarkable, given the surge in their power. They must have ingested the fulling bloodburst pill. How many elixirs does Brother Feng possess? He produced hundreds of divine pills without so much as a blink. Luo Jin and the others could discern that this was the miraculous effect of the elixirs. Given the current state of battle, a significant turnaround was imminent. The Waterloo leader, noticing the gaze of his kin fixed upon Song Feng, realized that their extraordinary enhancement was undoubtedly thanks to that human. With this thought, the Waterloo leader felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. He glared intently at the leaders of Tuxilon and the Northwind Wolves, swinging his wolf-tooth club with fervor. As long as he could hold off these two leaders, his fellow kin could swiftly deal with the enemies, and the scales of victory would eventually tilt in their favor. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. The 5 of you, combine your strength to assist the Waterloo leader in combating those 2 leaders. With the majority of the Waterloo having consumed the elixirs, their strength was unprecedentedly formidable. They would find it much easier to contend with the Tuxilon and Northwind Wolves. Once they subdued their leaders, victory was merely a matter of time. Indeed, Lu Ming and the others immediately understood, charging towards the battleground where the 3 leaders clashed. As time passed, the tide of battle swiftly turned, with the Watchalus overwhelming their adversaries. Meanwhile, in the coordinated assault led by Lu Ming and the Waterloo leader, the leaders of Tuxilon and the Northwind Wolves soon found themselves vanquished. They lay on the ground in a state of disarray, utterly devoid of combat capability. Defeated, they accepted their loss with deep resignation. What had once been a favorable situation was utterly thwarted by a single human. The leaders of Tuxilon and the Northwind Wolves glared at Song Feng with eyes filled with malice, fully aware that all of this was orchestrated by him. He has utterly ruined their foolproof plan. Do not look at me like that. Song Feng stepped forward, scratching his head with a smile. But before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly halted. His gaze was fixed intently on the necklace adorning the neck of the Telsilon leader, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The 5 companions of Lu Ming followed his line of sight and were immediately filled with joy. Fragments of the forgotten monument. 2 whole pieces. The main task of the second stage was to gather 9 fragments of the forgotten monument. Song Feng and his companions had already collected 7, leaving only 2 remaining. To their astonishment, they were right on the leader of Telsilon. What a stroke of luck. A wild approach, a daring theft. Excellent. Lu Ming extended his palm. In the next moment, an invisible force yanked the necklace from the leader's neck, swiftly flying into Lu Ming's hand. Congratulations on successfully gathering 9 fragments of the forgotten monument. Please assemble the fragments within 10 minutes. Failure to do so will result in automatic elimination. An ethereal panel appeared before the 6 of them. Fantastic. This task felt almost like a gift. They had not anticipated that the second stage would be completed even more swiftly than the first. It seemed that the raid on the dungeon was indeed promising. Crazy. What should we do in this situation? Song Feng surveyed his surroundings. Victory was already assured. Since piecing together the fragments was also part of the task, it was undoubtedly not going to be easy. To be on the safe side, they needed to act quickly. After the Telsalon leader directed his clan to clear the battlefield, he brought Song Feng and his companions to his wooden dwelling. Song Feng laid out the 9 fragments on the table. These fragments were irregular stones. They attempted to fit them together based on their shapes and indentations, but regrettably, every attempt ended in failure. These 9 stones were all irregular, and no matter how they tried, they simply would not fit together. After hundreds of attempts, not a single one succeeded. It seemed as if these fragments were not meant to be assembled. Time was slipping away, and they were still making no progress. The group began to feel a sense of urgency. Merely these 9 stones were likely insufficient. Something else was certainly missing. Song Feng scanned the area, still devoid of any clues. Just then, a small Telsalon scampered in, unmistakably the first one to consume the potion. Kuchi Huami Sosa Shi. The little Telsalon approached the Telsalon leader, grinning widely at Song Feng and his companions, seemingly quite pleased. Although Song Feng felt quite troubled, he could not maintain a stern expression in the presence of the innocent little Telsalon. Instead, he offered a gentle smile and patted its head. Waksamai Hashido. The little Telsalon pointed at the 9 stones on the table and uttered a phrase. Song Feng was unsure of what was being said, but simply nodded with a faint smile. Subsequently, he watched as the little Telsalon climbed up the leg of the table, picking up the rune stone and tilting its head, examining it from various angles. Luo Jinsheng was apprehensive about the potential destruction of the fragments and sought to voice his concerns, yet was halted by Song Feng, who encouraged him to give it a try. It is said that long ago, there existed a divine monument known as the Monument of Oblivion, capable of awakening the purest souls buried within people's hearts, the scholar Morse Jen. Since they were unable to proceed, why not let the innocent children take a chance? After all, there were no other options available. It was a gamble akin to transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. The young Waterloo carelessly arranged several stones, akin to a child playing with toys. In the next moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The runes inscribed on the 9 stones simultaneously erupted with a dazzling golden light, casting the image of a monument. Subsequently, 9 fragments miraculously floated into the ethereal shadow of the monument. In an instant, a golden beam shot skyward. At that moment, the monument transformed from an apparition into a tangible entity. Congratulations on successfully passing the second challenge. Please traverse the spatial vortex within 999 seconds to reach the next stage. At the very instant the illusory panel appeared, the golden light emitted by the Monument of Oblivion converged into a spatial vortex. It truly worked. The 6 of them, including Song Feng, instantly beamed with joy. He lifted the bewildered young Waterloo from the table, his face radiant with happiness, exclaiming, "You are indeed a little lucky star." Seeing Song Feng so elated, young Waterloo grinned widely. "We must take our leave now. First, we need to give you a name, lest we fail to recognize you in the future." As Song Feng patted young Waterloo's head, he pondered for a moment before declaring, "Ah, your name shall be Manji." Chapter 38. Fate will bring us together. Main quest unclear? Manji? No, it is Manji. Full chicken? It is Manji. Muin Man, G-E-G. Manji? Yes, at last. I pronounced it correctly. Song Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. Teaching Manji his own name proved to be quite a challenge. Manji, Manji, Manji. Once he had a name, he appeared immensely pleased, bouncing joyfully as he waved his arms. All right, brief farewells pave the way for a better reunion. We shall meet again if fate allows. The 6 of them waved goodbye to the Waterloo chief and Manji, who seemed to understand their departure and returned the gesture with a grin. Zigabaji. In that instant, the 6 of them stepped into the spatial vortex under the watchful gaze of Manji and the chief. Everything returned to tranquility. "Father, did I not tell you? Not all humans are malevolent." Had Song Feng and the others still been present, they would have been utterly astonished. The previously speech-impaired Manji astonishingly spoke human language. A revelation beyond imagination. Indeed, you are correct. The Waterloo chief lovingly patted Manji's head. Did you not keep clamoring for a name? Now you possess one. Hee. Manji beamed with joy. I like this name. He turned towards the now vanished spatial vortex and cheerfully remarked, "Father, we will meet again, won't we? Fate will bring us together. There is no need for forced encounters. We shall patiently await the right moment." Meanwhile, after a whirlwind of chaos, Song Feng and his 5 companions found themselves transported to an environment as dark as ink. Where are we? It's so dark. I can't see anything. Hey, who just stepped on my foot? That hurts. Which pervert just touched my backside? Take that, you scoundrel. Amidst the cacophony of voices, a beam of light descended from above, illuminating the 6 of them. With a sudden flourish, countless lights ignited, revealing the surroundings in an instant. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Death Beast Arena. What you are about to witness is the life and death struggle between the lowly minions of the former dynasty and the talented warriors of our current era, the Blood Slaughter team. Unleash your fervor and cheer for Blood Slaughter. Blood Slaughter go. Blood Slaughter go. Ha ha ha. Die, lowly minions. You are unworthy of existence in this world. You are merely the refuse at the bottom of the food chain. A torrent of insults filled the air, igniting anger in the hearts of Song Feng and his companions. Yet, Song Feng remained relatively calm. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, realizing they appeared to be in an ancient arena, surrounded by monstrous beings of bizarre shapes. Coupled with the words they had just heard, he began to piece together a grim understanding. This was a world where humans were deemed inferior, and monsters had risen to dominance. Welcome to the 3rd level, the forgotten ancient capital. Introduction. The old human dynasty has fallen, and the new era of beasts has emerged. The weak humans are kept as pets, while the powerful beasts reign supreme. Countless human compatriots suffer and perish in torment, while many are imprisoned in dark cages. Some have even become mere playthings for these beasts. As former subjects of the old dynasty, you are unfortunate captives, now part of the spectacle for the noble beasts to enjoy. Faced with this predicament, what path will you choose? Main quest. Unknown. Note, the choices you make are yours alone, but whether those choices will lead to a successful conclusion remains uncertain. Song Feng regarded the ethereal panel before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, the backdrop of this world aligned closely with his suspicions. However, the main quest being unknown, how should they navigate this uncertainty? A wrong choice could lead to starting over, wasting precious time. What should we do, madman? Lu Ming inquired, his expression tense. He preferred to leave such cerebral matters to Song Feng. For now, we shall proceed cautiously, step by step, Song Feng replied. He was no deity, incapable of knowing every detail. Given the current situation, their best course was to advance with caution. Next, let us warmly welcome the Blood Slaughter team. With the proclamation, 6 distinctly shaped monsters strode menacingly through the arena entrance, led by a creature with the head of a man and the body of a scorpion, exuding an air of authority. Go, Count Scorpion. I want to bury your little scorpions. Go, Viscount Flying Tiger. You are the best. Tear apart these lowly minions. Charge. Viscount Bloodwolf. Stop. The Count of Scorpion uttered a single word, and the entire venue fell into an immediate silence. Typically an observer from the audience. This was my inaugural participation in such a magnificent performance. The Count gazed at Song Feng and his companions, a faint smirk playing upon his lips. You lowly peasants. To be slain by me is indeed an honor. Do you have any final words? He taunted, dismissing their lives as inconsequential. I'll leave you to rot next door, roared Luo Jincheng, unable to contain his fiery temper. How dare you show such disrespect? Baron Bloodwolf stepped forward, his voice booming with authority. You filthy mutt. Upon learning that his compatriots were being treated like mere pets, Luo Jincheng's fury ignited, fueled further by the Count's arrogant provocations. After enduring Luo Jincheng's verbal onslaught, the expressions of the Count and his entourage darkened ominously. Peasants will always be peasants, devoid of refinement. If you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall grant your wish. With that declaration, the Count lunged toward Luo Jincheng, his claws gleaming with lethal intent. Now is the moment, Song Feng observed, a knowing smile gracing his lips, as if his scheme had come to fruition. Suddenly, boom. The Count's assault was abruptly interrupted by a barrage of cannonballs and fireballs that sent him hurtling through the air. He quickly regained his footing, yet before he could react, a blade of energy sliced through his form, blood erupting forth. Before he could regain his composure, a colossal sword of holy light descended upon him, and in a desperate attempt to evade, he found his escape blocked by a shadowy figure. Xianana, Yangfang, unleash your might. Yes. In unison, a massive fireball, accompanied by a metallic projectile, was hurled towards the Count. Having just suffered a grievous wound, he had no chance to evade the imminent onslaught. Boom! The earth trembled, and dust billowed into the air. The Count of Scorpion was reduced to mere ashes. The Count had perished. Chapter 39. Allow me to demonstrate the art of sharpshooting. The Wanderers Organization? All this transpired in less than 3 seconds. By the time Baron Bloodwolf regained his senses and rushed to aid, the Count had already departed this realm. My heavens! The Count of Scorpion is truly dead. The host stammered, grappling with the unexpected outcome. Not only he, but the other spectators stood in stunned disbelief. In a matter of seconds, the Count, who had just boasted grandly, was gone. It felt surreal. You actually killed the Count of Scorpion. Baron Bloodwolf's gaze towards Feng and his companions was filled with astonishment. They were acutely aware of the Count's formidable prowess, yet before this group of so-called peasants, he resembled a mere minion incapable of retaliating. Indeed, it was we who ended his life. Feng raised an eyebrow. What? Do you wish to join him? Baron Bloodwolf narrowed his eyes. You have slain the Count of Scorpion. The Holy Father will certainly not let you go unpunished. The Bloodwolf is no fool. If Feng and his 5 companions could easily vanquish Count Scorpion, then defeating him would be a mere child's play. Therefore, he would not be foolish enough to seek his own demise. He could only resort to intimidating them with the mention of the Pope. What nonsense about a Pope? I have never even heard of such a figure. Luo Jincheng slammed his gigantic sword heavily onto the ground, daring him to come forth. I would not even utter his name backward. You, arrogant. The Bloodwolf's eyes glinted with menace. It seems you are quite dissatisfied with this situation. Dare to challenge me one-on-one? Luo Jincheng scoffed. Humph, you base peasant. I fear that killing you would sully my noble soul. Despite his bravado, the Bloodwolf's body instinctively retreated, fearing that Luo Jincheng might unleash his wrath at any moment. He had no confidence in winning. As the standoff ensued, the host on the platform had a sudden inspiration and shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, he has slain Count Scorpion. Whoever can capture them will surely be rewarded with a high position by the esteemed Pope. Surround them at once. Do not let them escape. Upon hearing this, the beastly nobles in the audience stirred restlessly. The allure of unparalleled power is hard to resist. Furthermore, although they might not win in a one-on-one confrontation, their sheer numbers granted them an advantage. Why not engage in a brawl instead? A wolf draped in a crimson cloak stood up and leapt directly from the audience, creating a ripple of chaos. The beastly spectators surged into the arena, a frenzied swarm. That accursed giant bird. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the large eagle on the platform. Yang Feng, lend me a sniper rifle. As Yang Feng handed him the Barrett, he curiously inquired, What do you intend to do? Allow me to show you what it means to be a sniper. Lu Ming took the Barrett, aimed at the platform, and declared, I will demonstrate only once. Pay attention. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed, startling all the beasts. They looked at themselves, unharmed, and breathed a sigh of relief. However, the large eagle on the platform was reduced to countless bloody fragments by Lu Ming's enhanced Barrett, creating a gruesome spectacle. While pulling back and seeking an opportunity to blend into the crowd, Feng and his 5 companions began to retreat. Behind them trailed a multitude of beastly nobles. Block their path. Don't, the Blood Wolf Marquis shouted from the rear, but before he could finish, a bullet shattered his body into numerous pieces, meeting a fate as tragic as that of the eagle. Lu Ming blew the smoke from the muzzle of the Barrett and turned to Yang Feng. This sniper is quite impressive. It's mine now. Yang Feng, my Barrett has just vanished into thin air. Clear the path of the beasts ahead. We must exit the arena immediately. Upon seeing more beasts blocking their way, Feng quickly devised a plan. Luo Jincheng gathered the sword's radiance and swept it across the surroundings, carving a path for their escape. In an instant, Feng dashed forward, covering 10 meters in a single stride. Witnessing this, Lu Ming and the others were left utterly astonished. Is it a supersonic rabbit? A single leap of 10 meters? Little do many know, under the nurturing of the clear spirit elixir, Feng's speed has long surpassed that of ordinary mortals. He turned to the 5, who stood dumbfounded, urging them, What are you still doing here? Quickly, let's blend into the crowd and seek a safe haven. We shall determine our next course of action then. The 6 of them dashed out of the arena and into the bustling marketplace of the beasts. Here, the atmosphere was lively, with a surge of creatures. Upon witnessing the appearance of the 6 humans, the beasts displayed expressions of disgust. Lowly peasants. What gives you the right to be seen in this noble marketplace? This rabble must have just escaped from prison. The beasts were poised to block their path. However, a sudden shout made them waver. Seize them. They have slain Count Scorpion. The creatures, mere ordinary citizens, were weak in power. If these humans could kill Count Scorpion, eliminating them would be a trivial matter. They had no desire to invite calamity upon themselves. The shout not only failed to achieve its intended effect, but instead triggered a negative response, causing the beasts to retreat in unison. This suited Feng's intentions perfectly. With no obstacles ahead and their pursuers unable to keep pace, they swiftly evaded the chase and concealed themselves in a secluded corner. What shall we do next? Madman, they had successfully escaped the encirclement yet the system provided no further guidance. The next steps were theirs to decide. While fleeing moments ago, I observed the surroundings. There were no technological products, no towering skyscrapers, and none of the architectural features typical of modern society. This was evidently an ancient realm, now overrun by creatures from another world. Song Feng's escape from the arena was not due to an inability to combat those beasts. Rather, he sought to understand the nature of this world. He could not be so audacious as to believe that 6 individuals could stand against an entire kingdom. Knowledge of oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Upon hearing Song Feng's account, the 5 were filled with profound admiration. To escape while maintaining a calm observation is no feat for the average person. Just then, Song Feng seemed to sense something. Abruptly turning his gaze toward the entrance of the alley, his eyes narrowing. Lu Ming and the others followed his line of sight and beheld a figure clad in black approaching them with measured steps. The figure removed his mask, revealing a smiling face. "Greetings," he said. Song Feng cautiously inquired, "Who are you?" "I'm Wang Hao, a fellow denizen of the Fallen Dynasty and a member of the Wanderers Organization." He introduced himself. "What is the Wanderers Organization?" "It is a collective formed by all who roam the streets and alleys, united with the ultimate goal of vanquishing the Pope and restoring the glory of the old dynasty." "How many members does your organization have?" "A multitude, to be honest." "How many exactly?" 10. Chapter 40. What decision will Song Feng make? The 6 of them fell into silence. "After all this time, you reduced 10 individuals to a multitude? Do not be too quick to dismiss the possibility," Wang Hao urged with urgency. "Although we are but 10 in number, each of us is a formidable warrior. If we unite to rescue our brethren trapped in the prison, our numbers could double instantly. In time, we could amass 1,000 or even 10,000, making the overthrow of the Pope's regime a tangible reality." Lu Ming cast him a skeptical glance, retorting, "It is easy to speak of such endeavors. But to infiltrate a prison under the dominion of ferocious beasts, is that not akin to courting death?" Wang Hao responded with a mysterious smile. "Those beasts are brawny yet simple-minded. There remains a glimmer of hope in rescuing our kin from their clutches." Song Feng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What are the odds of success?" Wang Hao hesitated momentarily, then muttered, "Perhaps 1%. The others exchanged incredulous looks. Such bold proclamations. You would have one believe the odds are 99%. Yet, those who have survived to this day are indeed elite warriors. If we can disrupt the prison's order, they shall undoubtedly find a way to escape amidst the chaos." Wang Hao grinned, "Then we shall gather them, continuously augmenting our ranks until we vanquish the Pope and restore the glory of humanity." The crowd regarded him with a mixture of intrigue and skepticism, sensing an uncanny resemblance to a cult leader in his fervor. "If the beasts you speak of are so inept, how then did they bring about the downfall of the former human dynasty?" Song Feng sought to grasp the historical context of this world and the events that transpired therein, so as to make informed decisions. "Ah, it is evident you are not of royal lineage," Wang Hao chuckled lightly. "There was once a rumor that circulated within the royal court. The emperor, gravely ill, entrusted power to the eldest and second princes. The eldest was cold-hearted, enforcing tyrannical rule, plunging the populace into despair. The second prince, kind-hearted, sought to intervene against his brother's tyranny, but found no support among the ministers, left isolated and powerless. By chance, the second prince encountered the current pope, who promised that together they could thwart the eldest prince's oppression and liberate the citizens from suffering." Wang Hao sighed, expressing deep regret. At merely 17, the second prince was yet immature, and under the pope's deceitful persuasion, he rashly agreed. The emperor's condition deteriorated, and 3 years later he passed away, elevating the eldest prince to the throne. Yet, during the coronation ceremony, the Pope, with the second prince's aid, stealthily ushered in the beasts, who swiftly invaded the palace and executed the eldest prince on the spot. Tragically, the Pope did not honor his promise. The initial agreement between the second prince and the Pope was to co-govern and unite humans and beasts. However, the Pope unilaterally tore up the pact, imprisoning the second prince. The nation was left leaderless, and the populace descended into chaos. The beasts seized city after city, capturing the strong and slaughtering the weak, treating human women as mere playthings. To be savaged at will. Wang Hao clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with wrath. "It is precisely for this reason that you will encounter numerous orcs within the city. They emerged during that particular period." After hearing these words, Luo Jin struck the wall fiercely, causing cracks to spread like a spider's web. "What a damnable beast!" he exclaimed. "Had I known earlier, I would have taken the opportunity to slay a few more aberrant creatures to vent my frustration. As members of the human race, It is only natural to empathize with one another. The thought of their suffering evokes undeniable turmoil within one's heart. Even the usually composed Feng could not suppress a chill in his gaze. Once he had quelled the agitation within, he posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. I have another inquiry. Where do the aberrant beasts originate? Do they invade from other worlds? Or have they always existed within this realm? In response, Wang Hao gently shook his head. I do not know. You do not know? Feng raised an eyebrow. Yet he had already reached a conclusion in his mind. If the aberrant beasts had indeed come from another world, seeking to invade and claim this territory, Feng would have unhesitatingly chosen to assist humanity in vanquishing the dominion of the aberrant creatures. However, if the aberrant beasts had always existed in this world, merely oppressed by humanity and forced into the shadows to survive, then Feng would have to reconsider his decision. It is no wonder that Feng harbored such thoughts. In the arena of beasts, he could sense the profound animosity the aberrant creatures held towards humanity. This was not merely the disdain of the strong for the weak. It was a deep-seated resentment buried within their hearts. Thus, the question arises, why do the aberrant beasts harbor such hatred for humanity? It seems illogical. Consequently, Feng leaned towards the second hypothesis, that the aberrant beasts had once been oppressed and mistreated by humans, much like humanity itself today. Observing Wang Hao's hesitant demeanor, Feng found affirmation in his suspicions. It was merely that Wang Hao lacked the courage to voice them. Well then, I've said all that I needed to. Whether to join the Wanderers organization is for you to decide. With every passing minute a compatriot falls, I hope you can reach a decision swiftly. Wang Hao attempted to divert the discussion, using the urgency of time as an excuse. At that moment, Lu Ming sensed something amiss. Wait, don't change the subject. How could you possibly not know the origin of the aberrant beasts? I have not paid much attention and am not well acquainted with the aberrant beasts, Wang Hao quickly explained. Lu Ming wished to say more, but Feng interrupted him with a gesture. All right, let's not press him further if he chooses to remain silent. He then extended his hand to Wang Hao with a smile. We six are willing to join the Wanderers organization. Chapter 41. What truth is Feng anticipating? The empire ruled by the current pope is called the Celia Empire, with its capital situated in the heart of the nation, known as Boar City. Here, a multitude of noble aberrant creatures congregate, symbolizing power and status. Simultaneously, under Wang Hao's guidance, Feng and his companions arrived at an inn in Boar City. This is the headquarters of our Wanderers organization. Wang Hao led Feng and his companions to a private chamber within a tavern. Feng nodded, shedding his black cloak. Approaching the window, he drew back a corner of the curtain and peered out at the bustling marketplace, shadows of beasts flitting about. You have quite the audacity to use the tavern in the heart of the city as your lair, he remarked. Haha, the most perilous places are often the safest. They would never suspect us to hide here, Wang Hao replied with confidence. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Code word? Chick chick cluck. The Pope has no chick. The code is correct. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a group of 9 individuals, 6 men and 3 women, all appearing to be between the ages of 25 and 35. Let me formally introduce you to these 6. They are my newly recruited members. Wang Hao briefly introduced Feng's party. Let's extend a warm welcome to them. As Wang Hao's voice faded, the remaining 9 applauded enthusiastically. Feng smiled, saying, From now on, we shall be comrades in arms. Do take good care of us. Leader, we. A man stepped forward, his demeanor respectful. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Hao interrupted him with a reprimand. How many times must I say it? Do not call me leader. Omit this, sir. Yes, yes. The man stammered, nodding quickly. Please continue. Wang Hao replied with a slight nod. We have just learned from several beasts that tomorrow, the Pope will hold an ancestral ceremony at Martinon Square. It is said that many humans will be cremated as offerings to their ancestors. Infuriating. Wang Hao pounded the table in anger, his expression one of fury. These brutes have no regard for us humans. He turned to Feng, Brother Song. Do you have any thoughts? Before Feng could respond, Lu Ming interjected, Wang Hao, just share your thoughts directly. If suitable, we will act accordingly. Taken aback momentarily, Feng then nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall outline my plan, Wang Hao said, retrieving a pristine map from a drawer, clearly depicting Bull City. He pointed to a specific location. Here lies Martinon Square, where the Pope will conduct the ancestral ceremony tomorrow. Our tavern is merely 500 meters from the square, allowing us to observe the events from the rooftop. At that time, the focus of the entire city will be on the ceremony, providing us the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the prison and rescue our compatriots. What do you think? After a brief contemplation, Feng nodded, acknowledging the plan's merit. However, I believe it could be further enhanced. Oh, Brother Song, If you have any valuable suggestions, please share, Wang Hao said humbly. Firstly, we must position our watchmen around Martindon Square. Should any unusual circumstances arise, we need to notify our members for a swift evacuation. Additionally, I propose that we split into smaller groups to approach different prisons, executing the plan simultaneously. This way, our numbers will be fewer and less conspicuous. Even when discovered, one can swiftly extricate oneself, thereby averting unnecessary casualties. Ultimately, this is the most crucial point. A subtle smile graced Song Feng's lips, and a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. At that moment, he envisioned gathering all compatriots to collectively sabotage the so-called ancestral ritual and seize the opportunity to assassinate the Pope, completely obliterating the Cilia Empire. Excellent. Such boldness, Brother Song, Wang Hao exclaimed, rising with fervor, feeling an exhilarating rush of blood, eager to slay the Pope immediately to add to the excitement. Very well, the plan is set. Song Feng chuckled lightly. We lack familiarity with the terrain of Boar City. Hence, it would be prudent to divide our 6 into separate teams. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the wisdom in this approach, he swiftly began to arrange the groupings. Ultimately, under Wang Hao's coordination, they were divided into 6 teams. Song Feng and Wang Hao formed one team, tasked with keeping watch during the sacrificial ceremony, while the remaining 5 were assigned to infiltrate the prison to rescue their compatriots. All right, let us rest for the night. We shall commence our endeavors at dawn, adhering to the plan. After delineating their respective tasks, they settled in. The room was spacious, furnished with 6 beds, ample for their temporary stay. Although the inn had sufficient rooms for each person to have their own, for the sake of safety, and with the agreement of the young lady, Xian Nana, Song Feng decided it was best for all 6 to remain together. Approaching the window, he gazed at the luminous full moon hanging in the night sky, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Tomorrow, the truth shall be revealed. I must admit, I am rather looking forward to it." Chapter 42. The Pope emerges, the ancestral ceremony commences. The night sky was profound, speckled with stars like scattered dust. Dawn was fast approaching. News of the 6 humans who had slain Count Scorpion and successfully escaped the arena reverberated throughout the land. The nation was on high alert, with soldiers conducting thorough searches throughout the night. Alas, there remained not a trace of evidence. The 6 of them seemed to have evaporated from existence, leaving behind no hint of their presence. Gradually, the beasts began to forget the incident. As the ancestral ceremony was to be held today, a day of utmost significance for all citizens of the Cilia Empire, everyone's focus was directed towards this event, rendering little attention to the 6 escaped commoners. Early in the morning, Martin Town Square was thronged with exotic beasts. Cloaked in black, Song Feng and Wang Hao concealed themselves among the crowd. The diverse attire of the beasts, some even wearing undergarments on their heads, rendered the 2 quite inconspicuous. Brother Song, once the ancestral ceremony commences, please signal them to act according to the plan, Wang Hao whispered. Song Feng nodded in affirmation. They stood quietly amidst the throng, awaiting the moment. After a brief interval, the crowd of beasts suddenly became restless. The Pope has appeared. Good heavens, is that truly the legendary Pope? What imposing presence! The aura radiating from the Pope was formidable, leaving many feeling somewhat breathless. The assembled beasts buzzed with excitement. Song Feng followed their gaze and looked over. He saw a woman clad in a black gown, her face veiled, gracefully ascending the high platform. If not for her slender tail, she could easily be mistaken for a human. The Pope is female, and seemingly an orc as well. Song Feng raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat taken aback. How is it? Surprised, aren't you? Wang Hao glanced at Song Feng, noticing his astonishment, which seemed to have been anticipated. Upon hearing this, Song Feng smiled and nodded. Indeed, it was somewhat unexpected. At that moment, he realized there was a deeper meaning behind the statement. Just then, the Pope stepped onto the high platform, her calm gaze surveying everything below. The venue fell into utter silence. No one dared to utter a word. The beasts even held their breath, waiting in hushed anticipation for the Pope to speak. My dear subjects, I am quite pleased with your performance. I hope you can maintain the reverence in your hearts, ensuring the enduring prosperity of the Cilia Empire. The Pope did not use any tools, yet her cold voice resonated throughout the city of Boros. The beasts were taken aback, bowing their heads in unison, their expressions devout as they fervently proclaimed, "Thank you, Your Holiness, for your praise. It is our honor." On the high platform, the Pope seemed to relish the moment, closing her eyes to listen intently. After a brief pause, she spoke again in a cool tone. "I have heard from Duke Ant that yesterday 6 commoners brazenly killed Count Scorpion in the arena. Are you all aware of this matter?" Upon hearing this, The expressions of the beasts changed drastically as they silently lowered their heads. This incident had long become the talk of the town. In such a public venue as the arena, it was scandalous that a few commoners would openly slay a noble count. This was not only a disgrace to the count, but also to the Pope and the entire Cilia Empire. The most humiliating part was that those commoners managed to escape right under the noses of numerous powerful beings. Even deploying national forces could not uncover their whereabouts. "We acknowledge our guilt," the beasts cried out in unison. The Pope nodded. "I do not blame you. Those commoners are exceedingly cunning, their inherent wickedness difficult to eradicate. Bloodthirsty and murderous. If left unchecked, they will bring great calamity to the Cilia Empire. Coincidentally, today is the ancestor worship ceremony. So let us cleanse the evil from those commoners with fire. Bring them forth." As the Pope uttered these words, several humans were brought forth, all bound to crosses, their struggles proving futile. "Kill me. Please kill me. I cannot bear this inhumane treatment any longer. Devils, you are a group of utterly deranged devils." These dozen or so humans were older women, appearing to be around 50 years of age. Their voices, sharp and thin, echoed throughout the Martindon Square. "Silence. Commoners." The beasts lashed at them with thin whips, producing a crisp sound. Witnessing this scene, Song Feng in the crowd furrowed his brow, lost in thought. At that moment, Wang Hao suddenly grasped his hand. "Brother Song, inform them to commence the operation." "Understood." Song Feng nodded in agreement. He retrieved a pre-prepared communication stone and whispered a few phrases, a hint of a sinister smile inadvertently curling at the corners of his mouth beneath the cloak. The notification had been sent. They were already set in motion. Indeed, Wang Hao affirmed, the beast guarding the prison will undoubtedly convey the message. When the chaos unfolds, we shall rescue our compatriots. Once the main force arrives, we will collectively vanquish the Pope and the other formidable beasts. The beasts, wielding whips, mercilessly lashed at the group of a dozen individuals, inflicting horrific, gory wounds upon them. "Enough! Cease your assault." The Pope's cold voice rang out as she observed the near-unconscious state of the captives. She placed her right hand upon her chest, gazing skyward with a devout expression. "Great ancestors, let us honor your departed souls with the blood of the commoners. I, as the Pope of the Cilia Empire, hereby declare the ancestral tribute ceremony officially commenced." With those words, a colossal furnace was hoisted aloft by a multitude of beasts. The Pope waved her hand gently, and a ball of flame soared into the furnace. In the next moment, a conflagration erupted. The searing flames illuminated vast stretches of the sky, accompanied by countless anguished cries that echoed through the air. Following the source of the sound, a massive cage filled with humans was pushed forth. The first segment of the ancestral tribute ceremony, the soul incineration rite, begins. Chapter 43, A Flaw Exposed. My dear second prince, the soul incineration rite commences. As the proclamation was made, the beasts raised the enormous cage, preparing to cast it into the furnace. However, at that instant, Wang Hao surged forth from the throng of beasts, shedding his black cloak, his countenance ablaze with fury. "You brutes, if you possess any courage, come at me and leave my compatriots be." Song Feng closely followed in his wake. The beasts turned their gazes towards them, their expressions darkening. To allow commoners to disrupt such a sacred ancestral ceremony was an unfathomable disgrace. The beasts exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their attention to the Pope. On the elevated platform, the Pope narrowed her eyes, her voice icy as she inquired, "Who are you?" Wang Hao met her gaze, unflinching. "I am the leader of the Wanderers organization." Upon hearing this declaration, the beasts displayed expressions of bewilderment. "The Wanderers organization? Have you ever heard that name?" "No, not at all. Could it possibly be an organization formed by commoners, foolishly attempting to overthrow our Cilia Empire? Ha ha ha. These commoners are utterly delusional." On the platform, the Pope furrowed her brow, her eyes glinting with cold light. "So, it is you who have been assassinating the nobles of our dynasty for years, audaciously leaving your mark." Wang Hao appeared somewhat proud and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, upon hearing this, the Pope waved her ornate sleeve, and in an instant, a tempest arose, dark clouds swirling above. The world dimmed at that moment. Yet just then an incongruous voice rang out indeed. What a splendid performance. Song Feng removed his black cloak, applauding while subtly shaking his head in admiration. At this proclamation, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Wang Hao turned in bewilderment and asked, "Brother Song, what do you mean by that?" Song Feng, with a serene smile, replied, "I must admit, you possess a modicum of theatrical talent. However, in my presence, you still appear rather inexperienced. The flaws in your act are too numerous to overlook." Upon hearing this, The other beasts appeared equally perplexed, while Wang Hao's expression darkened gradually. How did you discern that? He inquired. Does it truly matter? Song Feng chuckled lightly. It does, Wang Hao retorted, revealing a sinister grin. It has been quite some time since I encountered a human as astute as you. Were it not for our opposing stances, I would genuinely desire to be your brother. However, now that you have unveiled the truth, I believe you have outlived your usefulness. Oh, esteemed Pope, do you permit us two lowly beings to engage in a nostalgic conversation? His tone was mocking, inciting a strong urge in others to strike him down. Impudent. The beast seethed with anger, eager to seize him, but the Pope raised a hand to halt them. Let him speak. With the Pope's words, the beast dared not defy him. Faced with the pressure of thousands of extraordinary creatures, Song Feng merely smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Since you wish to know, I do not mind revealing them one by one. He turned to Wang Hao and began to elucidate. The first flaw is that your display of anger is contrived. Upon our initial meeting, you spoke of the injustices faced by the human race at the hands of the beasts, yet your exhibited fury was superficial, devoid of any true emotion. It was akin to that of an onlooker observing the situation. Am I correct? Wang Hao, with a sullen expression, nodded in acknowledgement. He had not anticipated that what he deemed convincing theatrics would be easily unraveled by Song Feng, as if it were mere clownish antics. So you sensed something was amiss at that time. Why then did you choose to join the Wanderers organization? Song Feng inquired. Because I had no alternative, and I could not conclude your identity based solely on that, he replied with a faint smile. Initially, when your subordinate referred to you as leader, I did not perceive any issue, thinking it merely a customary address. However, when you reprimanded him, I noticed he trembled, suggesting this was not a typical dynamic among organization members. Furthermore, when he reported to you, he inadvertently uttered Pope, and before he could complete the word, you silenced him with an imperceptible pressure. Yet, I sensed it distinctly. Even Lu Ming perceived something was amiss. Song Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Your so-called Wanderers organization must consist entirely of your own kin, and it was hastily assembled. They still habitually refer to one another with prior titles. Am I right? At this point, Wang Hao's face turned ashen. Indeed, Song Feng's deductions were entirely accurate, without a single flaw. You are quite perceptive, with formidable observational skills, Wang Hao remarked, his eyes narrowing. I witnessed your escape from the arena yesterday, while the pursuers were powerless, completely at your mercy. At that moment, I felt a playful impulse and gathered 9 individuals to form the so-called Wanderers organization, attempting to draw you into our midst. Since I was rather bored, I thought it would be amusing to engage with you, never anticipating the multitude of flaws that would emerge. Upon receiving Wang Hao's affirmation, Song Feng appeared quite pleased. Gaining the acknowledgement of an adversary is undoubtedly a source of pride. Song Feng scanned the surroundings, found a spot to sit, and remarked, I'm feeling a bit weary. I'll take a short break, if you don't mind. Wang Hao, the Pope, and the assembled beasts regarded Song Feng with bewildered expressions. This was the territory of the otherworldly beasts, and the square was thronged with countless creatures, numbering in the thousands. How could Song Feng remain so composed? Did he truly believe he was at home? Do you have anything else to say? If not, I can send you to another world for a proper rest. After Song Feng pointed out numerous flaws, Wang Hao felt a twinge of resentment rising within him, accompanied by a foreboding sense of unease. Gripping his dagger, he approached Song Feng. Please, don't be hasty. Allow me to finish my words, Song Feng interjected, waving his hand. If you let me speak, it will be easier for both of us. One it? Wang Hao, lacking patience, coldly urged him to proceed. Youth is often impetuous. Very well, I shall continue. Song Feng stretched lazily before elaborating. You have one significant flaw that nearly made me laugh aloud upon discovering it. Yesterday, while devising your plan, you produced a map. Though it appeared to be extracted from a drawer, it was actually taken from your personal space. Moreover, that map was remarkably pristine, devoid of any creases or markings. I couldn't help but chuckle internally. Is this the inaugural task of your illustrious Wanderers organization? Have you truly never utilized a map before? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's expression darkened once more. Indeed, this was yet another oversight. Yet he had acted convincingly. How had Song Feng discerned it? Such perceptiveness was truly astonishing. At this juncture, I must mention the performance the Pope had just delivered alongside you. After you revealed your identity as a member of the Wanderers, I observed the surrounding beasts, all of whom appeared utterly perplexed, and from their discussions, it became evident that they had never heard of this organization. Just moments ago, the Pope claimed that your Wanderers had assassinated numerous noble beasts. If that were the case, why had not a single whisper of this reached the masses? In this world, there are no secrets that remain forever concealed. How could thousands of beasts be unaware of any such occurrences? This was indeed perplexing. At this point, Feng shook his head in dismay. Your acting skills are woefully inadequate, and I have lost the desire to continue watching, compelled instead to point out your shortcomings. His tone resembled that of an elder chastising a younger one, imbued with a condescending air that provoked an urge to deliver him a thorough thrashing. Well, although I have not observed many flaws, they are sufficient to expose your identity. Feng turned his gaze toward Wang Hao, a harmless smile gracing his face. My dear second prince, it seems you are living quite a lavish life. Chapter 44. Is the former emperor still alive? The expedition into the dungeon has been a success. Upon hearing these words, Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils constricting as incredulity washed over his face. How did you come to know this? Noticing his reaction, Feng smirked slightly. Just a wild guess, but it seems I may have hit the mark. Wang Hao's expression darkened further. Time and again, he had been toyed with by Feng, and his patience had reached its limit. He placed his hand to his ear and slowly peeled away a mask, revealing his true visage. Upon seeing his face, the surrounding beasts gasped in unison. Heavens! Is that not the beloved of the Pope? This is the Demon Duke. How could he be mingling with a commoner? The murmurs of the crowd reached Feng's ears as he glanced at Wang Hao, raising an eyebrow. Well, it seems it is time to reconsider your title. Demon Duke? That is quite a prestigious position. As he spoke, Feng's gaze shifted to the Pope, surprised to discover her unusual preference for orcs. Was it merely a fascination with female lizards? His curiosity piqued. He wondered if they had indeed applauded for love. Umph. The Pope snorted, swiftly moving to Wang Hao's side and wrapping her delicate arm around his waist. She glared at Feng and coldly declared, how could a mere commoner comprehend our actions? Indeed, you are correct, Feng replied, nodding earnestly. He then turned to Wang Hao, narrowing his eyes. However, to betray an entire nation for the sake of your beloved does seem rather inappropriate, does it not? At this moment, Wang Hao's countenance was as dark as coal. Feng had not only exposed what he deemed a flawless plan, but had also stripped him of his dignity. How do you know all of this? Wang Hao asked, suppressing his rage in a low voice. It would be easy for him to eliminate Feng, yet he refrained from doing so. He silently vowed to make Feng's life a living hell, subjecting him to endless torment. But before executing his plans, Wang Hao needed to extract from Feng how he had uncovered these secrets. Just as Feng opened his mouth to speak, a voice of great authority resonated from afar. I was the one who informed him. Following the source of the voice, they beheld an imposing elder clad in a dragon robe, gliding through the air, accompanied by 5 familiar faces, none other than Lu Ming and his companions. Father. Wang Hao's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the visitor. Feng deduced that this person was indeed the former emperor. Young friend Song, your companions have relayed all that transpired earlier to me, the elder said as he approached Feng, his face displaying gratitude. I shall forever remember your great kindness. I am Wang Bingtian. In truth, Feng was taken aback. Earlier, he had used a communication stone to instruct Lu Ming and the others to proceed with their plans. However, the plan referred to was not the one devised by Wang Hao, but rather a strategy that Feng had hastily implemented the previous night to capture the remaining members of the group and extract useful information from them. Feng's awareness of Wang Hao's secret was naturally derived from the messages conveyed by Lu Ming and his companions through the communication stone. Serendipitously, Lu Ming and his allies discovered Wang Bingtian, shackled by heavy chains in a prison beneath them. Upon learning of his identity as a former emperor, they hastily inquired about certain matters and relayed the pertinent information to Feng, deliberately withholding Wang Bingtian's identity to surprise him. The reason Feng had spoken so extensively earlier was merely to buy time. He quickly waved his hand with a smile, dismissing the matter as trivial. Before the imposing presence of an emperor, Feng maintained his usual composure, displaying a remarkable equanimity for one so young, indicative of a remarkable background. Wang Bingtian felt a surge of astonishment. He then glanced at Wang Hao and expressed his sincere apologies to Feng, lamenting his inadequate guidance and erroneous family teachings, imploring the young friend not to hold it against him. How could I possibly blame you? I have merely enjoyed a splendid performance, Feng replied nonchalantly. Very well, please allow me a moment to rectify matters, Wang Bingtian said, turning his gaze towards Wang Hao. Despite his advanced age, his regal aura still commanded the skies, stirring thunderous clouds. This was the might of an emperor. The expressions of both Wang Hao and the Pope shifted dramatically. Previously, the Pope had managed to dismantle the old dynasty with Wang Hao's assistance because Wang Hao had secretly poisoned the emperor. rendering him comatose and creating the illusion of his demise, which left the nation leaderless. Wang Hao had intended to seize this opportunity to ascend to power. However, a eunuch discovered a decree on the emperor's desk, stating, "Should I perish, the eldest prince shall be crowned as the new emperor." With the decree revealed, the eldest prince ascended the throne without question. Wang Hao seethed with jealousy. It was he who had taken the risk to poison the emperor. Yet the eldest prince reaped the benefits. Harboring malevolent intentions, Wang Hao conspired with the current pope, plotting to jointly overthrow the dynasty. However, neither Wang Hao nor the pope possessed the strength to slay Wang Bingtian. To prevent his awakening, they utilized a secret treasure immediately after dismantling the Tianqi dynasty, imprisoning Wang Bingtian beneath the dungeon for eternity. Wang Hao reveled in love and unparalleled power, living freely. Alas, all of this was shattered by Feng and his 6 companions from beyond. Contemplating this, Wang Hao cast a venomous glare at Feng, wishing he could pierce him with his eyes. Wretched spawn, your heinous crimes are of your own making, and you have no one to blame but yourself. Wang Bingtian, with a flourish of his sleeve, unleashed his imperial might, suppressing both Wang Hao and the Pope to the ground. You have poisoned your father, conspired with foreign factions, slain your brother, and tormented your kin. Such transgressions cannot be absolved, even with 1,000 deaths. He deemed it a pity to execute a direct purge. The populace would surely oppose it. Instead, I shall have you crucified, subjected to scorn day and night, and eternally denied peace and death. Wang Bingtian's eyes were frosty, showing no mercy despite their blood ties. Father, no, I was wrong. Grant me a swift end. Wang Hao pleaded, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, his demeanor was a far cry from the previously defiant figure he had been. A grievous sinner, reaping what he sowed. Wang Bingtian turned his gaze towards the Pope, declaring, "You, a hybrid of lizard and human, possessing a fraction of human blood, yet committing atrocities against your own kin, shall meet a fate akin to that of your wretched progeny." With those words, Wang Bingtian waved his right hand, conjuring 2 colossal phantasmal crosses. Wang Hao and the Pope were ensnared within, rendered utterly immobile. Witnessing this scene, the beasts surrounding the square were struck dumb with fear. In their eyes, the once omnipotent Pope had been subdued with a mere gesture, a shocking revelation that pierced their very souls, leaving them in disbelief. "And you, wretched beasts," Wang Bingtian turned his gaze upon them, speaking coldly, having been deceived by this lizard and yet remaining obstinately deluded. "I can comprehend your desire to conquer new lands from other realms. However, there is no justification for the torment you have inflicted upon my people, subjecting them to unimaginable suffering. Your transgression shall be atoned for by my people's own hands." As these words echoed, a resounding cry reverberated through the heavens, gathering strength from all directions. Looking toward the sound, they beheld a throng resembling a black tide surging towards the square. Wherever they passed, blood and flesh flew. With none left alive, the beasts were visibly stricken with terror. On the cross, Wang Hao fixated vacantly on the approaching crowd, muttering in a frenzied tone, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Imperial Guard had vanished for decades. Why are there still so many soldiers? I must be mistaken. Yes, it must be an illusion." Upon hearing Wang Hao's mutterings, Wang Bingtian felt a profound sorrow. How could he not ache at the sight of his own flesh and blood being subdued? Yet this was all his own doing, a punishment from the heavens. The Imperial Guard had not perished. Rather, they had been concealed in the shadows. Wang Bingtian stated calmly, "This was to ensure that, even in the face of the dynasty's demise, my kin could survive. I merely did not anticipate that day arriving so swiftly." He sighed deeply, disappointment weighing heavily upon him. The Imperial Guard, cutting through adversaries with relentless ferocity, left the beastmen in disarray. Already leaderless, the beasts now fled in panic, their courage utterly shattered. But where could they escape to? Wang Bingtian looked skyward, shaking his head with a soft sigh. The forsaken ruins, forgotten by the world, have ultimately been revived, breathing new life once more. Beep. Main quest successfully completed. 3rd stage passed. Congratulations on successfully conquering the dungeon. Reward: legendary level exploration treasure chest. This exploration team, Feng. Congratulations, you have received the key of Oblivion, granting ownership of the Forgotten Ruins dungeon and the ability to open it at will. A translucent panel unexpectedly appeared. The 6 members of Feng's team beamed with joy. "Ha ha ha, we VE succeeded," Yang Feng exclaimed, fervently pumping his fist. "No, we should say we VE successfully explored." Gu Jun corrected him with a smile. "Heavens, everything before us feels like a dream, surreal and almost unreal, Xian Nan mused. Hee hee. All of this is thanks to Feng. Without his valiant and mighty leadership, we would not have successfully conquered the wilderness. Luo Jin Chung flattered. Lu Ming laughed as he embraced Song Feng, admitting, I concede, you truly deserve this recognition. In response to the crowd's praises, Song Feng smiled joyfully, saying, if it weren't for all of you, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to lead. Ultimately, I owe it all to you. Ha ha ha. No need for false modesty. Lu Ming declared proudly, puffing out his chest, this dungeon wouldn't have been possible without me. The others exchanged glances of disbelief. Congratulations on your successful conquest. You may remain in the dungeon for an additional 3 days. Once the time is up, you will be automatically teleported out. The panel reappeared. We can stay for 3 more days. Hooray! Just in time to experience the exotic atmosphere. As he spoke, Lu Ming raised an eyebrow at Song Feng, the implication clear. Song Feng cleared his throat twice, ignoring him, and stepped over to Wang Bingtian's side. How should I address you? Would it be inappropriate? Not at all. I'm already half a foot in the grave, so what is there to be concerned about? Wang Lao, I sense your heart is in turmoil. Indeed it is. Gazing upon this ruined city, I cannot shake an inexplicable feeling. Wang Bingtian turned to face Song Feng. It feels as if this world is somewhat unreal, as though it exists solely within someone's memory, and yet everything before us is a mere illusion. This place has long since transformed into a wasteland, forgotten by the world, and no one will remember its existence. Upon hearing this, Song Feng felt a jolt of realization. He suddenly recalled the name of this dungeon, the Forgotten Ruins. Yet, this is merely a dungeon, a fabricated illusion conjured by a universal gaming system. Everything is inherently false, so how can we speak of forgetting? Could it be that this was once a real world, merely distorted into its current form due to certain influences? As this thought coursed through him, Song Feng experienced a moment of clarity, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. He turned to Wang Bingtian and smiled. What troubles you, Wang Lao? After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Bingtian replied, I fear being forgotten. That will not happen. How can you be so certain? Because I will remember. Wang Bingtian gazed deeply into Song Feng's eyes, and after a prolonged silence, uttered 3 words. Thank you. Chapter 45. The Pope's Past, a Cycle of Images? In the following 3 days, under Wang Bingtian's direct guidance, the Apocalypse dynasty revitalized with new vigor. Although the air still carried the scent of blood, it could not dampen the fervor of the people as they began construction. Soon, distinctive buildings emerged. The capital city of Bourse was henceforth renamed Maple Leaf City, embodying the essence of withered maples returning to their roots. Simultaneously, beneath 2 colossal crosses, a crowd gathered, their eyes filled with pity as they gazed upon the 2 figures above. It was indeed somewhat amusing to think that a prince would conspire with foreign tribes to bring about the dynasty's downfall. Song Feng stepped forward to the base of the cross, gazing at the already deranged Wang Hao. Do you harbor regrets? Regrets? Who embodies regret? What does regret signify? A foolish smile adorned Wang Hao's face, evoking both pity and sorrow. Song Feng chose to disregard him and turned his gaze towards the Pope, who was lost in thought, and inquired, why do you harbor such hatred for humanity? Could you share a tale with me? Upon hearing these words, a ripple of emotion stirred in the Pope's calm eyes. Do you truly wish to know? I can see in your eyes a deep-seated loathing for humanity. No one could harbor such animosity without reason. There must be an untold story behind it. Song Feng nodded. Of course, unless you are unwilling. No, I am willing to speak, the Pope hastily replied. Taken aback, Song Feng gestured for him to continue. Please, I shall listen intently. Centuries ago, a human stealthily entered our realm. He was pursued by formidable foes, gravely injured, and inadvertently took refuge in my mother's home. My mother, possessing a kind heart, nursed him back to health and attended to his every need. They developed a bond, and soon, a new life was conceived. One day, he abruptly declared his intention to leave, warning us that his enemies would soon uncover his whereabouts, not wishing to endanger my mother and me. Despite our fervent pleas, he departed, uttering a mere farewell before disappearing without a trace. He took everything he possessed, save for my mother and me. Years later, a horde of men clad in black stormed into our home, claiming to seek my father. Yet he had vanished, and we were oblivious to his fate. The black-clad figures, disbelieving, subjected us to relentless torment for decades, rendering our existence a living hell. My mother, unable to endure, departed from this world prematurely, and I seized the opportunity to escape, vowing to ensure that humanity would experience a semblance of my suffering. Thus, I dedicated myself to rigorous training, ultimately becoming a formidable force. My kin among the beastly races held great respect and trust in the strong. I proclaimed to them that humanity was our inherent enemy. Through decades of indoctrination, they came to firmly believe this notion. Hence, when we conquered this land, they acted without my command, manifesting our ideology into reality. As he recounted his tale, a frenzied expression overtook the Pope's countenance, as if he were reveling in the era of his dominion over the Cilicia Empire. Song Feng's brow furrowed. But those humans are innocent. Innocent? Huh? The Pope scoffed. Am I innocent? I have been tormented by humanity in inhuman ways. Have I committed any wrongdoing? The Pope, struck by a sudden thought, erupted into manic laughter once more. I was mistaken. My error was in arriving in this world. I am, in essence, a mistake. His voice grew increasingly faint until a sound akin to weeping escaped him. Song Feng felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. Unsure of what to say, at that moment, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Madman, you are merely an observer. Do not become ensnared in this. Indeed, I am but an observer. Why does it resonate so deeply within me? Song Feng exhaled deeply, glancing at Lu Ming beside him with a reassuring smile. Do not worry. I am perfectly fine. He then turned his gaze back to the Pope, asking, if you harbor such disdain for humanity, why then do you entertain ambiguous feelings for Wang Hao? Upon hearing this, the Pope looked towards Wang Hao, his expression somewhat hazy. At first, I merely intended to use him to achieve my goals, repeatedly convincing myself that it was all fabricated. Yet, I found myself ensnared, unable to extricate myself from the allure of that security, a sensation I had never possessed before, which is why I cherish it so deeply. Song Feng shook his head, a mixture of pity and disdain washing over him as he observed the Pope. From the perspective of an onlooker, the Pope was both pitiable and detestable. Pitiable for having lost his father at a young age and enduring decades of inhumane treatment. Detestable for instilling destructive ideologies within the Beast Clan and causing the deaths of countless innocent humans. May I inquire your name? Dang Si. The 3 days had swiftly passed. The 6 of them arrived at the grand hall of the palace. Forgive my negligence. I humbly ask for your understanding, Wang Bingtian said, a hint of embarrassment etching his features. It is of no consequence, Song Feng responded with a smile. In truth, we have come to bid you farewell. Farewell? Where do you intend to go? Wang Bingtian was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. His eyes widened in astonishment. You are not from this world? He had always assumed that Song Feng and his companions were remnants of a fallen dynasty. Otherwise, they would not have risked their lives to break into the prison for their rescue. Indeed, Song Feng nodded with a smile. We hail from a realm known as Blue Star, vast in expanse, technologically advanced, and filled with wonders absent from here. What wonders? Mobile phones. Mobile phones? This is the first I have heard of such a thing. Wang Bingtian stroked his beard thoughtfully. Since you wish to depart, I have no reason to keep you here. Before you leave, I must once again express my profound gratitude for your kindness. Wang Bingtian produced 6 exquisite wooden boxes, saying, this is but a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Song Feng did not feign modesty, joyfully accepting the gift and distributing the boxes among Lu Ming and the others. Thank you. The gratitude should be directed towards me. At that moment, a swirling vortex of space appeared. The 6 of them bowed deeply to Wang Bingtian and then stepped towards the vortex. Song Xiaoyu, you promised you would always remember us. Did you not? Song Feng paused, nodding earnestly. I will. Just as his words fell, the palace before them crumbled to ashes, and Wang Bingtian, who had stood there moments ago, was reduced to nothingness. The entirety of the Tianxi dynasty disintegrated into ephemeral dust. Song Feng stared in astonishment at the transformation before him. It has vanished? Soon after, the scene shifted again, revealing the ruins where they had faced numerous monsters in the first level of the dungeon. In that instant, Song Feng's body jolted violently. The ruins. Before he could fully comprehend, the imagery changed once more. Lush green trees sprouted rapidly, birds chirped, and a vibrant scene of life unfolded. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared within the tableau. A diminutive, primitive man, leaping about in pursuit of butterflies. Suddenly sensed something amiss and turned his gaze towards Song Feng. Initially taken aback, he then revealed a broad, toothy grin. Manji, whoosh. The scene shifted again. The perspective soared above the entire Apocalypse dynasty, and moments later, every individual and structure transformed into dust, dissipating into the ether. Beep. The image vanished, plunging everything back into an endless void. Chapter 46. They are not here to protect me, but to slay me. Madman, why are you still standing there? Hurry inside. A voice resounded like a heavy hammer, shattering the darkness before him, restoring everything to its original state. Song Feng cast a deep, lingering look at Wang Bingtian, inhaled deeply, and reassured, "Old Wang, rest assured, I will remember you all." With that, he stepped into the swirling vortex of space. Did you see any images just now? Images? What images? Lu Ming and the others were momentarily bewildered, not comprehending Song Feng's words. Shaking his head, Song Feng lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. The transformation of the entire Apocalypse dynasty into dust, followed by its metamorphosis into the ruins of the first trial, and then the ruins evolving into a primordial forest, where he glimpsed Manji's figure. The primitive tribes continuously evolved, diverging into numerous nations, and after unifying the realm, the Apocalypse dynasty emerged. Ultimately, the Apocalypse dynasty too was reduced to ashes. As he pondered this, Song Feng felt a jolt of realization, his thoughts swirling. "Madman, I've noticed you've appeared rather peculiar ever since you spoke with Wang Bingtian 3 days ago." Lu Ming observed Song Feng's odd demeanor and approached, patting him on the shoulder. "What is so peculiar?" Song Feng raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "It feels as though you've become deeply ensnared in the narrative of the trial." Lu Ming sighed. "We are merely bystanders, motivated solely by our interest to assist them in clearing the trial. I understand this is your first time in such a narrative-driven trial. It is easy to lose one's self in the story." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Song Feng fell silent. Indeed, he had become too immersed, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Shaking his head vigorously, he exhaled deeply, feeling the sense of unreality dissipate significantly. "I feel much better now." Meanwhile, in the outside world 3 days prior, a piece of news had ignited a fervor. National announcement. The legendary trial Forgotten Ruins has been successfully cleared. Clearing team: Song Feng, Lu Ming, Luo Jincheng, Gu Jun, Yang Feng, Xianana. This announcement was visible to all professionals nationwide. In an instant, the entire country erupted with excitement. Clearing a legendary trial is no trifling matter. Moreover, the difficulty of legendary trials is exceedingly high. Typically, achieving success would take no less than 10 days or even a month. This allure drew countless professionals, many of whom perished in pursuit of rewards. For decades, there had been no successful attempts at clearing a legendary trial. Yet this time, it took less than 5 days to achieve success. It was nothing short of a miracle. In an instant, the entire professionals forum erupted. "Oh my goodness, what a remarkable group they are. They have actually succeeded in clearing a legendary level dungeon." Faced with such a situation, I can only express my awe. By the way, do any of you know these individuals? Why have I never heard of them before? I have heard of Lu Ming. It is said that he is the new prodigy of the Azure Dragon Academy, renowned far and wide, but the others are unknown to me. So, it turns out they are from the Azure Dragon Academy. But who is this Song Feng who could overshadow Lu Ming? Meanwhile, the locals of Jiangsheng were utterly dumbfounded upon seeing this announcement. Not only had they cleared a legendary level dungeon, but these names were also quite familiar. Wasn't this the very team that had recently conquered the ghostly Whispering Woods? They had decisively shattered the record set by the elite team of the Blue Sea Guild. This had long been common knowledge in Jiangsheng. Even a primary school student could tell you. Everyone thought that the ghostly Whispering Woods was the pinnacle. But it turned out to be merely the beginning of greatness. Simultaneously, all the students of Kanglin High School were equally astonished. Initially, they thought it was just a coincidence of names, until some close friends attempted to call Song Feng, only to find that he was unreachable. What does this imply? It indicates that they are in the dungeon, where there is no signal for their phones. No matter how many times they call, it is impossible to connect. Upon realizing this, the students of Kanglin High School were completely ecstatic. Those who were close to Song Feng even hung banners celebrating his prowess all over the campus. Even the principal and teachers tacitly approved. This honor is indeed priceless. Yet, amidst the joy, there was also concern. Jiang Yi felt both elated and anxious. He was thrilled that Song Feng had successfully cleared the legendary level dungeon, not only completing the breakthrough task, but also ensuring that the nation would undoubtedly place greater emphasis on him. However, he was worried that Song Feng's name would quickly spread worldwide, attracting the attention of many with ulterior motives, thereby significantly increasing the danger he faced. With no other option, Jiang Yi called the Grand Elder to voice his concerns. "Do not worry. I will dispatch a special team to ensure your safety. They will remain unseen, lurking in the shadows to eliminate obstacles for you." The importance of Song Feng to the Dragon Kingdom is akin to that of a national-level weapon. His safety must be safeguarded to ensure his smooth development. I will arrange for excellent equipment to be sent. Should there be any issues with funding, feel free to contact me. The nation will take full responsibility for everything concerning Song Feng. The Grand Elder's words eased Jiang Ye's worries considerably. May I ask which special team you are dispatching? He inquired. Demonic Mask, the Grand Elder replied. Jiang Yi nodded to himself. This was a team shrouded in mystery, often executing national-level secret missions, with overall strength surpassing even their own sword ghosts. With such formidable allies, Song Feng's security was bolstered further. Jiang Yi then ended the call. He gathered the 5 members of the Vanderwall clan and conveyed everything that the Elder had just mentioned, all while being ever prepared for the Yellow Sparrow plan. This referred, of course, to the tactic where the mantis catches the cicada, while the Yellow Sparrow waits in the shadows, seizing the moment when the shadow assassins launched their covert strikes. They would ensnare them all at once. With all preparations in place, they awaited the catch. Buzz. After a whirlwind of motion, Song Feng and his 5 companions emerged from the portal. In an instant, the entire Forgetfulness Forest erupted with enthusiastic applause. The Azure Dragon Academy is incredible. Brother Feng. It's truly Brother Feng. Wow. Brother Feng has really taken off. Can I get your autograph? Brother Feng, would you accept a cute girl? I'll be waiting for you in bed. As Song Feng beheld the scene before him, he was momentarily dumbfounded. His gaze fell upon a throng of familiar classmates, alongside a multitude of envious professionals. There were easily hundreds, if not thousands, crowding the Forgetfulness Forest. It was the first time Song Feng encountered such a grand spectacle, rendering him somewhat flustered. He managed a couple of awkward chuckles and said, "Thank you, everyone." In the crowd, Lu Qi, with a mischievous grin, wrapped his arm around Zhou Mingyuan's neck and remarked, "Kid, keep your eyes wide open. Who was it that claimed to have a hidden card? Where is it? I don't see it." Such taunting words turned Zhou Mingyuan's face a deep shade of anger, his fists clenched tightly, wishing he could thrash Lu Qi on the spot to relieve his frustration. However, upon remembering that the latter's team had conquered a legendary dungeon, his spirits plummeted, leaving him bereft of hope. Where on earth did this prodigy, Song Feng, come from? Just as Song Feng was reminiscing with his classmates, he sensed something amiss. His gaze sharpened as he looked upward. There, on the treetops, stood several figures cloaked in black, their hands forming intricate seals, as if they were setting up some sort of formation. The Shadow Assassins. They intended to execute a large-scale massacre once the first batch of exploration teams emerged. However, he had already relayed this information to Jiang Yi. Reflecting on this, Song Feng scanned the surroundings but found no trace of Jiang Yi and his team. A smirk tugged at his lips. Surely, Uncle Jiang and the others hadn't forgotten? At that moment, everyone noticed Song Feng's unusual demeanor and followed his gaze. Their faces filled with confusion. What were those figures in black doing? Standing so high up, don't they fear falling? It seems like they're arranging some grand formation. But for what purpose? Seeing this, Lu Ming gently tapped Song Feng's arm and asked, "Are these the powerful protectors sent by the state?" Song Feng was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled, "They aren't here to protect me. They're here to kill me." Lu Ming what? Chapter 47. The obvious target, Lu Ming. A triple strike of golden legends. In an instant, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Run," he exclaimed, yanking Song Feng's arm as they sprinted away, slipping several dozen meters in an instant. Unfortunately, they still could not escape the area enveloped by the formation in time. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of dazzling pillars of light shot skyward from all directions, coalescing into a massive shadowy cage that descended swiftly, enveloping everyone within its grasp. However, just as the cage was about to descend, the ethereal figure suddenly shattered into fragments, dissipating like starlight. The group of cloaked figures collectively spat blood. Before they could regain their senses, 12 silhouettes swiftly glided through the bodies of the black-clad individuals, becoming ensnared in the spatial vortex. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Jiang Yi and his companions. The spatial vortex, naturally, was the result of Chun Bing's spatial teleportation, aimed at capturing the shadow assassins alive to extract valuable information. However, in addition to Jiang Yi and his 6 companions, there were 6 unfamiliar figures. Song Feng had not seen them before and did not pay them much mind, as they were allies rather than foes. Meanwhile, the adventurers within the Forgetfulness Forest transitioned from shock to joy, only to be met with confusion and horror. Previously, when the ethereal cage descended, they had attempted to flee, yet their bodies remained utterly immobilized, firmly locked by a terrifying aura. This was sufficient to demonstrate the formidable strength of the dozen black-clad figures. In their presence, the crowd had no power to resist, left to be slaughtered at will. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the 12 strong individuals, their fate would likely have been complete annihilation. Wow! Lu Ming gaped at the scene above, inadvertently exclaiming a national treasure. He then turned his gaze to Song Feng, his eyes filled with a pitiable expression. "Crazy, Why don't you ask the state if they could support me as well? I am particularly obedient. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it truly. Song Feng cleared his throat twice, feigning profundity. You, my friend, possess an extraordinary physique. I have sensed your potential for greatness since childhood. Lu Ming nodded vigorously, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Yes, you have discerning eyes. However, the subsequent remark from Song Feng shattered Lu Ming's spirits entirely. Yet, compared to me, you are still somewhat lacking and shall require several more decades of practice. His tone bore the weight of an elder imparting wisdom to a younger sibling. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lu Ming's face froze, and he inwardly cursed this fellow as a petty miser. At that moment, Lu Qi approached briskly. He seized Song Feng's arm with gratitude etched on his face. Song Feng, thank you for aiding my team from the Azure Dragon Academy in achieving success in our expedition. The wisest decision I made was allowing you to join our team. The mere thought of having initially intended to refuse Song Feng's entry filled him with dread. Fortuitously, he had not acted foolishly. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for a lifetime. He also came to understand why the state regarded Song Feng as a pivotal figure. He was not just an ordinary genius. Lu Qi was certain that if Song Feng were to grow, he would undoubtedly help the Dragon Kingdom become formidable swiftly. This was a risky investment, yet the state had already begun to sense the potential for victory. I merely assisted. Had it not been for you and the others, I alone would not have been able to clear the instance, Song Feng humbly replied. Indeed, without Lu Ming and the others, Song Feng would not have navigated the instance so effortlessly. Their collaboration was a true win-win. Furthermore, as an exemplary support, it was his duty to aid his teammates in securing victory. I concur with the madman's assertion. Without me, the passage through the dungeon might not be guaranteed. Lu Ming, ever the opportunist, seized the moment, puffing out his chest with a proud expression. TCH. The others, including Luo Jincheng, cast him a disdainful glance. Yet, one cannot deny that he occasionally proves to be of some utility. Instructor Lu, if there are no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave with Xiao Feng. Jiang Yi stated, bidding a brief farewell to the group before departing the worry-free forest with Song Feng. Presently, Song Feng's reputation has soared, becoming well-known throughout the Dragon Kingdom. To avoid unforeseen dangers, it was imperative to vacate this place of contention swiftly. Inside a private room at the Danxiang Pavilion, Song Feng found himself encircled by the 6 members of the Sword Demon Squad and the alchemist Changsheng, all gazing at him with curiosity. Why do you all look at me with such eyes? Kid, that's rather ungracious of you. You possess treasures yet refuse to share them with us. Vanderhua remarked with a mischievous grin. Taken aback, Song Feng soon realized their intent. This was all for the dungeon rewards. Contemplating this, he retrieved 4 items from his system space, 3 treasure chests and a single key. What are these? Vanderhua inquired, scrutinizing the items with intrigue. Legendary level expedition treasure chests, exclusive treasure chests, dungeon gifted boxes, and the key of oblivion, which serves as the dungeon's authority, Song Feng elaborated. Let us open the treasure chests and see what treasures await. Vanderhua's curiosity was palpable, mirrored by the expressions of the others. Though they were among the elite teams in the Dragon Kingdom and had traversed countless dungeons, they had never ventured into a legendary level dungeon. They were eager to witness the bountiful rewards that could entice so many adventurers, even at the risk of their lives. All right. Just as Song Feng prepared to open the treasure chests, Vanderhua halted him. Wait, you're opening the treasure chests incorrectly. What's wrong with it? Song Feng asked, momentarily puzzled. You must first knock on the chest for good fortune, then raise it above your head while chanting, Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, O Divine One, manifest your power. Vanderhua proclaimed with utmost seriousness, demonstrating the ritual, clearly no jest. Rolling his eyes, Song Feng dismissed the theatrics and promptly opened the legendary expedition treasure chest. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained legendary armor, Thunder Veil Demon Armor. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained legendary pants, Primordial Emperor's Greaves. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a legendary helmet, Ethereal Shadow Helm. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 500 million blue star coins. In succession, 3 golden legends shone brightly, blinding all present with their brilliance. Song Feng's mouth fell agape in astonishment. While he had little concept of legendary weapons, the expressions of those around him indicated their immense significance. Chapter 48. To lay a hand on Song Feng. One must be prepared for retaliation from the entire Dragon Kingdom. Oh my goodness. Van der Huau was utterly flabbergasted. Is this for real? 3 pieces of legendary equipment. And 500 million blue star coins? Not only he, But even the typically composed Jiang Yi could not help but draw a sharp breath. To venture forth and return as a billionaire, alongside acquiring 3 legendary grade artifacts, was nothing short of astonishing. Though these 3 legendary artifacts were of a lower tier, each could fetch a staggering price of at least 200 million in the auction house. In the realm of Blue Star, equipment is not meticulously categorized, but rather broadly classified into low tier and high tier. Low tier equipment is suitable for 5th transition and below practitioners, while high tier is designated for those above the 5th transition. Song Feng swiftly opened the next treasure chest. If the first chest yields such remarkable rewards, the subsequent ones are bound to be equally impressive. At this moment, Fan Dehua was even more eager than Song Feng, as if the treasure chest belonged to him. With his gaze fixed on the chest, Song Feng promptly opened it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 8 skill point scrolls. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 9 night voyage magic crystals. The rewards left everyone in utter astonishment. A total of 8 skill point scrolls. It was noteworthy that during their last expedition, the Sword Demon Squad had scoured every auction house in Jiang City and barely managed to acquire 3 skill point scrolls. Yet, this treasure chest had yielded 8 in one fell swoop. Each scroll grants 5 skill points, totaling an impressive 40 skill points. Although each scroll is valued at around 7 figures, their rarity in the market makes them highly coveted. All practitioners across tiers can utilize them, making skill point scrolls exceedingly scarce. Typically, practitioners would reserve them for personal use, only auctioning them off under exceptional circumstances. As his gaze shifted downward to the night voyage magic crystals, the rest of the group, with the exception of Jiang Yi, stood in stunned silence. What were these? Enchantment-specific crystals. Jiang Yi elucidated, they can significantly enhance one attribute of an equipment piece, with a chance of granting special bonuses and unique skills. Moreover, these are not ordinary enchanting crystals, but rather the finest among them. Upon hearing this, the group finally comprehended the significance. Boss, how did you come to know all this? Fan Dehua inquired, perplexed. I witnessed a similar crystal at an auction that concluded with a staggering bid of 50 million. 50 million for a piece? Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated that such a diminutive crystal could command a price of 50 million. Song Feng was equally astonished. Truly, the legendary grade dungeon was opulent in its offerings. Just the contents of these 2 treasure chests alone surpass 1 billion. Fan Dehua remarked in wonder. With a smile, Song Feng then turned his attention to the ornate box gifted by Wang Bingtian and opened it directly. Inside lay a token, quietly resting. Name, Guardian Token. Type, Token. Description, infused with a fragment of divine power before the deity's demise. This token can withstand mental attacks from practitioners below the 9th transition. The description panel was visible to all, yet an unusual silence enveloped the scene. After a prolonged moment, Fan Dehua gasped sharply and exclaimed, "What the hell?" The sound resonated powerfully, causing the entire Danxiang pavilion to tremble slightly. It is hardly surprising, for the introduction stated that this token was a divine artifact. Anything even remotely associated with the divine is undoubtedly a rare treasure. It possesses the ability to withstand mental assaults from beings below the 9th transformation, effectively allowing one to entirely disregard such attacks. Moreover, this token disregards the wearer's level, meaning it can be utilized until one's death. Truly extraordinary. Before anyone could regain their composure, Song Feng swiftly gathered all the items, taking care to suppress any lingering aura to avoid unnecessary complications. Only the final piece, the Key of Oblivion, remained. He directly clicked to view its introduction panel. Name, Key of Oblivion. Type, Authority, you are its master. You will continuously gain benefits and can set the opening time of the dungeon. Kind reminder, the dungeon refreshes every 3 years. If it is opened too frequently, resources may be depleted, leading to an automatic downgrade to a disaster-level dungeon. After comprehending the details, Song Feng's heart stirred with realization. This meant he was now the master of the Forgotten Ruins, capable of controlling the dungeon's opening and accruing ongoing benefits. However, with the dungeon refreshing every 3 years, it was prudent to limit openings to once within that time frame to avoid the risk of resource exhaustion and subsequent degradation. Since others could not see this panel, Song Feng could only provide a brief overview. This authority was somewhat akin to the effects of other dungeon authorities, yet the disparity in resources was monumental. Viang Yi pondered it, stroking his chin. Uncle Jiang, I would appreciate it if you could submit this authority to the state on my behalf. The Key of Oblivion was bound to Song Feng's soul. Should he perish, the authority would vanish, and the Forgotten Ruins would revert to being unclaimed territory. In truth, whoever possessed this authority would yield the same benefits, ultimately all accruing to Song Feng. However, considering the state's investment in him, he was not ungrateful. Submitting this legendary dungeon authority was an attempt to foster the emergence of more powerful individuals and bolster national strength. After all, only practitioners below the fourth transformation could enter the Forgotten Ruins. 3 years hence, Song Feng was confident he would surpass the fourth transformation, rendering the next opening largely irrelevant to him. He preferred to delegate the responsibility, trusting that the nation would appoint qualified individuals to manage the matter. Submit to the state? Upon hearing Song Feng's words, Jiang Yi and the others were momentarily taken aback. This authority was not merely a symbol of strength, but also an emblem of honor. The fact that Song Feng did not hesitate in the slightest to relinquish it to the state left them at a loss for words. Once they regained their composure, Jiang Yi gazed deeply at Song Feng and reached out to accept the key of oblivion. I will personally deliver it to the Grand Elder. After several days of exploration, not only was their physical stamina greatly depleted, but their mental acuity had also been significantly taxed. As storms loomed in the outside world, the names of the 6 individuals, including Song Feng, quickly became widely recognized. The truth cannot be concealed indefinitely, especially not a blaze of such magnitude. Song Feng's personal information was soon disseminated, albeit unintentionally. In response, the Dragon Kingdom's Confidentiality Bureau found itself in quite a predicament. If only a handful of individuals were privy to the information, it might have been manageable. However, with the knowledge now spread among over 100 million people, what could be done? Were they to have each household sign a non-disclosure agreement? Setting aside whether the Bureau could deploy such numbers, the timeline for such an endeavor would be interminable. If the information continued to proliferate during this process, the entire Dragon Kingdom would be in the know. Would every professional in the kingdom need a sign? Thus, the pressure was redirected to the upper echelons. After a brief deliberation, the decision was made to no longer conceal Song Feng. Since he had become a sensation, they would allow that fame to reach its pinnacle. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom personally addressed an international press conference, boldly declaring that Song Feng was a figure of the utmost significance. Should any ill-intentioned individuals dare to act against him, they must prepare for retribution from the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 49. Exponential Progression in Levels. Experimenting with new skills. With the Grand Elder's proclamation, a significant portion of the nations on Blue Star became aware of Song Feng and developed a profound interest, sending powerful individuals to investigate the situation. This created considerable distress for the 6 swordsmen and the Special Magic Squad. Over the past few days, the 12 of them had scarcely blinked, fending off thousands of professionals attempting to covertly assess Song Feng, hailing from both the Dragon Kingdom and other nations. The Danxiang Pavilion in Jiangsheng quickly became a focal point of scrutiny. Alchemists from Jiangsheng prefer to travel thousands of miles to other cities rather than endure the pressure from the powerful present there. Amidst all this, Song Feng, the center of attention worldwide, remained blissfully unaware. He slept for a continuous 5 days. Had it not been for Jiang Ye's visits, one might have thought he had succumbed to slumber. Ah, how comfortable! Stretching, Song Feng felt his bones crack. He glanced at his phone and furrowed his brow. What? Had I truly traversed 5 days into the future? If Vanderwall were present, he would undoubtedly roll his eyes at such a remark. After guarding you for 5 days, you awaken to claim you've time-traveled? Do you have any idea how I spent those 5 days? Creaking the door open, Song Feng was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Yi and the others at the threshold. Each bore dark circles under their eyes, as if they had not slept in many days. Indeed, they had not. Uncle Jiang, where have you all been? Upon hearing the commotion, the 6 turned their gazes toward him. Vanderwall stepped forward, appraising Song Feng from head to toe. So, you're still alive? One might have thought you'd kicked the bucket. Song Feng inexplicably sensed a wave of resentment from this statement. All right, little Feng, you haven't eaten in 5 days. Let us dine. Then we will take you to the Temple of Transformation for your level breakthrough. Though the 6 had gone without sleep for 5 consecutive days, their status as advanced professionals allowed them to endure. Their exhaustion stemmed from the incessant disturbances from those pesky mosquitoes, which required regular elimination and drained considerable energy. Had it not been for the covert assistance of a Shadow Mask Special Squad, they might have succumbed to exhaustion. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Jiang Yi and his 5 companions, accompanied by Song Feng, arrived at the Transmutation Temple. The breakthrough task had already been accomplished, and the necessary materials, along with the longevity potion, had been gathered by the healer. Everything was in place. Only the transmutation remained. Approaching the counter, Song Feng was assigned a room by Eliza. Upon entering, the process unfolded as before, submitting materials and undergoing the breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations on successfully advancing to the 2nd transmutation. due to your previous accumulation of experience points. A feedback process is initiated. Ding! Feedback successful. Your level has increased by 20 levels. Congratulations, you have received 240 free attribute points. Feng opened his personal attributes panel and stared at the level indicator displaying 50. He fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he regained his senses. Having just achieved the second transmutation, he found himself at the pinnacle of that level in the blink of an eye. Everything before him seemed ethereal, leaving him uncertain whether he was dreaming or experiencing reality. However, upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. The experience gained from slaying a 7th transmutation monster in the Star Illusion Force alone was sufficient to elevate Feng from 1st to 3rd transmutation. Coupled with the vast experience harvested from battles in the Ghostly Howl Woods and the Forgotten Ruins, the total was indeed astronomical. One could surmise that Lu Ming and his companions would also experience a meteoric rise in levels after their breakthrough to the 4th transmutation. As per tradition, Feng first examined his new divine skills. Star Absorption Enchantment Technique, 2 stars. You can absorb the power of the stars and infuse it into magical artifacts, bestowing them with extraordinary strength. Your enchantment success rate is 100, with a 5 chance of adding a special enhancement. Heavenly Stone Shield, 2 stars. When your body is in a stationary state, allies within the skill's range are immune to physical damage, and 10 of the damage is reflected back to enemies, stacking up to 10 layers. His eyes swept over the skill descriptions. The first was a life-enhancing auxiliary enchantment skill, capable of fortifying equipment while exchanging minimal cost for maximum strength. However, the plight of an enchanter bore resemblance to that of an alchemist. Low-tier enchanters faced abysmal success rates and were largely ignored. In contrast, high-tier enchanters enjoyed greater success rates, with chances of adding special effects or exclusive skills, making them highly sought after by elite professionals. The resources required for growth were immense, rendering most factions unable to afford them, leading to their inevitable decline. The second skill was defensive in nature, yet it came with a prerequisite. The user must remain stationary for allies within the range to gain immunity to physical damage. Even more astonishing was the ability to reflect 10 of the damage, stacking up to 10 layers. This meant that if one person reflected 10 individuals would reflect 100, causing the opponents to harm themselves. If played strategically, this skill could prove exceptionally advantageous, especially when countering an opponent's ultimate move, leaving them utterly bewildered. These 2 skills were indeed remarkable. Pray tell, what have you been consuming to grow so remarkably? Vander Waals observed with a sense of wistfulness, his gaze towards Feng imbued with envy. It was evident that some attributes were innate and beyond one's control. Feng had cultivated a certain familiarity with Vander Waals. Despite the latter being several years his senior, his demeanor resembled that of an eternally youthful child, serving as the jovial spirit of the Sword Demon Squad, a quintessential element for fostering a harmonious team atmosphere. Feng, may I take a glance at your recent skills? I must report them to the Grand Elder, Jiang Yi inquired. In response to Jiang Yi's request, Feng felt no need for concealment and nodded with alacrity. Of course. He proceeded to unveil his skill panel before the gathering. Skill panel: Emperor of Flame's Descent, Divine Light Healing, Insightful Spirit Eye, Ethereal Celestial Art, Holy Lotus Emergence, Star Absorbing Enchantment, Heavenly Rock of Transformation. In total, 7 divine level skills, each corresponding to alchemy, healing, reconnaissance, phasing, purification, enchanting, and defense. Upon meticulously documenting the skills, Jiang Yi nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "What are your 3rd-tier breakthrough tasks and materials?" Upon hearing this, Feng accessed the breakthrough task details. Breakthrough task: Eliminate concerns. Task difficulty: Legendary. Task description: A fiery phoenix of red flames has inexplicably entered a state of rage on the floating island in the southern region of Jiang City, potentially threatening the safety of its citizens. It is hoped that high-tier practitioners from Jiang City and surrounding areas will suppress the phoenix and uncover the cause. As per the Practitioner Association. Task objective: Investigate the cause of the fiery phoenix's rage. Another legendary task. Feng was momentarily taken aback. The task appeared deceptively straightforward, yet to his surprise, it was classified as legendary. Upon further reflection, it was clear that the fiery phoenix was a creature of at least 5th-tier strength, presenting a formidable challenge for someone of 2nd-tier, fully level capability. However, the game exhibited a modicum of fairness. The task required merely an investigation rather than the suppression of the fiery phoenix. The task seemed manageable. One could simply subdue the phoenix outright. In contrast to the previous 2 breakthrough tasks, which left Vander Waals and the others helplessly watching. This one allowed for direct intervention, making it considerably less daunting for them. And what are the breakthrough materials? Jiang Yi inquired softly. Breakthrough materials. Luminous magic crystal. Fantôme magique cristal. Grand source magique cristal. All were enchantment crystals. Aside from a vague familiarity with the luminous magic crystal, the other two names were unfamiliar to Jiang Yi, who stroked his chin in contemplation. I shall arrange for a team to seek out these 3 types of magic crystals shortly. We should have news soon. Having become Song Feng's protector, Jiang Yi had also gained the authority to summon several high-tier practitioner teams dedicated to providing assistance. Observing that the current group was occupied, it was fortuitous that these teams could pursue leads on the breakthrough materials. When shall we venture to the floating island? With the support of Jiang Yi and his team, the difficulty of this legendary task would surely diminish significantly. After a moment of contemplation, Song Feng replied, I will first familiarize myself with my new skills. Thus, we shall depart tomorrow morning. Intrigued by his newly acquired enchantment skills, Song Feng harbored grand ambitions as an exceptional support character, aspiring to strengthen the entire Dragon Nation single-handedly. Alchemy and enchantment are undoubtedly 2 pivotal skills capable of enhancing the overall strength of the populace. By first aiding the nation's elite warriors, he envisioned a cascading effect, where these champions would uplift the lower tiers of strength, making it nearly impossible for the nation to remain stagnant. Jiang Yi and his companions wholeheartedly supported Song Feng's aspirations, only advising him to take care of his health before departing the room. Seated in a meditative pose, Song Feng retrieved a king-level helm. In the realm of Blue Star, equipment is classified as follows: white, ordinary; green, elite; blue, rare; purple, king; red, peerless; gold, legendary; and dark gold, mythical. At present, legendary equipment is deemed the pinnacle of achievement, while mythical weapons, which are said to embody the laws and possess spiritual essence, exist only in tales. Having already possessed a legendary helm, this king-level piece seemed rather unremarkable. Thus, he resolved to employ it for testing his newfound skills, eager to ascertain the extent of enhancement possible. It is noteworthy that there are 2 forms of enchantment: ordinary enchantment and the more advanced method utilizing enchantment crystals. As a novice, Song Feng understood the importance of progression, beginning with ordinary enchantment. Concentrating intently, he appeared to draw stellar energy from the vast cosmos, radiating a brilliant celestial glow akin to a starry sky. Concurrently, the king-level helm was lifted by an invisible force hovering in the air. A powerful surge of starlight erupted from his palms, flooding the helm like a torrential wave. This process continued for several moments. Ding! Enchantment successful. The durability of the Golden Emperor helm has increased by 10,000. The strength enhancement of the Golden Emperor helm has risen by 345. The defense enhancement of the Golden Emperor helm has increased by 324. Such impressive results from his first enchantment filled Song Feng with joy. Curious about the special enhancement, which had only a 5 chance of activation, he decided to proceed further with his enchanting journey. Given his limited inventory, it was evident that more equipment was necessary. During this time, Jiang Yi dispatched someone to procure additional items for Song Feng to enchant. With the aid of the star-absorbing enchantment technique, every piece of equipment was successfully enchanted, albeit with varying enhancements. As each item was completed, the room became increasingly cluttered. Uncle Jiang. When in doubt, call for Uncle Jiang. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Yi promptly entered. Uncle Jiang, could you help me clear out all this equipment? And perhaps bring some unenchanted items as well? Jiang Yi surveyed the room, filled with enchanted gear, looking at Song Feng in disbelief. All of this has been successfully enchanted? Indeed, Song Feng confirmed with a nod. Jiang Yi was secretly alarmed. A success rate of 100% was one thing, but the speed was astonishing. It was as if he were not human. Xiao Feng, how do you intend to handle this batch of equipment? These items are all enchanted and would undoubtedly attract attention if left unattended. After a moment of contemplation, Song Feng replied, Uncle Jiang, please submit all of them to the state. These items are of little consequence to me, merely a means for practice. Storing them here only occupies space. It is better to surrender them, as the state has specialized departments for allocation. Understood. Jiang Yi nodded and proceeded to take all the equipment away. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a pile of non-enchanted gear. Continue with your work. I will be outside. Call me if you need anything. All right, Uncle Jiang. Song Feng smiled and nodded, then resumed enchanting, aiming to trigger a 5% chance to bestow special enhancements upon the equipment. He was eager to discover what these special enhancements entailed. Chapter 50. The Bewildered Teams of 2 Academies. Triggering Special Effects. Meanwhile, in the outside world, The news of Feng and his team's expedition into the legendary level dungeon had simmered down after several days. After all, numerous teams had previously delved into legendary level dungeons. But Feng's team had completed it in a notably shorter time, which had piqued considerable curiosity among onlookers eager to investigate. However, under the imposing presence of the Elder of the Dragon Nation, many had retreated. Consequently, the influx of onlookers diminished, granting the Sword Demon and the Demon Face team a much-needed respite. On the other side, in the Forgetting Worry Forest, the portal remained wide open, and the Forgotten Ruins continued to function normally. Even after several days had passed, only Feng and his team had emerged from the dungeon. Other teams had either suffered total annihilation or had yet to complete the quest. At that moment, the Forgetting Worry Forest was bustling with activity, though significantly less so than at the beginning. Those present were either powerful leaders from various factions or professional adventurers drawn by the excitement. Just then, the portal experienced a sudden anomaly, vibrating slightly before six figures stepped through. "Captain, it seems we are the first to emerge." "What? Why is there only a completion treasure chest and no exploration chest? Could it be a glitch in the dungeon system?" Upon the emergence of the six, all eyes in the Forgetting Worry Forest turned towards them. "Wow, it's the team from the White Tiger Academy. They are second. This second place seems a bit dubious. It took a full 6 days, longer than the first. What do you know? The speed of the White Tiger Academy is already quite impressive. The team from the Azure Dragon Academy is practically inhuman." Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Zhou Shuo, the captain of the White Tiger Academy team, couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had believed that his team's completion speed was already swift enough, only to discover that they had been overwhelmingly surpassed by the Azure Dragon Academy. Emerging a full 6 days earlier, Zhou Shuo, having personally navigated the perils of the dungeon, was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in completing it, let alone achieving such a feat days in advance. Could it be that the Azure Dragon Academy had employed some form of trickery? At that moment, Zhou Mingyuan approached, patting the shoulders of the group, commending them for their commendable efforts. "Father, the Azure Dragon Academy." Indeed, Zhou Mingyuan was none other than Zhou Shuo's father. Zhou Shuo, possessing extraordinary talent and exceptional strength, had assumed the role of team captain solely through his own prowess, earning the respect and admiration of his fellow teammates. Alas, who would have known where old Liu discovered such a prodigious support player, who had led the Azure Dragon Academy team to successfully clear the dungeon 9 days prior. You may check your inbox, a national announcement awaits you. As Zhou Shuo and his companions were still ensconced within the dungeon, the national announcement had been temporarily stored in their inbox. Upon discovering the date of the announcement, the 6 of them were rendered speechless. "This date is from 9 days ago." Zhou Shuo's pupils constricted. Hearing this, Zhou Mingyuan managed a wry smile and nodded, confirming that they had lingered in the dungeon for an additional 3 days before emerging. A collective gasp escaped the 6 of them. To have cleared the dungeon 9 days ahead of them was nothing short of terrifying. "Father, is the talented support player you mentioned named Feng?" Zhou Shuo glanced at the list of the dungeon clearing team. Aside from the renowned Feng, he was somewhat familiar with the others. Indeed, Zhou Mingyuan confirmed with a wry smile, "I, too, have never witnessed such a remarkable support." Just as Zhou Shuo and his companions were grappling with their astonishment, the spatial portal trembled violently once more, and 6 figures emerged. Leading the way was a woman clad in red, unmistakably Lin Zi, the captain of the Vermilion Bird Academy team. She surveyed the surroundings and was met only by the bewildered members of the White Tiger Academy. The White Tiger Academy has cleared it first. Does that make us second?" "No, you're third." The leading mentor of the Vermilion Bird Academy, a beautiful middle-aged woman, approached with a shake of her head and a rueful smile. "The Azure Dragon Academy team is first. You may verify the information in your inbox." Upon hearing this, Lindsay and her companions opened their inbox, and upon seeing the date of the national announcement, they too stood frozen in disbelief, much like Zhou Shuo and his group. Has the Azure Dragon Academy truly found a way to cheat? Meanwhile, at Danxiang Pavilion, a luminous orb, akin to a star, coalesced, and blue light illuminated the entire room. "It's done." Song Feng's face lit up with joy. After enchanting over 100 weapons, he had finally triggered a 5% chance, successfully enchanting an item with special enhancements. Name, Blade of Death. Type, Dagger. Grade, King level. Attribute enhancement, Speed 5, Agility 4, with a 5 chance to trigger a critical hit. Description, no other soul has lived to behold this dagger, for all who have encountered it are already dead. The world's foremost assassin, John Rudkin. Additional effect, blood coagulation. Upon contact with the opponent's blood, it causes their bodily fluids to rapidly coagulate, inducing a state of paralysis for 10 seconds. how astonishingly formidable this additional effect is. To immobilize an opponent at level 10, would it not allow for a flawless victory without sustaining any injury? Feng felt a sudden jolt of astonishment. Although the additional skill was undeniably impressive, the prerequisite was to come into contact with the opponent's blood. Otherwise, all was in vain. If a close combat specialist were to wield this dagger, the results would surely be extraordinary. It was indeed quite suitable for that unconventional fellow. With this thought, he stretched lazily, gazing at the ground strewn with weapons, and sighed helplessly. This enchantment process was indeed exhausting on the equipment, and in the blink of an eye, another batch was completed. When faced with uncertainty, one simply calls for Uncle Jiang. As soon as Song Feng's words fell, Jiang Yi pushed open the door and entered. He surveyed the equipment scattered across the floor, his brows furrowing slightly. Has this batch of equipment been enchanted as well? Upon receiving a confirming nod from Song Feng, Jiang Yi couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The speed had increased significantly compared to before. How long do you reckon it will take? Song Feng, feeling the rhythm of enchantment, was eager to proceed without delay. Approximately half an hour, Jiang Yi replied, glancing at the message on his phone. Half an hour seemed excessively long. I could enchant several pieces of equipment in that time. Song Feng sighed, suddenly struck by a thought that illuminated his expression. Uncle Jiang, how about I assist with enchanting your weapon? Chapter 51. Enchanting high-level equipment. Journey to the floating island. Help me enchant? Jiang Yi was taken aback by Song Feng's audacious proposal. It is worth noting that the previous batches of equipment had been low-tier, suitable for practitioners below the 5th transition. In contrast, Jiang Yi's equipment was of a higher caliber. While the distinction was merely a matter of a single word, the difficulty of enchanting was as disparate as heaven and earth. Even seasoned enchanters, despite exhausting their lifetime skills, might not succeed in enchanting high-level equipment. Yet here was Song Feng, a novice, daring to attempt enchanting such esteemed gear. This was indeed surprising. However, Jiang Yi quickly regained his composure. Without a hint of hesitation, he produced a long sword and handed it to Song Feng. Here, enchant away. Jiang Yi was no fool. With Song Feng's success rate at 100%, allowing him to enchant equipment was nothing short of advantageous. Song Feng eagerly accepted the sword, examining it closely. This was an extraordinary high-tier weapon known as the Star Slayer sword. It was a sword I previously used. Even if it were to be destroyed, it would be of no consequence, Jiang Yi added, concerned that Song Feng might feel undue pressure due to the sword value. However, Jiang Yi was clearly overthinking it. As a mere bystander, how could Song Feng feel any pressure? Once Jiang Yi collected all the enchanted weapons and closed the door, Song Feng immediately sat cross-legged on the floor. Although Song Feng enjoyed a 100% success rate with his enchantments, eliminating any fear of diminishing the equipment's attributes, he focused intently, pouring his heart and soul into the enchanting process. Points of starlight coalesced, flooding into the suspended sword like a torrent, transforming in ways imperceptible to the naked eye. Approximately half an hour had elapsed. Song Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Upon reviewing the additional attributes, a joyful smile unconsciously spread across his face. Congratulations! Your enchantment was successful. The weapon's durability has received a significant enhancement. Congratulations! Your enchantment was successful. The weapon's agility attribute has increased dramatically. Enchantment, in simple terms, is the process of augmenting the various attributes of equipment. An enchanter can opt for a comprehensive enhancement of all attributes or specialize in a singular attribute. The latter, while more challenging, tests the enchanter's proficiency more rigorously, yielding substantial improvements in the chosen attribute. The previous batch of equipment had been utilized by Song Feng for practice. He had initially focused on specialized enhancements to boost his skill level. Even when confronted with this advanced longsword, he achieved remarkable results. Uncle Jiang, I'm here. Hearing Song Feng's call, Jiang Yi hurriedly entered the room. Uncle Jiang, take a look at this enchanted longsword. What do you think? Jiang Yi took the star-slaying sword from Song Feng and opened the information panel to examine it. His pupils gradually constricted, his face filled with disbelief. Is this really your enchantment? The agility has increased by a full 20%. It is understandable why Jiang Yi would harbor doubts. For an experienced enchanter, elevating a single attribute by 10 is regarded as a pinnacle achievement. Yet, Song Feng had managed to enhance it by 20. One must consider that a professional can wear numerous pieces of equipment, such as helmets, rings, necklaces, and breastplates, each with the potential for such formidable enchantments. If every piece were imbued with such terrifying enhancements, one could effortlessly transcend their limits in battle. Could it be false? With Jiang Yi's acknowledgement, Song Feng felt a profound sense of joy and raised an eyebrow in response. Jiang Yi shook his head, offering a wry smile. The attributes granted by this sword have left me astonished. I momentarily lost my composure and uttered such foolishness. It's clear that you're the sole enchanter here. Could it be that a ghost did it? Noticing the time, Jiang Yi observed that it was already past midnight. He advised Song Feng to rest early before departing the room. After an extensive session of enchanting, Song Feng felt fatigued and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. The night passed in silence, and dawn arrived. The following morning, after a simple breakfast, Shen Bing utilized spatial teleportation to transport everyone to the floating island. As its name suggests, the island was suspended in midair, supported by an unseen force, the true reason for which remained a mystery. At this moment, the entrance to the floating island was crowded with people. Do you think high-level professionals will come to the floating island to suppress the Fire Phoenix? I doubt it. After all, no one knows why the Fire Phoenix has entered a berserk state. Everything is uncertain. Who would dare risk their life for such a perilous endeavor? Sigh. Looking at the defensive barrier, it seems it won't hold for long. If the Crimson Flame Fire Phoenix emerges, our Jiang City will be in peril. The Professional Association has already issued a notice. Strong individuals from other cities should arrive shortly to quell the situation. As Song Feng listened to the discussions around him, he turned his gaze towards the trembling, floating island. The defensive barrier atop it rippled like waves, subtly hinting at an impending collapse. 2 years ago, Song Feng had transmigrated into this world. While he was not well acquainted with other cities, Jiangxing was familiar to him beyond measure. It was rumored that within the floating island resided a phoenix beast, known for its gentle temperament, which had guarded the island for centuries. Over a century ago, the flourishing Sakura nation attempted a covert invasion of this island. Due to certain circumstances, the Dragon Nation failed to detect the threat in time. Ultimately, however, the Sakura nation's ambitions were thwarted. They were utterly decimated by the Crimson Flame Phoenix, with no survivors. Since then, no one dared to covet the island, all terrified of the fiery creature. Yet, the Crimson Flame Phoenix bore no malice towards the people of the Dragon Nation. Even those visiting the island for leisure would not face aggression. Until a few days prior, when the Phoenix suddenly erupted in chaos, wreaking havoc upon the island. The Lord of Jiangsheng promptly activated the defensive barrier, preventing the Phoenix from escaping. Unfortunately, Jiangxing's remote location and lack of resources meant that top-tier warriors seldom resided there. Even the Lord of Jiangsheng was merely a 6th-tier practitioner. In desperation, he sought assistance from the Practitioner Association. Xiaofeng, let us proceed, Jiang Yi declared, stepping forward to present his credentials to the guarding soldiers. Greetings, I am Jiang Yi, the captain of the Dragon Nation's Sword Demon Special Team. I have received a mission from higher authorities to suppress the Phoenix on the floating island. The guarding soldiers, who had never encountered the Sword Demon team due to their enduring national-level missions, were nonetheless taken aback by the credentials Jiang Yi displayed, which were of the highest caliber in the Dragon Nation. My lord, please, the soldiers responded, bowing in respect. They subsequently activated a switch, revealing a pathway formed by runes that led directly to the floating island. Thus, Jiang Yi and his 7 companions stepped onto the island under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Who are they? The attitude of the guarding soldiers suggests they possess a notable status. I think I just heard someone mention the Sword Demon Special Team. Have you heard of them? The Sword Demon Special Team? Are you certain? An elder practitioner suddenly exclaimed upon hearing the name. Why? Have you heard of them? The crowd turned to him in unison. The Sword Demon Special Team is one of the top 10 elite special teams in the Dragon Nation, consistently undertaking national-level missions. Composed entirely of the nation's finest warriors. I once heard a friend from the capital mention them many years ago. This revelation astounded everyone. They had not anticipated the nation would place such importance on the situation of the floating island, dispatching top-tier warriors to subdue the Phoenix. However, wasn't the Sword Demon team comprised of 6 members? Why were there 7 just now? The elder practitioner wore a puzzled expression. Hey, did you notice? The youth who stood among them seemed a bit like Song Feng, the one who recently conquered the legendary level dungeon. A young practitioner interjected. Song Feng? You mean the one from that team? Indeed, it is he. Our esteemed elder from the Dragon Nation has personally advocated for him. Thus, the youth we encountered earlier must be Song Feng. It is astonishing that at such a tender age, he is already capable of undertaking missions alongside the nation's elite teams. Such prodigious talent is beyond the envy of ordinary folks. Meanwhile, Song Feng and his companions had arrived at the floating island, where a scene of devastation greeted their eyes. The ground and surrounding trees were engulfed in searing flames, and the entire island was shrouded in smoke produced by the inferno. Above, a blazing phoenix soared through the sky, relentlessly battering against the defensive barrier. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the fiery creature's eyes glowing a fierce crimson, emanating an overwhelming aura of terror. Just as the announcement had indicated, the Crimson Flame Phoenix had entered a state of fury. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow. "Boss, what should we do?" Chun Bing inquired. "What's so difficult about it? We simply need to subdue it," Fan Dehua replied, brandishing dual pistols, eager for action. "That won't do," Song Feng countered, shaking his head. "Using brute force will only exacerbate the destruction of the floating island. We must first investigate the cause of the Phoenix's rampage to address the issue at its root." The ground of the floating island was already marred by menacing cracks. If a fierce battle ensued, the island might very well shatter into pieces. "I support Xiao Feng's viewpoint," Jiang Yi declared, swiftly dividing the group into 3 smaller teams. Song Feng, Jiang Yi, and Chun Bing would venture to the northern part of the forest. Nangong Mu and Fan Dehua would head west, and Bai Jing and Lung Mo would proceed east. Their task was to locate the nest of the Crimson Flame Phoenix and investigate any anomalies within the forest along the way. "All right, let's move out. If you discover anything unusual, communicate immediately via the soundstones." In this place, electronic devices like mobile phones had no signal, so they could only relay important information through special soundstones. "Understood." The group dispersed. "Wu Ying, you are to closely protect Xiao Feng. In case of an emergency, transport him to safety at once," Jiang Yi instructed Chun Bing. "Yes, I understand," Chun Bing nodded. Soon, Song Feng and his 2 companions set forth towards the northern forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous creatures that had perished in the flames, their charred bodies hauntingly reduced to mere bones in some cases. The scene was profoundly tragic. Thanks to the aura-concealing treasures they possessed, the Crimson Flame Phoenix remained oblivious to the presence of these uninvited guests. It continued its relentless assault on the defensive barrier, undeterred by the wounds that marred its body. As Song Feng searched for anomalies within the forest, he also observed the state of the Crimson Flame Phoenix. Its sudden descent into fury seemed rather peculiar. However, due to the considerable distance, he could not utilize his spiritual eyes to examine the Phoenix's information panel and decided to first investigate its nest. Before long, the trio reached the depths of the forest. In this place stands a towering ancient tree, reaching the height of a multi-story building. Gazing upward, its crown seems to pierce the clouds, soaring into the heavens. An unusual wave of energy appears to emanate from its summit. Jiang Yi gazes at the top of the tree, his brow furrowed. However, due to its great height, he can only vaguely sense a peculiar aura. Jiang Yi harbors considerable confidence in Chun Bing. As a dimensional geek, Chun Bing's ability to escape is unparalleled in the world. Whoosh! A vortex of space suddenly materializes before him, and Chun Bing steps inside, vanishing from the sight of Song Feng and the others in an instant. Moments later, Chun Bing's head emerges from the vortex, excitement written across his face. "Boss, it seems that the treetop is the lair of the Crimson Flame Phoenix." Song Feng and Jiang Yi exchange glances before stepping into the spatial vortex together. Chapter 52. Is there a monster lair within the floating island? It is said that within the floating island lies a magnificent ancient tree known as the Zhixiao Divine Tree, which has existed since the island's inception and shows no signs of decay to this day. Meanwhile, Song Feng and the others arrive at the treetop through the spatial vortex, finding themselves amidst the clouds, enveloped in mist, as if floating in a celestial realm. Yet, at this moment, Song Feng has no intentions of appreciating the scenery. His gaze turns toward an enormous nest before him, which is at least half the size of a football field, and he cannot help but display a look of astonishment. "Let's go and take a look." Protected closely by Chun Bing, Song Feng follows closely behind Jiang Yi. He too remains vigilant, employing his insightful spiritual eyes to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, it seems he has discovered something, and his pupils constrict in realization. "Uncle Jiang, Uncle Chun, do you sense an eerie aura?" Chun Bing appears bewildered, while Jiang Yi nods slightly. The aura emanates from the depths of the nest. As a sword cultivator, Jiang Yi possesses keen discernment and can naturally detect the slightest anomaly. I believe I've only sensed this aura from monsters before." Song Feng's mind begins to form a rough hypothesis, but whether the reality aligns with his thoughts still requires personal investigation. He exchanges a glance with Jiang Yi and hastily quickens his pace toward the depths of the nest. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chun Bing quickly follows suit. "You two are acting like riddlers. Doesn't this make me look rather foolish?" he remarks. "Wu Ying, be ready to initiate spatial transmission at any moment." Facing the unknown danger, Jiang Yi feels a twinge of uncertainty as he walks, instructing Chun Bing. "Understood," Chun Bing replies with a nod. Before long, the 3 arrive at the innermost part of the nest. Here, Towering stacks of bamboo, resembling small hills, are piled high, with dozens of such heaps present. When I was a child, my father mentioned that the crimson flame phoenix within the floating island does not favor consuming meat, but rather has a long-standing penchant for bamboo. Song Feng recalls the bedtime stories told by Song Shan in his youth. At that time, he thought Song Shan was merely spinning tales, but seeing the current scene, it seems there may be truth to it. Did old Song tell you this? Jiang Yi raises an eyebrow and strides toward one of the bamboo stacks, narrowing his eyes. Uncle Jiang, have you discovered something? Song Feng approaches, his gaze also falling upon the bamboo pile. The two exchange a glance, simultaneously uttering the words, demonic aura. Demonic aura? At that moment, Chun Bing approached, his expression growing solemn upon hearing Song Feng and Jiang Ye's remarks. Are you suggesting that this pile of bamboo has been tainted by demonic energy? Jiang Yi nodded, affirming, indeed. The reason the crimson flame phoenix has entered a frenzied state may well stem from the demonic energy infiltrating its being, with its mind waging a battle against the malevolent force within. But how did demonic energy come to be here? As the name implies, demonic aura refers to the peculiar essence emanating from creatures of darkness. However, for such energy to corrupt bamboo, it would require an exceptionally powerful demon. Or perhaps there exists a demonic lair within the floating island. This audacious thought suddenly emerged in Jiang Ye's mind, and his expression grew increasingly grave. If it is indeed a demonic lair, that poses a significant problem, as it is the prison for countless fiends. Alone, they would stand no chance against it. Chunbing voiced his concerns. Captain, what should we do? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi replied, we must first subdue the crimson flame phoenix before we can search for the location of the demonic lair. Jiang Yi then turned his gaze towards Song Feng, Chiu Feng. I recall you possess a purification skill, do you not? Yes, Song Feng nodded. However, your current level is too low. I am uncertain if the purification skill would affect the crimson flame phoenix. Song Feng had only recently achieved the 2nd class maximum level, while the crimson flame phoenix was at least at the 8th class, creating a vast disparity in their levels, rendering the effectiveness of the skill unknown. Shall we give it a try? We have no other options at present. Although the sacred lotus surge is immensely powerful, its coverage is regrettably limited, effective only within a radius of 50 meters. To attempt the purification on the crimson flame phoenix, they must confine it within that range. Wu Ying, summon everyone here. We need to devise a detailed plan. Upon hearing this, Chun Bing activated a spatial vortex and promptly vanished within. Shortly after, Fan Dehua and the others arrived through the vortex. Captain, where are we? Fan Dehua surveyed his surroundings with intrigue. The lair of the crimson flame phoenix. Jiang Yi then disclosed the potential existence of a demonic lair within the floating island to the group. My proposal is to first subdue the crimson flame phoenix, then seek the whereabouts of the lair. Since the demonic energy has leaked, it is certain that powerful fiends dwell within. I have already reported this matter to the Grand Elder, who has dispatched formidable allies to our location to prevent any anomalies arising from the lair. What are your thoughts? Jiang Yi looked at his companions, seeking their input. Of course, but how do we subdue the crimson flame phoenix? Fan Dehua inquired hesitantly. The truth was becoming apparent. Awaiting confirmation, the crimson flame phoenix was also a victim, and they certainly could not allow it to come to harm. If they were too gentle, they might fail to subdue the phoenix. If too forceful, what would happen to it? It would fall to Chiu Feng to determine the course of action. Jiang Yi offered a faint smile, directing his gaze toward Song Feng. His purification skill might prove effective against the malevolent energy enveloping the crimson flame phoenix. A 2nd-tier professional skills can genuinely affect an 8th-tier phoenix? Vander Walls exclaimed, his eyes widening. Captain, you must be jesting. Jiang Yi shot him a disapproving glance. Do not measure the heights of genius with the perspective of an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Vander Walls scratched his head in confusion, recognizing the familiarity of the phrase. Indeed, it was all too familiar. Whenever medic Changsheng expressed astonishment at Song Feng's prowess, Vander Walls would use this remark to tease him. Now he found himself on the receiving end of his own jest. Observing Vander Walls awkwardly digging his toes into the ground, Jiang Yi smiled faintly before adopting a serious demeanor. In a moment, I will have Wu Ying utilize spatial manipulation to transport us adjacent to the crimson flame phoenix. I, as the god of war, will engage the phoenix directly, with gunfire from Junlin providing long-range support. It is imperative that we exercise caution and avoid inadvertently slaying it. Once we have subdued the phoenix, Wu Ying will bring Chiu Feng over to attempt purification. If the purification proves ineffective, we shall employ formations to firmly control the phoenix and await the arrival of the powerful reinforcements dispatched by the Grand Elder. Should any anomalies arise, we will adapt accordingly. Let us commence our operation. Chapter 53. Uniting to subdue the Phoenix. Song Feng's terrifying skill. At this moment, the defensive barrier above the floating island exhibited numerous cracks resembling a spider's web, a testament to the relentless assaults of the Crimson Flame Phoenix. Despite being drenched in blood, the barrier remained unable to withstand the Phoenix's furious onslaught. The Sword Go squad had been engaged for an hour. Yet, why had they not yet initiated the suppression of the Phoenix? Currently, the Crimson Flame Phoenix was in a frenzied state, its combat prowess soaring, making it a formidable challenge even for the Sword Go squad. Do not underestimate the capabilities of the Special Squad. Their strength lies not only in combat, but also in their exceptional intellect, likely strategizing for battle. Indeed, our advantage as humans lies in our cognitive abilities, allowing us to triumph over greater foes. Hey look, the Sword Go squad has made their move. Within the defensive barrier, a spatial vortex appeared behind the Phoenix, from which 5 figures emerged. The Crimson Flame Phoenix sensed their presence and swiftly turned around. Its crimson eyes glimmered with intensity, showing no hesitation as it let out a piercing cry and charged directly at Jiang Yi and his companions. Are we not wasting any time and jumping straight into battle? I like it, Bai Jing exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as his form expanded to a height equivalent to 3 stories. He swung his massive spike club at the approaching Phoenix. The clash between the Phoenix's claws and the spike club resulted in a violent impact, sending both parties staggering back several dozen meters. Well done. Again, Bai Jing's face radiated with exhilaration. It had been a long time since he had encountered a worthy opponent. Boom. He charged forward, engaging the Crimson Flame Phoenix in a direct confrontation. Jiang Yi and the others watched silently, refraining from intervening. Their objective was to distract the Phoenix. Since Bai Jing could manage it alone, they would allow him to deplete its stamina before proceeding with their plan to subdue it. In that moment, there was utterly no power to resist, and the danger level was significantly diminished. Boom! The clash of the two sides shook the earth and altered the skies. The Crimson Flame Phoenix had previously struck the defensive barrier, its stamina and attributes long past their normal state. Otherwise, Bai Jing alone would undoubtedly not have been its match. Ha ha ha! Delightful! Let us do it again. Bai Jing grew increasingly valiant in battle, veins bulging, his entire being seemed to be infused with boundless strength. Bang! After Bai Jing swung his wolf-toothed club and sent the Crimson Flame Phoenix flying, Jiang Yi timely intervened, commanding, War God, halt. Bai Jing, caught up in the fervor of battle, raised his club again, eager to pursue the advantage. Yet upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, he reluctantly ceased his motion, pouting, I haven't had enough yet. Jiang Yi and the others, haven't had enough? If you continue, you'll kill it. Form a formation and jointly suppress the Phoenix. The 4 of them positioned themselves around the Crimson Flame Phoenix, channeling their inner energy, collectively unleashing a force that firmly pinned the Phoenix to the ground. No shadow. Received. Concealed in the void, Chen Bing immediately understood the cue, teleporting Song Feng to approximately 25 meters in front of the Phoenix. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Feng unleashed the Holy Lotus Surge. Countless pure, white lotuses coalesced, radiating outward like a burst of energy. Wherever they passed, twinkling starlight enveloped the area, casting a hazy yet divine aura throughout. The Crimson Flame Phoenix, also within the range of the Holy Lotus, struggled fiercely against Jiang Yi and the others' bindings, letting out a piercing cry of torment. Simultaneously, wisps of black mist emerged from the Phoenix's body, and as soon as they appeared, they were eradicated by the Holy Lotus. It's working. Jiang Yi and his companions exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. Xiao Feng, hold on, it will be over soon. Song Feng nodded, channeling his mental energy fervently into the Holy Lotus. Due to the Phoenix's elevated level, its body instinctively resisted the Holy Lotus, placing immense pressure upon Song Feng. Beads of sweat covered his forehead as he gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of his strength. At last, perseverance bore fruit. Under the purification of the Holy Lotus, the once crimson eyes of the Crimson Flame Phoenix gradually returned to normal, and the demonic aura surrounding it thinned rapidly, soon to dissipate. Thank you. The Phoenix gazed at Song Feng, uttering those 3 words. Subsequently, its large eyes slowly closed, seemingly succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into slumber. Phew! Witnessing the situation improve, Song Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a deep breath. Kid, impressive. Fan Dehua exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Song Feng's shoulder with admiration. You have the flair of my youth. Song Feng shot him a glance and strode towards Jiang Yi and the others. Xiao Feng, you performed excellently. Jiang Yi and the others did not shy away from their praise, giving Song Feng a thumbs up on the spot. Song Feng felt a bit bashful from the compliments. Smiling as he scratched his head, Fan Dehua remarked, "When I praise you, why do you look so glum? When others compliment you, you wear a smile?" As the poignant realization of misplaced trust dawned upon Van der Waals, Jiang Yi approached the Crimson Flame Phoenix, examining its injuries. Without delay, he rendered his assessment. He then turned to Song Feng, inquiring if he could employ a healing spell. Certainly, despite the considerable energy expended on the previous purification skill, there remained sufficient spiritual power to cast a healing spell. Holy light, divine healing. As his words echoed, a radiant white light erupted from Song Feng's palm. Placing his hand upon the phoenix, pure and sacred light shimmered forth. An astonishing sight unfolded as the wounds on the Crimson Flame Phoenix began to heal at an observable pace. Simultaneously, its vitality surged dramatically until it was fully restored. This effect. It was Song Feng's first application of a healing skill. Previously, the use of blood-replenishing elixirs had sufficed. However, in its current state, the Crimson Flame Phoenix was gravely weakened, with only a tenth of its health remaining. After the holy light divine healing, the phoenix slowly opened its lantern-sized eyes, gazing at Song Feng with a look of astonishment. Though it had briefly succumbed to slumber, its consciousness lingered externally. Thus it recognized that it was Song Feng who had saved it. "Once again, I express my gratitude for your assistance." The Crimson Flame Phoenix rose, its legs bending slightly as if to bow to Song Feng. With a smile, Song Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. It was but a trifling effort. Subsequently, the phoenix conveyed its thanks to Jiang Yi and the others as well. "What shall I call you, esteemed one?" Jiang Yi asked with a smile. "You may call me Qi Tong. That is a name I've been known by." Upon uttering this, the Crimson Flame Phoenix shifted its gaze towards a specific direction, its eyes glinting with cold light. The demon lair lies beneath that grove of bamboo. Chapter 54. A great terror resides within the demon lair. The group followed the phoenix's gaze to behold a verdant bamboo forest, each stalk towering around 10 meters, exuding a lush vitality. A closer inspection would reveal sinister black mist coiling around the bamboo. Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened. "Let us proceed to ascertain the situation." With that, he advanced, and the others hurriedly followed suit. "Qi Tong, will you not accompany us?" Song Feng inquired, noticing the Crimson Flame Phoenix's reluctance to move. "My body has only just begun to recuperate, and I am in a weakened state. Approaching too closely may result in the malevolent energy entering my body once more, which would only cause you further trouble." The phoenix expressed a sense of guilt, feeling powerless as a guardian beast, forced to watch helplessly. "Qi Tong, I shall proceed ahead then." Song Feng recognized the phoenix's remorse. Acknowledging that there was little he could do, he bid a brief farewell and fell in step with Jiang Yi and the others. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the bamboo forest, the air thick with palpable black mist. An unsettling sensation washed over the group, causing their brows to furrow in apprehension. "Jun Lin, activate the defensive barrier." Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Lung Mo unfurled the umbrella in his grasp, a flickering azure light emanating from it, instantly conjuring a transparent barrier around the group. In that moment, the encroaching darkness was effectively repelled. Jiang Yi, leading the way, ventured deeper, while Song Feng remained centrally positioned amongst Fan Dehua and the others, under vigilant protection. As Song Feng employed his insightful spirit eye, he noticed the demonic energy growing increasingly potent the further they delved. Absent Leng mus protective barriere. An ordinary person might find themselves utterly lost in this realm, swiftly succumbing to madness. Meanwhile, a myriad of questions plagued his mind. The intensity of the demonic energy was undeniable. Had no one detected its leak prior? This was indeed suspicious. Before them lay the entrance to the demon lair. A gaping chasm with a diameter of over 10 meters, exuding visible tendrils of black mist. "Boss, what should we do?" Fan Dehua inquired, his expression gravely serious. Jiang Yi gazed into the seemingly endless depths of the lair, narrowing his eyes as his pupils momentarily contracted. "Withdraw." "Withdraw?" The others were taken aback. They had discovered the lair, only to be told to retreat. It felt akin to having one's trousers down while the website displayed a 404 error. The horrors within the lair were beyond what they could confront. Jiang Yi took several steps back, realizing the urgency to inform the Grand Elder. "Wu Ying, initiate spatial teleportation. We must leave the bamboo forest." Upon hearing Jiang Ye's directive, the others' pupils widened in shock, yet without hesitation, they entered the spatial vortex. For Jiang Yi to acknowledge a formidable presence indicated that it was no trivial matter. Once they had successfully exited the bamboo grove, Jiang Yi promptly relayed his observations to the Grand Elder before stepping forward to address the Crimson Flame Phoenix. Elder Qi, have you long been aware of its existence? Indeed, the Crimson Flame Phoenix affirmed with a nod. However, there is no immediate cause for concern regarding its ability to breach the barrier, which is why I refrained from informing you earlier. I wish for you to witness its terror firsthand. Perplexed, Jiang Yi questioned if the Elder is aware of its existence. Why consume the bamboo imbued with demonic energy? The bamboo within the lair was not harvested from the bamboo grove. It was offered to me by humans who visited here. At the time, I perceived no anomalies and accepted it gratefully. Only after consuming the bamboo did the demonic energy manifest. Just as I intended to use the crimson fire to expel the energy from my body, a fragment of its soul emerged to interfere with me. Here, it naturally referred to the terrifying entity within the lair. After dispersing its soul, I found that the demonic energy had firmly entrenched itself within my blood, and my mind was engaged in a struggle against it, inadvertently entering a state of frenzy. Initially, I managed to exert some control over my body, but gradually, I lost consciousness. Upon hearing this, the group felt a dawning realization. For years, residents of Jiang City had offered fine bamboo to express their gratitude for the Crimson Flame Phoenix's protection over the centuries, and the Phoenix had graciously accepted. They had not anticipated that someone would exploit the bamboo in such a manner. Were those who presented the bamboo to the Elder from the Dragon Kingdom? Biang Ye Inwidit. Indeed, the Crimson Flame Phoenix nodded, recognizing that they all shared the same yellow skin and spoke the dragon language, which alleviated any doubts he may have had about them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi and the others became increasingly troubled. The scope of their search was simply too vast, leaving them at a loss as to how to locate the traitorous rebels. Senior Qitong, before you were tainted by demonic energy, did the demon lair in that bamboo grove emit any malevolent aura? At this moment, Song Feng voiced a question that had long lingered in his mind. No. The Crimson Flame Phoenix replied with a slight shake of its head. The original seal could have endured for several more centuries, but it was compromised by someone with ill intent, leading to damage in the formation that can no longer sustain itself for long. It gazed towards the direction of the demon lair, foreseeing that many innocent beings would likely fall victim once again. The group fell silent, with Jiang Yi feeling the weight of the situation most acutely, as he could sense the terrifying presence within the lair. Just then, the defensive barrier trembled lightly twice, and a dozen figures approached Jiang Yi. Old Jiang, long time no see. Old who? It turns out you were dispatched by the Grand Elder. The leader, a middle-aged man clad in a robe, embraced Jiang Yi tightly before greeting several other members of the Sword Ghosts. I presume this is young brother Song Feng, he remarked, his eyes lighting up upon seeing him. Greetings, senior, Song Feng replied with a humble smile. You, young man, are not only gifted but also quite charming, Old Hu remarked, clicking his tongue in admiration before extending his hand with a smile. I am Hu Yang. You may call me Uncle Hu. Hello, Uncle Hu, Song Feng responded, also extending his hand with a smile. Old Hu, shouldn't you be stationed at another demon lair? What brings you to Jiang City? Jiang Yi inquired, puzzled by Hu Liang's presence. I heard from above that a new demon lair had been discovered in Jiang City, and since I happened to be in the neighboring city on business, I volunteered to lend a hand. Hu Liang, a top-tier formation master in the Dragon Kingdom and the vice president of the Formation Masters Association, was responsible for arranging national-level formations and frequently roamed between various demon lairs. Wherever there was a need for formation, Hu Liang would be present. Each demon lair harbored terrifying demonic creatures, making it nearly impossible to eradicate them completely. Thus, suppression through formations was the only viable option. Old Jiang, please share the details with me. I will see if I can be of assistance. Hu Liang, well acquainted with the intricacies of demonic energy, immediately sensed the faint demonic aura wafting from the bamboo grove upon entering the floating island. Jiang Yi recounted everything he knew, including what the Crimson Flame Phoenix had previously mentioned. This indeed presents some challenges, Hu Liang acknowledged. However, rest assured, we will handle it. He confidently patted his chest, determined that, even if they could not defeat the creature, they would at least seal it away. Turning to the dozen individuals behind him, Hu Liang asked, Old friends, do you have confidence? Yes, they shouted in unison, their spirits soaring. Old Jiang, we may need to trouble your Sword Ghost team to provide us with protection. If that demon suddenly emerges, we will be unable to contend with it. Upon hearing Hu Liang's words, Jiang Yi chuckled and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, we shall stand guard by your side. And we too. At that moment, a figure clad in a black cloak, adorned with a devilish mask, approached. Chapter 55. I truly am not lacking in wealth, merely wasting space. Ah, it's old Zheng, Hu Liang immediately recognized the newcomer. What brings your special team, the Masked Faces, here? Our mission is to covertly protect Song Feng. We received a message from Captain Jiang, instructing us to search for breakthrough materials, which is why we have just arrived. The leader of the Masked Faces, Zhang Pengfei, was also a top-tier powerhouse of the Dragon Nation. After greeting everyone, he approached Song Feng and produced 2 exquisite wooden boxes. We scoured all the auction houses and managed to acquire the floating light magic crystal and the illusionary demon crystal. However, regarding the Hanyuan magic crystal, none of the auction house staff had even heard of it. I have already dispatched people to other cities in search of leads on the Hanyuan magic crystal. We can only wait patiently for news. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. The two had previously met at Danxiang Pavilion, and Song Feng, aware of the other's identity, expressed his gratitude without pretense. Fortunately, the Sword Ghost team is stationed here alongside the Masked Faces, so we need not worry about unforeseen incidents. The presence of 2 teams composed of the Dragon Nation's elite instilled a profound sense of security in Hu Liang. Subsequently, after they conducted a site assessment, they called upon their old comrades to begin drafting designs, anticipating that they would soon commence the arrangement of the formation. The Crimson Flame Fire Phoenix felt a sense of relief with the arrival of these powerful individuals. As for Song Feng, he remained within the floating island. The breakthrough task had been completed, yet one type of breakthrough material was still lacking. Thus, he decided to await news regarding the Hanyuan magic crystal. However, he was not idle. Upon the Purple Cloud Divine Tree, under the protection of the Crimson Flame Fire Phoenix, Song Feng was wholly focused on enchanting his equipment. The weapons before him were not mere ordinary arms, but legendary-grade weapons obtained from challenging instances. Ding! Enchantment successful. The defensive attributes of the illusory demon helm have been significantly enhanced. And that was not the end of it. Song Feng picked up the Night Mooring Magic Crystal, intending to test its embedding in the helm to observe any special effects. This enchantment process took more than 10 minutes. As anticipated, it was successfully completed. Song Feng exhaled deeply and opened the introduction panel to take a glance. Name: Illusory Demon Helm. Magic crystal added effects. When the target of an attack is the head, a defensive barrier will automatically trigger, rendering 50 damage immune. Not too shabby indeed. Song Feng gazed at the effect conferred by the Night Mooring Magic Crystal, a joyful smile gracing his face. Although it still fell short of the special effects granted by skills, it was nonetheless impressive. He then proceeded to enchant the other 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment with the Night Mooring Magic Crystal as well, with effects comparable to those of the helm. It was reasonable. After all, the effects of the same type of magic crystal should be quite similar. Uncle Chun, do you require assistance with enchanting your equipment? Yes, indeed. I certainly do. Chun Bing's task was to provide close protection for Song Feng, and he had been watching intently as Song Feng enchanted his gear. The more he observed, the more astonished he became, his eyes wide with disbelief. After Song Feng inquired about the possibility of enchanting, Chun Bing felt that even a moment's hesitation would be a sign of disrespect to himself. Without delay, he produced an octagonal disc. This object, known as the soul-severing flying wheel, could be controlled with mental force, silent and shadowless, capable of launching flying daggers, with small apertures that could release toxic gas. Chun Bing's profession was that of a dimensional geek, a hidden class specializing in spatial manipulation, characterized by a relatively fragile health bar, excelling in extreme maneuvers, and wielding ranged weaponry. Song Feng took the flying wheel, examining it intently. I must admit, this is the first time I've encountered such a weapon. Let me give it a try. Chun Bing regarded Song Feng with utmost seriousness. Brother, whether I feast on soil or meat in the future lies entirely in your hands. Wait, did you just call me brother? I'm barely 18. That is rather morbid. Song Feng replied, a hint of incredulity in his voice. Oh, by the way, if possible, could you embed this magic crystal into the flying wheel? Chun Bing then produced a magic crystal, tentatively inquiring, what is this? This is the Swift Sage's magic crystal, which has a chance to confer speed-related special effects. Chun Bing stated with eager anticipation. Is it possible? Of course, Song Feng replied nonchalantly. To him, it was a mere trifle, but for Chun Bing, it represented an exceptional opportunity to enhance his capabilities. Should he fail to seize this moment, he might not encounter a similar chance for an indeterminate length of time. Previously, after acquiring this magic crystal, Chun Bing had intended to seek out a seasoned enchanter to embed it into the flying wheel, but had abandoned that plan upon becoming a guardian. Now, with an enchanter readily available, he was eager to let Song Feng give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Song Feng immersed himself in the task at hand, focusing entirely on the flying wheel before him. Enchanting high-tier equipment posed quite a challenge for him. A hum arose as specks of starlight converged, surging into the flying wheel. Seizing the moment, Song Feng deftly embedded the magic crystal, the starlight enveloping it, gradually merging into a harmonious unity. Approximately half an hour elapsed before Song Feng finally withdrew his hands, his face alight with joy as he gazed upon the flying wheel. Success! Its speed has increased by a remarkable 25. Furthermore, it has acquired the special effect, Shadow Kill. Added effect, Shadow Kill, while the wheel spins rapidly. There's a chance to trigger this effect, summoning 10 phantom images of the wheel, each dealing 25 of the total damage of the original wheel. Upon witnessing the added effect, even Chen Bing was momentarily speechless. Each phantom image of the wheel dealt 25 of the total damage, meaning the 10 images collectively inflicted an additional 250 damage. This represented an enhancement of nearly threefold. Chen Bing's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the soul-severing flying wheel. Then he grasped Song Feng's hand tightly, feeling overwhelmed. Brother, from now on, you are my dear brother Chen Bing. How much blue star currency does this require? I shall fetch it at once. No, there's no need. Song Feng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. Uncle Chun, your time and effort spent protecting me are more than enough. I could not possibly accept payment. Absolutely not. Brothers must keep accounts clear. I insist on compensating you. Chen Bing declared with determination. However, the next word from Song Feng extinguished Chen Bing's intentions of offering payment. Uncle Chun, I assure you that I am not in need of money. Giving it would serve no purpose and would only squander valuable space. Chapter 56, Chen Bing. Truly, I could weep. What Song Feng uttered was nothing but the truth, setting aside the 500 million blue star coins within Song Feng's system space. Merely considering the gear he possesses, each piece is worth an astronomical sum. Furthermore, the Sword Demon Squad procures various resources for his advancement, leaving him with no opportunity for expenditure. Yet, Song Feng's words rendered Chen Bing utterly speechless. Although he is a member of a special team from the Dragon Kingdom and is financially secure in comparison to Song Feng, the disparity is akin to that between heaven and earth. Silently, Chen Bing extinguished the thought of withdrawing money before it could take root. Uncle Chun, why not inquire whether Sister Mu and the others require enchanted equipment? Song Feng, finding himself with idle time, thought it prudent to express his gratitude for the care provided by the 6 members of the Sword Demon Squad through tangible actions. Can your body withstand this? Song Feng had just enchanted 3 legendary grade pieces of equipment and had also enchanted a high-tier piece for Chen Bing, undoubtedly exhausting a considerable amount of mental energy. That he did not wish to rest was one matter. That he contemplated aiding the others in enchanting their gear was quite another. A warm current flowed through Chen Bing's heart. I had almost forgotten to mention it. Don't you need to refine the pills you consume? Are you not concerned about overwhelming your body? Chen Bing was well aware of Song Feng's profound alchemical skills. Yet he did not anticipate that his technique for consuming pills would be equally formidable. What? Is refining necessary? Can't one simply ingest them for effect? Initially, Song Feng was unaware that the Emperor of Flame Soul Descent possessed a hidden passive ability to automatically refine any pills that entered his body. Moreover, aside from certain enhancement-type pills that have limitations, what could one expect from a physique that is not akin to that of an ordinary person? Let me try one. Intrigued by whether the pill's effects stem from its nature or from Song Feng himself, Chen Bing decided to experiment. Here, upon receiving the pill from Song Feng, Chen Bing immediately placed it in his mouth. In an instant, a warm current coursed through him, bringing unparalleled comfort. However, compared to Song Feng, the time it took for the pill to refine within Chen Bing's body was slightly longer, though certainly faster than if he had undertaken the refinement himself. What kind of pill is this? I feel a delightful sensation coursing through my limbs and organs. Chen Bing gazed at Song Feng in astonishment. Qingling pill. Very well. Let us consider that I did not inquire further. Chen Bing was not well versed in pills, only familiar with the more common varieties available on the market. Even the renowned apothecary Zhang Sheng had never mentioned the Qingling pill, making it all the more improbable for Chen Bing to have heard of it. Qingling pill refinement successful. Your mental energy recovery rate permanently increased by 100. Qingling pill refinement successful. Your skill release speed permanently increased by 100. Chen Bing. He stared at the suddenly appearing message panel, momentarily lost in thought. Qingling pill. Is this the effect of the pill I just consumed? Chen Bing stood frozen, having assumed that Song Feng had merely handed him a random pill, never expecting such an extraordinary effect. This was not a temporary enhancement, but a permanent augmentation, truly astonishing. In a fleeting moment, Chen Bing's thoughts surged, and he found himself gazing into Song Feng's eyes, suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to urinate. Brother, you truly move me to tears, he exclaimed, covering his face, deeply touched. Song Feng silently observed Chun Bing's actions, an inexplicable sensation welling up within him. He had merely enchanted a piece of equipment and casually offered a pill, yet it had profoundly affected Chun Bing. Since aligning himself with the nation, Song Feng had benefited from numerous resources for his development. However, the enchanted equipment he had returned to the state felt rather insignificant in comparison. Suddenly, he recalled a question posed to him earlier by Song Shan. What motivated his allegiance to the country? Presently, as he enjoyed the shade of the state's great tree, he felt a pang of guilt for not fully realizing his initial aspirations. His original intention had been to strengthen himself before aiding others. Yet, whether they could wait for his growth remained uncertain. It was wiser to seize the moment. He resolved to empower those around him first, and then gradually uplift the entire nation. Song Feng's mindset was subtly evolving, and his gaze grew increasingly resolute. He produced several bags filled with various pills. Chun Bing was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening at the sight. Goodness, the bags were brimming with pills, almost bursting at the seams. However, Chun Bing understood this was Song Feng's heartfelt gesture and felt it inappropriate to refuse. After storing the bags in his personal space, he planned to distribute them among the others shortly. Very well, I shall not waste any more time. I will inquire who among them requires enchanted equipment. With a pat on his backside, Chun Bing vanished in an instant. Before departing, the herbalist Zhang Chongsheng had thrust a massive pile of herbs into Song Feng's arms, amounting to thousands. Commenced the alchemy. The Crimson Abyss alchemy furnace hovered in midair, flames conjured by his mental energy roaring to life. Soon, the rich aroma of elixirs permeated the entire area. Even the slumbering crimson flame phoenix stirred slightly, twitching its nose before turning over and resuming its deep slumber. He informed Jiang Yi and the others of Song Feng's enchanting endeavors, and they too were deeply moved. Fan Dehua, overwhelmed with emotion, wished to forge a brotherly bond with Song Feng. With the floating island thoroughly searched, there was no need for concern regarding Song Feng's safety. Yet, upon seeing Song Feng engrossed in alchemy, Chun Bing couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Well, it seems we've been overly cautious. Chapter 57. The old comrade of the Crimson Flame Phoenix? What a case of burying one's head in the sand. One could see no trace of fatigue on Song Feng's face. He appeared vibrant and full of life, resembling a bright and cheerful young man. We'll discuss this later. Focus on your alchemy for now. Chun Bing was taken aback that Song Feng had the audacity to be distracted while concocting pills. Was he not concerned about the risk of an explosion? It's fine. The success rate of alchemy is 100%, so there's no need to worry about failure. Even with his eyes closed, Song Feng could produce a pill, though whether it would have the desired effects remained uncertain. Indeed, Chun Bing suddenly recalled the skill introduction of Song Feng, cursing silently in his heart before stepping forward. There were a total of 4 pieces of equipment. The dual guns belonged to the gunshot, the spear was from the Phoenix Dance, the Wolfong Club was from the War God, and the umbrella was from the Sovereign. After listening to Chun Bing, Song Feng inquired with curiosity, "Does Uncle Jiang not need them?" "You mean the captain?" Chun Bing shook his head, stating that his fated sword had already been enchanted. The star-cutting sword? That was the captain's previous weapon. The current one is reportedly called the Wuyin sword, enchanted by his father, Master Jiang. Upon hearing this, Song Feng was taken aback. Uncle Jiang's father is an enchanter? Chun Bing nodded affirmatively, explaining that Master Jiang was indeed the president of the Enchanters Association of Longhua, holding a prestigious position that many could only aspire to. I didn't expect Uncle Jiang to have such a background, Song Feng mused thoughtfully. However, it seemed that the captain did not share a good relationship with his father, as their encounters were always marked by a frosty demeanor, making one wonder if they were sworn enemies. Chun Bing gave a wry smile, noting that the captain had never brought up his father, and he had only discovered this by chance. "Oh, I see. After all, this is Jiang Ye's family matter," Song Feng remarked, realizing that he need not delve deeper. Just then, the medicinal elixirs were freshly completed. In the midst of their banter, Song Feng had managed to produce the elixirs. It seemed that he was the only one capable of such feats in this world. Observing this scene, Chun Bing was astonished. Song Feng gathered all the equipment from Chun Bing's hands. "Uncle Chun, I am about to enchant these pieces. Please protect me while I do so. It won't take long." These items were the fated weapons of Feng Dehua and his companions and required meticulous attention. Distractions could lead to subpar, enchanting results. Understood. Chun Bing created a protective barrier around Song Feng to shield him from any external disturbances. Time passed slowly, under Chun Bing's watchful gaze. Song Feng successfully enchanted each piece of equipment, employing the night-moored magic crystal, which granted them special effects. The dual guns had the special effect, explosive moment, When wielding this weapon, there's a chance to trigger this effect, increasing firing speed by 100. With bullets igniting upon firing, inflicting immense additional damage. The spear boasted the special effect, Crimson Dawn, summoning a stunning spear light that instantly delivers 200 critical damage. The Wolfong Club had the special effect, Frenzied Strike. When swung, attack speed increases by 300 with critical damage of 100. The Umbrella featured the special effect, Arrival of Nightfall, casting a shadow over the sky, blinding enemies within range for 20 seconds. Each of these formidable special effects was explosive in its own right. Chen Bing was somewhat astonished. Not only had all the enchantments been successfully embedded, but the effects were astonishingly powerful. In critical moments, each of these skills could serve as a lifeline. Uncle Chun, please return these weapons to them. Chen Bing received the 4 weapons, casting a deep glance at Song Feng. His expression suddenly turned solemn. Song Feng, rest assured, our Sword Demon Squad will undoubtedly assist you in your growth, even at the cost of our lives. To be honest, the reason Chen Bing had come to protect Song Feng initially was merely to fulfill a task. However, at this moment, Chen Bing felt as though he bore a weight upon his shoulders, a burden he named mission. It was neither too heavy nor too light. Its presence was profoundly palpable. Song Feng, blessed with extraordinary talent, also possessed a rare sense of gratitude, a trait many in contemporary society seemed to have lost. Should Song Feng flourish, harnessing his remarkable supportive abilities, he might very well elevate the entire Dragon Nation. As these thoughts lingered in his mind, Chen Bing's sense of duty intensified. Uncle Chun, why have you suddenly become so serious? Have you been possessed? Song Feng remarked, slightly taken aback by the current demeanor of Chen Bing, his brow arching in surprise. Ha ha, you rascal. The atmosphere I just created has been shattered by your words. Chen Bing shot him a sidelong glance. TSK, some people truly are unpredictable, Song Feng said with a mischievous grin, stealing a glance at Chen Bing. Who is it that begged me to call him brother? And now you refer to me as rascal? Hey, Chen Bing's patience wore thin, his brow furrowing. Is this how you want to play it? It's best to strike while the child is still unformed. Once he grows, he will only be on the receiving end of blows. Understanding this principle well, Chen Bing rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Song Feng a lesson. Yet, at that moment, a brilliant yellow beam of light suddenly pierced the distant sky, ascending to the heavens. That direction pointed to the demon cave. Chen Bing and Song Feng exchanged glances, and the former immediately tore open a spatial vortex, stepping through it together. Atop the purple cloud divine tree, only the crimson flame phoenix remained. Its previously closed eyes slowly opened, gazing toward the spot where Song Feng had once stood, a flicker of satisfaction crossing its gaze. Old friend, your child is a hero just like you. The crimson flame phoenix seemed to muse aloud. After uttering these words, it turned its attention toward the radiant beam of light. Why have humans weakened so considerably compared to a century ago? The crimson flame phoenix appeared to question someone, or perhaps itself. Moments later, it sighed softly, shaking its head, and its enormous, lantern-like eyes closed once more. Meanwhile, Song Feng and Chen Bing arrived at the site of the astonishing light beam, where they immediately spotted Jiang Yi and the others. Captain, what is happening here? They observed Hu Liang and several array masters encircling the demon cave, simultaneously wielding their staffs, channeling energy toward a central point. A magnificent beam of light formed, combating the swirling black demonic energy. Old Hu and the team are attempting to dispel the demonic aura seeping from a cave, which will facilitate the arrangement of the formations. Viang Ye A Planet. Oh, I see, Chen Bing mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he produced 4 pieces of equipment and handed them to Nangong Mu and the others beside him. Here are your weapons. Xiaofeng has enchanted all of them. The eyes of Nangong Mu and the 4 others brightened as they hurriedly received and examined the items. The next moment, as if they had reached an unspoken agreement, all but Lung Mo widened their eyes in astonishment, his pupils merely narrowing slightly. Wow, the attribute boosts are impressive enough, but there are additional effects? Fan Dehua exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Heavens, these added effects are astounding, elevating our strength further. Nangong Mu gasped, her mouth agape, her face aglow with surprise. Ha ha ha. The wolf-toothed club has grown considerably stronger, bringing me a step closer to becoming a war god. Bai Jing chuckled foolishly. However, Lung Mo and the others appeared somewhat out of place, uttering only 2 words, yet their eyes betrayed a profound astonishment. Lung Mo quickly regained his composure and respectfully clasped his fists toward Song Feng, expressing admiration and gratitude. Though brief, the sentiment was profound. Brevity often encapsulates essence. Come here, young lad. Let me give you a kiss. Fan Dehua rushed to Song Feng, who regarded him with a look of disdain, swiftly sidestepping. Xiao Feng, thank you. Nangong Mu said with a smile of gratitude. Xiao Feng, from now on, you shall be my elder brother by Jing. If anyone dares to bully you, inform me, and I shall ensure they regret ever coming into this world. Bai Jing declared with utmost seriousness. That phrase sounds oddly familiar. Song Feng glanced at Chun Bing, who also appeared momentarily taken aback. Immediately, Chun Bing turned away, insisting, I never said that, don't look at me. Song Feng thought to himself, what a clever way to bury one's head in the sand. Chapter 58. Song Feng displays his might. Star level upgrade of the absorption and enchantment technique. Xiao Feng, you've worked hard, Jiang Yi said with a gentle smile, patting Song Feng's shoulder. Your wings have yet to fully develop. If you continuously assist us, it may hinder your growth. It would be wise to focus on your own advancement before extending your help to us. Song Feng obediently nodded, affirming, I will manage my time well. At that moment, an unexpected change erupted from the direction of the demon lair. A torrent of demonic energy swiftly engulfed a towering beam of light, causing Hu Yang and the others to spit blood and stagger back. In an instant, the entire area became saturated with an ominous black mist, instilling a sense of unease. Lao Hu, are you all right? Jiang Yi hurriedly stepped forward to support the unsteady Hu Yang. Worry etched across his face. Hu Yang slightly shook his head, his gaze fixed solemnly on the direction of the demon lair. It has made its move. The Hu Yang referred to was, of course, the formidable terror Jiang Yi had previously sensed. How could this be? The seal is not yet fully broken. Why can it act directly? Jiang Yi furrowed his brow in concern. This released demonic energy is of the same origin. It can be controlled remotely, Hu Yang stated, his breath slightly labored. Earlier, the reason the Scarlet Flame Phoenix had been overcome by demonic energy was likely not due to any fault of the bamboo, but rather that it had seized the opportunity to stealthily infiltrate the Phoenix's body while it was unprepared. Having witnessed the earlier surge of demonic malevolence, Hu Yang's heart was already tumultuous. In this situation, is there anything we can do? Jiang Yi, unfamiliar with formations, acknowledged his limitations but wished to alleviate some of the burden. Only by eliminating all the demonic energy surrounding the lair can we have a chance to set up a formation. Hu Yang shook his head with a bitter smile. To think such a powerful demon could wield demonic energy for combat. This is indeed my first encounter with such a phenomenon. I was truly careless. Earlier, he had heard the Scarlet Flame Phoenix mention that the demon within the lair could condense a fragment of its soul, but it had been dispersed by the Phoenix. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. Shall I get a try? Song Feng stepped forward, tentatively inquiring. Jiang Yi lowered his head in contemplation. Earlier, a thought had crossed his mind suggesting that Song Feng should attempt it, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, the demonic energy within the Crimson Flame Phoenix was minimal, while the surrounding cave was saturated with it. Jiang Yi was concerned for Song Feng's safety, as any mishap would lead to irreparable consequences. Uncle Jiang, I believe I can do it, Song Feng asserted, noticing Jiang Yi's silence and apparent worry, his expression solidifying with determination. Captain, I think we should let Xiao Feng give it a try. Chun Bing voiced his support for Song Feng. Wasn't it a bold attempt against the Crimson Flame Phoenix before? The results were surprisingly favorable. Why not try once more? We are all here by Xiao Feng's side. Should that demon wish to harm him, it would have to first traverse over our bodies. Surely, that is no easy feat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. He then turned to Song Feng. Go ahead and give it a try, but exercise caution. Should anything seem amiss, interrupt the incantation immediately. Understood, Song Feng replied obediently, stepping closer to the cave with the 6 sword ghosts trailing behind him. Zheng Pengfei's specialized demon squad hastened to join them, standing resolutely behind Song Feng. With a total of 12 of the Dragon Kingdom's elite warriors present, it was inconceivable that anyone could inflict even the slightest harm upon Song Feng. Saint Lotus Bloom. As soon as Song Feng uttered these words, countless pure white lotuses coalesced and radiated outward. Wherever they traversed, the demonic energy was gradually engulfed, transforming into scintillating starlight that danced in the void. This was the first time Zheng Pengfei's team and Hu Yang's cadre of several array masters had witnessed such a phenomenon. Enveloped by the Saint Lotus, they felt their minds clear and their bodies invigorated, experiencing a sensation akin to ethereal bliss. To encapsulate it in a single word, delightful. In 3 words, utterly delightful. Buzzing filled the air as the Saint Lotus confronted the demonic energy within the cave, both forces evenly matched, each unable to gain the upper hand. Song Feng raised an eyebrow. You have compelled me. He promptly produced a fulling Baoxue pill and consumed it without hesitation. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of mental energy erupted from within him, causing the radiant white lotuses to shine even brighter. Before long, the previously balanced standoff was shattered. The pure white lotuses devoured the demonic energy with relentless force. In an instant, the entire area was stripped of its demonic presence, extending 50 meters outward where the energy thinned to such an extent that a mere breeze could disperse it into nothingness. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were filled with joy, albeit with an odd look in their eyes directed at Feng. He had accomplished what numerous high-ranking array masters could not, using only second-tier strength. Such a terrifying talent, if nurtured, would undoubtedly forge him into a legendary figure of the Dragon Kingdom, perhaps even of the entire Blue Star. Thus, the peril of demonic energy was effortlessly vanquished by Feng. After a brief period of recovery, Hu Liang and the others sprang into action, beginning to set up arrays around the cave. After witnessing the prowess of that formidable demon, they silently vowed to ensure it would not escape. Otherwise, the scene would undoubtedly be one of utter devastation. Each individual was engrossed in their tasks, as if nothing else existed in the world. First, let us enchant this array of equipment. Feng retrieved a collection of gear from the system space and laid them on ground. These were the practice items that Jiang Yi had prepared at Feng's request after enchanting the star-cutting sword last time. However, at that moment, Feng had been somewhat fatigued and had chosen to rest. Now, with a rare moment of leisure, he was determined not to squander it. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Through relentless effort day and night, the formation task had been successfully completed. This array was potent enough to seal the demon's lair for nearly a century. When the time came, future generations could re-establish the formation, and even the most tenacious demon could be worn down to submission. It was not that they lacked the courage to confront it, but rather that they were uncertain of the demon's true strength. Should they falter in battle, countless lives would pay the price. Meanwhile, atop the Zixiao divine tree, Feng gazed at the ethereal interface before him, his expression a mixture of astonishment and delight. He was astonished that, through his fervent dedication to mastering the star-sucking enchantment, he had successfully elevated its star level. His joy stemmed from the promotion reward, the Hanyuan Demon Crystal. What a fortuitous find! Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. While he had dispatched others without news, he had secured the Hanyuan Demon Crystal through his own advancement. At that moment, Jiang Yi and the others approached. Feng, there is still no news of the Hanyuan Demon Crystal. I've sent several search teams into various dungeons in hopes of an early discovery. Upon hearing this, Feng chuckled lightly and produced a deep purple crystal. Uncle Jiang. In fact, I've already found the Hanyuan Demon Crystal. Chapter 59. Transforming into a star? The group was momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to disbelief as they opened the information panel, revealing their astonishment. It truly is the Hanyuan Demon Crystal, Van der Hua exclaimed, turning to Feng. Did you sneak out to search for the crystal? I'm not a fool. Why would I risk my life sneaking out? Feng retorted. Kesting an exasperated Glangse et Van der Hua. The Hanyuan Demon Crystal is a reward for the enhancement of enchanting skills. Don't you receive rewards for skill improvements? He inquired, looking at the others. No, Jiang Yi and the 6 others shook their heads in bewilderment. Could it be that our skill upgrades are illusory? Or has the universal game system swallowed all the rewards? Seeing their reactions, Feng raised an eyebrow, genuinely puzzled. Is that true? I had assumed everyone received rewards for skill upgrades. He wasn't attempting to boast. He simply did not know. This was not a reward from the universal game system, but rather a gift bestowed upon him by the divine auxiliary system. Although the system's presence was almost imperceptible, it quietly safeguarded Feng from behind. I have reason to suspect you are merely posturing. Van der Hua regarded Feng with skepticism, but before the latter could respond, Chen Bing interjected. Greetings, dare I say. My esteemed elder brother, do you hold my name, Chun Bing, in such low regard? And I, Bai Jing, have also emerged, eager to confront you, dear brother. Let us first see if my Wolf Feng Club permits it. Fan de Hua silently weeps within, lamenting the betrayal of his entire team, despite his position as deputy captain. Now that we have gathered all the necessary materials for our advancement, let us venture forth with Qiu Feng to the Transmutation Temple. Jiang Ye's words carry significant weight, prompting the others to cease their banter and step into the spatial vortex conjured by Chunbing. The Transmutation Temple is now bustling with a throng of people. Feng stands at the edge of the crowd, tiptoeing to glimpse inside. It appears that they are not merely queuing for a transformation, but rather hosting a fan meeting. I am eager to discover which impudent wretch dares to hinder my brother's ascension. Bai Jing rolls up his sleeves and forcefully carves a path through the masses. Feng follows suit, and upon seeing a few familiar faces, His expression momentarily falters. What are they doing here? Surrounded by the crowd are none other than Lu Ming, Luo Jinsheng, Xianana, Yang Feng, and Gu Jun. They hold pens in hand, diligently signing autographs for the eager fans. To the uninitiated, it might seem as though a superstar is parading through the streets. Just then, Lu Ming, sensing something, lifts his gaze towards Song Feng. Crazy one, what brings you here? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Song Feng replies, bewildered by the frenzied crowd. What on earth is happening? It must be the ruckus we stirred up a mere 10 days ago when we successfully cleared a legendary level dungeon, our photographs proliferating across the forums. We 5 came here to advance our levels, only to be recognized. As for the autographs, we are unsure of their purpose. Lu Ming, exuding a sense of pride, raises the pen in his hand as more and more fans request signatures, causing his hand to grow weary. Oh, so that is how it is. Song Feng nods in understanding, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait, if our images have spread widely, does that mean they recognize me as well? As if on cue, a sharp-eyed girl spots Song Feng and exclaims, "Ah, it's Song Feng." Hearing this, the crowd collectively turns their heads, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Although the fervor surrounding Song Feng and his companion's legendary dungeon run has waned somewhat, they still rank among the top 10 trending topics on the professional forum. Securing an autograph from him, whether for resale or to boast among friends, is a guaranteed profit. Compared to Lu Ming and his group, Song Feng naturally enjoys a higher popularity, not only for his striking looks but also for his triumph in the dungeon, which has drawn the personal endorsement of the Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom. Such a figure is typically seen only on television, yet here he stands before them. How could anyone possibly miss this opportunity? Brother Song Feng, please grant me an autograph. In exchange, I am willing to. Brother Song Feng, sign for me, and I shall be your loyal servant. What is being a servant? Father, sign for me. I want to impress my sons. Faced with a scene akin to ravenous wolves descending upon their prey, Song Feng was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. He glanced at Jiang Yi, who offered a reassuring look before disappearing into the crowd. Having spent all day with them, Song Feng felt a tension that could lead to a solitary disposition over time. After all, at merely 18, he needed to engage with more people. Jiang Yi and his companions understood the importance of balancing work and rest. They did not leave, but instead concealed themselves in the shadows, vigilant against any ill-intentioned individuals who might exploit the chaos for a surprise attack. After a brief lapse in concentration, Song Feng smiled and dutifully signed his name. Having once been the top figure of Kanglan, he could not afford to falter. He did not appear dismissive or impatient. The crowd sought his autograph out of admiration, not because of any sense of superiority he might possess. He organized the crowd into a line, ensuring they did not disrupt those seeking to change their professions at the temple. The onlookers exhibited commendable decorum, departing cheerfully after obtaining their signatures without causing any disturbance to the temple's operations. Once he finished signing, a sigh of relief escaped Song Feng. "You worked hard, crazy." Lu Ming approached with a serious expression. Song Feng huffed lightly. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to endure this." Previously, Lu Ming had intentionally drawn attention to himself, allowing Song Feng to experience the joy of signing autographs. Realizing his subtle intentions had been uncovered, Lu Ming dropped the pretense and grinned mischievously. "I was going to give you a dagger with special effects." Song Feng feigned disappointment. "It seems that's best left aside." "Huh? How did you know I was in need of a convenient weapon?" Lu Ming grasped Song Feng's hand earnestly. "Brother, I was wrong." Lack of sincerity, Song Feng replied coolly. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, and after a moment of hesitation, proclaimed, "Foster father, I was wrong." "What did you say?" "Louder." "Foster father, I was wrong." Lu Ming shouted each word distinctly. Song Feng, amused, cleared his ears and then produced a dagger. This particular dagger, named the Dagger of Death, had triggered a passive skill during its enchantment, bestowing the additional effect of blood congealment. When the blade made contact with the opponent's blood, it would cause their blood to rapidly coagulate, rendering them immobile for 10 seconds. Truly a formidable weapon. At the time of its acquisition, Song Feng had intended to present it to Lu Ming during their next encounter, never anticipating it would occur so soon. As Lu Ming took the Dagger of Death and read its description, his eyes widened in astonishment. He turned to Song Feng, exclaiming, "Crazy, you've changed." "Change how?" Song Feng was taken aback. Lu Ming gazed at him earnestly. "You've become more handsome." Chapter 60. Transforming into a supportive guardian with a single skill. An unexpected surge has strained my old back. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Song Feng was momentarily stunned. This kid's face changes remarkably fast. Because we VE reached maximum level again, we can only break through our levels here in Jiang City. Lu Ming carefully stored the dagger of death, as if it were a treasure. Have we reached maximum level again? Song Feng raised his eyebrows and examined Lu Ming's attribute panel. To his astonishment, Lu Ming had already reached the 5th transformation. Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. He had entered the dungeon at full capacity of the 3rd transformation, and after emerging, he undertook the 4th transformation, successfully attaining its peak level due to the vast amount of experience accumulated beforehand. Upon completing the breakthrough task and gathering the necessary materials, ascending to the 5th transformation was merely a formality. Without further ado, I must hasten to elevate my own level, striving to stand on par with you all when we next meet. Lu Ming naturally trusted Song Feng's words. He was backed by the nation, possessing countless resources and being protected by top-tier experts, making rapid growth an inevitability. The Qinglong Academy, situated in the capital, was quite distant from Jiang City. However, utilizing the teleportation array, one could arrive in approximately an hour. Farewell, Brother Feng. Remember, in times of wealth and prosperity, do not forget your friends. Luo Jin and the others also came to bid farewell, exchanging a few brief words before departing. Song Feng approached the counter, where Elisa directed him to an available room. He turned and stepped inside. The operational steps were akin to those prior. Upon submitting the breakthrough materials, a radiant orb of light immediately emanated a dazzling brilliance. Simultaneously, Song Feng's body underwent a silent transformation. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Class Change Temple, a conversation unfolded. Captain, what do you think Autumn Feng's ranking will be once the Dragon Kingdom's exploration leaderboard is activated? Here, Autumn Feng naturally referred to Song Feng, known by his code name outside. Chen Bing glanced at Jiang Yi with curiosity. It should be around 400, Jiang Yi replied. In Blue Star, every professional could unlock various leaderboards upon reaching the 3rd transformation, including exploration leaderboards, class contribution rankings, and equipment rating lists among peers. These lists were not mere fabrications, but real-time updates from the entire gaming community. Generally, those who made it onto these lists were the elite from various nations or top-tier powerhouses. Among them, the exploration leaderboard held the most prestige. Those capable of venturing into dungeons for exploration were undeniably prodigious, and emerging as the leader among such exceptional talents was a formidable challenge. Thus, the exploration leaderboard was often referred to as the list of prodigies. Individuals who secured a place on this list were destined for significant achievements in the future. Major guilds and prestigious academies closely monitored the updates, eager to recruit more formidable talents at the earliest opportunity. Around 400? I believe that sounds about right. Chen Bing nodded in agreement. The leaderboard displayed only the top 500, ranked according to contribution points. Exploring dungeons or breaking dungeon records could increase corresponding contribution values. Previously, they had shattered the record for the disaster-level dungeon, Ghostly Howls in the Enchanted Woods, earning an additional 35 contribution points without any extra bonuses. In total, they had accrued 660 contribution points, placing them in the lower middle tier of the rankings. Meanwhile, their Sword Ghost Squad, comprising 6 members, had executed tasks for decades and naturally ranked among the top 100. For Autumn Feng, having such a ranking so soon after his 3rd transformation was already quite commendable. The lowest-ranked professionals on the leaderboard were all at the 5th advancement level. Chen Bing sighed, his expression filled with disbelief. Compared to the rankings of the exploration leaderboard, I was far more intrigued by what new skills that young lad would acquire. Fan Dehua stroked his chin, recalling that he had 8 skill point scrolls tucked away in his backpack, perhaps contemplating which skills to choose based on future circumstances. How do you remember so clearly? Are you constantly thinking about my brother's treasure? Chen Bing squinted, his face questioning. Fan Dehua snorted lightly, turning away, unwilling to engage in a petty argument. Chen Bing let out a cold snort in return. Wasn't it you yesterday, blubbering and begging to be sworn brothers with my brother? Hey, you're exposing my secrets. Fan Dehua retorted. Do you believe I could bring up your bro? I was wrong. Before Fan Dehua could finish his sentence, Chen Bing quickly stepped forward to cover his mouth, feigning a look of pleading. Jiang Yi and the others observed this scene, raising their eyebrows in curiosity. Oh, is there some juicy gossip? Just then, Song Feng emerged from the room. Upon seeing the two in such a position, he paused momentarily. What are you two doing? Cough, cough. The two sprang apart, clearing their throats awkwardly. Jiang Yi chuckled helplessly and approached Song Feng. So, how's your level? Just hit the maximum. Song Feng had just searched the forum and discovered that the experience required for his current level was significantly higher than that of other professionals. Even with a vast amount of experience stored, he had only just reached the peak. That's good to hear. Song Feng promptly showcased the 2 skills he had newly learned. Veil of Dark Currents. You can summon a dark river extending 200 meters within the skill's range, all attributes of enemies are reduced by 30, and any bonuses are rendered ineffective. Phantom of Swift Shadows. You can simultaneously bestow this effect upon 10 allies, granting them a movement speed of 300, skill casting speed of 300, reaction speed of 300, and recovery speed of 300. This effect can stack with other enhancement skills or treasures. The first skill can be succinctly summarized as a debuff. Weakening all attributes of the enemy effectively enhances all attributes of my allies by 30. Moreover, any equipment, elixirs, or bonuses become nullified. It is truly the king of debuff skills. As for the second skill, it is equally straightforward. Not only does it provide a boost to oneself, but it also offers a tripled speed enhancement to 10 teammates. Remarkably, this skill can be combined with other enhancement skills or treasures. With just this one skill, one can instantly transform into a formidable support. Chapter 61. Divine Skills in Rapid Ascension. 9 Transformations of Divine Light. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yi and the others were overwhelmed with astonishment. Powerful. Truly powerful. It's almost unnaturally strong. A 30% reduction in all attributes equates to nearly a third of the opponent's strength being diminished, leaving them utterly bewildered. Fan Dehua exclaimed in awe. Indeed, it is formidable. Although it lacks any offensive capability, it can assist allies in swiftly defeating foes, Jiang Yi remarked sincerely. Upon hearing the praise from the two individuals, Song Feng felt a swell of joy within his heart and proceeded to reveal the remaining skill panels. With each elevation in rank, the star ratings of these skills also advanced accordingly. Holy Light, Divine Healing, 3 stars. Percentage increase, restoring a total of 1,020 health points. Insightful Spirit Eye, 3 stars. Expanded range, now encompassing a radius of 100 meters. Ethereal Celestial Arts, 3 stars. Duration extended from 10 minutes to 30 minutes. With seamless activation and automatic cooldown recovery. Holy Lotus Surge, 3 stars. Enhanced effect, purifying impurities while simultaneously providing feedback to the caster in equivalent spiritual energy. Heavenly Rock of Fate, 3 stars. Effect amplified, rebounding damage of 10-20, with a maximum stack of 10 layers. Aside from the 2 life-supporting skills, the Emperor Flame Soul Descent and the Star-Absorbing Enchantment, the other skills had received substantial enhancements. This marked a significant step forward for Song Feng in his journey to becoming a deity of support. All right, I have recorded everything, Jiang Yi declared with a smile. I will report it to the Grand Elder shortly. By the way, little Feng, what are the breakthrough tasks and materials? At this, Song Feng promptly brought up the task panel. Task, troubleshooting. Task, difficulty, legendary. Task description, a warrior daring to face danger and challenges embarks towards a bright future. As proclaimed by the Adventurers Association. Task objective, complete 3 tasks of disaster level or above. The task levels are categorized similarly to dungeons. Simple, ordinary, difficult, disaster, and legendary. These commission tasks are either requests for assistance from official organizations to the association or the desires of individuals seeking items they cannot acquire on their own, thus employing the method of commissioning stronger individuals to fulfill them, with rewards offered upon completion. The former generally involves higher difficulties, often dealing with complex matters, while the latter tends to be safer and simpler in comparison. 3 tasks of disaster level or above. Jiang Yi stroked his chin, contemplating a visit to the Adventurers Association to scout for suitable commission tasks. He then turned to Song Feng and inquired, what are the breakthrough materials required? Dark Spirit Sword, Dominator Fruit, and 9-leaf Windflower. Song Feng admitted he had never heard of these 3 items, uncertain if Jiang Yi and the others were familiar with them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi furrowed his brow and shook his head, noting how obscure each of these breakthrough materials was. Even with his extensive experience, he had never encountered these 3 items. Song Feng glanced at the others, who all shook their heads slightly in response. Seeing this, Song Feng inwardly cursed the state of the game, feeling exasperated by this unexpected demand for such rare items. No matter if it proves too difficult, I shall seek assistance from the Grand Elder. Jiang Yi, concerned that Song Feng might feel disheartened, reassured him, rest assured, little Feng, the Grand Elder has extensive connections and will surely be able to locate these 3 items. Indeed, Song Feng mused, for his backing was none other than the Dragon Kingdom. If even the Dragon Kingdom News Network cannot locate such an object, it is likely non-existent within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, necessitating a search in other nations. Very well, Song Feng nodded with a smile. If he cannot trust even his own country, what else can he believe in? Jiang Yi must first report all the information about Song Feng in detail and truthfully to the Grand Elder. This might take some time. He once again opened his attribute panel. Name, Song Feng. Occupation, Support Master, Level, 70, Attack, 3,983, including equipment bonuses, Defense, 4,029, including equipment bonuses, Endurance, 5,372, including equipment bonuses, Mental Power, 8,593, including elixir bonuses, Occupational Talent. Blessing of the God of Support. Free attribute points. 1,200 points, without the slightest hesitation. Feng allocated all 1,200 free attribute points to his mental power. Mental Power, 859,39793. At present, what he most urgently required was indeed mental power. Of course, endurance was equally crucial. Otherwise, exhausting himself after casting just a few skills would be rather amusing. However, with over 5,000 points of endurance, Feng felt sufficiently equipped for now. He opened the legendary skill compendium. Holding 8 skill point scrolls, equivalent to 40 skill points, he began to examine the available skills for any suitable options. His eyes scanned the plethora of skills, each remarkably potent. Unfortunately, the more powerful options remained locked. Their icons displayed in gray. 9 transformations of divine light, all attribute enhancement. Feng's gaze fell upon a skill description, his face instantly reflecting surprise. Yet, his expression soon drooped again. This skill could only be unlocked at the 6th tier and required a staggering 100 skill points. He felt a twinge of dismay at the apparent greed exhibited by the skill compendium. However, upon further contemplation, the prospect of an all-attribute enhancement, instantly transforming him into a versatile warrior, justified the cost of 100 skill points. All right, I shall have you. Once I reach the 6th tier and accumulate 100 skill points, you will be mine. Feng mused internally. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Feng, come, we shall take you to the Adventurers Association to select a quest. Chapter 62. Could it possibly be related to the Demon Cavern again? The Adventurers Association, unlike the Job Transition Temple, is an organization established by the state, gathering most of the adventurers from the Dragon Kingdom. There is no president or high-ranking personnel within the association. Instead, it is directly managed by the state, with each city's branch comprised of specially appointed personnel known as administrators. This structure ensures a substantial guarantee of confidentiality and fairness. While the Job Transition Temple can also issue or accept entrusted tasks, the quests there are generally quite simple, often involving collecting herbs in the wilderness or periodically clearing monsters from the wild. The rewards offered are comparatively lower, representing transactions between adventurers. The Job Transition Temple acts merely as an intermediary without profiting from price differences. However, for seasoned professionals, the choice often leans towards joining the Association of Practitioners, where one encounters more challenging tasks and remarkably high rewards. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of the Jiangcheng Practitioner Association, 7 figures made their entrance, none other than the esteemed group led by Feng. May I assist you in any way? A staff member inquired with a warm smile as they approached the counter. Could you please retrieve all commission tasks of disaster level or higher? Jiang Yi responded, producing an identification card emblazoned with the words Dragon Nation Special Team. The card bore the exclusive emblem of the Dragon Nation, shimmering with a mysterious aura. Upon glancing at the card, the staff member's eyes widened in astonishment. He promptly turned to Jiang Yi and his companions, bowing slightly. I apologize for any oversight. I shall summon the manager immediately. During their training sessions prior to their assignments, instructors had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of promptly accommodating requests from official personnel, emphasizing that such actions were not privileges but obligations. No need for that, Jiang Yi replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. I presented my identification solely to facilitate the retrieval of commission task information. Thank you for your assistance. Not at all, it's my pleasure. The staff member, taken aback, wasted no time and immediately began operating the computer before him. Before long, he picked up a nearby tablet and handed it to Jiang Yi. Senior, I have compiled all commission tasks of disaster level and higher for you. You may view them in the lounge area. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Yi and his companions made their way to the lounge and took a seat. Jiang Yi placed the tablet on the table, and all eyes were drawn to its screen. Feng, this task is yours. You may choose, Jiang Yi stated, aware that each member understood their respective roles and would not interfere with Feng's decision-making. All right. With earnest focus, Feng scrutinized the introduction of each task, his fingers gliding swiftly down the screen. With his exceptional mental acuity and the rapid memorization techniques honed over the past 2.5 years, the task details were indelibly etched in his mind. I believe the disaster level commission task, numbered 0073, appears promising. Feng's finger halted suddenly, fixating on a particular task description. Commission task, hunt the moment. Level, disaster level. Recommended task level, 130 to 150, 7th transition. Description: in a remote, mountainous forest in the southern region of the Dragon Nation, the once docile boar tribe has erupted into chaos, causing tremors over a vast area, leading to a dire situation for the villagers below who are at risk of losing their lives. Predicted level of the boars deep within the forest is around the 7th transition. We hope that formidable warriors can come forth to eradicate this threat. Adventurer, Pang Tong. Remaining deadline, 3 days upon expiration. The state will dispatch official warriors to undertake this task. To the brave warriors daring to confront danger and challenges, embark towards a radiant future. A sudden uprising? After perusing the task description, Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and turned to Song Feng. Are you suggesting that there is a possibility indeed? Song Feng seemed to comprehend what Jiang Yi wished to convey, gently nodding in response. I sensed an air of peculiarity surrounding the situation, likely tied to the abyss. Amidst the myriad of tasks available, Song Feng's choice was undoubtedly influenced by his apprehension regarding potential connections to the abyss. If left unaddressed, it could lead to significant troubles. Hearing this, Fan Dehua and the others furrowed their brows. They had recently encountered the ordeal of the floating island and were therefore not unfamiliar with the abyss. Although they had not personally engaged in battle with the fiends within, the oppressive aura alone was profoundly terrifying. Indeed, I find this possibility quite substantial. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Yi rendered his judgment. Xiao Feng, have you made your decision? Once entangled with the abyss, future troubles may abound. Naturally, Jiang Yi and the others were undaunted. Despite their limited previous dealings with the abyss, they had undertaken several missions to eradicate beasts. They were acutely aware of the formidable nature of these creatures and the peril they posed. The Dragon Kingdom boasted specialized teams dedicated to purging the abyss. Yet the personnel had changed time and again, underscoring the inherent dangers. Yes, I've made my decision. Let it be this one. Song Feng nodded emphatically. Had he not been privy to this task, it might have been a different matter, but the reality was that he had seen it. To ignore it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Even if he were to become a formidable power in the future, there would always be a lingering sense of incompleteness within him. All right, then this is the choice. Jiang Yi reaffirmed his esteem for Song Feng in his heart. He possessed a sense of righteousness, a kind heart, and a spirit of gratitude. Such steadfastness to one's initial aspirations is indeed a rarity. Subsequently, Jiang Yi approached the counter. Hello, I wish to accept the disaster level task, numbered 0073. Senior, accepting a task requires filling out information for back-end records. The staff member swiped the tablet a couple of times and then smiled as they handed it back to Jiang Yi. Displayed on the screen was the personal information of the task recipient. Xiao Feng, you fill it out. Since this was Song Feng's task, it necessitated his personal completion. All right, Song Feng replied with a smile, looking down at the tablet. It contained fields for name, age, occupation, level, and affiliated faction. The first few fields were straightforward, but what should he enter for the affiliated faction? After a moment's hesitation, he promptly wrote down Dragon Kingdom. Having completed this, the staff member reached out to take it. Just as they prepared to retrieve the task order from the counter, they inadvertently caught sight of the information on the tablet. The next moment, they were taken aback. Song Feng? That name sounds remarkably familiar. Shu. Noticing the staff member's reaction, Song Feng immediately gestured for silence. He had no desire to relive the scene of being surrounded for autographs. The staff member understood the implication and promptly covered their mouth, glancing around to ensure no one noticed their odd behavior. Is this the Song Feng for whom the Grand Elder personally advocated? The staff member, half covering their mouth, inquired in a hushed tone. Yes. Song Feng nodded with a gentle smile, somewhat astonished within. He had not anticipated his popularity had reached such heights. Popular. Indeed, quite popular. The forum buzzed with excitement, and it was hard for the staff to remain unaware of it. Please don't mind me. I find it somewhat incredulous to encounter you in person under such serendipitous circumstances. The staff, exhibiting commendable professionalism, swiftly calmed their excitement before handing the token to Song Feng. Thank you. May we meet again by fate, Song Feng said, turning to leave with his companions. The staff watched him depart, filled with envy. It turned out that the rumors on the forum were indeed true. Song Feng was indeed being supported by the state. Even his bodyguards were members of a specialized team. Impressive. Chapter 63. Want to go back? You can never return. In the southwestern part of Jiang City lies a mountainous region known as Qingping Mountain. It is rumored to be the territory of the Demon Pig clan, with powerful demon pigs residing deep within. Fortunately, this area is remote and sparsely populated. and the demon pigs within are docile and do not attack humans unless provoked. Otherwise, the state would undoubtedly dispatch personnel for eradication. At this moment, Feng and his companions, having been transported by Chun Bing, arrived at a village at the foot of Qingping Mountain. They sought out the adventurer Pang Tong, who had posted the commission. "Greetings. Thank you immensely for taking the time to come here." Pang Tong, a tall and slender man, expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. Upon seeing Feng, he momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Mr. Pang, could you kindly share with us the details of what you know?" Jiang Yi inquired with a gentle smile. Of course, Pang Tong nodded. He proceeded to recount everything he was aware of. "Here's the situation. As an adventurer, I enjoy exploring the beautiful landscapes of Long Country. By chance, I arrived at Qingping Mountain, where the villagers claimed that the demon pigs in the forest were gentle and would not attack humans. Thus, I thought to venture into the woods for a leisurely exploration. At first, the demon pigs were indeed, as the villagers described, extremely docile. However, shortly after, a roar emanated from deep within the forest, and all the demon pigs seemed to be triggered into a frenzy, wildly scattering about. They even crashed into trees without any awareness of pain, continuing their reckless charge through the woods. Witnessing this, I hurried down the mountain and submitted a commission to the Adventurers Association. After listening to his account, Feng and the others furrowed their brows in contemplation. This matter appeared to be related to the demon lair, yet also seemed disconnected. The relevant point was that the demon pigs had all entered a frenzied state, akin to the previous instance with the Crimson Flame Phoenix. The unrelated aspect was the roar from deep within the forest that incited their fury. A moment of perplexity enveloped the group. "Mr. Pang, in your account, it seems you did not have the opportunity to engage with the demon pigs directly, did you? How then could you ascertain their strength?" Jiang Yi asked, his brow knitted with concern. "I have a fellow adventurer who visited this place, and this information was conveyed to me by him," Pang Tong replied with a smile. "Oh, I see," Jiang Yi said, his expression relaxing. "Without further ado, Mr. Pang, please lead the way up the mountain." "Certainly, please follow me," Pang Tong responded. Pang Tong led the way at the forefront, with Feng and his companions following closely behind. They soon ascended the mountain. Before them lay a scene of utter devastation, with the forest in disarray, marked by the traces of trampling and the sight of trees snapped in half. It appeared as though a tremendous typhoon had just swept through, leaving destruction in its wake. The group did not linger, pressing onward. Curiously, amidst the wreckage, not a single magical boar was in sight. Where could that horde of magical boars have vanished to? Pang Tong suddenly halted, stroking his chin as he muttered to himself. Jiang Yi calmly remarked, "Mr. Pang, you need only guide us. Should an urgent situation arise, we shall ensure your safe departure." "Very well," Pang Tong replied, resuming his lead deeper into the forest. Feng stealthily approached Jiang Yi and whispered, "Uncle Jiang, I find this man rather peculiar. He does not seem like a person of good character." Jiang Yi nodded gently in acknowledgement. He then gestured to Fan Dehua and the others behind him, signaling them to be prepared for battle. The group comprehended immediately and continued their advance. Yet, still, no trace of a magical boar was to be found. The entire forest was eerily silent. Aside from the broken branches and fallen trees, there was not a hint of life to be seen. As they neared the heart of the forest, Jiang Yi abruptly halted, a frown creasing his brow. Pang Tong slowly turned around, a sinister smile upon his face. "I did not anticipate that it would be so effortless to lure you here. The so-called special team from the Dragon Kingdom is rather unimpressive." In the next moment, the ground trembled, soil upheaving as countless skeletons emerged from the earth. However, they were not mere human skeletons, but colossal skeletal magical boars. They surrounded the group in layers, their skulls ablaze with crimson flames. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yi cast a glance around, his demeanor remarkably composed. "So this is your trump card?" "Oh." The fact that Jiang Yi appeared unfazed stirred an inexplicable unease in Pang Tong. "You already knew this was a trap?" "I do not know," Jiang Yi replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. "Then why are you so calm?" His gaze landed squarely on Feng, a slight smirk on his lips. "Even if your sword ghost team is formidable, bringing along a burden would likely hinder your ability to focus on the fight." Jiang Yi fell silent, deep in thought. "Are you the shadow assassin?" At this, a fleeting, barely perceptible change flickered in Pang Tong's eyes. However, this became irrefutable evidence of Jiang Ye's correct suspicion. Indeed, Jiang Yi silently nodded. "So, your objective is him?" Jiang Yi pointed at Feng, his gaze toward Pang Tong unfriendly. "Yes and no." Even when his identity was exposed, Pang Tong displayed no signs of panic, as though victory was assured. "Initially, when I issued the commission, My intention was to drag the contractors into hell, prompting the Dragon Kingdom to dispatch a special team. Regardless of which special team it was, annihilating it would constitute the greatest victory. I merely did not expect it to be your sword ghost team that arrived. As he spoke, Pang Tong cast a knowing glance at Song Feng. Let it be. And yet you bring along a renowned prodigy, fearing he might not accompany you to your doom here? Even the Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom has personally spoken in his favor. I am quite eager to see how the Dragon Kingdom will retaliate should he meet his demise. Ha ha ha. Pang Tong laughed maniacally, seemingly convinced that his scheme was flawless and on the verge of success. Your ambitions are quite grand. To set your sights on the special squad, Jiang Yi remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Flattery, flattery. Had it not been for your sword demon squad's interference with the seedling elimination plan, we would not have endured the excruciating punishment from Lord Shadow. This plan is merely the first step of our retribution. Pang Tong's eyes glinted coldly. The seedling elimination plan? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Could it be the group of shadow assassins that lay in ambush within the Wuyo Forest? Chapter 64. Dare to ambush my brother? To hell with you. Precisely. Pang Tong snorted, surprised that a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse and that you had discovered our plot. Do you know who made the discovery? Who? The burden you speak of. Jiang Yi replied with a faint smile. Song Feng? Pang Tong turned his gaze towards Song Feng, his eyes narrowing. This boy was merely at the third transition's peak. How could he possibly possess such strength? Do you doubt it? Jiang Yi's lips curled into a smirk. Doubt it if you wish. Such pretentiousness. Pang Tong felt an increasing sense of unease. The demeanor of Jiang Yi and his companions was too calm. Even that Song Feng remained unfazed, giving rise to a sense of deception. Without further hesitation, Pang Tong's pupils rapidly turned red, and a beastly roar erupted from his throat. In the next moment, countless skeletal magic boars began to riot. The crimson flames within their skulls burned fiercely. They charged towards Song Feng and his companions in a near frenzy. In an instant, the ground trembled and the pressure descended like a mountain. Xiao Feng, I am counting on you. Jiang Yi and the others simultaneously looked toward Song Feng, who merely chuckled softly. Just the opportunity one needed to test the effectiveness of my new skill. At the very moment the skeletal magic boars launched their attack, Song Feng's voice rang out. Heavenly Rock of Destiny. Boom, 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 boom. As his words fell, the 7 of them were instantly enveloped in a pale yellow transparent crystal, standing tall and majestic like 7 colossal boulders. Bang! The attack of the skeletal magic boar struck, yet it caused not a shred of harm. This is... Pang Tong narrowed his eyes. The illustrious sword demon special squad, reduced to hiding behind a shield. They must be ashamed to let such a thing be known. Fan Dehua shot him a glance. If you have the ability to break the shield, I will kneel and allow you to strike. Oh, do you speak the truth? Pang Tong, aware that the shield was conjured by Song Feng, was astonished that they would so confidently trust in its sturdiness. Then let me put to the test. Pang Tong drew a long knife, leaping into the air to slash at the shield. Feeling a sense of deception, he did not underestimate his opponent and unleashed his ultimate move, the mad laughing slash. Witnessing this scene, Song Feng and his companions laughed. This fellow truly is a case of intelligence backfiring. Bang! The long knife met the shield, sending ripples of distortion through the air. The shield remained intact, yet the knife shattered. Crack! Thud! Pang Tong was sent flying, scattering a dozen skeletal magic pigs before he barely managed to stabilize himself. You all! Pang Tong's face darkened as he pointed at several individuals within the shield, but before he could utter a word, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ha ha! Is that all you've got? You can't even break through my trifling defensive measure? Song Feng crossed his arms over his chest, standing tall and proud. The effect of the Heavenly Rock Shield is as follows. When in a stationary state, allies within the skill's radius are immune to all physical damage, and each can reflect 20 of the damage, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers. At that moment, there were 7 individuals within the shield, meaning a potential damage reflection of 140. What Pang Tong had unleashed was indeed a decisive ultimate move. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, detecting the anomaly in time to discard his long knife. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Nonetheless, he was still gravely injured. That treacherous little brat. Don't say that. I dare not presume such a title in your presence. Song Feng hastily waved his hands, sporting a cheeky expression. Furious, Pang Tong clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. Yet, he found himself powerless. In that case, shadow assassins attacked together. As soon as Pang Tong's words fell, a multitude of shadowy assassins, concealed among the skeletal magic pigs, emerged without hesitation, launching an assault on the shield. No matter how formidable the reflective shield, It must possess a certain elastic limit akin to that of a spring. If forces exceeding this threshold are applied, the spring will inevitably break. The shield before them operated on the same principle. With this thought, Pang Tong leaped once more, delivering a punch toward the shield, perfectly synchronized with the myriad of attacks from the shadow assassins. Boom, boom, boom. The shield collided with the onslaught, sending ripples radiating outward. Thud, thud, thud. Both Pang Tong and the numerous shadow assassins were sent flying, spewing blood mid-air, with over half of the shadow assassins fainting on the spot. Naturally, the skeletal magic pigs were not spared either. Within 100 meters, all skeletal magic pigs were utterly dismantled, leaving a scene of utter chaos. Seizing the moment, Song Feng promptly withdrew the heavenly rock shield and cast another skill upon his companions. Swift as a shadow, in the next instant, except for Bai Jing, the remaining 5 figures surged toward the shadow assassins like phantoms. Even the conscious shadow assassins had no power to resist, being knocked unconscious and unceremoniously thrown into the spatial vortex conjured by Chun Bing. That fellow is trying to flee. Realizing the dire situation as he was propelled into the swarm of skeletal magic pigs, Pang Tong sought to escape, but Song Feng noticed him just in time. That wretched brat, even if I perish, I shall drag you down with me. Pang Tong turned around, eyes glinting with menace, as Song Feng charged forth rapidly. You dare to ambush my brother? Take this. Bai Jing swung his spiked club with ferocity. Pang Tong initially believed Bai Jing's movements would be slow, allowing him to evade easily. However, the truth proved otherwise. The spiked club struck with the swiftness of lightning, leaving trails of afterimages in its wake. Pang Tong was taken aback. Before he could evade, he was struck to the ground by a spiked mace, leaving a human-shaped indentation. What a little fool. Bai Jing seized Pang Tong by the hair and shook him vigorously, only to discover that he had already lost consciousness. Is he really so fragile? One strike, and he is out cold? Song Feng's lips curled in a smirk. Are you unaware of your own strength? Just then, Jiang Yi and the others had successfully captured all the shadow guards and swiftly approached Song Feng. Goodness, their speed is astonishing. This feels exhilarating. Fan Dehua expressed his amazement, thoroughly impressed by the effectiveness of their skills. Indeed, this capability is formidable. Whether it be retreating from battle or swiftly vanquishing foes, it plays a crucial role. Jiang Yi affirmed with genuine praise. After Chun Bing tossed Pang Tong into the spatial vortex, he clapped his hands, declaring their task completed. Jiang Yi, however, shook his head, his gaze penetrating the depths of the forest. The true danger still lies within. Chapter 65. Do the shadow assassins collude with the demon realm? Due to Pang Tong's unconsciousness, the flames in the skulls of the skeletal demon pigs extinguished, leaving hundreds of skeletal remains in the vicinity. Should an ordinary adventurer stumble upon this place, they would likely perish from fright. Uncle Jiang, I too seem to sense that familiar aura, Song Feng remarked, wrinkling his nose as he voiced a suspicion. It feels like demonic energy. Precisely. Hence I suspect there lies a demon lair deep within the forest, Jiang Yi nodded. Upon hearing this, Fan Dehua and the others' expressions grew serious. Anything related to a demon lair would undoubtedly prove difficult to handle. The truth remains shrouded in mystery. Jiang Yi took the lead, stepping into the forest. Since we have arrived, we cannot remain passive. Let us venture deeper for a closer look. The 6 of them promptly followed suit. Before long, the group reached the heart of the forest. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Song Feng and the others furrowed their brows in concern. Indeed, a demon lair exists. Jiang Yi's expression darkened, and judging by the aura, it seemed the formation had been compromised. A demon lair, measuring over 20 meters in diameter, came into view, with thick tendrils of demonic energy seeping out, inducing a profound sense of discomfort. Jiang Yi advanced a few steps, peering into the depths of the lair, and his countenance changed drastically. The seal has been completely broken. Within the lair, numerous powerful demonic entities were gathering. Jiang Yi retreated a few steps, his brow furrowed tightly. Captain, what should we do now? Chun Bing inquired in a low voice. It seems the demonic entities within the lair are congregating, their overwhelming presence growing stronger. Jiang Yi's gaze turned icy. It must be the shadow assassins doing. I never imagined they would discover such a secluded demon lair. He retrieved a special communication stone and diligently reported the situation to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder took this matter seriously and has dispatched nearby troops to expedite their arrival. Faced with this predicament, the Sword Demon team finds itself outnumbered and can only temporarily conceal themselves, awaiting reinforcements. After retreating to a thicket 100 meters away, Jiang Yi deployed a cloaking shield to prevent their presence from being detected. Uncle Jiang, Does the government truly remain unaware of this demon lair's existence? Song Feng inquired, his mind filled with questions. Jiang Yi shook his head, explaining that the vast expanse of Long Country contained countless demon lairs, rendering it impossible for the state to uncover them all. Perplexed, Song Feng asked, if that is the case, then who established the sealing formation of this demon lair? Jiang Yi patiently clarified, the formation I mentioned earlier is not a man-made construct, but rather a spatial barrier. Opposite the demon lair lies a realm known as the demon world, inhabited by various monstrous beings categorized into numerous races and nations, akin to the geopolitical divisions of our own blue planet. Many instances and secret realms have emerged from other dimensions, with the creatures within having once existed in reality. However, they have been altered and reset by a universal game. Upon hearing this, a look of realization washed over Song Feng. It felt so tangible, as if it once constituted a complete world. For reasons unknown, it had transformed into a legendary instance of Blue Planet. Although I have never ventured into the demon world, I have heard tales that its existence spans thousands of times longer than that of Blue Planet. Jiang Yi continued, divulging all that he knew. Due to excessive resource extraction, the demon world had long since depleted its resources and land. By chance, they had discovered the allure of Blue Planet and were eager to partake in its bounty. Thus, even at the cost of immense time and effort, they aspired to breach the spatial barrier and reach Blue Planet. Should they succeed in plundering resources and seizing territory, their overall strength would surge exponentially. Song Feng, understanding the implications, gazed at the demon lair 100 meters away. So, this demon lair has only recently emerged, and the government remains oblivious? He surmised. Indeed, Jiang Yi affirmed. The state had specialized organizations tasked with inspecting the borders of Long Country for demon lairs. Yet, given the vast territory, it was impossible to ascertain the exact locations of all lairs. This statement held merit. The land of Long Country ranked among the top 3 on Blue Planet. Consequently, the number of demon lairs was not insignificant. Successfully sealing the majority of them was already commendable. Some smaller nations lacked even the capability to resist, their entire territories overtaken by monstrous beings, transforming into domains of beasts. Surrounding nations, preoccupied with their own predicaments, had no resources to assist in purging the monsters. In light of the current situation, any nation capable of sealing most demon lairs could be considered a formidable power on Blue Planet. Surely, that group of shadow assassins must be aware of this demon lair's existence. Could it be that the shadow assassins are aiding the demon world in its invasion of Long Country? This audacious conjecture suddenly surfaced in Song Feng's mind, leaving him somewhat incredulous. It is likely, Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation of Song Feng's speculation. I had assumed these rats were merely causing chaos within Long Country, not realizing their ambitions were so grand as to target a demon lair. Pang Tong must be the liaison between the shadow assassins and this demon lair. After the task was entrusted, let the strong come forth to meet their demise. If Pang Tong cannot resolve the issue, then let the creatures within the abyss take action. What a cunning ploy of using a knife to kill. Jiang Yi's eyes glimmered with a cold light, a slight smile gracing his lips. Unfortunately, Pang Tong did not anticipate our arrival, nor did he foresee the formidable prowess of Qiu Feng's skills. Thankfully, we were well prepared. Otherwise, we could have truly fallen into their trap. Have they lost their minds? Assisting the beasts of the demon realm against us, what benefits could they possibly gain? Van der Waals wore a perplexed expression. Who can say? Perhaps some agreement was reached between the two parties. Chun Bing shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. The movements of the shadow assassins are too elusive. Even after capturing several shadow guards, we could not extract any useful intelligence. Earlier, in the worry-free forest, Jiang Yi and his companions, like mantises capturing cicadas, successfully apprehended a dozen shadow guards. Chen Bing promptly transported them to the prison for interrogation by specialists. Alas, they gleaned nothing of value. Pang Tong should possess more knowledge. Let us hope he has crucial information. Viang Yis Sikit softly. Suddenly, a wave of dense demonic energy surged from the direction of the abyss. Song Feng and the others turned their gazes in unison, their expressions drastically altered. The army of magical beasts has emerged. Chapter 66. Unintentionally becoming a shadow assassin? The army of magical beasts has emerged. Following the sound, horrifying beasts oozing a menacing aura crawled forth from the abyss. In an instant, the entire area was enveloped in a thick shroud of demonic energy, the atmosphere oppressive. These creatures bore human forms with animalistic faces, their skin a deep crimson. Their appearances grotesque and terrifying. This is bad, They aimed to descend the mountain. Jiang Ye's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately turned to Chen Bing. Wu Ying, teleport Xiao Feng away. We must prepare to confront them. Rest assured, Uncle Jiang, I will not hold us back. Song Feng quickly waved his hand. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Yin nodded. Wu Ying, ensure Xiao Feng's safety. The rest follow me. As his words fell, the defensive barrier dissipated with a resonant sound. The auras of the few surged forth like a torrent, pressing towards the army of magical beasts. The leading beast glared with ferocious eyes, fixating on Jiang Yi and his companions who stood in its path. You're the so-called shadow assassins? The leading beast spoke in human tongue, its words causing Jiang Yi and his companions to momentarily freeze in surprise. We are the shadow assassins. We were unaware of this. Indeed, great beast, Jiang Yi swiftly responded, his eyes darting as he clasped his fists in salute. The others quickly understood and followed suit, bowing in respect. Song Feng surreptitiously utilized his spiritual vision to examine the beast's profile. Name, Blood Demon. Level, 139, 7 transformation. Health, 450, 000. Status, Peak. Description, the Blood Demon is a top-tier race in the demon realm, engaging in combat with a peculiar style, drawing upon blood to manipulate the enemy's own blood, potentially leading to a fatal overflow. Not to be trifled with. Skills, Rainbow Blood Claw, Blood Resonance, Blood Demon. This name was unfamiliar to Song Feng. The description suggests formidable strength. However, the true capability in battle remains uncertain. Uncertain whether the Blood Demon holds the shadow assassins in disdain or harbors contempt for humanity. It let out a cold snort, seemingly dismissing Jiang Yi and his companions. Your contributions to breaching the spatial barrier are acknowledged. We, the Blood Demons, are indeed men of our word. Once we have claimed the Dragon Kingdom as our own, our leader shall bestow upon you the corresponding power and status. However, this is contingent upon your assistance in ensuring our forces successfully seize the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, our agreement shall be rendered null and void. The Blood Demon's proclamation sent a jolt through Jiang Yi and his companions. Indeed, the Shadow Assassins were truly in collusion with the demon realm. Yes, we, the Shadow Assassins, shall lend our utmost support to Lord Blood Demon, Jiang Yi replied earnestly, bowing in respect. We are the vanguard, tasked with securing a territory ahead of the main forces to facilitate their arrival. The leader of the Blood Demons spoke with an air of superiority. Hearing this, Song Feng felt a wave of inner sarcasm. Wasn't it merely a pretext for a perilous mission, cloaked in noble rhetoric? Perhaps it should be dubbed the Death Vanguard instead. Lord Blood Demon, I am aware of a remarkable location, Jiang Yi said with a mysterious smile. It possesses an advantageous geography, easy to defend yet difficult to assault, and the soldiers stationed there are notably weak, making an easy conquest. Is this true? All is as I have stated, Jiang Yi affirmed with a nod. Then lead the way. The Blood Demon, unfamiliar with the area, had no choice but to rely on the Shadow Assassins for guidance. It harbored no fear that they might deceive him. After all, they were all in the same precarious situation, destined to perish together if necessary. Shadow Guardian, conjure a spatial vortex. We must not waste Lord Blood Demon's time. Jiang Yi turned to Chen Bing, giving him a knowing glance, to which Chen Bing promptly understood. Very well, Lord Shadow Assassin. Chen Bing clasped his hands in salute, then, with great effort, tore apart the fabric of space, creating a vast vortex with a diameter of 10 meters, sufficient for the entire Blood Demon army to pass swiftly through. Lord Blood Demon, I shall enter first to assess the situation and avert any unforeseen mishaps. With that, Chen Bing stepped into the swirling vortex. After a brief moment, he emerged, his head peering out, assuring them that all was safe for passage. Seeing this, Jiang Yi bowed to the Blood Demon leader, stating, My lord, we will clear the path for you. Remember to stay close, for discovery could lead to complications. Indeed, the Blood Demon leader replied with a slight nod. Jiang Yi stepped into the vortex first, followed closely by Song Feng and the others, vanishing from sight. The Blood Demon leader, inherently suspicious, remained cautious and could not fully trust humanity based solely on their recent encounter. You go in first to assess the situation. The Blood Demon leader instructed a nearby Blood Demon soldier. Despite his reluctance, the subordinate complied under the pressure of higher authority, entering the vortex like a subordinate bound to his superior. After a considerable time, the Blood Demon soldier re-emerged from the vortex, nodding to indicate all was secure. The Blood Demon leader finally felt reassured and gestured forward. Let us go, and prepare to seize our first victory upon arriving in Blue Star. The sound of rustling followed. The entire Blood Demon army stepped into the swirling vortex of space. After a dizzying whirl, a vast open area came into view. Lord Blood Demon, Welcome to this place. Jiang Yi and his companions greeted with clasped fists and smiles. Where is this? The blood demon leader's fierce gaze swept around, yet he detected no anomalies. This is known as the Demon Suppression Office. Do you know why it bears such a name? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and inquired. Why? Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition stirred within the blood demon leader's heart. Because this is a special organization established by the Dragon Kingdom specifically to suppress the demon realm. A sly smile graced Jiang Ye's lips as he continued. Welcome to the Demon Suppression Office, my Lord Blood Demon. As his words fell, a brilliant radiance suddenly erupted from the ground, and countless intricate runes materialized, their light soaring towards the heavens, ensnaring the blood demon army like a cage. Simultaneously, numerous figures clad in black appeared, bearing the words demon suppressors emblazoned on their garments. Witnessing this scene, the blood demon leader's expression shifted drastically. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, turned towards Jiang Yi and his companions. You shadow assassins dare to violate the agreement and collude with the Dragon Kingdom to betray our mighty blood demon clan? Are you not afraid of the blood demon's vengeance? In response, Jiang Yi and his companions exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. However, the performance must go on. Such a splendid opportunity to sever the ties between the blood demons and the shadow assassins could not be squandered. Indeed, we, the shadow assassins, have openly breached the agreement. What will you do about it? Will you bite me? With a particularly mischievous expression, Vanderhoof seized the moment. You, curse be you! The blood demon leader roared in fury, attempting to strike, only to discover that the demonic energy within him had been sealed. Even the blood energy he prided himself on was firmly suppressed. This formation was crafted by the foremost formation masters of the Dragon Kingdom, who devoted decades to its development, specifically designed to counter all types of demon races. Due to its exorbitant cost and complex runes, it was only deployed around significant demon lairs. Are you angry? I stand right before you. Come at me. Vanderhoof adopted a rogue demeanor, sticking out his backside and playfully swaying. This was nothing less than blatant humiliation. The blood demon leader felt a surge of anger, and the other minions shouted in outrage. Ha ha ha! Old Jiang, I never expected your sword ghost to have such tricks against the demon race. You've got me wanting to recruit you all into our demon suppression office. At that moment, a rugged man clad in crimson, wielding a long knife, approached with hearty laughter. Old Zhao, long time no see. Indeed, just returned from a triumphant hunt, leaving a horde of magical beasts in ruins. Zhao Chong laughed heartily. I heard from my subordinates that your sword ghost squad attracted a great number of blood demons, and I rushed over upon hearing the news. I didn't expect to find Hua Zi teasing them. Ha ha ha. Xiangzi, your words are misleading. We are cultured individuals. This cannot be called teasing. It is clearly an act of provocation. Vanderhoof replied, stepping forward to embrace Zhao Chong tightly before continuing with a grin. Well, my young friend, after all these years, you remain unchanged. Zhao Chong patted Vanderhoof's shoulder with great force, causing him to wince in pain. Do you not have any awareness of your own strength? He exclaimed, laughter echoing among them. The three seemed like old acquaintances. Despite years of separation, it felt as if they had just shared heartfelt conversations over drinks yesterday. Brothers, let us capture all these blood demons alive. I'll pay 1,000 blue star coins for each. Zhao Chong's voice boomed, clearly audible to everyone in the demon suppression division. All right, brother Zhao, just don't go back on your word. Someone joked. Go back on my word. Zhao Chong raised an eyebrow. Whoever goes back on their word is a fool. Bring me the living ones. The more you catch, the greater the reward. With this declaration, excitement surged among the crowd, and they sprang into action, faced with the defenseless blood demons. The demon hunters clad in black cloaks seized one in each hand and dashed towards the dungeon, eager not to miss a single moment and lose the chance to earn money. Xiangzi, take me along. I want to catch some too, Vanderhoof said, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the numerous blood demons. Forget it, you. Come, let us head to the office for a drink, Zhao Chong replied. Lao Ziang, bring your team with you. Under Zhao Chong's guidance, they arrived at an office. I was just scolded by the leader for drinking the other day. Never mind. Let us have tea instead, Zhao Chong said with a resigned expression as he brewed a pot of tea. Curiously, he turned to Jiang Yi and asked, Lao Jiang, how did you manage to deceive so many blood demons? Jiang Yi chuckled and briefly recounted the earlier events. Damn, that cursed shadow assassin really is relentless. Zhao Chong cursed under his breath, then looked at Jiang Yi and the others with gratitude. Your sword demon squad has truly aided the demon suppression division immensely this time. Otherwise, with just that group of vanguard, they could have wreaked havoc in the surrounding villages, and we would have been in for another reprimand. Haha, the blood demons are enemies of the Dragon Kingdom, so in a way, We are also assisting the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Yi replied with a light chuckle. Rest assured, I will certainly speak highly of you to the leadership. Suddenly, Zhao Chong seemed to recall something. All right, I heard that your sword demon squad has become protectors? Indeed. Jiang Yi nodded, gesturing towards Song Feng beside him. Xiao Feng, greet Uncle Zhao. He is also a former comrade of your father and currently the head of the Demon Suppression Division in the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Song Feng immediately stood up. Smiling as he greeted, Hello, Uncle Zhao. My name is Song Feng. Zhao Chong, who had long been stationed at a large demon lair, was aware of the system messages but had not paid much attention. He only knew that a team had successfully cleared a legendary-level dungeon called Song Feng. In response to Zhao Chong's question, Song Feng nodded with a smile. Yes. Wait a moment. Zhao Chong suddenly turned to Jiang Yi. Did you just say I'm a former comrade of his father? His father is Lao Song? Song Shan? Exactly. Damn. Zhao Chong sprang to his feet. Sizing up Song Feng. This kid was just a little fellow back then. How's he grown up so much? He marveled. Not only has he grown, but he is also quite impressive. Now we can embark on the legendary-level dungeon. What will happen in the future? To assuage any concerns that Zhao Chong might not be sufficiently astonished, Jiang Yi dropped another bombshell. The Grand Elder personally stepped forward to speak on behalf of Xiao Feng, imposing a sense of awe upon the nefarious. Furthermore, he dispatched our Sword Demon Squad and the Demon Mask Squad to jointly ensure Xiao Feng's safety, with all resources for growth being covered by the state. Zhao Chong. His eyes widened in disbelief, utterly incredulous. This is outrageous. Amidst the shock, Zhao Chong was also filled with curiosity. What profession could possibly have stirred the Grand Elder's interest? A hidden support class, the Support Master. Jiang Yi replied with a faint smile. A support class? Zhao Chong raised an eyebrow, his curiosity intensifying. What extraordinary talent could this profession possess to warrant such attention from high-ranking officials? How about infinite skill slots, allowing the acquisition of all supportive abilities? The words Jiang Yi spoke made Zhao Chong's eyelids twitch. Unbelievable. Does such an absurd talent truly exist in this world? Not only that, but Xiao Feng's skills were exceptionally formidable, with unparalleled support capabilities. Just how formidable? It was enough to make one exclaim in astonishment. The more Jiang Yi elaborated, the more Zhao Chong's curiosity surged. Do you wish to witness it? Absolutely. Zhao Chong nodded eagerly. If you wish to see, why not promptly send someone to guard the demon lair at Qingping Mountain? It seems you are more interested in avoiding reprimands from your superiors than witnessing the skill effects. Jiang Ye's words jolted Zhao Chong into realization. He immediately reacted, wryly laughing while covering his face. How could I be so forgetful about such an important matter? Let us proceed to Qingping Mountain together. It is the perfect opportunity to observe just how formidable Song Laodi's skills truly are. Consequently, Zhao Chong summoned numerous demon hunters and traversed through a spatial vortex to arrive at Qingping Mountain. Who is responsible for inspecting this area? How could such a vast demon lair be overlooked? Zhao Chong was immediately filled with indignation. Thankfully, the Sword Demon Squad detected this lair in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Guo, the team responsible for this area, is the 0324 Demon Hunter Group. They completed their search of the entire Qingping Mountain 10 days ago and have since moved on to the next area, one of his subordinates reported. Since the search has been completed, how do we account for this demon lair? Zhao Chong responded solemnly. His subordinate was immediately rendered speechless. Even if one were to breach the spatial barrier swiftly, it would be impossible to accomplish such a feat within 10 days, right? Lao Zhao, I believe this may not be their fault. At this moment, Jiang Yi suddenly spoke up. I suspect there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that the Blood Demon clan, taking advantage of the Demon Hunter search completion, began to rapidly breach the spatial barrier with the aid of the Shadow Assassins. Compared to the former, Jiang Yi leaned more towards the latter hypothesis. Zhao Chong nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was a possibility. Given the current situation, it seemed the main forces within this demon lair were likely awaiting news from the vanguard. Otherwise, they would not dare to venture out. Jiang Yi stepped forward to assess the conditions inside the lair and soon furrowed his brow. The powerful aura appears to have intensified. Zhao Chong seemed to have anticipated this and was not surprised at all. Once the races within the demon realm breach the spatial barrier, they will seek assistance from other races to assemble their armies for an assault. Thus, the longer we delay, the more advantageous the situation becomes for their demonic forces. We currently face two choices. The first is to swiftly arrange the demon suppression formation to securely seal the demon lair, although this may consume considerable time. The second option is to take proactive measures to prevent them from gathering more formidable allies. Zhao Chong's expression was grave. Both choices carry significant drawbacks. The first option lacks sufficient time, while the second could result in substantial casualties among the demon suppressors. However, given the current predicament, we are left with no alternatives. At that moment, Song Feng suddenly spoke up. Uncle Zhao, Uncle Jiang, I believe I have a method. Chapter 68. Is the plan exposed? What is the name of the blood demon leader? Oh, pray tell. Although Song Feng's strength was lacking, his intellect was certainly not. Jiang Yi, fully aware of this, turned his attention to Song Feng. Curiosity etched upon his face. I propose that we first set up a killing formation around the demon lair, then use the guise of a shadow assassin to lure the main forces out. Finally, we can eliminate them all at once. Song Feng's intention was to slay as many demonic beasts as possible, thereby weakening their overall strength. Otherwise, given their alarming reproductive capabilities, their numbers would only continue to swell, placing the Dragon Kingdom at a disadvantage in the long run. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. I concur with Xiao Feng's plan. I agree as well, Zhao Chong affirmed with a nod. Although this was Zhao Chong's first encounter with Song Feng, the latter's innate confidence instilled an inexplicable trust in him. Moreover, Song Feng's plan effectively combined the two prior options, requiring minimal preparation time while allowing for a significant culling of the demonic beasts. It was simply perfect. Very well. I shall set this in motion immediately. Time is of the essence, and the task is daunting. Without any hesitation, Zhao Chong summoned a dozen formation masters to position the killing formation around the demon lair. The killing formation differs slightly from the sealing formation. The former is a one-time setup with lethal capabilities, requiring less time to arrange, while the latter is more enduring, serving solely to confine. Each formation has its own merits and demerits. At present, Zhao Chong needed to dispatch his subordinates to swiftly set up the killing formation, striving to avoid detection by the creatures within the demon lair. Qiu Feng, you mentioned disguising as a shadow assassin to lure the main forces. How do you intend to execute this? Jiang Yi inquired. While it was easy to speak of, the execution posed significant challenges. How to avoid detection and successfully entice the bulk of the demonic forces was indeed daunting. Hearing this, Song Feng chuckled softly and articulated his thoughts. Firstly, from the demeanor of the blood demon leader earlier, it appears they are unaware of the appearance and number of the shadow assassins. As for their means of communication, I suspect they may be utilizing a certain secret treasure that enables communication across realms, with the contacts being high-ranking individuals for various factions. Therefore, my intention is to actively exude our presence into the demon lair once the killing formation has been meticulously arranged. At that moment, they will undoubtedly dispatch their blood demons to investigate the situation, and we shall reveal our identities as shadow assassins, clearly stating our purpose. With a smile, Song Feng gazed at the others, inquiring about their thoughts on the strategy. The Blood Demon clan is not composed of fools. What if they question why the Vanguard team has not reported the news? With a smirk, Song Feng turned to Jiang Shu, suggesting they proceed with this plan. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. Under the diligent efforts of over a dozen formation masters, the killing array was successfully completed, shrouded in secrecy so that the blood demons would find it exceedingly difficult to detect its presence. The demon hunters, seasoned in their dealings with the lair and possessing profound knowledge of magical beasts, were well versed in various esoteric methods tailored to combat these creatures. Brother Song, it is now your turn to take the stage, Zhao Chong said with a grin, patting Song Feng on the shoulder. Eager to witness the prowess of a team capable of conquering legendary-level dungeons. Uncle Zhao, just ensure you don't blink and miss the spectacle, Song Feng jested in reply. Very well. We shall conceal ourselves 100 meters away to prevent any leakage of our aura, Zhao Chong instructed, turning his gaze towards Jiang Yi and the others. Old Jiang, you must ensure the safety of Brother Song. If anything were to happen to him, not only would the elder punish us, but Old Song would not let it slide either. All right, why are you being so verbose? Go on now, Fan Dehua urged, nudging Zhao Chong away. Rest assured, Old Zhao, even if we were to perish, little Feng would remain unharmed, Jiang Yi assured him confidently. Consequently, under Zhao Chong's guidance, all the demon hunters concealed themselves within a shielded barrier, 100 meters away. Little Feng, these plans are your creation. Thus, you shall execute them, he declared. The Sword Ghost Squad, as guardians, bore the responsibility not only of protection, but also of ensuring that Song Feng's spirit could flourish. It was imperative that he did not become overly reliant on the Sword Ghost Squad, as this would hinder his future growth. With a prime opportunity for hands-on experience before him, it was essential for Song Feng to embrace the challenge. Am I truly able to do this? He pondered, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him. At just 18, Song Feng had not experienced much in life. The ability to calmly devise a detailed plan was already an impressive feat now. Urging him to implement it personally was bound to evoke some hesitation. Brother, I have faith in your abilities. Even if you are discovered, I will teleport you away. They will be powerless to stop you. Bing chuckled. If we are found out, I will stand before you first. They will not dare to approach. Bai Jing declared, thumping his chest with assurance. Indeed, Brother Feng. How will you know your capabilities if you do not take the plunge? Chimed in Nangong Muqing, her voice melodic. Young man, I believe in you, Fan Dehua winked. Cold M.O., shedding his usual aloofness, uttered 2 words of encouragement. Go for it. Jiang Yi looked at Song Feng, a gentle smile gracing his features. So, do you still believe you can accomplish this? Yes. Song Feng nodded earnestly, a resolute glimmer gradually emerging in his eyes, dispelling the last remnants of youthful naivety. He exhaled deeply, having undergone a tumultuous inner struggle, and boldly stepped toward the abyssal lair. Jiang Yi and his 5 companions exchanged knowing smiles and followed in his stride. Approaching the mouth of the lair, they beheld the chasm that resembled an endless abyss, devoid of conclusion, where only the unknown terrors awaited. Uncle Jiang, could you please release your aura? Are we prepared? Yes, let us commence, Song Feng replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Boom! As his words echoed, Jiang Yi and his companions unleashed their auras in unison, enveloping the lair with the force akin to a collapsing mountain. Buzz! The lair trembled violently, fissures splitting the ground. Grotesque and fearsome. Moments later, a blood demon erupted from the chasm, its fierce gaze fixed upon Song Feng and his group. Speaking with a human tongue, it inquired, Who are you? Song Feng promptly clasped his fists in greeting, stating, Report to you, Lord Blood Demon. We are the shadow assassins dispatched by the Vanguard to deliver news. Oh, what news? The Blood Demon narrowed its eyes cautiously. The Vanguard has successfully secured a territory and is expediting defensive measures to thwart the despicable humans from dispatching reinforcements. Song Feng inclined slightly, continuing, Thus, we have been specially designated as shadow assassins to convey this message, hoping for additional troops to be sent for support. Ah, so you are indeed the shadow assassins, the Blood Demon remarked, its brow furrowing. Why did the Vanguard's leader not send a Blood Demon to deliver this news? Surely, extracting one should be of little consequence? Without a moment's hesitation, Song Feng replied, The humans seem to have detected something amiss. Numerous soldiers guard the mountainside. The aura of the Blood Demon is too powerful and easily discernible, which is why we were sent to approach stealthily. Is that so? The Blood Demon raised an eyebrow. Do you know the name of the Vanguard's leader? Chapter 69. The Emergence of the Blood Demon Emperor. Upon hearing this, Song Feng and Jiang Ye's group felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. What name? Who could possibly know? That fellow did not mention it. However, Song Feng quickly regained his composure, replying nonchalantly, The Vanguard's leader did not disclose his name. We are unaware. Song Feng suspected this inquiry was a test. Any hint of hesitation could arouse suspicion. Upon hearing his words, the Blood Demon's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. That individual would never reveal his name. Indeed, you must be the shadow assassins in contact with the Blood Demon Emperor. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through Song Feng and his companions. As anticipated, it was a ruse. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi and his companions couldn't help but feel astonished at Song Feng's quick-witted response. Had they not known his background, they might have mistaken him for a seasoned strategist. Please wait here for a moment while I report to the Blood Demon Emperor. With that, the Blood Demon's form flickered and vanished from their sight. Song Feng and his companions remained silent, patiently awaiting their fate. With ears lurking behind the walls, they were acutely aware that any sound of discussion could reach the terrifying entities within the demon lair, rendering their previous efforts futile. After a prolonged silence, a wave of ominous demonic energy surged forth, causing a shudder among the 7. In an instant, countless blood demon figures emerged, densely packed like a crimson tide. Is this the essence of Blue Star? It feels far cleaner than the demon realm. One of them exclaimed, Haha, if we could seize a territory on Blue Star, the overall strength of our blood demon clan would soar to new heights. Humans are unworthy of such a splendid living environment. The leading blood demons expressed their sentiments with fervor. At that moment, an even more formidable aura approached, leaving Song Feng momentarily breathless. In a flash, a blood demon appeared before him, adorned with 6 wings, 2 horns atop its head, and wielding a trident. Its visage was grotesque, a hybrid of human and beast, exuding an aura of sheer terror. I have harbored a dream since my childhood, to become a world-renowned painter. Now, I find myself one step closer to that aspiration. Song Feng activated his spiritual gaze, discreetly glancing at the information panel. Name, Blood Demon Emperor. Level, 167, 8 transformation. Health, 800,000, 800,000, with a swift glance. Song Feng comprehended the situation. Indeed, this was the Blood Demon Emperor mentioned by the prior Blood Demon. However, it had surprisingly reached the 8th transformation, merely 3 levels shy of the 9th. He pondered whether Uncle Jiang and the others could withstand such a foe. You are the Shadow Assassins? The Blood Demon Emperor narrowed its eyes, scrutinizing Song Feng and his companions. Indeed, my lord, Song Feng replied, bowing respectfully. I have heard that the Vanguard Corps has conquered a territory. Is it true that humans lacked any station troops there? The Blood Demon Emperor, having ascended to the pinnacle of the Blood Demon clan, was no ordinary being. Its inquiries were precise and comprehensive, casting doubt on the reports of territorial acquisition by the Vanguard Corps. To report to you, my lord, that region is exceedingly remote, and the soldiers stationed there were weak. Easily dispatched, one of the companions asserted. Are you certain? The Blood Demon Emperor raised an eyebrow. My lord, I assure you on the honor of the Shadow Assassins that all prior statements are true. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, every member of the Shadow Assassins shall face divine retribution, Song Feng declared earnestly, raising 4 fingers as a solemn vow to the heavens. Very well, you possess sincerity. Lead the way, the Blood Demon Emperor replied, slowly opening its squinted eyes with a smirk. In its estimation, no one would jest with the honor of their organization. Certainly, my lord, please follow us. Song Feng turned, a wave of triumph swelling within him. Apologies, Shadow Assassins. I did not intend to invoke your honor in jest. It was quite deliberate. The 7 led the way, followed closely by the dense ranks of the Blood Demon army, shaking the very ground with their imposing presence. A closer inspection would reveal not only blood demons among them, but also various other races and types of demons. It is evident that these are external reinforcements summoned to assist. How far are we from our destination? At this moment, the Blood Demon's sovereign suddenly inquired. We have arrived. Song Feng turned, and a wicked smile curved his lips. Arrived? Upon witnessing Song Feng's expression, the Blood Demon's sovereign felt a jolt of unease, as if a foreboding omen loomed over him. Uncle Zhao, activate the slaughter formation. With those words, the figures of the 7 vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, radiant golden runes illuminated the ground within a radius of several hundred meters. The brilliance soared into the heavens. Countless beams of light encircled the demonic beast army like prison bars, ensnaring them completely. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment when the vanguard was suppressed. The demonic beasts were caught utterly off guard. In the instant the Blood Demon Sovereign sensed something amiss, he attempted to flee the slaughter formation. But it was already too late. The Blood Demon Sovereign struck fiercely at the astonishing pillars of light, yet it felt as futile as hitting cotton. The demonic energy within him was like water, and those extraordinary pillars were akin to sponges, rapidly absorbing it. Cursed be this fate. The Blood Demon Sovereign glared at Song Feng and his companions, a chilling glint in his blood-red eyes. You, Shadow Assassins, have betrayed the great Blood Demon clan, and you shall face divine retribution. Fear not, for we Shadow Assassins fear neither heaven nor earth, but rather the laughter of our allies, Song Feng replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Upon hearing Song Feng's words, the Blood Demon Sovereign, in a fit of rage, spat blood. Traitors to the nation. I knew I could never fully trust you. Fortunately, I was prepared. This is merely a blood clone, and if need be, I shall gift it to you. I will remember your grotesque visages. Do not let me catch you, for should I do so, I shall annihilate you Shadow Assassins. The Blood Demon Sovereign then thrust his spear into his own body. Boom! The next moment, he erupted into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the ethereal void. How insidious and cunning. Utilising la clone technique, Fan de Hua felt a wave of frustration, cursing silently numerous times. Alas, it is a pity. There is no opportunity to eliminate this Blood Demon Sovereign. Song Feng too wore a look of disappointment. At that moment, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Turning to look, he saw it was Jiang Yi. Xiao Feng, you have performed admirably. None of us anticipated that he would employ a clone technique. Jiang Yi then turned his gaze towards the Blood Demon army shrouded by the slaughter formation, a slight smile gracing his lips. Moreover, we have secured victory in this round. Chapter 70. Do you believe I would feed you peanuts? Song Feng's frenzied thoughts. Oh, help! The Sovereign has self-destructed. What should we do? Quickly. We must break the formation and escape. Otherwise, we shall face total annihilation. Losing the Blood Demon Sovereign is akin to losing our leader. In an instant, the demonic beasts within the slaughter formation were thrown into disarray. As the runes atop the formation pulsed, beams of light pierced through the chests of the beasts, blood spraying forth, creating a scene of utter chaos. However, a portion of the beasts remained unperturbed by the slaughter formation, easily withstanding its onslaught. Feng did not indulge them. He immediately unleashed his skill, Heavenly Shadows Surge. As his voice fell, a black river, dark as an overcast sky, surged forth, enveloping the army of magical beasts within the slaughter array with an overwhelming ferocity. In an instant, the attributes of all magical beasts within the vicinity were reduced by 30%. Beasts that could have easily withstood the array's attacks were now rendered dumbfounded, frozen in place. What was once a trivial defense against attacks had transformed into the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping their lives. These formidable beasts found themselves powerless, let alone the weaker ones. The intensity of the slaughter array remained unchanged, yet the speed of exterminating the magical beasts increased to threefold. Witnessing the scene, all the demon-slaying warriors were left in a state of bewilderment. Even Zhao Chong widened his eyes in disbelief. Subsequently, they all fixed their gazes upon Feng, their eyes reflecting surprise, envy, and confusion. With such an exaggerated skill effect, are you certain he is merely a novice of the third rank? Under the scrutiny of so many, Feng felt a bit embarrassed, having inadvertently put on a grand display. Truly, as the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Zhao Chong approached, sizing up Feng from head to toe. On the surface, he seemed harmless, yet when he acted, he turned the world upside down. He patted Feng on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction, proclaiming, "No wonder you are old Song's son. You possess extraordinary talent." "Hee, thank you for the compliment, Uncle Zhao," Feng replied with a joyful smile. Just then, powerful auras emanated from a distance. Turning to look, they saw the arriving reinforcements, along with Hu Liang. "Hey, old Jiang, what brings you here?" Hu Liang glanced at the direction of the slaughter array, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Yi and the others, his mind filled with questions. "We came to execute a mission and happened to discover this magical lair, which proved somewhat tricky, so we requested support from the higher-ups." Jiang Yi greeted Hu Liang with a smile, briefly recounting the earlier events. "You discovered another magical lair?" Hu Liang was taken aback. Has the Sword Ghost Squad crossed paths with the magical lairs again? They just sealed one, and now they've found another? Old Hu, what do you mean by again? Have they discovered magical lairs previously? Zhao Chong, an old acquaintance of Hu Liang, greeted him and curiously inquired. "Indeed, they have." Hu Liang recounted the earlier happenings at Floating Island, leaving Zhao Chong in a state of astonishment. Suddenly, he turned to Feng, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Song, would you consider joining our demon-slaying division? We offer full benefits, including social insurance, and you will receive quarterly bonuses. If you perform well, there could be even more." Stop. Old Zhao, that would be rather unethical," Vander Walls quickly interrupted. "Are you trying to poach him right in front of us? Do you believe I'll feed you a peanut?" Ha, just kidding. Of course, Zhao Chong had no intention of actually poaching. In truth, he deeply desired to, but dared not act on it. Their demon-slaying division could not afford to support Feng. It was merely a jest. "All right, old Zhao." Swiftly arranged for the demon slayers to clear the battlefield, allowing old Hu and the others to set up the sealing formation, Jiang Yi instructed. At this moment, the battlefield was strewn with the remains of the demon beast army, the stench of blood saturating the earth. An overwhelming and eerie demonic aura pervaded the area, leaving lower-ranked practitioners feeling dizzy and fatigued. Hu Liang furrowed his brow as he observed the swirling demonic energy in the air, turning his gaze towards Feng. "Young Master Song, could you please cast the purification spell once more?" "Not a problem. It's a simple task," Feng replied, unleashing his skill, Holy Lotus Arise. As he spoke, the sacred white lotus purified all beings, swiftly engulfing the demonic energy. Unlike previous attempts, this time Feng distinctly felt pure mental energy surging into his body, restoring all previously expended mental strength. It was as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, his heart swelling with joy. Is this truly a purification skill? What exhilarating experience! The previously pervasive demonic energy gradually dissipated, transforming into twinkling starlight that merged within the bodies of the practitioners. They felt a refreshing sensation, floating as if transcending the mortal realm. Divine, this is utterly miraculous. In that instant, the admiration for Feng among the crowd surged even higher. Before long, the demon beasts within the battlefield had been entirely vanquished, with no survivors. Splendid. This has been our most victorious battle in recent years, Zhao Chong exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. We suffered no casualties, and the enemy lost only a single leader who managed to escape. It is a resounding victory. Zhao Chong turned to Song Feng and the others, expressing his gratitude. This success owes much to you, my young brother, and the Sword Ghost team. I will certainly extol your virtues in the official report. Then I appreciate it, Uncle Zhao. Though Song Feng was not particularly concerned about such accolades, he recognized it as a gesture of goodwill that he could not dismiss or appear indifferent towards. This was not insincerity, but rather an understanding of social niceties. Oh, by the way, Uncle Zhao, I have been pondering questions since earlier. Ask away. I promise to share whatever I know, Zhao Chong assured, patting his chest. Will the Blood Demon Emperor's abandonment of its avatar have any impact on its true form? Yes, and a significant one at that. Zhao Chong had not anticipated such an inquiry from Song Feng and immediately began to explain. Its avatar, referred to as the Blood Body, possesses only 60 of the true form strength. If it is damaged, the true body will incur a total damage of 30, requiring decades for recovery. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the Blood Demon Emperor taking advantage of this moment to attack. Even if the Blood Demons were to cause trouble, they could be easily dealt with without concern. Zhao Chong assumed Song Feng was worried about a potential attack from the Blood Demons disrupting their preparations. However, Song Feng shook his head, a sly smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Uncle Zhao, my concern is not whether the Blood Demons will strike again. What I am truly interested in is whether we can seize this opportunity to enter the demon realm and eradicate the Blood Demon Clan. Chapter 71. We shall join the army in the campaign against the Blood Demon Clan. At these words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. It was not that they were at a loss for words, but rather they were unsure of how to respond. Every individual bore a vacant gaze, as if lost in contemplation, caught in hesitation, or enveloped in doubt. This notion was utterly outrageous. Even Zhao Chong, who had long dealt with the abyss, had never entertained such an idea. The same could be said for Hu Liang and the other high-ranking array masters present. They had orchestrated countless formations, solely focused on sealing the abyss, yet had never dared to initiate an offensive. Song Feng's words illuminated the hearts of those shrouded in darkness. Akin to a beacon of hope, having been compelled to defend for far too long, their thoughts had become rigid. Confronted with formidable beasts, their minds fixated solely on defense. Defense. Again and again, defense. The thought of taking the initiative had never crossed their minds. Even now, despite having obliterated numerous beasts and inflicted severe losses upon the Blood Demon Clan, they still had no intention of pursuing the advantage. Their singular focus remained on hastily setting up formations. Seal. Seal. Again seal. This sealing was not merely of the abyss, but also of their very minds. They could not pinpoint when humanity had been reduced to such a state of forced defense. Was this truly a pursuit of victory through stability? Or was it a manifestation of cowardice? Could they eradicate the Blood Demon Clan in one fell swoop? Could they? Could they not? Bang! The word can struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the crystallized thoughts of the assembly, scattering them into fragments until they utterly collapsed. Can. Zhao Chong nodded emphatically, his gaze resolute, his eyes ablaze, his entire being suddenly electrified. Can. Hu Yang similarly nodded with conviction. He had grown weary of toiling day and night outside the abyss, setting up sealing arrays. If he had the energy to lay down seals, why could he not establish a killing array? Why could he not strike first? Why? Because after kneeling for so long, some found it difficult to rise. Yet now, Song Feng, with the power of his words, conjured a formidable arm that lifted everyone present. Defense? To hell with defense. Let's kill. In the next moment, the word can erupted from the mouths of thousands present, resonating throughout Qingping Mountain. The momentum was so grand that even the heavens trembled. Zhao Chong, filled with gratitude, declared, I shall immediately assemble a grand army to vanquish the Blood Demon Clan. Jiang Yi replied with a reassuring smile. Little Feng, you speak wisely. Why should we not seize the opportunity to strike while they are weak? Therefore, I stand with you. Jiang Yi raised his right fist, his expression solemn as he proclaimed, I, Jiang Yi, am willing to join the grand army against the Blood Demon Clan. Witnessing their leader's declaration, Chun Bing and the others naturally did not hesitate. They promptly raised their right fists and proclaimed in unison, I, Chun Bing. I, Fandahua. I, Nangon Kamu. I, Leng Montak. I, Bai Jing, am willing to join the grand army against the Blood Demon Clan. Observing this scene, Song Feng appeared somewhat taken aback, scratching his head, momentarily at a loss. As a newcomer, unafraid of the tiger, he dared to dream and act. He was not entirely aware of the dynamics between the Dragon Kingdom and the Abyss, nor did he fully comprehend why Jiang Yi and the others were so fervently moved. Since you are unafraid, then I, Hu Liang, shall not cower either. I am willing to join the Grand Army against the Blood Demon Clan. As Hu Liang's voice resonated, dozens of high-ranking array mages echoed his call in unison. The impact was akin to a stone stirring 1,000 waves. Once the demon suppressors regained their composure, they too, undaunted, rallied together with a collective shout. The entire Qingping mountain trembled violently, as if it wished to declare, "We, the old mountain, are willing to serve as your stepping stone for the expedition." The expeditionary force was being swiftly organized. Jiang Yi conveyed all the news to the Grand Elder, expressing the desire to pursue the enemy relentlessly. After a lengthy silence of 5 to 6 minutes, the Grand Elder finally acquiesced, albeit with a singular demand: to protect Song Feng at all costs. Several hours later, under Zhao Chong's organization, the expeditionary force was rapidly assembled. It comprised the demon suppressors, members of the Array Mage Association, the Sword Ghost Squad, high-ranking independent practitioners, the Dragon Kingdom's army, and the formidable Magic Mask Special Team. Indeed, the Magic Mask Team was tasked with lurking in the shadows to ensure Song Feng's safety. Previously, upon learning about the materials required for Song Feng's fourth transition breakthrough, the group was collectively troubled. The Sword of the Nether, the dominant origin fruit, and the elegant 9-leaf grass were all exceedingly rare treasures, difficult to procure. Even after scouring the auction houses in nearby cities, they had only managed to hear rumors of the elegant 9-leaf grass being located in a perilous secret realm. Thus, the two teams split their efforts. The Sword Ghost Squad was responsible for safeguarding Song Feng in completing his task, while the Magic Mask Team set out to seek the breakthrough materials, venturing into the secret realm. They successfully acquired the elegant 9-leaf grass, and just as they emerged from the realm, they received word from the Grand Elder and hurried back. Jiang Yi recounted the events that had transpired. Zheng Pengfei was equally astonished by Song Feng's audacious plan, standing there in a daze for a moment. Without a hint of hesitation, he volunteered to join the expedition against the Blood Demon Clan. The remaining 5 members of the Magic Mask Team followed suit. Thus, the expeditionary force gained 6 formidable warriors, significantly bolstering their confidence. At this moment, the expeditionary force encircled the demon cavern, and everyone felt a surge of excitement, mixed with a tinge of apprehension. I had just inquired about the experiences of a senior who had previously undertaken a special mission inside the demon cavern. Zhao Chong then spoke gravely, informing me that the demon realm beyond the caverns was thick with demonic energy, which might suffocate us humans there. I reported this to the Grand Elder, who had dispatched several high-ranking purifiers to our aid. Zhao Chong glanced at his watch, calculating the time. They should be arriving soon. Just as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh resonated through the air. "Ha, old Zhao. It seems you finally need my assistance." Turning towards the voice, I saw a man clad in a green trench coat approaching. He wore a wizard's hat and wielded a staff, appearing youthful and exuding an aura of vitality. "Ho, is that not the illustrious Master Su? What brings you here?" Zhao Chong exclaimed, hastening toward the newcomer and playfully delivering a punch to his chest. "Ouch!" The man in the trench coat clutched his chest, stepping back a few paces, gasping for breath. "If you hit a little harder, you might just stop my heart," he quipped. "Is that for real? Let me give it a try." Zhao Chong advanced a step, feigning another punch. "Oomph." The man in the trench coat shot him a glance before swiftly moving in front of Jiang Yi, saying with a smile, "Captain Jiang, it's been a while." "Ha ha, after all these years, President Su still looks so youthful." Jiang Yi greeted him with a smile, then turned to introduce his companion. "Xiao Feng, let me introduce you. This is Su Guangnian, the president of the Dragon Kingdom's Mage Association. Do say hello." It was part of their mission as protectors to connect with powerful allies. "Hello, So Su. My name is Song Feng." "Hello, hello," Su Guangyan replied warmly, shaking hands with Song Feng. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he paused and scrutinized Song Feng. "Your name is Song Feng?" "Yes." "The one who tackled the legendary dungeon?" "Yes." Su Guangyan raised an eyebrow, appraising Song Feng from head to toe, nodding to himself. "Handsome, with extraordinary potential, you possess the charm of my younger days. Don't embarrass yourself here. We need to focus on the task at hand." Zhao Chong tugged at Su Guangyan's ear, pointing towards the demon lair. "Our mission is to enter the demon lair and eliminate the Blood Demon Clan. Do you understand? Let go. There's so many people watching. I have my dignity." As Zhao Chong released him, Su Guangyan staggered back, gasping, "Oh wait, what did you just say? What demon lair? What Blood Demon Clan?" The onlookers exchanged glances. Observing the scene, Song Feng couldn't help but inquire softly of Jiang Yi, Uncle Jiang, does Uncle Su really seem like a child? Is he truly the president of the Mage Association? Perhaps it's influenced by his profession. Jiang Yi chuckled. What is Uncle Su's profession? He is a Holy Spirit mage, innocent-minded, lacking in guile or trickery, and somewhat childish in behavior, Jiang Yi patiently explained. But do not underestimate him. He is currently the only practitioner in the Dragon Kingdom capable of casting forbidden spells. He can cast forbidden spells. Song Feng was taken aback. He had encountered the term forbidden spell in his textbooks, a power beyond the 9th tier of magic, capable of annihilating a small nation with its formidable might. He turned his gaze towards the seemingly childish Su Guangyan, pondering his thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhao Chong reiterated their mission to enter the demon lair and annihilate the Blood Demon clan. Su Guangyan's eyes widened in shock, and he spun around to dash away, only to be caught by Zhao Chong by the scruff of his neck, his legs flailing in the air. Su Guangyan slowly turned his head, his face a mask of despair. The Grand Elder sent me to purify the demonic energy. But he never said I had to enter the demon lair to do so. He had assumed he would be purifying the demonic energy around the lair, merely setting up a magic array. Who would have thought they would actually venture inside? Surely this was madness. 1 carton of calcium milk. Are we going in or not? Since the direct approach was fruitless, it seemed time for a softer tactic. Zhao Chong and Su Guangyan had known each other since childhood, well acquainted with each other's preferences, and they addressed the matter directly. Just 1 box? Su Guangyan scoffed. Not a chance. 3 boxes? No, make it 100 boxes. With fervor, Su Guangyan sprang to life. Gesturing to the high-ranking mages behind him, brothers, let us pave the way for the main force. With that exclamation, he leapt down, vanishing from sight in an instant. The high-ranking mages exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by his sudden descent. The strong will lead. The main force shall follow closely. Observing this, Zhao Chong displayed a look of resignation. After offering a brief admonition, he hastily followed suit, seemingly concerned for Su Guangyan's safety. The assembled strong individuals exchanged glances before entering the demon lair in sequence. Wu Ying ensured Xiao Feng's protection and be prepared to teleport him to safety at any moment, Jiang Yi instructed habitually, while Chen Bing felt his ears nearly calloused from hearing such reminders. Rest assured, Captain, I will not allow any harm to befall Xiao Feng, even at the cost of my own life. Viank yin nodit risuringli. Subsequently, Song Feng and his 7 companions entered the demon lair, followed by a dense throng of the expeditionary army. After a tumultuous whirlwind, Song Feng felt as though he had entered another realm and slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay an expansive expanse of dark, loamy earth, soft as sand, seemingly on the verge of sinking. The atmosphere was saturated with an overwhelming darkness, inducing a sense of dizziness. Just then, Su Guangyan at the forefront raised his staff, emanating a brilliant green light that radiated outward like a beam, enveloping the entire expeditionary force. The demonic energy dissipated swiftly, akin to Jerry encountering Tom. Yet this was not the end. Dozens of other mages stood around the army, similarly raising their staffs, as sacred light gradually consumed the demonic energy. In that moment, a wave of relief washed over the crowd, restoring their spirits that had been affected by the dark energy. Zhao Chong squinted towards a distant city wall, where, amidst the murky black mist, numerous blood demons appeared to be stationed. Old Zhao, what do you think? Su Guangyan, shedding his earlier childish demeanor, assumed a grave expression. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Chong turned to his comrades. Brothers, do we have the confidence to annihilate the Blood Demon clan? Yes. The army shouted in unison, their resolve solidified. Good. That is enough, Zhao Chong replied, once again gazing towards the city wall. With a determined thrust of his fist forward, he declared, Brothers, let us charge headlong into battle. Kill. The thunderous roar coalesced into an invisible sound wave, rippling through the void as it surged towards the city wall. The expeditionary army advanced with relentless momentum, launching an assault upon the Blood Demon clan. The outcome of this battle remained uncertain. Chapter 73. To Death and Destruction? Let us journey to the underworld together. Meanwhile, atop the city walls of the Blood Demon territory, the soldiers of the Blood Demon clan stood frozen in place, stunned by the rapidly approaching tide of darkness. Which race is this? How audacious they are! Do you not fear the vengeance of our Blood Demon clan? They appear to be human, but how could that be? Am I seeing things? I thought I was the only one perceiving them as humans. Why have they manifested in the demon realm? The beasts were astonished. Yet, some members of the Blood Demon clan quickly regained their composure and shouted, Where's the messenger? Hurry and report to Lord Blood Demon Emperor that human soldiers have invaded. But wait, Isn't Lord Blood Demon Emperor leading the army to attack Blue Star? This group of humans seems to be emerging from the direction of the spatial tunnel. Could it be? Is our army defeated? Upon uttering this phrase, silence enveloped the assembly of beasts. Could it truly be that the entire army has perished? They had witnessed thousands of troops heading toward the spatial tunnel. Now, instead of seeing the main force, they were confronted by a fierce contingent of human soldiers. Impossible. Lord Blood Demon Emperor is on the battlefield. With him present, how could there be any unforeseen calamity? Indeed, in their minds, the Blood Demon Emperor was a divine entity. Invincible, no one could conquer him. Suddenly, a powerful aura emerged from the rear of the Blood Demon clan, and a figure, adorned with 6 wings and wielding a trident, appeared in a flash. It was none other than the Blood Demon Emperor himself. We pay our respects to your majesty. As the Blood Demon soldiers knelt in reverence. They couldn't help but wonder why the Blood Demon Emperor was within the city, and his pallor suggested he had sustained grave injuries. Prepared to implement the highest level of defensive strategy, the Blood Demon Emperor's expression was a tumult of shadows. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not fathom why humans, who typically only defend, would dare to invade the demon realm. Surely, these beings must be mad. Yet now, they had just lost a significant number of elite troops. Their overall strength had plummeted, rendering them no match for the human army. They could only brace themselves. The Blood Demon Emperor, with his face drawn, sent out pleas for aid to surrounding clans. Hope rested upon whether they would come to assist. Transmit the order from the Blood Demon Emperor to implement the highest level of defensive strategy. The message spread, 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Every soldier on the walls heard it distinctly. Armed and vigilant, they fixed their gaze upon the encroaching black tide, prepared to fight to the death. Simultaneously, a transparent defensive barrier was activated, enveloping the entire territory of the Blood Demon clan. In an instant, the soldiers of the Blood Demon clan felt emboldened, standing tall and gazing disdainfully at the swiftly approaching human army, as if to say, no matter how strong you are, what can you achieve? You cannot breach our protective barrier. You can only stare in futility. Under the watchful eyes of the Blood Demon soldiers, the human army commenced their assault on the defensive barrier. Alas, this was the protective barrier of the Blood Demon clan, renowned for its formidable defense. At their current pace, relentless attacks would require days, perhaps even weeks, to breach it. The expressions of the Blood Demon soldiers were initially filled with scorn. Yet in the next moment, their smiles abruptly froze. Before the army of the human race, a colossal spatial vortex materialized, drawing them into its depths one by one. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the protective barrier. The soldiers of the Blood Demon clan were utterly bewildered, as was the Blood Demon Emperor, who was usually composed. None could have anticipated such an extraordinary skill from the human forces. This astonishing feat was, of course, the work of Chun Bing. Goodness, I merely wanted to give it a try, and I never expected to succeed in teleporting here, Chun Bing mused, astonished by his own ingenuity. As the architect of this miracle, he was caught off guard by the realization that a whimsical thought had materialized into reality. Wing, you have done a tremendous service this time, Jiang Yi exclaimed, giving Chun Bing a thumbs up. He was not alone. The soldiers of the expeditionary force showered him with praise. Chun Bing, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and chuckled. It was just a small effort. At that moment, Chun Bing finally understood the joy that Song Feng felt, relishing the astonished gazes of so many, his heart secretly elated, reveling in the thrill of the moment. Zhao Chong, too, was taken aback. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly turned his gaze toward the city walls, his expression ablaze with excitement. Without the protection of the city barrier, I wonder how long you can hold out. Brothers, charge. Annihilate the Blood Demon clan. I'll pay 5,000 blue star coins for each one slain. Let us go. Charge, my brothers. To cut off their means of livelihood is akin to slaying their kin. No one dares to compete with me for kills. Under the lure of monetary gain, the morale of the expeditionary army surged to new heights. They rushed toward the city walls with fervor, unleashing a frenzied assault on the gates, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. Upon the walls, the once arrogant soldiers of the Blood Demon clan had lost their bravado. They trembled at the sight of the charging human army, their chilling battle cries sending shivers down their spines. The Blood Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Is it truly a matter of fighting to the bitter end?" Simultaneously, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the city walls, fragmenting inch by inch until the gates crumbled to dust. The gates have fallen. Brothers, charge. Zhao Chong was the first to storm into the city, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the obstructing soldiers of the Blood Demon clan. Leaving no survivors, Already at a disadvantage, the Blood Demon clan, faced with such a fierce onslaught, had lost all hope and began to retreat in disarray. Suddenly, the figure of the Blood Demon Emperor appeared before the advancing army, blocking their path. Zhao Chong halted, resting his long sword on his shoulder. "Oh ho! Isn't this the little mouse that fled in panic? How dare you show your face? Are you certain you wish to eradicate our Blood Demon clan?" The Blood Demon Emperor scanned the expeditionary forces with narrowed eyes and spoke in a low voice. "So, do you perhaps have some hidden trump cards? Are you seeking to play the game of mutual destruction?" Zhao Chong smirked. "Oh, please don't. I'm so scared." His expression was one of mockery, dripping with sarcasm. Upon witnessing the scene, the expression of the Blood Demon Emperor grew increasingly somber. This was nothing short of a blatant affront. The flames of fury blazed fiercely within the depths of his eyes. Yet, alongside this anger, he was engulfed in perplexity. If they were aware of his trump card for mutual destruction, why did they wear expressions of indifference? Did they not fear? Or perhaps they were terrified within, yet maintained a facade of calm? It was evident that the Blood Demon Emperor leaned towards the latter interpretation. Contemplating this, a smirk gradually formed at the corners of his mouth. "Since you wish to annihilate the Blood Demon clan, I shall ensure that you accompany me in demise, even at the cost of my own life. Let's descend together into the abyss." Chapter 74. The Mighty Blood Demon Emperor Defeated by a Human Youth. With that proclamation, the Blood Demon Emperor spread his arms wide. A dense, ominous black mist surged forth from his being, swiftly coalescing into a terrifying sphere of darkness before him. Simultaneously, several weaker practitioners felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness enveloping their hearts. Su Guangyin's gaze sharpened, the radiance of his staff intensifying as he expelled the invasive dark energy that tainted the sacred light. He turned to Zhao Chong, concern etched upon his face. "Old Zhao, are you not afraid? What is there to fear in death?" Zhao Chong replied, exuding an air of fearlessness. Su Guangyin, on the other hand, wore a face of grievance, nearly bursting into tears. "I fear that I won't be able to drink my calcium milk after I die." Zhao Chong, in a display of exasperation, patted Su Guangyin's shoulder gently and murmured, "Do not worry. We have our own trump card." "Where is it?" "Right there." Zhao Chong gestured subtly towards a figure amidst the crowd. Su Guangyin followed his gaze, and his expression faltered. "Song Feng, are you jesting with me? He's only at the third transition." "Humph, believe it or not, just stay put and enjoy the show." Zhao Chong offered no further explanation, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Before entering the demon lair, Jiang Yi had informed Zhao Chong of the life-saving trump card that Song Feng possessed. Even if the Blood Demon Emperor intended for mutual destruction, that skill could safeguard the entire army. As for the nature of that trump card, Jiang Yi merely smiled enigmatically, saying, "You'll find out when the time comes. Do not be too astonished." Zhao Chong knew that with Song Feng backed by the nation, he surely harbored extraordinary means of survival. Thus, he harbored no concern that the Blood Demon Emperor would think to perish alongside them. They did not even attempt to intervene, merely standing still, silently observing as the black sphere before the Blood Demon Emperor swelled ever larger, its diameter reaching several dozen meters. The Blood Demon Emperor had anticipated that the human army would be stricken with fear and scatter in disarray. However, contrary to his expectations, they regarded him as one would a circus show, quietly observing his performance with rapt attention. Even at death's door, they feigned composure. The Blood Demon Emperor remained convinced that the humans were merely pretending to be calm, their hearts in turmoil. Without further hesitation, he launched the black sphere towards the direction of the army. Then let death come. The black sphere hummed ominously as it scraped against the void, producing a sound that reverberated through the very souls of those present. As the luminous sphere rapidly approached, Song Feng immediately shouted, "Everyone, remain where you are. I assure your safety." A slight smile graced his lips as he invoked his skill, Celestial Rock. Previously, he had observed with his spiritual eye that the black sphere unleashed by the Blood Demon Emperor was composed of countless pure demonic energies. If released, it would only cause explosive physical damage, devoid of any mental or other types of energy. Thus, the Celestial Rock would counter it perfectly. Song Feng had faith in the system, in the skill, and in miracles. The skill promised immunity to all physical harm within its range. Boom! The black sphere collided with the colossal rock, generating massive ripples in the void, expanding outward like undulating waves. A dazzling light, born of the clash of energies, instantaneously illuminated the entire Blood Demon territory. The earth fractured inch by inch, while dark clouds loomed ominously above. The ground trembled and the sky darkened, resembling a nuclear bomb descending upon the earth, with blinding white light rippling through space, leaving no living being unscathed. It was as if the world was coming to an end. The commotion alarmed the nearby beast territories, drawing their attention toward the blood demon domain. Their eyes filled with confusion, shock, bewilderment, and fear. This cataclysmic transformation lasted for several minutes. Once the blinding light dissipated, a sight emerged from the swirling black sand that no one could have anticipated. The once proud territory of the blood demons was now shrouded in black sand. Almost all of the blood demon soldiers had been obliterated into ashes by the energy sphere lost within the dark haze. The entire blood demon clan was left with only the disheveled blood demon emperor, who clung to the last vestiges of life. With great difficulty, it raised its head to gaze at the expeditionary forces within the rock barrier, its eyes devoid of the prior fury, replaced instead by an endless remorse. Hatred consumed it. It lamented its desire to invade the blue star. It regretted trusting the deceitful words of the shadow assassin. It despised itself for annihilating its kin, while the enemy remained unscathed within the barrier. In that moment, it was nothing short of a complete jester. All its actions appeared so ludicrous, so foolish in the eyes of others. The blood demon emperor ultimately fixed its gaze upon Feng. It had lost, but had not been defeated by humanity. Rather, it had succumbed to the harmless youth before it. It realized that the rock barrier was conjured by this very boy. From the initial deception to the subsequent trap, and now to this unilateral destruction, everything had been orchestrated by that young man. The blood demon emperor stared deeply at the youth, a bitter smile curling at its lips. I have plundered and thrived all my life. Yet I never imagined I would fall at the hands of a human boy. How tragic, how lamentable. Its voice dwindled, fading into silence. The blood demon emperor slowly closed its eyes, lying quietly upon the black sand, slipping into a prolonged slumber. Feng exhaled deeply, dispelling the rock barrier. He stepped forward to stand before the blood demon emperor, placing his palm upon him. There is no distinction between good and evil, only differing stances. You have failed, and must now face the consequences that come with it. To be honest, Feng harbored no hatred towards the blood demon emperor, but rather a resistance to the outsider. From the perspective of the blood demon emperor, he did not perceive his assault on Blue Star as erroneous. Instead, he had become a hero to his kin, a source of pride for his ancestors. However, differing allegiances inevitably lead to triumphs and defeats. The blood demon emperor has fallen, and thus must accept the due repercussions. With the utterance of Feng's words, countless sacred white lotuses coalesced, emanating a divine and inviolable white light. They dispelled the black sands, devoured the demonic miasma, and obliterated the blood demon emperor. Under the illumination of the white light, the blood demon emperor's body gradually transformed into ashes, scattering with the wind to an unknown destination. Rising to his feet, Feng's previously solemn expression morphed into one of victorious elation. We have won. Chapter 75. The Decapitation Plan? How exactly shall we proceed? We have triumphed. Victory belongs to us. Ha ha ha. This time we owe it all to Feng. Otherwise, we would have all met our doom. What do you mean by calling him Feng? He is nothing short of the god of Maple. God of Maple? Incredible. The name of Feng resonated for the first time in this otherworldly realm. This may be the first, and perhaps the last, time such a name echoes before the dust settles, leaving the future shrouded in uncertainty. Little Feng, you have accomplished a great feat this time. Jiang Yi and his companions approached, their faces adorned with satisfaction. Were it not for Feng's timely display of skill, our entire force would have likely been decimated. Even if we managed to withstand that sudden onslaught, the casualties would have been tremendous. Feng's actions effectively salvaged numerous lives. Ha ha ha. Brother Song, you are remarkable, truly impressive. I have observed your prowess since childhood. Zhao Chong laughed heartily. Hu Yang stroked his beard, nodding with a smile, declaring that with young friends like Song, the future of Long Country is bright. TSK. At the rate of Song's growth, it won TB long before roles are reversed. And you will be the one protecting us, joked Zheng Pengfei. Everyone could not help but express their admiration for Feng. Should he not have been present, the likelihood of defeat would have been significantly greater, with devastating losses. However, before their joy could linger, powerful auras began to emanate from all directions. Jiang Yi and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. There, not far away, the army of magical beasts surged forth like a black tide. Even the ground trembled violently beneath them. This horde of beasts must have been summoned by the blood demon emperor in his dying moments. The sheer number exceeded that of the entire blood clan combined. What shall we do? The discussion within the army grew fervent. Zhao Chong turned to the contemplative Feng, inquiring, Brother Song, If you were the leader of the army, what would you do? If I were the leader, what course of action would I take? Zhao Chang was eager to hear Song Feng's thoughts. Well, we should strike. Such an excellent opportunity cannot be missed. Song Feng gazed intensely at the relentless horde of beasts approaching, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. If they could instill fear within them, the invasion of the Dragon Kingdom would surely cease. Since he intended to establish authority, he would do so with unwavering resolve. Merely vanquishing a blood demon clan was insufficient. It would only embolden the beasts to retaliate under the banner of vengeance, continuing their assault on the Blue Star. Therefore, if they were to kill, they would do so en masse. They would slay until the heavens darkened and rivers ran red with blood, instilling a profound dread of humanity within the hearts of the beasts. The fleeting peace was but a fade. Only through profound terror could one pierce the very soul. Ah, what a fine lad. Share my sentiments. It seemed that Song Feng's support invigorated Zhao Chang with newfound confidence. Brothers, are you afraid of death? Not at all. The army roared in unison. Very well. Zhao Chang nodded approvingly, his gaze piercing as he looked upon the advancing beast horde. To battle. Kill. Kill. The army, united in purpose, surged forth like a mighty dragon, each soldier akin to a scale, together forming a celestial dragon soaring through the skies. In an instant, the leader of the beast horde attempted to speak, but Zhao Chang's forces offered no opportunity for dialogue, launching directly into combat. Thus, the great battle commenced. Chun Bing refrained from recklessly charging ahead, instead positioning himself closely beside Song Feng for protection, standing among the ranged attackers at the rear of the army. As Song Feng listened to the incantations that reached his ears, he meticulously observed the unfolding battlefield. Although the beast army had a numerical advantage, the overall strength still favored the human forces slightly. Therefore, analyzing all aspects, both sides seemed evenly matched. Unless a significant turning point emerged, this battle would likely be fiercely contested. No, Song Feng suddenly declared, startling Chun Bing beside him. What do you mean, no? If the fighting persisted, both sides would suffer grievously. With no clear victor, Song Feng furrowed his brow and said, "This is the demon realm, not the Blue Star. If they send powerful reinforcements, we could find ourselves utterly isolated." Upon hearing this, Chun Bing's brow also creased with concern. Indeed, what shall we do? We must conclude this battle swiftly. How exactly do we accomplish that? A smile crept onto Song Feng's lips as his gaze fixed upon the beast leader engaged in combat with Jiang Yi and others. If we decapitate their leader, their morale will undoubtedly plummet. At that moment, we can launch a fierce assault and obliterate the beast army. Even if they send reinforcements, they will not arrive in time. After a slight adjustment, we can continue our onslaught against the incoming forces. Splendid. Chun Bing nodded discreetly, though a twinge of anxiety lingered in his heart. After decimating the first wave of beasts, our own forces will also suffer heavy casualties. Will we still possess the strength to confront the reinforcements? Song Feng chuckled. By then, it will be my turn to take the stage. Uncle Chun, do you know the nickname I have given myself? No, Chun Bing replied, bewildered. The Scatterdan Boy, Song Feng said with a smirk. Even if each soldier in our army receives but a single pill, it will be more than sufficient. Upon hearing this, Chun Bing's lips twitched. What an apt moniker. The pressing question, however, was how to swiftly eliminate their leader. It appeared that the captain and his companions were evenly matched with the foes. After much contemplation, Chun Bing found himself at a loss for effective strategies. Whatever adversary we face, we must employ the appropriate tactics. Song Feng smiled mysteriously, leaning in to whisper something into Chun Bing's ear. In an instant, Chun Bing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Brother, let us hasten to put this to the test. With that, he conjured a spatial vortex. Song Feng and his companions stepped inside, vanishing from their original location, their whereabouts now a mystery. Chapter 76. Is this a mine? It's clearly a gold mine. Meanwhile, the battle between the humans and the beasts raged on with fervor, oblivious to the fact that Song Feng and his companion had disappeared from the battlefield. As for their destination, they were stealthily making their way to the enemy's lair. Several thousand meters away, beneath a colossal city wall, two furtive figures scanned their surroundings. Only after confirming the absence of any anomalies did they exhale in relief. The duo was none other than Song Feng and Chun Bing. Chun Bing was somewhat puzzled. This seemed to differ from what was previously discussed. Alas, with our prowess, we'd merely be spectators there. It would be more prudent to covertly earn some rewards for our nation. Song Feng, with a gleeful glint in his eye, gazed towards a certain direction. After all, this was the territory of a formidable beast clan, and who knew what invaluable treasures might be hidden within. Chun Bing remained perplexed. So, What does this have to do with your earlier mention of a decapitation operation? Patience, young man. Allow me to finish my thoughts. Song Feng replied in a tone that belied his age, articulating his plan. You see, once we have thoroughly plundered their treasury, we shall make our presence known. Deliberately sending a messenger to inform the beast leader of the theft. Will the leader remain focused on the battle upon learning of the breach? Certainly not. Chun Bing shook his head. No, he wouldn't. Precisely. At that moment, Uncle Jiang and the others can take advantage of the chaos to obliterate the beast army with ease. Song Feng chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the beast territory, his eyes glimmering as if surveying his own lands. Then we can coordinate from within and seize this place entirely. This expedition into the demon realm will not have been in vain. Upon hearing this, Chun Bing immediately gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. Brother, your intellect truly astounds. In truth, Song Feng's initial plan was to hide in the shadows, waiting for the beast leader to be engrossed in combat, allowing Chun Bing to strike stealthily. However, as time went on, Song Feng realized that this journey into the demon realm should yield some tangible benefits. Otherwise, the effort would be unrewarded, diminishing any desire for a return. Thus, he cleverly shifted from the decapitation scheme to the current treasure-hunting endeavor. To be precise, it was a plan to pilfer valuables. Although this undertaking was fraught with risk, together, Song Feng and Chun Bing were nearly invulnerable. No one could harm them or keep pace with their swiftness. With Song Feng's defenses and Chun Bing's agility, they formed an unstoppable duo. All right, let us commence our operation. Song Feng immediately employed the ethereal celestial technique, gradually becoming insubstantial, his presence entirely vanishing. You conceal yourself within the void and follow closely. Our primary objective is to locate the treasure trove of the beasts. In case of uncertainty, utilize spatial teleportation. Understood? All right. Chun Bing nodded, and in an instant, he flickered and vanished from sight. As a practitioner of spatial abilities, he adeptly concealed himself within the void, a skill essential for his vocation. The treasure hunting plan commences. Upon uttering this, Song Feng seemed to transcend the boundaries of reality, his form piercing through the city walls into the territory of the magical beasts. Through the insights gleaned from his spiritual gaze, he discerned that this was the domain of the Zilch demon clan, a formidable force akin to the Blood Demon clan, both being prominent factions in the demon realm. However, these two are merely branches, sharing the same race, yet divided into numerous factions scattered throughout the demon world. Song Feng employed his spiritual gaze to scan the movements within a 100-meter radius. Logically, such treasures ought to be concealed in the deepest recesses. With this thought, Song Feng glided like a phantom into the depths of the Zilch territory, brazenly parading before the soldiers of the Zilch demon clan without any attempt to conceal his presence. Huh, did I just experience a hallucination? Was there not a fleeting white shadow? One of the Zilch soldiers rubbed his eyes, only to find the specter had vanished once more. A nearby soldier, drowsy, cast a glance at him. You're overthinking it. Who would be audacious enough to intrude upon our Zilch territory? Besides, with the meager stipend we receive, why should we exert ourselves to guard? It's far more enjoyable to slack off. Many soldiers of the Zilch harbored such thoughts. They had long enjoyed a life of comfort, only engaging in offensive actions against others, with no race daring to provoke them openly. Over time, their lack of warfare had dulled their sense of vigilance. As he traversed, Song Feng keenly perceived the soldiers' lax attitude towards defense. Even as he drifted past them, they paid him little heed, assuming he was merely a powerful clan member on a leisurely patrol. Song Feng couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. It seemed that awareness of danger was indeed paramount. Strain can build a nation, while ease can lead to demise. The importance of remaining vigilant in times of peace was self-evident. With unimpeded passage, Song Feng's ease left Chun Bing, hidden in the void, utterly astonished. He had intended to caution Song Feng to be more discreet and avoid recklessness. Yet the unfolding scene left him questioning reality. Is this a jest? Are these Zilch soldiers blind? A vast white shadow passes before them, and they remain oblivious, allowing an enemy to roam freely within their domain. Absurd. At that moment, Song Feng appeared to have made a significant discovery, suddenly directing his gaze towards a particular direction, his eyes alight with excitement. Brother, have you found the treasure trove? Chun Bing's voice resonated from within the void. Though unseen, his presence was palpable. Not the treasure trove, Song Feng replied, shaking his head. His eyes burned with fervor, and he was nearly salivating with anticipation. Upon witnessing the scene, Chun Bing was momentarily taken aback. If this was not a treasure trove, then what could possibly account for your evident excitement? Following his gaze, Chun Bing's sight fell upon a small mountain, heavily guarded at its entrance. Lacking the extraordinary insight possessed by Song Feng, he was oblivious to the secrets concealed within. For indeed, it was a magic crystal mine. As Song Feng uttered these words, Chun Bing's eyes widened in astonishment. A single magic crystal could transform an ordinary piece of equipment, dramatically enhancing its capabilities. Furthermore, the exorbitant price of magic crystals rendered them unattainable for most practitioners. Additionally, the success rate of enchanters was far from guaranteed. Failures would lead to the crystals shattering, thus proving to be a futile endeavor. The value of such scarce resources is inherent in their rarity. Although the market in the Dragon Kingdom boasted nearly 8 million magic crystals, when juxtaposed with the population, the figures appeared disheartening. The quantity was exceedingly limited, akin to a mere 1 out of 20 practitioners being able to afford the embedding of a magic crystal in their gear. There were 2 avenues to procure magic crystals: purchasing them at an auction house, a costly affair, or defeating monsters, which bore a minuscule probability of yielding results. Yet here lay an entire magic crystal mine before them. This was no mere mine. It was akin to a mountain brimming with blue star coins. After a brief moment of distraction, Song Feng regained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This magic crystal mine would ultimately belong to our Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 77. The Apparent Treasure Trove? What is this mountain relocation plan? Upon hearing Song Feng's declaration, Chun Bing involuntarily twitched at the corner of his mouth. One might mistake this for a bandit emerging from the depths of some desolate mountain, claiming it as his own without a second thought. Ahem, brother. Are you so certain that we can seize this mine? Uncertain. Song Feng shook his head, then swiftly redirected his thoughts. However, this magic crystal mine has already captured my attention. Even if we do not succeed this time, I shall return again. Chun Bing was momentarily rendered speechless. He had anticipated that Song Feng would abandon the endeavor, yet it was clear that the image of this mountain had been indelibly etched in his mind. Chun Bing gazed at the mountain, as though the surface itself bore the inscription Song Feng exclusive. With time pressing and tasks aplenty, let us continue our search for the treasure. As for this magic crystal mine, even if Song Feng were to enter, it would be impossible to deplete the entire mountain in a short span. Thus, he planned to wait for the main force to conquer this place before dispatching specialists for extraction, preventing any damage to the magic crystals. Song Feng delved deeper into the heart of the Purple Sha demon clan. His keen perception remained ever vigilant, conducting a thorough search. How peculiar! Could it be that the Purple Sha demon clan harbors no treasure? Song Feng traversed nearly the entirety of their territory, yet the whereabouts of the treasure remained elusive. As the duration of the ethereal spell approached its 30-minute limit, Song Feng was still at a loss. Brother, shall we continue our search? Chun Bing's voice echoed from the void. Yes. Song Feng affirmed with a nod. Chun Bing pondered and inquired. Why can't we wait for the main force to seize this place before sending someone to search? Song Feng articulated his concerns. What if the enemy realizes they cannot win and, in the chaos, absconds with a trove of treasures? Or, akin to the previous Blood Demon Emperor, they might resort to a destructive self-explosion, turning the treasury to ashes. After listening to Song Feng's explanation, Chun Bing nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning quite compelling. Yet we have scoured the entire territory of the Purple Sha demon clan and still found nothing. If the treasury is not on the ground, could it possibly be in the sky? Song Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought, when suddenly a realization struck him, and he turned sharply to Chun Bing. What did you just say? Chun Bing, taken aback by Song Feng's abrupt question, responded, We have searched the entire territory of the Purple Sha demon clan. No, what follows? If the treasury is not on the ground, could it possibly be in the sky? In the sky. With this revelation, Song Feng abruptly gazed upward. The dense demonic energy in the air clouded their vision, rendering everything somewhat unclear. However, Song Feng possessed the extraordinary ability of insightful eyes. He squinted, and in the next moment, the black mist began to dissipate. A faint, indistinct silhouette emerged in his sight, resembling a small palace. Indeed, there was a structure hidden in the sky. The question remained whether it was the treasury of the Purple Sha demon clan. Song Feng marveled at the unexpected turn of events, realizing that Chun Bing had stumbled upon the truth quite fortuitously. Frankly, Chun Bing himself was bewildered. He had merely voiced a casual complaint, and now it had come to fruition. Could it be that he possessed a hidden talent for prophetic utterances? Uncle Chun, can you teleport me up there? Song Feng lacked the ability to fly, so he needed to rely on Chun Bing's skills to investigate the aerial structure. No problem. Chun Bing replied with an assuring glance. In an instant, a rift in space opened, and Song Feng stepped through, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, high above in the vast void, a small palace shrouded in black mist seemed to be suspended by some mysterious force. At its entrance stood numerous formidable soldiers of the Purple Sha Demon clan. All elite warriors, their defensive posture extremely vigilant. Even a mere mosquito approaching could be met with lethal force. Guided by Chun Bing, Song Feng traversed the void and arrived within 100 meters of the palace, placing him within the scanning range of his insightful eyes. Without hesitation, he activated the ability. In the next moment, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes, as if he had uncovered a secret treasury. "Brother, is that the treasury we seek?" Chun Bing inquired curiously. Observing Song Feng's reaction, Song Feng nodded with unbridled joy, for the treasures within were astonishingly abundant, exceeding our wildest imaginations. However, the soldiers guarding the palace were formidable, making a stealthy infiltration seem rather challenging. As the effect of the ethereal spell approached its conclusion, the opportunity to cast it again would not arise for another 12 hours. Yet, Song Feng could not afford such a lengthy wait. He needed to swiftly deplete the treasury and then create chaos within the territory of the Purple Sha Demon clan. He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. How could he safely enter the treasury and seize all the treasures? This indeed posed a formidable dilemma. Beside him, Chun Bing remained silent, patiently awaiting a solution. If even Song Feng lacked a viable plan, their only recourse would be to retreat. At that moment, however, a bold idea suddenly sparked in Song Feng's mind, prompting him to swiftly nullify the effect of the ethereal spell. Having cast the spell numerous times, he was well aware that its phantasmal effect could be activated and deactivated at will. The skill's duration accumulated for 30 minutes before it would automatically dissipate, akin to the charging and discharging mechanism of a mobile phone. "Brother, have you devised a clever plan?" Chun Bing inquired, his eyes lighting up upon observing Song Feng's change in demeanor. "Indeed, I have," Song Feng replied, yet a shadow of concern flickered across his face. This method was somewhat perilous, and its feasibility was uncertain. "What is it?" Chun Bing asked curiously. "The Mountain Moving Plan." Chapter 78. Wealth Lies in Risk. Will the plan succeed? The Mountain Moving Plan? Chun Bing was taken aback, unsure of what this plan entailed. Song Feng proceeded to elucidate the concept succinctly. Essentially, he would utilize the Heavenly Transformation Stone, remaining in a state of stillness while Chun Bing transported him safely to the entrance of the treasury. Thereafter, Song Feng would employ the ethereal spell to enter the treasury, swiftly collect the treasures, and make his escape. Song Feng's primary concern regarding this plan was whether Chun Bing could successfully transport his body while the Heavenly Transformation Stone was in effect. Would the skill lose its efficacy? Although this plan was undeniably fraught with risk, given the current circumstances, it was worth attempting. "Brother, is this not too dangerous? This feels like a mere wordplay with the Heavenly Transformation Stone skill. Since you suggest maintaining a state of stillness, very well. I shall remain still while others move my body. There is nothing inherently flawed about that. We have come this far. We cannot afford to abandon our quest." It was evident that Song Feng was resolute. His gaze burned with determination as he looked toward the palace, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The treasures within had the potential to strengthen the Dragon Kingdom immensely. If this opportunity slipped through their fingers, who knew how long they would have to wait for another chance? Turning his attention to Chun Bing, his expression turned serious. "Uncle Chun, fortune favors the bold. Should the plan falter, we shall make our escape at once." With a surge of speed granted to him, I unleashed the art of spatial teleportation, confident that the group of purple fiends could not possibly keep pace with us. Upon hearing Song Feng's words, Chun Bing felt a flicker of excitement. Upon reflection, he realized it was indeed true. The notorious duo, even if discovered, would pose no concern. Who could outpace them? This thought ignited a spark of enthusiasm within Chun Bing. "Brother, let's hasten to test it." Without hesitation, Chun Bing led Song Feng through the void, unmasked and brazenly approaching the palace gates. "Halt! Should you dare to advance a single step further, we shall execute you without mercy." Dozens of guards from the purple fiends, brandishing long spears, aimed with caution at the uninvited guests. Song Feng and Chun Bing, feigning ignorance, pressed onward. A few soldiers exchanged glances, a glint of malice flashing in their eyes. "Execute without mercy, leave not a single one alive." With that, several soldiers charged forth. Their ability to locate this place without detection indicated that these two were no ordinary individuals. The soldiers did not hold back, unleashing their most lethal attacks. Purple Fiend's Cataclysmic Strike. Multiple spear strikes cleaved through the air, racing towards Song Feng and Chun Bing. An overwhelming force surged towards them. Yet a subtle smile graced Song Feng's lips as he softly murmured, Heavenly Rock. Among Song Feng's repertoire of skills, save for the ethereal technique requiring recharging, the others had no cooldown. As long as his mental strength was sufficient, they could persist until the end of time, a hidden talent indeed. Ordinary practitioners possessing such a gift could easily be admitted to prestigious institutions for further study. With a resounding echo, a colossal rock-like illusion materialized, enveloping both Song Feng and Chun Bing. The soldiers' assaults struck the barrier, and in the next moment, invisible ripples radiated through the void, swiftly expanding like ripples in water. The soldiers of the Purple Fiends were caught off guard by this unforeseen outcome. Before they could mount a defense, they were forcefully propelled backward by the tremendous backlash. Within the rock barrier, only Song Feng and Chun Bing remained, experiencing a compounded rebound effect translating to a total damage reduction of 40. While this did not initially appear as catastrophic damage, the simultaneous barrage of attacks naturally resulted in overwhelming repercussions. Even with proper defenses, they would incur severe injuries. Their negligence in this encounter was palpable. Is that all you've got? Song Feng wore a mischievous grin. I stand right before you. Believe it or not, none will dare to strike again. His taunt ignited the fury of the soldiers, both those who had attacked and those who had merely watched, all glaring menacingly at Song Feng. After a moment of mutual understanding, nearly all the Purple Fiend soldiers launched their assaults. If a few strikes could not breach the defenses, surely dozens would succeed? Boom! 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 They unleashed their ultimate skills, striking fiercely against the rock barrier. However, what the soldiers did not anticipate was that the barrier not only remained intact, but also rebounded a significant amount of damage back upon them. In an instant, the entire Purple Evil Demon clan was sent flying, each member spitting blood. Seizing this opportunity, Song Feng immediately shouted to Chun Bing, Uncle Chun, "Teleport me closer to the palace." Chun Bing reacted swiftly, tearing open a vortex of space and transporting Song Feng to just before the palace door, a mere step away. Upon witnessing this, the soldiers of the Purple Evil Demon clan struggled to rise and encircled Song Feng. "Halt! This is not a place for your recklessness. I advise you to leave promptly. Otherwise, our clan leader will not be so forgiving," the soldiers admonished. They were acutely aware of their inability to defeat him, hence their reluctance to act hastily. Instead, they sought to summon their clan leader, hoping to instill fear. However, it was evident they had misjudged their opponent. Song Feng was undaunted, relishing the sight of his adversary's frustrated expressions, unable to act against him. The soldiers, filled with rage and gritting their teeth, yearned to rush forward and eliminate Song Feng, yet the remnants of their reason warned them against acting impulsively, lest they fall into a trap. Noticing that the soldiers had learned from their previous mistakes and no longer made the first move, Song Feng found the situation rather dull. He waved his hand, saying, "Since you choose not to fight, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for their reaction, he employed the ethereal immortal technique, swiftly penetrating the palace gates and vanishing from their sight. "Curse it! Hurry inside and capture him. We must not allow him to steal our treasures." Just as the soldiers of the Purple Evil Demon clan prepared to pursue, a figure obstructed their path. "You wish to thwart my brother's plans? First, you must pass through me." With that, Chun Bing brandished the soul-severing flying wheel, a flicker of shadow darting forth like lightning towards the soldiers. Previously, Chun Bing would not have dared to confront this formidable group, but now, after enduring the substantial damage from the Heavenly Rock, a significant portion of the Purple Evil Demon clan was severely injured, their combat prowess drastically diminished. Defeating them all would be challenging, but holding them off until Song Feng emerged was entirely feasible. Chun Bing cast a concerned glance at the palace behind him, his expression clouded with worry. "Brother, please do not encounter any mishaps, otherwise I would have no face to meet the captain and the others." Chapter 79, A Shocking Discovery. A problem solved by a single skill. Meanwhile, within the palace, after Song Feng entered using the ethereal immortal technique, he was met with a dazzling array of treasures that caused his lips to curl into a smile. The demon clan's treasury was indeed simplistic and crude, lacking any form of categorization, merely heaped together. Among the treasures before him were demon crystals, equipment, and even some rare items that had never been seen in Blue Star. Approaching without hesitation, Song Feng began to transfer large stacks of these treasures into the system space. Even in his ethereal state, the system space functioned normally. Wherever his gaze fell, treasures vanished into thin air. The once mountainous pile of riches quickly dwindled to a mere handful. The vast palace now appeared exceedingly desolate. "Huh? This sword?" Song Feng seemed to have stumbled upon something, his eyes fixating on a blade. "Name, Sword of the Nether Realm. Type, long sword. Description: few can wield the sword of the nether realm with a mortal body. Perhaps only the solitary sword immortal, Lung Mu Bai, is capable. As his eyes swept over the description panel, joy illuminated Song Feng's face. The sword of the nether realm. Was this not one of the materials required for his breakthrough? Previously, the special team from the Demon Mask had scoured the auction house, managing only to gather information about the Windflower Trickhorn and successfully obtaining it from Hidden Realm. As for the sword of the nether realm and the Dominance Fruit, they had been utterly clueless. Who would have thought? A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Finding a breakthrough material here was an unexpected delight. The name Lung Mu Bai struck a familiar chord. As Song Feng lowered his gaze, he noticed a line in the description. After pondering it for a moment, realization dawned upon him. Could it be that legendary swordsman from a century ago? It was said he lived in solitude, rising as a scattered cultivator, dominating the era of prodigies, and was revered as the solitary sword immortal. Rumor had it that he vanished abruptly, leaving no trace, as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm. Contemplating this, Song Feng glanced at the sword of the nether realm, and a bold thought suddenly surged in his mind. Could this sword belong to the esteemed, solitary sword immortal? Did he venture alone into the demon realm? However, it appeared he must have met defeat, and this cherished sword had fallen into the hands of the demon clan. Song Feng could not help but sigh. The fall of such a prodigious figure was a devastating loss for the Dragon Kingdom and indeed the entire Blue Star. He briefly steadied his heavy thoughts. After securing the sword of the nether realm in the system space, he turned his gaze toward a door at the far end of the Great Hall. The hall featured compartments, suggesting that great treasures might be concealed within. With this in mind, Song Feng immediately employed the ethereal immortal technique, penetrating through to the other side. However, what met his eyes was not a treasure, but a figure. An elderly man with white hair, frail and disheveled, lay there, ensnared by chains, with demonic energy swirling around him, slowly seeping into his body. Song Feng narrowed his eyes cautiously. An information panel promptly appeared. Name: Lung Mu Bai. Occupation: Nether Blood Sword Immortal. Status: on the brink of death. Description: once a shining beacon in the mortal realm, now in decline within the demon realm. One man, one sword, solely to cleanse the demon realm of evil. However, due to the injustices of the world, after annihilating numerous demon clans, he ultimately faced defeat, enduring countless humiliations. Imprisoned within the Soul Suppression Palace, under the watch of various demon clans, the esteemed solitary sword immortal. Song Feng's pupils dilated in shock. He had believed the solitary sword immortal to have perished, yet here he was, imprisoned. Moreover, this palace was not a treasure trove, but rather a celestial prison known as the Soul Suppression Palace. At that moment, Song Feng's expression was one of bewilderment. The purpose is evidently clear: to frequently change locations to prevent the human race from dispatching formidable warriors for rescue. It is nothing short of insidious. However, the demon clan could never fathom that Song Feng would serendipitously stumble upon this place. As if sensing an approaching presence, Lung Mu Bai slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the visitor, a ripple stirred in his previously tranquil gaze. Young man, are you from the Dragon Kingdom? Indeed, Senior, Song Feng replied, clasping his fists in respect. You should not have come here. Lung Mu Bai sighed deeply. The terror of the demon clan far exceeds your imagination. Since our paths have crossed, we cannot remain idle. Song Feng's eyes reflected unwavering determination, devoid of any trace of fear. He gazed at the chains entwined with dense demonic energy and inquired, Senior, how can I rescue you? You cannot save me, Lung Mu Bai replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. These chains are known as the soul-binding chains. They suppress one's power, and can only be undone if the soul of the imprisoned is extinguished. Impossible to undo? I refuse to believe that. With his spiritual vision, Song Feng could perceive the thick demonic energy coiling around the chains, seeping into Lung Mu Bai's body. His physique was gradually corroding, his blood vitality waning, and his strength suppressed by the malevolent aura. Resolute in his thoughts, Song Feng immediately unleashed his skill, Holy Lotus Emergence. As he spoke, a pure white lotus materialized, and divine radiance cascaded down, transforming into a celestial shower of starlight. Wherever the white light passed, the demonic energy was gradually engulfed and returned to Song Feng in the form of spiritual power. Witnessing this scene, Lung Mu Bai, who had previously been shaking his head in despair, suddenly widened his eyes, his once dim and aged gaze rekindled with newfound vitality. This, as he sensed the dissipating demonic energy within him, he could hardly believe his senses. The malevolent energy was genuinely being dispelled. The holy light persisted for a good 5 or 6 minutes, until the demonic energy in Lung Mu Bai's body was entirely eradicated. Young man, what is your name? And which faction do you belong to? When I manage to escape, I shall repay you, he said, his expression filled with profound excitement. The dispersal of the demonic energy signified that his strength was slowly returning. Given ample time, he was confident that he could break free from his shackles and be reborn. Naturally, Song Feng, being his savior, needed to know his information for future gratitude. Senior, my name is Song Feng. Does the Dragon Kingdom count as a faction? Are you an official of the Dragon Kingdom? Lung Mu Bai was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I suppose so, Song Feng replied with a smile and a nod. Song Feng. Good, I shall remember you. Lung Mu Bai murmured the name several times, as if afraid to forget it. Senior, I may not have much time to wait for your natural recovery. Perhaps I should assist you? Noticing the gradual restoration of Lung Mu Bai's strength, Song Feng felt a sense of joy. However, the recovery was painfully slow. Chun Bing was still engaged in battle with the purple demon soldiers, and he had little time to spare. Do you have any elixirs that can swiftly restore your vitality? Lin Mu Bai inquired. I do have some, but they are unnecessary. Song Feng chuckled and promptly invoked his skill, Holy Light Divine Healing. Chapter 80. A sword drawn, the palace annihilated. With a resounding sound, a radiant holy light blossomed from Song Feng's palm, illuminating the once dim and desolate prison in an instant. Concurrently, after being bathed in the divine radiance, Lung Mu Bai felt a profound sense of comfort as his vitality surged back at an astonishing pace. Before long, he transitioned from the brink of death to peak condition. Clenching his fists, he sensed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him, his gaze ablaze with energy as power surged within. In the next moment, the once unbreakable chains disintegrated into mere ash. Slowly rising to his feet, Lung Mu Bai reveled in the long-lost vigor, his aged visage lighting up with excitement. After a century, he had finally broken free from his shackles. Turning to Song Feng, he bowed slightly, clasping his fists in gratitude. Young friend Song, I am eternally grateful for your gift of rebirth. I shall remember it always. Thank you, Lung Mu Bai said with heartfelt appreciation as he accepted. Yet in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Why does it differ so greatly from what I had previously consumed? He gazed at Song Feng in utter astonishment. Young friend Song, have the effects of elixirs evolved so dramatically in this era? Song Feng was prepared to explain, but at that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the hall as the palace doors were forcefully flung open. Chun Bing was hurled into the grand hall, his complexion pale as death. Uncle Chun, although Song Feng was within the prison, obstructed by a great door, he utilized his spiritual vision to perceive the unfolding scene outside. He immediately employed the ethereal technique to transcend the door and reached Chun Bing's side. Clutching his chest in agony, Chun Bing struggled to speak. Brother, flee quickly. The leader of the Purple Sha Demon Clan has arrived. Flee? There is no chance left, came a voice from the shadows. A figure adorned with a crown, wielding a long spear, and bearing skin of a dark violet hue, strode into the hall. It was none other than the leader of the Purple Sha Demon Clan, the strongest entity within their ranks. Song Feng assessed Chun Bing's injuries, noting their severity. Without hesitation, he invoked the sacred skill of Holy Light Healing. The divine light shimmered as Chun Bing's vitality swiftly replenished, and before long, his grave wounds had vanished entirely. Witnessing this scene, the leader of the Purple Sha Demon Clan, Hanyu, narrowed his eyes. It was well aware that it had inflicted Chun Bing's injuries and understood their gravity. However, it was taken aback by the rapidity with which Song Feng had restored Chun Bing to peak condition, eradicating all traces of his internal injuries. Though astonished, Hanyu did not dwell on it. Casting a glance towards the prison, it noticed that the great door remained firmly shut, allowing it to breathe a sigh of relief. Its cold gaze then fixated on Song Feng and Lung Mu Bai as it intoned, "You humans possess quite the audacity to trespass into my clan's forbidden ground, the soul-restraining palace. You are truly unaware of your own limitations. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Time is of the essence." Hanyu, unwilling to waste any more time and fearing unforeseen complications, prepared to eliminate Song Feng and his companion outright. Wait. We are certainly no match for you, destined only for death. May we ask a question before our demise? Song Feng implored earnestly. What question? Soul Phantom was momentarily taken aback, curiosity piqued by the human's intentions and potential schemes. I simply wish to inquire about the type of magic crystals found within the crystal mine of your territory. The moment these words escaped his lips, not only was Soul Phantom perplexed, but Chun Bing was equally bewildered. He stared blankly at Song Feng, his eyes a mixture of confusion and astonishment. In such a crucial moment of peril, how could you still be preoccupied with that magic crystal mine? Human, what purpose do you have in asking such questions? Soul Phantom narrowed his eyes, puzzled by Song Feng's inquiry. That mountain is soon to be mine. I am merely giving you a heads up for our forthcoming transition, Song Feng replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Chun Bing's eyelids twitched incessantly. Oh dear, I implore you, do not provoke it further. If it becomes furious and confines us for torment, we shall be doomed. Chun Bing frantically gestured to Song Feng, who appeared oblivious, and continued. By the way, are there any other hidden treasures within your territory? Feel free to share. I can assist in managing them. Soul Phantom's gaze turned even colder. Human, even at death's door, you dare to speak defiantly. It seems you desire a fate worse than death. Very well, I shall grant your wish. With that, Soul Phantom swiftly advanced, brandishing a spear and aiming directly at Song Feng and Chun Bing. However, at that moment, the prison door deep within the hall shattered violently, and a flash of sword light emerged, severing Soul Phantom's arm in an instant. Blood erupted, and the severed limb fell to the ground, still clutching the spear. Soul Phantom staggered backward several meters, eyes narrowing as he glanced towards the prison. There emerged an elderly man, his hair gray and his demeanor frail, resembling a man on the brink of death. Yet, none present dared to underestimate him. Chun Bing was momentarily stunned upon seeing the elder. Is that you, the solitary sword immortal? Hearing his name, Lung Mubai turned, revealing a warm smile. Ah, it is young Chun. You have grown into a formidable figure. Witnessing this scene, Song Feng was filled with questions. Uncle Chun, do you know the solitary sword immortal? Chun Bing nodded with excitement. Of course, the solitary sword immortal is my idol. Moreover, he is the father of Junlin. What? The immortal is Uncle Lung's father? Song Feng felt as if the world had become alarmingly small. Many of the powerful figures he had encountered previously were connected to the members of the Sword Ghost team. And even the long-imprisoned solitary sword immortal had familial ties to Lung Mo. My young friends, we shall reminisce later. For now, I must eliminate this pack of wretches before me. Lung Mubai's gaze turned icy as he focused on Soul Phantom. You wish to use the soul lock to torment me. But alas, you failed to anticipate that Song and his companion would find their way here. Today, let us settle a century's worth of enmity. With his right hand raised high, he brought it down with force. A magnificent sword light coalesced, cleaving the Hall of Souls in two. With one stroke, the palace was obliterated. The solitary sword immortal, terrifying indeed. Chapter 81. The domain unfolds. Gods and demons annihilated. With a swift motion, the soul suppression hall was cleaved in two by a dazzling sword light, plummeting straight down and crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar. In an instant, dust billowed, and a colossal pit emerged in response. Some members of the Purple Sha Demon clan suffered greatly, being reduced to mere blood and mud on the spot. Fortunately, Chun Bing reacted swiftly. Just as the soul suppression hall was about to descend, he immediately employed spatial transmission to escape, barely preserving his life. My apologies. It has been a while since I last exerted myself, and I could not restrain my power. Lung Mubai cast an apologetic glance at Song Feng and his companion. After enduring nearly a century of imprisonment, his rage had long been suppressed to its utmost limit. In that brief moment of losing control, the energy unleashed was slightly excessive. No worries, no worries. Song Feng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, with Chun Bing equally unconcerned. After confirming that both were unscathed, Lung Mubai turned his gaze toward the pit, where a disheveled figure was slowly rising. It was none other than the leader of the Purple Sha Demon clan, Han Yu. Caught off guard and having suffered a grievous injury from the severing of its arm by Lung Mubai, Han Yu's reaction was notably delayed. It plummeted downward under the gravity of the soul suppression hall, sustaining significant harm. Oomph. Han Yu scoffed, fixing its gaze on Lung Mubai. A century ago, you were indeed formidable, but after 100 years of erosion by demonic energy, I suspect your strength has yet to be fully restored. The initial strike you landed was merely due to my lack of timely defense. After that devastating blow to the soul suppression hall, you must be running on fumes now, correct? Han Yu still naively believed that the reason Lung Mubai had severed its arm was due to its unpreparedness. It could not fathom that Lung Mubai's current strength had already reached its zenith. If you wish to ascertain whether I have recovered, you shall find out soon enough. Lung Mubai's gaze remained as tranquil as water, devoid of any fluctuations. Oomph. A mere charade. Though Han Yu derided him verbally, its body betrayed its trepidation. It leaped into action, eschewing any notion of underestimating its opponent, unleashing its most powerful move in an attempt to suppress Lung Mubai on the spot. However, In the face of this lethal strike, Lung Mubai merely cast a nonchalant glance, waving his right hand as a streak of sword light swiftly surged forth. The clash of spear and sword light erupted, creating ripples in the void. Hanyu was immediately sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. It stared at Lung Mubai, its eyes widening in disbelief, as though it had suddenly suffered from hyperthyroidism. Your strength, it has fully recovered? Hanyu's expression was one of utter incredulity, clearly unprepared for such an outcome. I have proclaimed that the humiliation and hatred of a century shall be washed away with blood. Lung Mubai advanced slowly toward Hanyu. Each step felt like the scythe of death, carving away a piece of flesh until only bones remained. Hanyu's face contorted in fear, retreating in a panicked manner. Stay back. Do not approach me. It had also participated in the encirclement battle a century prior. It is acutely aware of the terror that is Cold Mubai, who stand among the most formidable beings in the entire demon realm. Only a handful of dark overlords could withstand him in a direct confrontation. As the leader of a mere branch of the Purple Shot demon clan, Hun, you could only think of fleeing in the presence of such a powerful adversary. With this thought in mind, Hanyu seized the opportunity and turned to escape. Resistance? What could it use to resist? Even a coalition of numerous clan leaders would struggle to match Cold Mubai. Now, it was left utterly alone, expected to sacrifice itself in defiance. At this moment, it had long lost the will to fight and only sought a hasty retreat. Thinking of fleeing? Cold Mubai regarded Hanyu's attempt at escape with a detached gaze, as if observing a lifeless entity. He merged the index and middle fingers of his right hand and pointed at Hanyu, who was 100 meters away. Whoosh! A blade of light cleaved through the void, creating ripples in its wake. It ultimately penetrated Hanyu's thigh, causing its balance to falter, and it collapsed to the ground. To wish for a swift demise was not so simple. The anguish accumulated over a century would be repaid 1,000-fold. Cold Mubai's gaze was frigid to the bone, clearly intent on unleashing a century's worth of resentment upon Hanyu. This was not to be blamed on anyone. It was merely Hanyu's misfortune to encounter the likes of Feng, a true anomaly. Inside the Hall of Soul Suppression, layers of restrictions had been established. Yet to Feng, they were as insubstantial as air, easily disregarded. Bold! How dare you assault the esteemed clan leader? The soldiers of the Purple Sha Demon Clan swiftly encircled Cold Mubai and Feng. They had all witnessed the preceding scene. Yet, despite their overwhelming fear, they felt compelled to intervene. If the clan leader were to perish, it would spell the end for their branch of the Purple Sha Demon Clan. Facing this band of lesser beings, Cold Mubai did not even cast a glance in their direction, continuing to advance. Halt! Step any closer, and you shall die. The threat was fierce, but the Purple Sha soldiers' voices trembled with fear. Seeing Cold Mubai disregard them once more, the soldiers exchanged glances and simultaneously took action. While they were fully aware they were no match for him, they were determined to find a way to delay him, granting Hanyu sufficient time to escape. However, the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. As soon as the soldiers approached within 5 meters of Cold Mubai, their bodies were sliced by numerous invisible sword energies. In an instant, flesh and blood were scattered, and the air became saturated with the scent of gore. The domain. Upon witnessing this, Chun Bing exclaimed in astonishment. Domain? Feng understood the term, but was not entirely clear on its implications as described by Chun Bing. Just moments ago, the sword energy surrounding the solitary sword immortal had indeed constituted a domain, which could only be awakened by practitioners of the 9th rank or higher. A saying circulated within the circles of power in the Dragon Kingdom. When a domain is unleashed, both gods and demons are annihilated. Within the confines of this domain, the caster becomes the sovereign of the entire area. Chun Bing patiently elucidated. The solitary sword immortal had merely unfurled a small segment of his domain. If fully unleashed, it could result in silent, unseen killings. After hearing Chun Bing's explanation, Feng's understanding deepened. Feng was suddenly stirred. Awakening the realm requires 9 transformations. He lowered his head, counting on his fingers, muttering something under his breath. Brother, what are you counting? Chun Bing asked curiously. I'm counting the days. Previously, I broke through every 5 days on average, but as the difficulty increases, I estimate 10 days for each subsequent level. Feng calculated in his mind. Currently at the maximum of the 3rd transformation, with 4, 5, and 6 transformations still ahead. To reach the 9th transformation, he would need to wait for approximately 50 more days. Upon hearing this, Chun Bing regarded Feng with a peculiar expression. Should he call him a mathematical prodigy? Or say that a young calf fears no tigers? 50 days to reach 9 transformations? If word got out, Wouldn't it infuriate those old geezers who had cultivated for a lifetime, yet never reached the ninth transformation? Chapter 82. The Turning Tide of Battle. What have Song Feng and his companion done? Returning to the main topic, after effortlessly dispatching the advancing small Karamis, Lung Mubai continued to stride towards Hanyu. Come on, all of you attack. Huinyo's face was etched with fear as he urgently commanded the soldiers of the Purple Sha demon clan. With a wounded thigh, he could only squirm like a maggot, appearing utterly pitiful. Upon hearing his command, the soldiers' expressions were filled with hesitation. They exchanged glances. Yet none dared to step forward to their demise. They surrounded Lung Mubai, but no one dared to engage. They feigned readiness to fight while gradually retreating. Damn it, Hanyu was truly despondent. In such moments, no one could save him. Death was the only outcome. A fierce glint sparked in Huinyo's eyes, and an idea surged within him. If you wish for my demise, none of you shall survive either. With his remaining left hand, Hanyu gathered all his demonic power, and a dark purple sphere slowly formed, brimming with energy and exuding a terrifying aura. A century ago, several Demon Clan leaders attempted to perish with me, igniting their soul crystals, but did they succeed? They failed. And do you think you will succeed? Lung Mubai replied indifferently. Hanyu remained silent, his gaze inadvertently flickering towards Song Feng and his companion, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. However, these seemingly inconspicuous actions were vividly reflected in Lung Mubai's eyes. Lung Mubai narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing through them. Swiftly, he pointed his sword, and the sword's radiance instantly tore through the void. Before Hanyu could react, his remaining left arm exploded into a mist of blood. Subsequently, the dark purple sphere dissipated into a sea of white light, vanishing into the void. In that moment, Hanyu was utterly despaired, unable even to self-destruct. He was left to await his inevitable demise. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between the expeditionary forces and the Beast Army, Jiang Yi and other top-tier powerhouses were still clashing with various leaders. Among the Beast Army were not only the Purple Sha Demon Clan, but also the Illusory Origin Demon Clan, the Frenzied Blood Demon Clan, and others. However, the Purple Sha Demon Clan dispatched the largest number of forces, as they were the closest to the territory of the Blood Demon Clan. If a formidable human army were to launch a powerful assault, the Purple Calamity Demon Clan would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Boom! The clash of titans reverberated across the land, causing the very earth to tremble and the air to resonate with ominous vibrations. The entire battleground was suffused with an overwhelming aura of terror. Both sides were evenly matched, exchanging blows in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Yet, the fierce battle was abruptly halted by the arrival of a messenger. Due to the immense pressure surrounding the battlefield, the messenger could not approach and was forced to shout from a distance. Upon hearing his words, not only were the leaders of the Demon Clan taken aback, but even Jiang Yi and his companions were momentarily stunned. Jiang Yi turned to Zhao Chong, his brow furrowed with confusion. Old Zhao, did you send someone to stir trouble in the demon territory? Zhao Chong, equally perplexed, shook his head. Not me. I thought it was your people. Ah. The conversation left the expeditionary forces bewildered. If neither side had dispatched anyone to cause chaos, could it be that the messenger was fabricating a story? Feng Shen and Uncle Chun were missing. At that moment, a cry of alarm erupted from the rear of the army. Everyone turned to see the source. The speaker was a mage responsible for long-range attacks, who had been focused on the battle and had not noticed the disappearance of the two. Qiu Feng and Wu Ying are gone? Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened, a flicker of concern washing over him, momentarily disrupting his usual composure. Zhao Chong approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, speaking in a low voice. Old Jiang, you need not worry just yet. From the messenger's tone, he seemed quite anxious and was requesting assistance. What does this imply? It suggests that Brother Song and the others are in a temporarily safe position, and they seem to have instilled great fear in the demon soldiers. After hearing Zhao Chong's words, Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yet, a thread of curiosity began to weave through his mind. What could Song Feng and the others have done within the demon territory to evoke such terror? Song Feng lacked combat prowess, and Shin Bing's strength was insufficient to contend with the entire demon army, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. It was perplexing. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Ye's gaze settled upon the leader of the Purple Calamity Demon Clan. Let us swiftly resolve this matter and proceed to the demon territory. The group exchanged glances and launched their attacks in unison. This time, they unleashed their most powerful abilities, aiming to swiftly defeat the demon leader and rescue Song Feng and the others. Could it be that humans had breached the demon territory? Even the clan leader required assistance? How could this be possible? In the midst of the chaotic battle, the leader of the Purple Calamity Demon clan found himself continuously retreating. The other demon leaders also found themselves at a disadvantage, their hearts filled with trepidation, wondering if the humans would indeed disrupt their territory. The formerly stagnant stalemate was shattered in an instant, transforming into a trend of human dominance. The leader of the Purple Calamity Demon clan became the focal point, and as Jiang Yi subdued him to the ground, they united against the other demon leaders. In no time, the leaders of the Beast Army fell one after another. Suddenly, the once unified horde was left leaderless, and the demon army scattered in all directions, desperately seeking to preserve their lives. There is no need to pursue those minor soldiers. We shall march directly toward the territory of the Purple Evil Demon clan. As Zhao Chang's words echoed, the expeditionary force sprang into action. Even the equipment dropped by the vanquished beasts was hastily gathered, for time was too precious to squander. In no time, the army, under the leadership of Zhao Chang and his companions, arrived at the outer borders of the Purple Evil Demon clan's domain. What is the meaning of this? Why is there not a single soldier guarding the city walls? Zhao Chang was utterly perplexed. Could it be that the messenger's words were deceitful, luring us into a trap? Hu Yang speculated. There is a possibility, but we cannot afford to dwell on it. Even if it is a den of tigers, we must charge in. Jiang Yi was gravely concerned for the safety of Song Feng and the others, fearing even the slightest misstep. After uttering this, Jiang Yi swiftly surged forward into the territory. The 4 members of the Sword Ghost team, without a moment's hesitation, followed suit. The special squad led by Zheng Pengfei trailed closely behind like phantoms. We will pave the way. The main force will follow us. After issuing this command, Zhao Chang also hastened into the domain. However, the scene that unfolded within the territory of the Purple Evil Demon clan left Jiang Yi and the others utterly astonished. Chapter 83. Has Song Feng gone a mine? The matter of the Lung family. Before them lay a pile of numerous corpses of the Purple Evil clan, stacked high like a mountain. A closer inspection revealed that each body bore ghastly sword marks. Beside this mound of corpses stood 2 figures, one old and one young. You all arrived so quickly. Upon seeing Jiang Yi and the others, Chun Bing's face lit up with excitement as he approached. Where's Chiu Feng? Jiang Yi scanned the area, but did not see Song Feng, and a wave of concern washed over him. You mean my elder brother? He has gone to the magic crystal mine. Chun Bing gestured towards the distant mountain, smiling. There lies a grand magic crystal mine that my brother has long coveted. Upon learning that Song Feng was safe, Jiang Yi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He then seized Chun Bing by the ear. Do you know how perilous such behavior is? One misstep could lead to losing your life. This behavior naturally referred to recklessly invading the demon clan's territory. Boss, it wasn't my idea to come. It was my brother who coaxed me into it. Chun Bing exclaimed with a pained expression. Did Chiu Feng instruct you to come, and you simply complied? Wouldn't it have been prudent to restrain yourself, or at least inform us? Next time, I certainly will. Chun Bing hastily assured. With that, Jiang Yi released him. Chun Bing quickly retreated a few steps, clutching his reddened ear, gasping for breath. Little Jiang, it has been a century since we last met, and you have become the captain of the special squad of the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, Lung Mubai approached with a smile. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, only for his pupils to constrict in shock. The lone, sort of mortal? Earlier, in his haste to find Song Feng, he had not noticed the elder standing beside Chun Bing. Now, upon closer inspection, it was indeed the once-renowned, lone, sword immortal. Upon realizing the situation, Jiang Yi immediately clasped his fists and bowed respectfully, inquiring with curiosity, Senior, how is it that you find yourself here? Lung Mubai turned his gaze towards Chun Bing. Xiao Chun, please enlighten Xiao Jiang on the matter. I am not entirely clear on the specifics myself. Chun Bing nodded and proceeded to succinctly recount the events that had transpired. The assassination mission, the unintentional entry into the Tomb of Souls, the unshackling of the sword, the destruction of the temple, and the slaying of the clan leader. Some details remained beyond his knowledge, but he conveyed the general outline. The reason I am alive today is largely due to the assistance of young friend Song and Xiao Chun, Lung Mubai said, stroking his beard with a look of satisfaction. Wu Ying, well done. Rescuing the solitary sword immortal has redeemed your past transgressions, Jiang Yi praised. He then turned his attention to Lung Mo, shifting his gaze back to Lung Mubai. Senior, please take this opportunity to reminisce with Junlin. We shall mobilize the troops to clear the battlefield. We shall reconvene shortly. After a century apart, ample time was necessary for this father and son to reconnect. Everyone departed with an understanding of the moment's significance. Xiao Mo, how have you fared these past 100 years? Lung Mubai inquired, his expression filled with regret. A century prior, he had ventured alone to cleanse the demon realm, driven solely by the desire for vengeance for his wife. Lung Mubai's wife, He Shuiying, had perished during a savage onslaught by a horde of demonic beasts. As the lord of the city, she had not wavered. Instead, she had fought valiantly on the battlefield, repelling countless fiends and safeguarding the lives of millions within the city's walls. In a final act of heroism, she had entrusted her newborn son, Lung Mo, to safety, charging headlong into the fray to combat several demon leaders. Ultimately, the battle reached a stalemate, with neither side able to claim victory. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, He Shuiying suffered a fatal blow and fell. At that time, Lung Mubai was in a secret realm, seeking materials for He Shuiying's breakthrough. Upon discovering what he sought, he exited the realm with great joy, only to be met with the devastating news of her sacrifice for the city. His fury reached a boiling point as he hastened to the battlefield, where he annihilated the remnants of the demon horde that had yet to escape. Even to this day, a massive sword aura lingers on that land, a testament to Lung Mubai's wrath. With his beloved wife brutally murdered, Lung Mubai lost all reason, preparing to single-handedly exact vengeance upon the demon clan. However, he was halted by the current Grand Elder, who cautioned him. The child has just been born and has already lost his mother. If he were to meet with misfortune as well, he would grow up devoid of character. These words struck him like a bucket of cold water, instantly bringing him to his senses. Yet, his rage remained undiminished, and he was reluctant to abandon his quest for revenge. As long as you raise the child to adulthood, the nation will ensure his future. You may pursue your vengeance in the demon realm without concern, and I shall not impede you again, was the Grand Elder's exact counsel. In time, it became evident that Lung Mubai had fulfilled this promise, successfully nurturing Lung Mo to maturity. However, due to the loss of maternal affection from a young age, combined with Lung Mubai's prolonged absences on missions, Lung Mo's demeanor became exceedingly reclusive, showing little inclination for conversation. Lung Mubai departed on Lung Mo's 20th birthday. On that day, a gentle rain fell, and Lung Mo gazed through the window as Lung Mubai's figure gradually receded into the distance. He did not inquire, shed tears, or attempt to dissuade him, as if all external matters were utterly irrelevant to him. The Grand Elder, adhering to their agreement, kept Lung Missouri close and dispatched formidable warriors to personally train him, resulting in remarkable progress in his development. After passing various assessments, the Grand Elder assigned Lung Mo to the Sword Demon Squad, where he fought alongside Jiang Yi and others. Once a boy who spoke fewer than 3 words a year, he had evolved into one who could utter 3 words in a single day. This progress brought great satisfaction to the Grand Elder. For a century, the Grand Elder had also sent powerful warriors to the demon realm in search of Lung Mubai's whereabouts. But alas, they returned empty-handed and at a great cost. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom unanimously concluded that Lung Mubai had fallen, leaving them to mourn in silence. Feeling powerless, upon reuniting with Lung Mubai, Lung Mo remained aloof, as if the man before him were not his father, but rather a complete stranger. Sigh. Lung Mubai chuckled bitterly, letting out a sigh. This was not Lung Mo's fault, but rather his own. He lamented the absence of companionship during Lung Mo's childhood, neglected Lung Mo's feelings, departed without a word for nearly a century, and failed to protect Lung Mo's mother. It was sufficient, though, for he had uttered 3 words. He felt a sense of fulfillment. Unbeknownst to him, tears had already gathered in his eyes, shrouded in a veil of uncertainty, whether from sorrow or joy. Chapter 84. The aspiration to establish a demon suppression office within the demon realm. Simultaneously, deep within the purple-shot demon clan, in the magic crystal mine, Feng meticulously gathered all the scattered magic crystals into his system space. These are treasures for enhancing skill proficiency. Utilizing magic crystals for enchantment provided a significantly higher proficiency boost compared to standard methods. Naturally, Feng would not let such an opportunity slip away. According to the insights from his spiritual eye, he learned that these magic crystals were known as purple source crystals. Although not as precious as the night boat magic crystals obtained from the Forgotten Ruins, they were still quite remarkable, likely to be fervently sought after by various factions if exposed. Wealth, prosperity. This trip to the demon realm was not in vain. It was exceedingly profitable. Feng felt immense joy in his heart. The sense of achievement derived from results earned through his own efforts far surpassed that of gifts received from others. After collecting all the fallen magic crystals, Feng looked up at the glimmering crystals embedded in the wall. He felt an itch to gather them, but ultimately restrained himself. These crystals required specialized individuals for their extraction. Should he mishandle them, it would result in significant loss. Song Feng never engaged in endeavors lacking certainty, and without further thought, he hummed a tune as he made his way out of the mine. "Oh, Uncle Jiang, what brings you here?" As Song Feng stepped out of the magic crystal mine, he encountered Jiang Yi and the others. Jiang Yi approached, scanning Song Feng, and upon seeing him unscathed, felt a quiet relief in his heart. As long as he was safe, that was what mattered. Jiang Yi refrained from approaching and instead smiled as he patted Song Feng on the shoulder, urging him not to take such risks in the future. Witnessing this scene, Chun Bing's defenses crumbled. "Boss, your heart is adrift in the South Pacific," he exclaimed. "You not only refrain from chastising Xiao Feng, but even offer comfort with a smile." Before Jiang Yi could respond, Bai Jing shot Chun Bing a disdainful glance. "Do you really think you can compare yourself to our elder brother?" Chun Bing retorted with a glare. "You oversized fool. Have you forgotten what a few days without a beating feels like? If you want to fight, just say so." In response, Bai Jing rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms as thick as barrels. Raising an eyebrow, "Are you certain?" Faced with this display, Chun Bing silently turned away, choosing to ignore him. "I can't be bothered to argue with you." After exchanging a few more idle remarks, the group ascended to the walls of the Purple Sha Demon Clan. From this vantage point, they beheld a sweeping view of the entire territory. "Old Zhao, what are your plans moving forward?" Jiang Yi inquired as they approached Zhao Chong. "I intend to establish a demon suppression division here," Zhao Chong replied, "responsible for launching regular offensives against the Demon Clan, diminishing their combat capabilities, and reducing their incursions into Blue Star. The Demon Suppression Division would be spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom, comprising numerous formidable warriors and prodigies. As the commander-in-chief of the division, Zhao Chong possessed the authority to deploy these strong individuals to establish the first Demon Suppression Division within the Demon Realm. Isn't this a bit perilous?" Jiang Yi expressed his concern. "After all, this is demon territory, and if they unite to assault the Demon Suppression Division, we could face annihilation." "Indeed, I share that concern." Zhao Chong nodded, then smiled. "However, even if we cannot defeat them outright, can we not evade them? The Demon Suppression Division has extensive experience dealing with the Demon Clan and possesses numerous specialized methods to counter them. It should be relatively easy to delay them and secure a window for retreat." "That makes sense. You must put in the effort," Jiang Yi affirmed with a smile. "If you succeed, it would be a monumental honor worthy of the annals of history. Do not abandon this endeavor lightly." With Jiang Yi as support, Zhao Chong felt a surge of confidence. He patted his chest earnestly, declaring, "Trust me, it will succeed, and the Demon Suppression Division will flourish under my leadership." "Indeed, our Sword Demon squad eagerly anticipates your achievements." Soon after, Jiang Yi and his companions reunited with Lung Mu Bai, though a century's worth of resentment had accumulated. This passage of time had tempered the once impetuous Lung Mu Bai, instilling in him a thoughtful consideration of consequences and a meticulousness that had subtly developed. "Senior lonely sword immortal, I have informed the Grand Elder of your existence. He is awaiting you at the old rendezvous," Jiang Yi conveyed, having previously revealed to the Grand Elder that Lung Mu Bai was alive, much to the latter's excitement. The unexpected return of a cherished friend, thought lost to the realms of yin and yang, was enough to set anyone's heart racing. "Very well," Lung Mu Bai replied with a smile, his gaze shifting to Song Feng. "Song Xiaoyu, you shall accompany Xiao Jiang and his companions for your training. Once I have attended to certain matters, I will personally assume the role of your protector. Your kindness shall be etched in my heart for all eternity." With these words, Lung Mu Bai's figure vanished from sight in an instant. Jiang Yi and the others offered a slight bow in the direction where Lung Mu Bai had stood before hastening towards the Adventurers Association. The current commission was to eliminate the menace of the demon pigs, a task they had already resolved with ease. They could have swiftly gone to submit their report, but their entry into the demon realm had delayed them. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Association, Song Feng personally submitted the task, and a panel materialized before him. "Congratulations on completing a Calamity-level commission, surpassing the task completion progress, 13. This breakthrough task required the completion of 3 commissions of Calamity level or higher, and having accomplished 1, 2 remained. Mr. Song, your task rewards have been dispatched to your mailbox. Please check them at your convenience." "All right," Song Feng replied with a smile, not dwelling too much on it, intending to review them later. He took the tablet handed to him by the staff and settled into the resting area, swiftly gliding his fingers across the screen. In the brief span of less than 2 days since his departure, several new commission tasks had appeared. Simultaneously, some task icons had grayed out, indicating they'd been accepted by other adventurers and were currently in execution. Song Feng scanned through the various task descriptions, and after a considerable time, his gaze finally fixed upon one particular task. A glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. "This is it. Chapter 85. Is this a joke?" Enchanting 15 high-tier pieces of equipment in 3 hours. Commission task. The qualities of an enchanter. Level, calamity level. Task recommendation. High-tier enchanters. Task rewards. Ba Yuan fruit, bamboo spirit flower, nether source grass. This is an exclusive commission for enchanters. This task not only enhances skill proficiency, but also offers the reward of Ba Yuan fruit. It is one of the 3 breakthrough materials. The Demon Face squad had searched high and low through various auction houses without a lead. Yet it was astonishing to find it within the Adventurers Association. As for the Sword of the Nether, it had not returned to its rightful owner. In the words of Lung Mubai, with a sword in the heart, one's fingers become the sword. What need have we for this blade? Hence, as long as he could acquire the Ba Yuan fruit, all breakthrough materials would be gathered. Jiang Yi and the others also glimpsed the task panel, their faces lighting up with genuine smiles. This task would be arduous for other enchanters, but for Song Feng, it was merely a matter of time. Approaching the counter, Song Feng presented the tablet to the staff. Hello, I would like to accept the enchanting task, numbered 0039. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The staff took the tablet and performed a brief operation on the computer before retrieving a token from the drawer. This task token would allow him to view detailed task objectives and locations. Thank you, Song Feng said with a smile as he accepted it and promptly opened it to review. Task objective. Enchant 15 weapons using magic crystals. Task location. Jiangxing Magic Equipment Pavilion. Song Feng understood the situation well. This Magic Equipment Pavilion, akin to the Danxiang Pavilion, is an official organization of the state dedicated to nurturing enchanters. Ordinary practitioners can also publish enchanting-related commission tasks there, which will be undertaken by members of the pavilion. Although enchanters do not constitute a significant portion of the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Magic Equipment Pavilion is ubiquitous throughout the land. Resolute in his decision, Song Feng followed Jiang Yi and others to the Jiangxing Magic Equipment Pavilion. Upon arriving at the counter, he presented his task order. The attendant guided Song Feng and his companions to the entrance of an enchanting room. Sir, this enchanting room contains the 15 pieces of equipment, the attendant explained. We will provide corresponding task rewards based on the number of successful enchantments you achieve. Curiously, Song Feng inquired, what if I complete them all? The attendant paused momentarily, then chuckled, Sir, please don't jest with me. These are high-level equipments that require magic crystals for enchanting, and the difficulty is exceedingly high. Even if the pavilion master were to arrive in person, a 100% success rate is not guaranteed. Whether I can achieve 100% success, I shall find out, Song Feng replied, stepping into the enchanting room. The attendant stared at Song Feng's retreating figure, a large question mark forming on her forehead. The man seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered him before. Such confidence. Could he possibly be a top-tier enchanting master? Yet, he appeared rather youthful. The attendant's mind swirled with questions, feeling a sense of familiarity, but unable to recall where she had seen him. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thoughts and returned to her duties. Jiang Yi and the others chose not to enter, but sat quietly in the waiting area. Since we're idling, why not place a bet? Fan Dehua proposed. Glancing at the group, on what? Chun Bing asked, puzzled. Let us wager on how long it will take Xiaofeng to complete the enchanting task. Fan Dehua grinned mischievously. I bet one day, wagering 100,000 blue star coins. Is anyone willing to take the bet? Chun Bing immediately replied, I'll take that bet. I wager he'll finish in 12 hours. Also betting 100,000 blue star coins. The others quickly followed suit. Nangongmu, I bet 18 hours. Wagering 100,000 blue star coins. Jiang Yi, I bet 10 hours. Wagering 100,000 blue star coins. Bai Jing, I bet 6 hours. Wagering 100,000 blue star coins. Lung Mo, 3 hours 100,000. Upon Lung Mo's prediction, the others looked at him with incredulous expressions. 3 hours to enchant 15 high-level pieces of equipment? Did he think Song Feng was Superman, finishing in a mere blink? In his heart, Fan Dehua calculated that Lung Mo's chances of winning had diminished significantly. After a brief pause, Fan Dehua continued outlining the rules. The actual time difference can be controlled within a half-hour range. For example, if Wu Ying bets 12 hours, he will win if the actual time falls between 11 hours and 30 minutes and 12 hours and 30 minutes. The winner will receive the 100,000 blue star coins from each of the other 5 individuals, totaling 500,000 blue star coins. Though in their eyes, 500,000 blue star coins are merely a trifle, each individual harbors an innate desire to triumph, not solely for the sake of wealth, but to satiate their competitive spirit. Who will ultimately emerge victorious remains to be seen. Meanwhile, within the enchanting chamber, Song Feng beheld 15 pieces of equipment arranged upon the table, accompanied by 15 magical crystals. These items were merely those of ordinary practitioners, their ranks not particularly impressive, with the highest being of the king tier. The tiers of equipment are classified as follows: ordinary, elite, rare, king, supreme, legendary, and mythical. Among these 15 pieces, the majority were of the elite grade, with a few being rare and a singular piece categorized as king. In comparison to higher tier equipment, enchanting these lower tier items proved to be considerably easier, with the properties enhanced through enchantment being significantly greater. Feng's gaze shifted to the 15 magical crystals. Instantly, the spiritual eye displayed an introduction panel. A quick glance revealed that the categories of the crystals varied, each emphasizing different attributes. Some focused on enhancing speed, others on augmenting defense, and still others on bolstering strength. Although enchanting these items was a straightforward endeavor, Feng did not let his guard down. He settled cross-legged upon the ground, inhaled deeply, and commenced the enchanting process. Alas, the moments of joy are fleeting. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for the sight of the successfully enchanted 15 pieces of equipment and the soaring skill proficiency, Feng might have believed only a brief moment had elapsed. Ding! Star-absorbing enchantment technique upgraded to 3 stars. Promotional rewards have been automatically deposited into the system space. Please check in a timely manner. Star-absorbing enchantment, 3 stars. You are capable of absorbing the power of the stars and infusing it into magical artifacts, endowing them with extraordinary abilities. Your enchantment success rate stands at 100, with a 15 chance of conferring special bonuses, and the enchantment effects will surpass the original values by at least 30. Gazing at the system panel that appeared before him, Feng couldn't help but smile faintly. This was an incredible gain. Chapter 86. The Magical Crystal for Embedding Companion Weapons. The Baiyuan Fruit is in hand. This recent elevation in star rating did not bestow any new effects. Rather, it increased the probability of triggering special effects from 5 to 15. Although this change may seem minuscule, it is indeed quite significant. However, patience is key. Many more star ratings await. As long as he remains unscathed, Feng is destined to elevate his skills to their utmost pinnacle. Curiosity piqued, Feng retrieved a small box from the system space. Upon opening it, he discovered a pale blue crystal lying quietly within. The spiritual eye promptly displayed an introduction panel. A quick scan revealed the crystal's name, Jade Blossom Crystal, a special type of magical crystal that can be embedded in companion weapons, strengthening alongside the weapon's advancement. It may be referred to as a companion magical crystal. Once embedded, it can only be transferred, not removed. This particular Jade Blossom Crystal primarily enhances mental attributes, making it perfectly suited for embedding in the Qiyuan Heavenly Furnace. Consequently, the duration of alchemical processes will extend, and the speed of pill creation will significantly accelerate. Upon this realization, Feng immediately set to work. He retrieved the Qiyuan Heavenly Furnace, which levitated before him. His hands radiated twinkling starlight as he meticulously merged the Yuhua crystal with the alchemical furnace. Each movement executed with utmost care in pursuit of perfection. The river of time flowed gently, and half an hour slipped by in an instant. After exhaling deeply, a joyful smile illuminated Feng's face. At last, success. He promptly accessed the information panel. Name, Qiyuan Heavenly Furnace. Type, alchemical furnace. Grade, unknown. Description, a 100% success rate in alchemy. Is it merely a matter of having hands? Additional effect, alchemical spirit's gift. Each successful alchemical creation returns 50 points of mental energy consumed. As his gaze swept across the details, Feng paused momentarily, pondering the profound truth of the statement. His attention then shifted downward, focusing on the special effect conferred by the Yuhua crystal. This unique effect, combined with my 100% success rate in alchemy, is akin to an eternal motion machine for potion crafting. Feng's face was alight with ecstatic joy, feeling that his future was filled with boundless possibilities. After calming his excited heart, he rose and stepped out of the enchanting chamber. Sir, how have you finished so quickly? The attendant, passing by, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Feng emerge. Are you done with all the enchantments? What are you doing in there? With a gentle smile, Feng replied, What? All done. How could that be possible? It was no surprise that the attendant was astonished. Generally, even high-ranking enchanters would require 3 days and nights to enchant 15 pieces of high-tier equipment. Yet, Feng had accomplished this feat in merely 3 hours. How could the attendant possibly believe such a thing? Why not go in and verify for yourself? Upon hearing this, the attendant, with a bewildered expression, entered the enchanting chamber. As she inspected each of the 15 pieces of equipment, Her eyes widened in disbelief. Her face was a canvas of incredulity. Not only had the enchantments been completed, but they had all succeeded. Was it truly possible for a human to enchant 15 pieces of high-tier equipment in 3 hours? The attendant was at a loss for words to express her astonishment. Seeing the attendant's dazed expression, Feng seemed to anticipate her reaction, wearing a calm smile. So, does this count as completing the task? Indeed, of course it does. As a competent attendant, she quickly regained her composure and slightly bowed, smiling. Sir, please wait a moment in the lounge while I fetch your task reward from the storage. The attendant, secretly speculating that Feng might be a master enchanter, had shifted her address from you to sir. After articulating this, she hurried towards the storage, anxious not to waste time and risk displeasing Feng. This commission had originally been posted within the Magic Tool Pavilion, and due to a lack of response from the members, it had been forwarded through the Adventurers Association. Thus, the task rewards were naturally located within the Magic Tool Pavilion. Goodness, young man, how did you emerge so swiftly? As Feng arrived in the lounge area, he was immediately observed by Feng, whose eyes widened with curiosity, his forehead adorned with a myriad of questions. You must be here for a break, right? Surely, you haven't completed your enchanting yet? It has been 3 hours. How could you not have finished? Even a turtle wouldn't be that slow. Feng cast a sideways glance at Feng, a smirk playing on his lips. As a seasoned wallflower, he was not particularly aware of the time ordinary enchanters required for their craft. In his mind, both alchemy and enchanting were mere trifles. Simple and effortless endeavors. Little did he know, his speed was extraordinarily remarkable, even among the enchanter community of Blue Star. If other enchanters were to hear his words, they would surely be incensed to the point of bloodshed. Other enchanters, thank you, that was quite offensive. Amidst the confusion, a cool, composed voice broke the silence. Lung Mo slowly rose, gathering all 5 Blue Star cards from the table into his spatial pouch, then quietly resumed his seat as if nothing had transpired. A keen observer might notice a faint smile gracing his lips. Witnessing this, Feng tilted his head in confusion, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. What was happening? What did it mean to have one? Perceiving his bewilderment, Jiang Yi chuckled and elucidated the situation for Feng. He learned that the others had set up a wager behind his back, with Lung Mo emerging as the victor, thereby claiming the bets of the remaining 5. If there are future wagers, remember to include me. Feng exclaimed cheerfully. Incorporate you? We are not foolish. You possess the ability to manipulate time. Only a fool would gamble with you. This wager was proposed by Feng, who had lost utterly, his predictions wildly inaccurate. He silently vowed never to gamble again, declaring that whoever gambles is a fool. At that moment, the attendant approached gracefully, her hands raised with a tray that held 3 exquisite wooden boxes. Sir, this is the reward for your commission task. Please accept it. Feng took the tray and opened one of the wooden boxes. Within lay a red-brown fruit, and as he gazed upon it, the insightful spirit eye revealed a translucent panel. It was none other than the coveted Bai Yuan fruit. Congratulations! You have gathered the breakthrough materials. Please complete the breakthrough task as soon as possible and proceed to the job transition temple for your level advancement. A smile crept on Feng's lips. Just one more commission task remained, and he would be able to undergo his level breakthrough. Chapter 87. The final commission task. The level breakthrough approaches. To claim that Feng was not exhilarated would be a blatant falsehood. Ordinary professionals might toil their entire lives, some never managing to cross the threshold of the 3rd transition to the 4th. Yet, Feng had achieved the pinnacle of the 3rd transition in less than a month and was on the verge of entering the 4th transition realm. In this world, the disparity of talent was stark and pronounced. Just one final commission task remained. The sooner it was completed, the sooner he could rest easy. As the staff glanced at Feng, their eyes darted to the clock. Could it be that the task was too arduous, prompting a cancellation of the commission? The task has been completed. I am here to accept the next assignment. Feng casually handed the task token to the staff member, smiling faintly. The staff member, momentarily taken aback, accepted the token and quickly reviewed it, his eyes widening in surprise. The display revealed that the task had indeed been accomplished. Enchanting 15 high-level pieces of equipment in merely 3 hours? Even a novice would comprehend the immense difficulty of such an endeavor. Nevertheless, as a competent staff member, he maintained his composure. After regaining his senses, he smiled and returned the tablet to Feng. Thank you, Feng replied with a smile. Making his way to the lounge area where he swiftly navigated the screen, searching for a task that piqued his interest. This one will do. Before long, His gaze settled upon a particular assignment. Commission task, hidden crisis. Level, catastrophe. Recommended level, 7th, transmutation. Description: the vitality forest of Sioux City, due to its remote location, has long been neglected by practitioners, allowing monsters to proliferate unchecked, leading to severe environmental degradation. Please proceed promptly to reduce the monster population to prevent a large-scale beast tide from besieging the city, as per the Practitioner Association. This task could be considered quite routine, essentially a mindless extermination of monsters to diminish their numbers and avert a potential beast tide, the repercussions of which could be catastrophic. For high-level practitioners, this task was not overly challenging. Its designation as a catastrophe-level task likely stemmed from the inherent uncertainties involved. After all, with so many monsters, even the mightiest can find themselves overwhelmed, falling prey to ambushes in moments of carelessness. However, with 2 specialized escort teams at his disposal, Feng felt no such trepidation. He simply needed to wait patiently. Approaching the counter, Feng presented the tablet, stating, "I wish to undertake the task numbered 0284. "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment," the staff member replied, taking the tablet and skillfully operating the computer. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a token from the drawer and smiled as he handed it to Feng. "Mr. Song, please keep the task token safe." "Thank you," Feng responded, expressing his gratitude before turning to leave the Practitioner Association. Without further delay, Chun Bing sought out an open area and promptly activated a spatial teleportation, targeting the vitality forest of Sioux City. Feng and Jiang Yi, along with 6 others, stepped into the portal, vanishing from their original location. Just as the spatial vortex was about to close, 6 dark figures swiftly entered, none other than the Demon Mask Special Team, led by Zheng Pengfei. Their mission was to remain hidden, safeguarding Feng and preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from launching a surprise attack. In just a few days, the Demon Mask team had eliminated nearly 100 foreign assassins and shadowy infiltrators intent on assassinating Feng. Without the covert protection of these 6 individuals, the current facade of tranquility would surely not exist. Feng, with his keen perception, was well aware of these efforts and felt immense gratitude towards the Demon Mask Special Team. Once he had some free time, he would find an opportunity to enchant their equipment as a gesture of appreciation. Sioux City is situated in the northern part of Jiang City, with a forest line between the two. This natural expanse is the destination that Feng seeks, the Vitality Forest. Due to its proximity to Sioux City, it has been classified within its territory. Suddenly, a swirling portal of space materialized at the edge of the Vitality Forest, for which emerged 13 figures. However, in a fleeting moment, 6 of these figures vanished without a trace. Let us first establish the team contract. All experience points will be solely enjoyed by Feng. Jiang Yi produced a token and performed a simple operation, causing a prompt to appear before Feng. Jiang Yi requests to bind a team contract with you, granting you sole possession of all experience. Do you agree? Agreed. This was not the first time he had engaged in such a contract. Jiang Yi and his companions had previously utilized it during their leveling sessions. Feng was well aware of the exhilarating sensation that accompanied an influx of experience points. Wu Ying, the war god, will safeguard Feng. Remain here. The remaining companions were instructed to accompany Jiang Yi into the forest to hunt monsters, urging haste. Following this command, Jiang Yi and his 3 companions sprang into action, brandishing their weapons and obliterating a cluster of goblins that had been slumbering beneath a great tree into a mist of crimson. Without pause, they advanced further into the forest. "Big brother, let me ride too." "Huh? Isn't that inappropriate?" "Nonsense, hop on, I can manage." "Well, I feel a bit embarrassed." Bai Jing's form expanded dramatically, towering as high as 3 stories, resembling a small hillock. Feng perched upon his shoulder, swinging his legs in the air. This spectacle left Chun Bing on the ground, filled with envy. "War god, may I join you?" Chun Bing lifted his head, eyes brimming with desire. Bai Jing shook his head no. "Why not? What if you seize this opportunity for revenge and knock me out with a single fart? That would be disastrous." Such a rationale was indeed peculiar. Chun Bing pouted, squatting down in boredom, idly tracing circles in the dirt with a stick, seemingly murmuring to himself. Feng was merely an unassuming support. Jiang Yi and his trio could effortlessly dispatch the monsters without his assistance. Thus, he chose to remain outside the forest, waiting alongside Bai Jing and Chun Bing. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi wielded his long sword, with arcs of sword light coalescing and slicing through the void. With each swing, a multitude of monsters succumbed. Nangong Mu, grasping a spear, danced through the throng of monsters like a bloodied phoenix. His movements flowed seamlessly akin to a flawless performance. Lung Mo wielded a black parasol, crossing and slashing, sending forth waves of black energy that reduced a multitude of monsters to mere fragments. An invisible barrier formed around him, preventing any creature from entering within a 10-meter radius, effectively keeping them at bay. Fan Dehua, armed with dual pistols, unleashed a torrent of flames, bullets weaving through the forest. Dispatching goblins one by one, scanning the surroundings, he noted that most of the monsters had been cleared, with only a few fleeing deeper into the woods. Observing this, Fan Dehua blew away the white smoke curling from the gun's muzzle and holstered his pistols. The cleansing is nearly complete. If we continue, we may risk the extinction of the monsters in this forest. Chapter 88. A Surge in Rankings. 2 Auxiliary Divine Techniques Acquired. Upon hearing Vanderwall's words, Jiang Yi and his companions halted their actions. Unbeknownst to them, the monsters within the Vitality Forest had already suffered significant casualties. What remained were either severely injured or weaker creatures, alongside a few that Jiang Yi and his group had deliberately spared. They could not eradicate them entirely. It would be rather amusing if adventurers came here seeking to level up and found no monsters to battle. All right, let's depart from this place, Jiang Yi declared, and the 4 of them turned to head out of the Vitality Forest. Meanwhile, outside the forest, an ethereal panel materialized before Song Feng. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the commission task. Please proceed to the Adventurers Association to submit your task and receive the corresponding rewards. Song Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then his face brightened with delight. He glanced at the time. Less than an hour had elapsed. The efficiency was astonishing. Before long, the figures of Jiang Yi and his companions emerged into view. Xiao Feng, has the task prompt been completed? Jiang Yi inquired. Yes, it just notified me. Song Feng replied with a nod, then curiously asked, Uncle Jiang, how does the task order know whether the task has been completed? Jiang Yi promptly explained. The task order is connected to the global game, which allows it to monitor the completion progress in real time. Oh, I see. How fascinating. Song Feng mused, marveling at the wonders of it all. The group did not linger, opting for spatial transfer to arrive at the Adventurers Association. Upon seeing Song Feng, the staff member initially thought they were mistaken and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. I am here to submit a task, Song Feng announced, handing over the task order. The staff member accepted it casually, opened it for review, and their expression shifted to one of astonishment. They glanced at the time. It had only been an hour. Yet Song Feng had already eradicated the majority of the monsters in the Vitality Forest. A typical adventurer would likely have only just arrived there in that span of time. The staff member quickly composed themselves and, with a smile, said, Mr. Song, your reward has been automatically credited to your mailbox. Please check it promptly. As the staff member finished speaking, another panel appeared. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the breakthrough task. Please proceed to the Transcendence Temple for your level advancement. Song Feng beamed with joy, thanked the staff member, and turned to leave. Without pausing, they made their way to the nearby Transcendence Temple. After a brief registration, Song Feng entered an available room. Following a series of familiar operations, twinkling starlight emanated from the luminous orb, enveloping his entire being as his body underwent a silent transformation. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. The radiance gradually receded, revealing Song Feng's figure. I can feel that my attributes have significantly strengthened. This feels marvelous, he exclaimed with exhilaration. However, the next occurrence only intensified his elation. Your level has increased by 1. Congratulations. You have gained 240 free attribute points. Congratulations on reaching level 90. Your experience points have reached their limit. Please complete the breakthrough task promptly and seek the necessary materials for your advancement. As expected, my experience points have once again reached their zenith. There is no denying that Song Feng had amassed an overwhelming amount of experience prior. Previously, Jiang Yi and the others had vanquished the majority of the monsters in the Vitality Forest, with all the experience being exclusively claimed by Song Feng. With such a deluge of experience points, it was hardly surprising that he had attained the 4th tier maximum level. The familiar sensation of advancement brought a bittersweet tinge, as the joy of gradual progression was a luxury he could no longer savor. With a somewhat arrogant demeanor, Song Feng adjusted his forehead, although a smile could not help but grace his lips. He accepted the breakthrough task and took a furtive glance, gasping in surprise. It posed a certain level of difficulty, albeit not insurmountable. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped out of the room. Xiao Feng, I presume you've reached the maximum for the 4th tier again? Jiang Yi inquired, well aware of the terrifying amount of experience Song Feng had accumulated, though he remained uncertain of the requisite experience needed for the 4th tier upgrade. After all, His talent was a mystery to them, prompting the tentative question. Yes, I have indeed reached the 4th tier maximum, Song Feng replied with a smile, opening his skill panel. I mastered 2 new skills. Take a look. At his words, everyone's gaze converged upon the skill panel. Star shifting, 4 stars, within a radius of 400 meters. One can manipulate the instantaneous relocation of allies and oneself, thereby evading damage and achieving perfect control over the battlefield. Dragon's Roar, 4 stars, with a dragon's cry. The soul is disturbed. Upon casting this skill, it will induce a stunning effect on enemies within the vicinity, lasting for 10 seconds during which they cannot retaliate. The 2 skills presented, one for battlefield control and the other for stunning, each exhibited remarkable prowess. The first skill can be deemed a chosen ability for support roles, facilitating flawless control without inflicting any harm while securing victory. It empowers the support class to play a crucial role within the team. The second skill is equally impressive, inducing a state of dizziness in enemies. It can be utilized not only for offensive maneuvers, but also for retreat. When faced with overwhelming odds, one could deploy this skill to gain an additional 10 seconds for escape. Moreover, being a soundwave-type disruption, it complicates defensive maneuvers for enemies in a manner distinct from physical damage. Upon reviewing the skill descriptions, Jiang Yi and the others were taken aback. Although devoid of any offensive capabilities, the essence of a support role lies in aiding teammates to triumph over foes, making their assistance paramount. Undoubtedly, these 2 skills qualify as divine abilities for support. Jiang Yi and the others silently marveled, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Song Feng's talent was indeed unfathomable. This skill makes me envious, exclaimed van der Waals, his eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the 2 skill descriptions. It was no wonder that external forces sought to assassinate Song Feng. Had I been in their position, I would undoubtedly have pursued the same course of action. If such extraordinary skills were already available at the 4th tier, what heights might he reach in the future? Van der Waals, usually quite the chatterbox, found himself at a loss for words. One can only express the profound shock within through a single exclamation. Chun Bing and others were equally astounded, their hearts quietly reflecting on the transient nature of positions and the steadfastness of support roles. The influence of a high-tier support character can surpass that of 10 main characters. Were it not for the immense resources and challenging cultivation required for the support profession, which often obscures any glimmer of hope, few would dare to take such risks. Otherwise, the support roles would undoubtedly shine brightly. It is akin to a wager. Win, and all is well. Lose, and ruin ensues. Song Feng is undoubtedly the most fortunate, for his backing comes from the Dragon Kingdom, a nation rich in heritage, vast in territory, formidable in strength, abundant in resources, and possessing an unparalleled international standing. Chapter 89. The Celestial Dragon Egg? Enchantment with no failed cases. With each level breakthrough, skills also enhance. Holy Light Healing, 4 stars. The percentage of health restored increases from 20 to 30. Insightful Spirit Eye, 4 stars. Coverage radius expands from 100 meters to 400 meters. Ethereal Sorcery, 4 stars. Duration extends from 30 minutes to 1 hour. Holy Lotus Surge, 4 stars. Coverage range increases from 50 meters to 200 meters. Heaven's Rock, 4 stars. Effectiveness improves, reflecting physical damage from 20 to 30, with 2 forms of attack, mental and physical, the latter including spells and energy. Heavenly Dark Surge, 4 stars. Effectiveness enhanced, reducing all enemy attributes by 40 within skill range. Swift as a Shadow, 4 stars. Effectiveness enhanced, instantly boosting all speed attributes by 400. Each enhancement of these skills signifies that Song Feng is one step closer to becoming a deity of support. When asked about his feelings regarding this progress, one could only say it is exhilarating. Although these nurturing skills do not grant immediate invincibility, they steadily grow stronger. And each upgrade instills within Song Feng an inexplicable sense of achievement. Xiaofeng, what is your task for the 5th transition? Jiang Yi inquired after meticulously recording the upgraded skills. Upon hearing this, Song Feng closed the skill panel and presented the task panel to the group's gaze. Breakthrough Task. The Dragon Egg emerges. Task Difficulty. Legendary. Task Description. Recently, news has spread across Blue Star that a massive dragon egg has fallen in the extreme north, heralding the arrival of a mysterious dungeon. Is this a calamity or an opportunity? Is it death or a challenge? You must venture forth to uncover the truth. Task Objective. Please journey to the extreme north to discover the whereabouts of the dragon egg. Upon reviewing the task panel, the crowd furrowed their brows. I heard this news a couple of days ago. A gigantic dragon egg has fallen in the extreme north, Chun Bing remarked, stroking his chin. It is said that within the egg, a new dungeon known as the Land of Ice has evolved, predicted to open shortly. At that time, a multitude of high-tier professionals will likely enter. As the extreme north does not belong to any specific nation, should a new dungeon emerge, practitioners from all countries on Blue Star will have access. It is certain that this will lead to a tumultuous and bloody conflict. This presents quite a conundrum. Under the immense pressure from numerous esteemed professionals, the ambition to seize the dragon egg first seems as daunting as scaling a mountain. Van der Waals furrowed his brow. Although they had confidence in their own abilities, there were always those more formidable beyond the horizon. Many individuals on Blue Star surpassed them in strength. Should even the ancient sorceress, who had secluded herself for many years, venture there, they lacked the conviction to emerge victorious. This task indeed posed a challenge. Yet the possibility of success could only be ascertained through trial. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi turned his gaze toward Song Feng and inquired, Xiao Feng, what are the breakthrough materials? Ice frost flower, willow essence, and condensed Xian rhinoceros blood. Song Feng replied in succession. Ah, I have heard of these 3 items. They should be available at the auction house, and we can procure them when the time comes. Jiang Yi nodded, feeling a sense of relief within. The national game exhibited some integrity. While the breakthrough task was exceedingly difficult, the materials required for the breakthrough were relatively accessible. I will report the changes following your level breakthrough to the Grand Elder. Although your level is low, your skills remain beneficial to us, providing substantial enhancements. Should we encounter an insurmountable foe, your assistance may grant us a glimmer of hope. However, he had no intention of resting. Instead, he utilized a special communication stone to summon Zheng Pengfei. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door. It is Zheng Pengfei. Uncle Zheng, please come in. The door opened, and Zheng Pengfei stepped inside. Young brother Song, what brings me here? Zheng Pengfei, who had been engaged in purging the lurking assassins, appeared somewhat bewildered by the sudden call. Uncle Zheng, do you have any equipment that requires enchanting? Indeed. Song Feng summoned Zheng Pengfei with the intention of aiding them in enchanting their gear. The Magic Face team had safeguarded him for so long. Their efforts deserved acknowledgement, if not reward. Upon hearing Song Feng's inquiry, Zheng Pengfei paused momentarily. He was aware of Song Feng's enchanting abilities, yet he did not anticipate such a mention. Well, I do have some, but don't you need a rest? Zheng Pengfei regarded Song Feng with an inquisitive expression. After recently completing a legendary breakthrough task, any normal person would seek to recuperate, yet Song Feng seemed unable to sit idle, even contemplating enchanting equipment. Uncle Zheng, do I appear to be in need of rest with this vibrant energy? Song Feng spoke the truth, though he had undergone numerous experiences in recent days. The only ordeal that truly left him fatigued was the journey through the demon realm. The mental toll was substantial, yet with the aid of potions, he quickly regained his vitality. He had not even participated in the commission task in the Vitality Forest, merely waiting for a while to see it completed successfully. Indeed, you don't seem in need of rest. Zheng Pengfei chuckled, then produced a sword. This sword is called the Zishuan sword, a high-tier, unparalleled long sword that has accompanied me for decades. I had originally intended to hire a seasoned enchanter to enhance this blade, but I have hesitated, fearful of potential failure that could mar its integrity. For decades, he has refrained from enchanting this sword, which evidently holds profound significance for him, serving as a companion through life and death. I recall old Jiang mentioning your remarkable enchanting skills, hence the intention to have you give it a try. However, should it not succeed, it poses no grave concern. We can always consult a repair specialist afterward. Zheng Pengfei's eyes were clearly filled with hesitation, revealing an undeniable reluctance. Song Feng accepted the Zishuan sword, appraising it thoroughly before offering Zheng Pengfei a reassuring smile. Uncle Zheng, rest assured, I have yet to encounter a failure in enchanting equipment. Once enchanted, the sword's attributes are poised for substantial enhancement, with a considerable chance of acquiring special effects, so you need not fret. Anticipate the formidable power this sword will wield post-enchantment. Chapter 90. This breakthrough task is secured. Upon witnessing Song Feng's confident demeanor, Zheng Pengfei's concerns noticeably alleviated, and with a smile, he remarked, Young brother Song, I appreciate your assistance. Not at all, Song Feng replied with a smile, subsequently producing 6 pouches filled with various elixirs. He extended the pouches to Zheng Pengfei. Uncle Zheng, these are all potions I personally crafted. They're a diverse assortment. Please distribute them as you see fit. Isn't this rather excessive? Zheng Pengfei inquired, astonished. Yet, Song Feng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I could concoct these potions in less than half a day. This statement, somewhat reminiscent of arrogance, nonetheless provided Zheng Pengfei with a sense of comfort, allowing him to accept the offering. Very well then, I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the entire Demon Face squad. Zheng Pengfei gathered the pouches, bowing slightly to Song Feng with a grateful expression. Uncle Zheng, could you also inquire if any other members of the Demon Face squad need enchanting? They are welcome to bring their items. I have ample time on my hands. Song Feng chuckled. Enchanting high-tier equipment presents him with nothing but benefits. Zheng Pengfei silently acknowledged his prodigious talent and nodded before turning to leave. As the door closed, Song Feng settled cross-legged on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the Zishuan sword hovering before him. The sword as primary attribute was sharpness, and he contemplated first specializing in enchantment before employing magic crystals to seek an impressive special effect. With this thought in mind, Song Feng commenced the enchanting process. Stars twinkled around his hands, swirling like a tide as they surged into the Zishuan sword, which underwent a silent transformation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi utilized a special communication stone to converse with the Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Yi succinctly recounted Song Feng's skill advancements and the newly acquired abilities. Even the typically composed Grand Elder could not help but express his astonishment. Song Feng's talent is indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, he is from the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Oh, by the way, what is Song Feng's current level? He has reached the pinnacle of the 4th transition. What is his task for breaking through to the 5th? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. He then relayed the entirety of Song Feng's breakthrough tasks to the Grand Elder, merely venturing to the farthest northern reaches to seize the Dragon Egg. This task should hardly be within the purview of someone of Song Feng's caliber. One wonders if the universal game is indeed capricious towards the gifted or if it merely organizes breakthrough missions based on the disparity of talent. The difficulty of this mission is undeniably formidable. As Song Feng ascended through the ranks, all his breakthrough tasks were of the legendary tier. It seems as though the universal game is deliberately putting obstacles in Song Feng's path, hindering his growth, or perhaps simply decelerating his progress. Jiang Yi, as an observer, perceives this quite clearly. Yet, as an ordinary mortal, all he can do is exert every effort to assist Song Feng in his rapid development and oppose the universal game. This task is indeed quite a trial for anyone. Even the elder on the other end of the communication stone expressed a sense of helplessness. Such a task is evidently beyond the reach of someone at Song Feng's level. The elder's tone carried a weight of concern, as if he were troubled by something. It is rumored that numerous foreign professionals congregate in that area. Should they become aware of Song Feng's presence, they would undoubtedly devise every means to eliminate him. This presents a rather precarious situation. Upon hearing the elder's words, Jiang Yi's expression turned grave. The professionals capable of reaching the far north are the elite forces from various nations. Confrontation might be manageable, but should they resort to underhanded tactics, the danger escalates considerably. Even the sword demon and the magic face, when united, might not withstand the onslaught of foreign powerhouses. On Blue Star, numerous nations harbor animosity towards the Dragon Kingdom, and all of them are formidable superpowers, such as Eagle Sauce, the Third Country, Neon Nation, and Kimchi Country, among others. The Dragon Kingdom, once merely a vast but relatively weak nation, has, over the past century, emerged as a superpower on Blue Star. This sudden rise has incited hostility from some nations, fearing that the Dragon Kingdom might disrupt their international standing, leading to covert rivalries. They even openly provoke, as evidenced by the Third Country surprise attacks on border guards and the audacious taunts from the Black faction within Dragon territory. Naturally, the Dragon Kingdom would not tolerate such provocations, having decimated a significant portion of the Third Country's border garrison and executed the Black faction members on the spot. Such actions have left foreign professionals both enraged and powerless. Yet, they dare not retaliate, for they have learned the hard way that the Dragon Kingdom is no pushover and should not be trifled with lightly. In light of this display of strength, other nations have quieted considerably. Although I had previously made a show of strength on behalf of Song Feng, it was evidently of little consequence. Should foreign professionals catch wind of his endeavors, they would still attempt to act against him. The elder's voice resonated once more through the communication stone, laden with turmoil and anxiety. If Song Feng is not permitted to undertake the mission, the breakthrough task remains unfulfilled. Conversely, should he embark on the journey, his safety in a foreign land remains precarious. Just as the elder and Jiang Yi found themselves ensnared in hesitation, an aged voice emanated from the communication stone. Since it concerns the safety of young Song, I shall accompany him. If that group of foreign scoundrels dares to make a move, a swift strike to vanquish them will suffice. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled with brilliance, a smile of joy illuminating his face. With this esteemed ally's assistance, those foreign professionals would be akin to mere minnows, incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple. Jiang Yi promptly spoke. Senior Lonely Sword Immortal, I humbly request your intervention. Song Xiaoyu is my savior. My life was bestowed upon me by him, so how could I dare to speak of trouble? The aged voice of Lung Mubai resonated. Anyone who dares to strike at Song Xiaoyu shall become the souls beneath my sword. It has been long since I last took action. I am eager for a good battle. Upon hearing Lung Mubai's imposing words, Jiang Yi could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. This breakthrough mission was assuredly secured. Chapter 91. The Duties and Dilemmas of the Feather Transformation Special Team. Upon learning that Lung Mubai would accompany them to the far north, Jiang Yi felt a significant sense of relief. He approached Song Feng's room, intending to share this news, only to chance upon Zheng Pengfei waiting at the door. Hey Lao Zhang, what brings you here? Zheng Pengfei typically concealed himself in the shadows and rarely made an appearance. His presence at Song Feng's door piqued Jiang Ye's curiosity. Song Laudi just summoned me, inquiring if I had any equipment needing enchantment. Zheng Pengfei briefly recounted the events. Hearing this, Jiang Yi could only smile wryly. Song Feng truly could not remain idle. Since he is busy enchanting, I shall refrain from disturbing him. Lao Ziang, do you require something from Song Laudi? I can wait here for him and relay your message. Zheng Pengfei had just delivered the enchanted equipment for the other 5 members of the Magic Mask team. That works. Unsure if he would need to step out soon, Jiang Yi decided to share his intentions with Zheng Pengfei. The far north? Are you referring to the dungeon evolved from the Heavenly Dragon Egg? Zheng Pengfei raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Yes, that is the one. Why go there? Could it be that Song Laudi's breakthrough mission is located there? Zheng Pengfei often browsed the Blue Star Professionals Forum in his spare time, and had coincidentally come across news regarding the Heavenly Dragon Egg. However, he thought it was of little relevance to him and did not delve further. Indeed, Jiang Yi sighed with a wry smile. As you know, Song Feng's breakthrough missions are increasingly arduous. This one is particularly formidable. Oh, what is the nature of this breakthrough mission? Zheng Pengfei inquired with curiosity etched on his face. To personally enter the dungeon and be the first to discover the whereabouts of the dragon egg. Upon hearing this, Zheng Pengfei's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You must be joking. The task is to locate the dragon egg? This is sheer torment for Song Laudi. It is said that within the dungeon of the colossal dragon egg lies a smaller dragon egg. Should one find it, they would be entitled to become its master. This very prospect has stirred the interest of many high-ranking professionals. A dragon, after all, is synonymous with the king of all beasts. Any creature possessing even a trace of true dragon blood is undoubtedly the ultimate challenge within the high-level dungeons, exhibiting formidable strength beyond measure. The prospect of discovering a true dragon hatchling and nurturing it to maturity is nothing short of terrifying, almost beyond imagination. However, to be the first to uncover the whereabouts of a dragon egg amidst the pressures from high-ranking professionals across various nations on Blue Star is akin to an insurmountable challenge. Tasking a 4th-tier professional with such a mission, without the robust support from the nation, leaves one pondering if they are destined to remain forever ensnared at the 4th-tier threshold. Alas, this is a task meant for the populace, and as mere players, our capabilities are exceedingly limited, compelling us to acquiesce. Jiang Yi, with a resigned smile, felt a profound sense of helplessness. Zheng Pengfei could not help but let out a deep sigh and continued. Logically, the nation should dispatch a special team to investigate the situation in the far north, right? For such an international matter, the Dragon Kingdom would certainly not remain idle. Indeed, Jiang Yi nodded. The Grand Elder has sent the Ascendant Special Team. The Ascendant Team? Shouldn't they be providing support among the various dungeons? Zheng Pengfei exclaimed, taken aback. The Dragon Kingdom comprises 10 special teams, each consisting of 6 of its finest warriors. There is no hierarchy among these teams, only code names. Each team has distinct missions, with the Ascendant Team primarily tasked with providing assistance in the dungeons. Should any dungeon encounter an unforeseen catastrophe, with a formidable monster emerging, the Ascendant Team would promptly arrive to resolve the situation and then depart with grace, heading to the next dungeon. What surprised Zheng Pengfei was the fact that the Ascendant Team, which typically thrived in the dungeon circles, had been dispatched to the far north. Yes, I was quite astonished when I first heard it as well. Later, the Grand Elder revealed the reason to me, Jiang Yi remarked with a mysterious smile. And this reason is related to us. Upon hearing this, Zheng Pengfei pondered deeply and his expression shifted to one of realization. Could it be connected to our previous expedition in the demon realm? Precisely, Jiang Yi confirmed with a smile. This has led to a significant lull in the various dungeons. Even if beasts were to appear, they could be managed with ease. Consequently, the Ascendant team found themselves without work. However, they did not remain idle. Upon hearing of the Dragon Egg's descent in the far north, they proactively sought the Grand Elder's approval to investigate the situation. After listening to Jiang Ye's account, Zheng Pengfei finally grasped the full context. If our 3 special teams cooperate, finding the Dragon Egg's whereabouts might not be an insurmountable task after all. Zheng Pengfei glanced at Jiang Yi, a contemplative look in his eyes. Who was the captain of the Ascendant team again? It's been so long since I've been in contact that I can't quite recall. Jiang Yi chuckled wryly and shook his head. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either. The Ascendant team is the most frequently rotated unit among all special teams. There was a lingering thought Jiang Yi did not express. Yet Zheng Pengfei was well aware. The frequent rotation of members within the Ascendant team was not due to idleness. Rather, if this continued, they would either perish on the battlefield or succumb to the corrupting influence of demonic energy. Of course, the nation had previously dispatched high-level purifiers in attempts to expel the demonic energy. Even the esteemed president of the Mage Association, Su Guangyan, found himself powerless against the encroaching malevolence. It was needless to say that others were even less capable. The dark energy seemed to be deeply etched into the very fabric of their souls, entwining their fates in a symbiotic existence from which complete liberation was impossible. Yet, despite the perilous nature of the situation, a considerable number of high-ranking professionals aspired to join the unique Feathered Ascendants team. This endeavor was not merely a matter of honor, but also a profound responsibility. Some tasks simply necessitate someone to undertake them. In this chaotic reality where life and game intertwine, the surface tranquility belies the burdens that some bear in silence. Suddenly, Jiang Yi appeared struck by a revelation, his expression sharpening. What is it? Zheng Pengfei inquired, taken aback by the abruptness of Jiang Ye's remark. Previously, within the realms of the demon world, Su Guangyan had praised Xiao Feng's holy light for its remarkable purity and its innate ability to counteract dark energy. Thus, could it be possible for Xiao Feng's holy light to entirely purge the malevolence festering within the members of the Feathered Ascendants? Chapter 92. Some matters must be addressed by someone. Why not me? Upon this audacious conjecture's emergence, Jiang Yi and Zheng Pengfei exchanged a glance, their spirits igniting with a sudden intensity. It can indeed be feasible. If, and I emphasize if, Song Feng's holy light could indeed eradicate the malevolence imprinted deep within their souls. Former members of the Feathered Ascendants could return to their normal state. They would possess the capability to reform a new Feathered Ascendants team, thus freeing both the team and the many soldiers guarding the demon lairs from the insidious threat of dark energy. With hands unbound, they would act. Even if the malevolence had infiltrated their souls, it would still yield to the brilliance of Song Feng's holy light. Of course, these hypotheses hinged on the efficacy of the holy light. If it proved ineffective, all would be mere speculation. I believe the likelihood is substantial. Xiao Feng has previously purged dark energy from the body of the Scarlet Flame Phoenix. However, the quantity of dark energy she dealt within was trivial compared to the immense reserves accumulated by the members of the Feathered Ascendants, rendering the former a mere trifle in comparison. Thus, the true test of possibility lies in practical application. Jiang Yi stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. If it truly works, we could witness the emergence of a formidable and experienced Feathered Ascendants team. A hearty laugh escaped him, filled with hope. As captains of 2 distinct special teams, both Jiang Yi and Zheng Pengfei understood the critical importance of such teams to the Dragon Kingdom. The establishment of another special team would effectively bolster the overall strength of the kingdom, making it far easier to withstand the onslaught of the demon lairs. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Yi took his leave, needing to coordinate efforts to procure breakthrough materials for Song Feng from various cities' auction houses and merchant guilds. Eager to expedite the process, Zheng Pengfei leaned against the wall, arms crossed, quietly awaiting his return. Time slipped by second, and before long, several hours had elapsed. Phew! Enchanting high-level equipment is indeed quite a challenge. In the room, Song Feng exhaled deeply, a rare sign of fatigue gracing his features. A total of 6 pieces of equipment, all of supreme quality. The difficulty is evident. As Song Feng stuffed pills into his mouth, he began to examine the equipment panel. Without exception, all attributes had received tremendous enhancements, each accompanied by unique effects. This represented a significant leap in the capabilities of the equipment's owner. Uncle Zheng, please come in. Song Feng called out as he noticed Zheng Pengfei patiently waiting at the door. The door swung open, and Zheng Pengfei entered with a smile. Uncle Zheng, take a look at the enchanted Zishuan sword, Song Feng said, handing over the sword to Zheng Pengfei, who accepted it, prompting an introduction panel to appear before him. Name, Zishuan sword. Type, long sword. Tier, supreme. Description, one's life should be dictated by oneself, a sword that severs the eternal sorrows. Enlightened swordsman, Hong Fei. Additional effect, hundreds of swords competing can materialize hundreds of long swords that surge towards the target like a tide, each sword inflicting 5 of the user's total damage. With no stacking limit. Gazing at the introduction panel, even the typically composed Zheng Pengfei could not conceal his astonishment. The attribute enhancement was astonishing. Moreover, the additional effect was remarkably powerful. If 100 swords struck true, it would yield an extra 500 damage. A tempest of excitement surged within Zheng Pengfei's heart. He regarded Song Feng with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. Not only was the enchantment successful, but its effects were also extraordinary. Are you certain this is merely a 4th-tier practitioner? How absurd. Uncle Zheng, please return these pieces of equipment to their rightful owners, Song Feng requested, handing over the remaining 5 items, which Zheng Pengfei promptly stored in his personal space. Brother Song, old Jiang came looking for you earlier and asked me to convey a message. Could it be regarding the extreme north? Conserve your energy and strive to recover to peak condition. Zheng Pengfei relayed Jiang Yi's words in full. Song Feng nodded, all right. Although he yearned to swiftly complete his breakthrough tasks, change classes, and ascend to the realm of 9-tier awakening, he understood that the opening of dungeons could not be rushed. After a brief exchange, Zheng Pengfei took his leave. Do you want me to rest? I refuse. Song Feng chuckled, for in his lexicon, there was only the term strive, with no room for give up. He promptly retrieved the Qiyuan celestial furnace. After extensive usage, the supply of pills in the system space had significantly dwindled, necessitating alchemical processes to replenish his reserves. Without them, Song Feng felt a lingering sense of insecurity. So far, among all his skills, only the Flame Emperor Soul Descend remained at 3 stars, while the rest had reached 4 stars. Alchemy, Gomos. Song Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, extracting a plethora of medicinal materials from the system space, and without hesitation, began his crafting. Meanwhile, in the security booth of the Flip Garden, a visitor arrived. Old Song, your life seems quite enjoyable, with cigarettes, alcohol, and cards. Huh, what is this? Jiang Yi exclaimed, picking up a small card from the table, which bore the word Sexy Dealers Online alongside an alluring woman. As I patrolled the community, I stumbled upon some litter on the ground. It is my unwavering duty as a security guard to ensure that refuse does not tarnish the beauty of our gardens. Jiang Yi was rendered momentarily speechless by my words. Song Shan, seizing a cigarette and placing it between his lips, ignited it with a flick of his lighter. The smoke spiraled upward, undulating gracefully like ripples on water. Care for one? After a brief hesitation, he retrieved another cigarette from the pack and extended it toward Jiang Yi. Old Song, you know I don't smoke. Jiang Yi declined with a smile. That's good. I wouldn't want to part with it. Song Shan swiftly returned the cigarette to the pack, as if fearful that Jiang Yi might change his mind. Observing this, Jiang Yi fell into silence once more. In earlier days, Song Shan was a paragon of excellence. Strikingly handsome and endowed with remarkable prowess, truly the epitome of perfection. However, all of that was irrevocably altered by a catastrophic event. Song Shan fell into despondency, resigning himself to a life as a mere security guard. Jiang Yi opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet the words eluded him, leaving his gaze somewhat unfocused. Old Song, why do you cling to this so fervently? From what I know of you, your presence in Jiang City must harbor some unspoken complexities. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Song Shan exhaled a cloud of smoke, his eyes distant, and replied in a melancholic tone, some matters require a person to take action. And why shouldn't that person be me? Chapter 93. Oh dear, a young cow is flying. What matters? Can you share with me? Jiang Ye's heart brimmed with curiosity, uncertain of what Song Shan referred to as some matters. I cannot. The more people that are privy to this information, the greater the peril. Song Shan gently shook his head, attempting to shift the conversation. How has my son been performing lately? Noticing the gravity in Song Shan's demeanor, it was evident that the matter was of considerable significance. Since Song Shan was unwilling to disclose further, Jiang Yi refrained from pressing the issue. With a simple adjustment of his composure, he smiled and replied, he is doing remarkably well. Xiao Feng's talent far surpasses that of his contemporaries. He possesses a calm disposition, unboastful and steady, grateful and courageous, truly a promising candidate for a top-tier powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Song Shan appeared immensely proud, standing tall, indeed. He is the son of old Song. He is exceptional. However, it seems that the national game is somewhat biased against him. Jiang Yi's expression shifted to one of wry amusement. Xiao Feng's breakthrough tasks are of legendary caliber, posing significant challenges. He cannot succeed solely on his own strength. Moreover, this latest breakthrough task is akin to scaling a mountain, requiring Xiao Feng to venture into the northernmost realms of a new instance to unearth the whereabouts of a dragon egg. Song Shan sighed softly, shaking his head as if he had anticipated this outcome. It seems that heaven is envious of talent. Thus, the national game appears intent on stifling Xiao Feng's rapid ascent. What could they fear? Song Shan narrowed his eyes. Throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom, there have been numerous dazzling prodigies who ultimately faded into obscurity. Once the illustrious and solitary sword immortal, Lung Mubai, rose to prominence as a rogue, vanquishing countless foes and earning the title of the Dragon Kingdom's foremost swordmaster. The whims of fate are indeed cruel, after the untimely demise of his beloved wife. A quest for vengeance in the demon realm has led to nearly a century of silence, a silence that suggests he has long since perished in another world. A look of regret crossed Song Shan's face as he shook his head in dismay. No, you're mistaken. Jiang Yi smiled mysteriously and proceeded to divulge the events that transpired in the demon realm to Song Shan. Upon learning that it was Song Feng who had rescued Lung Mu Bai, Song Shan displayed a look of surprise, pride illuminating his countenance. Truly, he is my son. From a young age, he has embodied the spirit of a warrior. Xiao Feng's talent surpasses ours by leaps and bounds, even eclipsing your prowess in your prime. Though both are members of the Sword Ghost Squad, Song Shan's strength far exceeds that of all his comrades, with extraordinary gifts and formidable combat capabilities. In days gone by, the name of the Sword Ghost Squad resonated throughout the circles of the powerful on Blue Star, creating a sensation. They have saved the Dragon Kingdom from peril time and again. Alas, everything changed irrevocably due to that fateful incident. The demon god sword lies shattered, its fighting spirit extinguished. Now he can only dwell as a mere security guard in this remote neighborhood. How pitiful, how lamentable. Song Shan exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone melancholic. Indeed, the esteemed solitary sword immortal will accompany us to the far north, not only to ensure Xiao Feng's safety, but also to serve as a deterrent, Jiang Yi remarked. The solitary sword immortal will join us? Song Shan raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback. Yes, the solitary sword immortal stated that Xiao Feng is his savior, and thus he must provide close protection to ease his mind. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Song Shan narrowed his eyes, pondering deeply, seemingly lost in thought. The far north. It appears this journey will be quite eventful. Rising to his feet, Song Shan waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this chatter. He retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the drawer and looked at Jiang Yi. It has been a while since we gathered. Shall we indulge in a drink? Jiang Yi chuckled and waved his hand. As Xiao Feng's protector, I must remain vigilant and clear-headed. I shall opt for tea instead. Jiang Yi had ventured out in search of breakthrough materials and happened upon Song Shan for a brief visit. Alas, how dull. Song Shan waved his hand dismissively. Who drinks tea instead of alcohol? Hurry and leave. Come find me when the time is right for a drink. With that, he stood and playfully shoved Jiang Yi toward the exit. Have you forgotten how to treat an old friend? Jiang Yi attempted to protest, but was taken aback to discover that he seemed to be bound by some unseen force, ultimately being pushed outside the security booth. Bang! The door closed with a resounding thud as a gentle breeze swept by. Jiang Yi, bewildered and at a loss, finally regained his composure, casting a deep glance at Song Shan before turning to depart. Song Shan watched Jiang Ye's figure recede into the distance, then shifted his gaze to a few dark silhouettes lurking in the shadows. After Jiang Ye's departure, the shadows followed suit. Song Shan narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Old Jiang, I apologize, but my secrets are too numerous. Should the shadow assassins entangle me, it would spell trouble. Time passed unnoticed, and before long, 3 days had slipped away. With his level having surged to the pinnacle of the 4th transition, Song Feng no longer required sustenance to maintain his bodily functions. For the past 3 days, he had been tirelessly concocting elixirs within his chamber, resembling an unflagging alchemical automaton, ceaselessly laboring since 3 days prior. Only when his materials were completely exhausted did he finally cease his endeavors. Ultimately, diligence bore fruit as his proficiency reached its zenith, elevating his alchemical skills to a higher tier. Ding! Congratulations! The skill soul of the Flame Emperor has ascended to 4 stars. The rewards for the star upgrade have been automatically dispatched to the system space. Please check promptly. Soul of the Flame Emperor, 4 stars. With the assistance of the Flame Emperor's spirit, your success rate in alchemy is now 100. With a 40 chance of enhancing the quality of the elixirs, eliminating all side effects, and a 15 chance of imparting special effects, allowing for the simultaneous concoction of 2 elixirs. Gazing at the upgraded interface, the spark in Song Feng's eyes grew ever brighter. The enhanced soul of the Flame Emperor not only increased the probability of triggering effects, but also introduced a new capability, simultaneously crafting 2 elixirs. What did this imply? It meant that one could achieve double the results in the time it took to produce a single elixir. As a cultured individual, Song Feng refrained from exclamations of disbelief and instead mused softly. Ah, the romance of cultured individuals, akin to a small cow flying on an airplane. Returning to the matter at hand, upon discovering the newly added effects of the soul of the Flame Emperor, Song Feng was elated. With each ascension in star rating, would it not be possible to concoct several elixirs simultaneously? At that point, alchemy could be measured in pots, with the entirety of Long Kingdom's elixirs stemming from his hands. Merely contemplating this was exhilarating. However, Song Feng was merely indulging in fantasies. As he understood, throughout history and across cultures, few alchemists could manage the simultaneous crafting of 2 elixirs, let alone an entire pot. Such notions were mere flights of fancy, something ordinary alchemists would scarcely dare to envision. After a brief moment of mental recalibration, Song Feng dismissed the interface and retrieved an item that had just materialized within the system space. It was a roll parchment. Slowly, he unfurled it, revealing an elixir recipe. Spirit-nourishing pill? I don't believe I've heard of this. Could it be another long-lost concoction? Driven by curiosity, he turned his gaze to the description of the elixir. Spirit-nourishing pill nourishes the heart and spirit, fostering tranquility and depth. Upon consuming this elixir, bodily functions will remain in a normal state, automatically shielding one from adverse sensory perceptions. For example, in an extremely frigid environment, the body will maintain normalcy, automatically blocking the perception of cold. If subjected to ice attacks, the effects persist, yet immunity to damage is not granted, resulting in corresponding health loss. A quick glance left Song Feng enlightened. In essence, consuming this elixir would enable one to block unpleasant sensations, thus negating the impacts of extreme cold, heat, and pain, while still being susceptible to harm. It was indeed remarkable that such an elixir existed on Blue Star. Song Feng felt quite surprised. He had heard that the extreme northern regions were bitterly cold. Without a protective barrier, one's body would gradually stiffen until frozen to death. If one were to consume a spirit-nourishing pill, could they traverse the frigid north as if in a normal environment? A glimmer of hope sparkled in Song Feng's eyes as he immediately examined the ingredients required for the pill. The frosty 4-leaf clover, the blazing flame flower, and the mystic ice spirit mushroom were the 3 essential herbs, while the others were relatively common. He hoped that the pill fragrance pavilion would have them all. With this thought in mind, Song Feng tidied up briefly and made his way to the elegant chamber where Yao Changsheng resided. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Yao Changsheng's voice resonated from within the room. It's me, Yao Lao. Song Xiao, you coming quickly? Yao Changsheng hurriedly opened the door, his face beaming with joy. It's been a while. What brings you to see this old man? Song Feng coughed lightly, his eyes darting as he smiled, and said, Yao Lao, I am here to assess the results of your studies. How have you fared with the refining method for the Poria bloodburst pill that I taught you? His intention was to request the materials for the spirit-nourishing pill, but he certainly needed to be more tactful. Directly addressing the matter would be quite impolite, after all. Are you referring to the Poria bloodburst pill? I was just about to seek you out. Yao Changsheng quickly invited Song Feng inside and brewed a pot of tea. Oh, from your tone, Yao Lao, has there been some issue with the refining process? Song Feng raised an eyebrow. No, quite the opposite. Not only did I encounter no problems, but I also managed to bring glory to my ancestors. Yao Changsheng said mysteriously as he retrieved a delicate wooden box, inside which lay a pill, serene and pristine. I followed your teachings diligently, refining day and night for over 10 days, and at last, heaven has rewarded my efforts with a top-tier Poria bloodburst pill. Top tier. Such an exquisite pill was a rarity not easily achieved. Not everyone could claim to be as extraordinary as Song Feng. As the master of the pill fragrance pavilion, Yao Changsheng had only managed to refine one top-tier pill in his lifetime. This marked the second top-tier pill he had ever produced, a milestone worthy of celebration. Congratulations. Yao Lao. Song Feng expressed his surprise, clasping his hands together in a gesture of congratulations. Ha ha ha. This is all thanks to you, Song Xiaoyu. Without your guidance, I might still be in the same predicament as my master, endlessly failing and correcting my mistakes. Yao Changsheng grasped Song Feng's hand, trembling slightly, his face filled with gratitude. Song Xiaoyu, I owe you a favor. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Really? Is that truly the case? Song Feng's eyes sparkled brightly. He had been waiting for this very moment. Sensing the situation, Yao Changsheng thought it unwise and prepared to release Song Feng's hand, only to have the latter grip it tightly. Yao Lao, you are truly wonderful. How did you know I was out of materials? Oh, by the way, do you have any frosty four-leaf clover, blazing flame flower, or mystic ice condensation here? He added nonchalantly, I'm just asking, not planning to take any. So please don't think too much of it. Yao Changsheng. Don't think too much. Then perhaps you should let go of my hand. Furthermore, are you afraid I wouldn't realize you're out of materials? Yao Changsheng gazed up at the ceiling, a visage of despair etched upon his face. He understood that this was an ominous sign of dwindling medicinal herbs, and a dull ache began to stir within his heart. Despite the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, he feigned astonishment, exclaiming, you have run out of medicinal herbs? This simply cannot be. I shall seek out the boss immediately and urge him to petition the state for a substantial supply of herbs. How frustrating. I can hardly bear to witness this. As a seasoned alchemist, I am acutely aware of the profound anguish that a lack of herbs brings to one in my profession. Song Feng interjected, goodness. Are you truly putting on a performance for me? This is quite the dramatic tug-of-war. There is no need to trouble Uncle Jiang for this. My time is of the essence, and I must swiftly concoct elixirs to replenish our reserves. Master Yao, I wonder if you have any surplus herbs at the Danxiang Pavilion that you could lend me? I assure you, I will return them. Yao Changsheng silently marveled at the audacity of Song Feng. Thus, the two thespians engaged in an exhilarating and intense display of theatrics. Should a passerby have strolled by, they might have tossed a few coins into their teacup as a token of appreciation for their efforts. Although Yao Changsheng was cunning and shrewd, he ultimately succumbed to the crafty Song Feng. Feeling parched and on the verge of dehydration, Yao Changsheng drained the tea before him. Enough of this charade. I concede. I am thoroughly defeated. Despite Song Feng's seemingly harmless demeanor, his tongue was as swift as a machine gun, leaving Yao Changsheng momentarily speechless. The three ingredients you mentioned are all housed within the treasury of the Danxiang Pavilion, Yao Changsheng announced, rising to his feet and striding towards the door. Gome, I shall take you to select the herbs. Take whatever you desire, it is on me. Unbeknownst to Song Feng, Yao Changsheng's unspoken addendum was that it would ultimately be the state footing the bill. As a centenarian, he was well aware of the principle that one should never allow oneself to be at a disadvantage. With a triumphant smile, Song Feng followed closely behind Yao Changsheng, as if fearing he might flee. The two were scarcely a fist's distance apart. Soon, they arrived before a mechanical door at which two elderly men sat cross-legged, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of the pair. Song Feng did not underestimate them, drawing from his previous life and literary experiences. He surmised that their identities were likely far from ordinary. They could either be revered ancestors of the Danxiang Pavilion or esteemed alchemists, or perhaps some formidable figures of significance. However, Song Feng's conjecture proved erroneous. A prompt from his spiritual eye revealed that both were merely ordinary individuals without any profession. Song Feng's lips twitched in confusion as he inquired, Master Yao, who are these two? Yao Changsheng replied, they're just two ordinary old men. Song Feng pressed further. Then why have you assigned two common elders to guard the treasury? Yao Changsheng chuckled awkwardly. They are janitors, merely idling away their time here. Song Feng exclaimed, janitors? Idling? Goodness, this is truly astonishing. Thus, the chapter concludes with a humorous revelation. Today, I sleep on the floor. Tomorrow, I shall be the boss. The alchemy begins. Awakening from a near-death experience, I realized with a jolt that the jester was none other than myself. Song Feng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It seemed he sensed the approach of others, as two elderly gentlemen slowly opened their eyes. Upon recognizing the presence of Yao Changsheng, they immediately stood up in fright. Greetings, esteemed hall master, they stammered in unison, their expressions fraught with anxiety, their gazes evasive. They resembled employees caught slacking off by an irate boss. You two should diligently attend to your tasks. Today the floor is your bed, and tomorrow you shall be the boss, Yao Changsheng remarked with a smile, patting both of their shoulders. Yes, yes. They hurriedly nodded in agreement. All right, you may resume your duties. Upon hearing this, the two of them visibly relaxed, swiftly retreating as if their feet had been greased, disappearing from sight in no time. Yao Lao, what prompted you to hire these ordinary elderly men? Song Feng inquired with confusion. Nearly a century has passed since the amalgamation of reality and gaming, giving rise to a plethora of bizarre professions, including that of janitor. Many affluent families specifically recruit such workers for their swift cleaning and guaranteed safety. Yet, Yao Changxing's decision to employ two unemployed seniors left Song Feng perplexed. In a world dominated by professionals, the unskilled struggle immensely, with few opportunities available and meager wages relegating them to the lowest rungs of society. Yao Changxing shook his head with a wry smile. Should I allow them to starve? Deny them the prospect of a future since the age of 15? Especially for these elderly individuals who are alone and unsupported, should I simply let them fend for themselves? Nonetheless, my capabilities are limited. I can only assist a small fraction of those in need. Yet, from the words of an unemployed elder, I gleaned an epiphany. There are myriad paths to roam, and countless journeys in life. Why must one always follow the crowd? The absence of a professional title does not equate to a bleak future. One can still emit a radiance that illuminates the world. Indeed, while some may awaken to a profession, others remain unawakened. In a society that favors professionals, the unskilled inevitably face numerous restrictions and dark oppressions. This is the prevailing trend on Blue Star. No one can alter the overarching environment, but we can extend our assistance to the vulnerable within our means. Though Yao Changxing often appears frugal, his inherent kindness shines through. Offering refuge to unemployed seniors as janitors is a testament to his compassionate heart. With a decisive gesture, Yao Changxing commanded the mechanical door to open. Welcome to the treasure trove of Danxiang Pavilion, accessible only through my command. This metallic barrier is crafted from state-of-the-art defensive materials, capable of withstanding even the force of a nuclear explosion, eliminating any concerns of theft. Yao Changxing spoke with evident pride, inviting, "Come, let us explore." Upon entering, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped us. The room, though modest in size, spanning merely a few dozen square meters, was lined with shelves brimming with herbal cabinets, nearly concealing the entire wall. Within these cabinets of medicinal herbs lies a hidden marvel, each adorned with spatial enchantments. Though the exterior may suggest limited space, the interior is capable of housing an abundance of herbs, enough to fill the entire Danxiang Pavilion. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed apothecary Changsheng, Song Feng could not help but marvel inwardly, his lips curling in awe. Truly, this is the sacred ground of alchemists in the Dragon Kingdom, boasting an impressive capacity for herb storage. Amidst his admiration, Song Feng began to formulate his own thoughts. Young Song, these must be the three herbs you mentioned, correct? As his words lingered in the air, three cabinet doors swung open, releasing an array of herbs in various hues, which gracefully floated into apothecary Changxing's palm. A pale blue four-leaf clover, a reddish-brown flower, and a deep blue spirit mushroom materialized before him. The insightful spiritual I promptly activated, revealing the identities of the three herbs: the frostleaf clover, the blaze flower, and the mystic ice mushroom. Indeed, these are the ones, Song Feng exclaimed, eagerly stepping forward to grasp apothecary Changxing's hand. Esteemed apothecary, I have recently discovered a long-lost elixir that could prove immensely beneficial for my upcoming endeavors. If you catch my drift. His eyebrows arched in intrigue, a sly smile gracing his features. A long-lost elixir? What is its name? Apothecary Changxing, seemingly unfazed by Song Feng's expression, shifted his focus toward the elusive elixir, the spirit-infusing pill. After acquiring the formula for the spirit-infusing pill, Song Feng had scoured the professional forum, yet found no trace of information. Either it was truly forgotten or deliberately concealed. The spirit-infusing pill? Apothecary Changxing pondered for a moment, shaking his head. I have not heard of it, or its effects. Song Feng provided a brief overview. It can automatically shield one from adverse sensations, such as pain, cold, and heat, maintaining the body in a state of normalcy. Shielding adverse sensations? At this revelation, Apothecary Changxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Does this imply it could also obscure feelings of fatigue and other internal discomforts? Presumably, yes. However, I have yet to commence its refinement, so I am not entirely certain. To be honest, Song Feng had not contemplated this aspect. If it truly functioned as Apothecary Changxing speculated, enabling the user to be free from fatigue, could it mean that during the duration of the elixir's effects, one could continuously refine elixirs or engage in other endeavors without weariness? This notion was audacious, worthy of exploration. Please tell me what herbs are required, and I shall procure them. Apothecary Changxing appeared somewhat impatient, quickly adding, do not hesitate. Feel free to request whatever you need from the entire treasury. The prospect of witnessing the re-emergence of a long-lost divine elixir was undeniably exhilarating. The entire treasury? Song Feng's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. Merely jesting, Apothecary Changsheng replied with a firm denial. Instantly, Song Feng's demeanor drooped, though he had only been playful, never intending to be greedy. He then proceeded to list all the required herbs. With practiced ease, Apothecary Changsheng retrieved a substantial amount of herbs and guided Song Feng to the exclusive alchemy chamber of the Pavilion Master. One by one, Apothecary Changsheng levitated the herbs into the air, arranging them for Song Feng. Young Song, may I observe your process? Of course, Song Feng replied, welcoming the opportunity for collaboration. The two individuals belonged to the same faction. Regarding the elixir of longevity, Song Feng harbored no concealed intentions. He immediately settled into a cross-legged position on the ground. The Qi Yuan celestial furnace hovering before him, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Alchemy, commence.